The card realm game was about to begin in the real world. Su Huayin, a player holding a god-level red card, was waiting at the top of a building for the legendary card rain to descend. The wind howled across the rooftop as Su Huayin stared at the numbers ticking on his watch. 11:47, 13 minutes left until the prophesied moment of the card realm. He pulled out a palm-sized card, its ruby back glowing with an eerie light. This was Tiger Yin Yang, a red equipment card infamous for stirring up chaos in the game. Not only could it stack with all Doomsday Dragon series cards, but it could also summon 6 puppet clones to fill every card slot. In duel mode, any monster equipped with this card received an attack boost of 500 points per star level and was immune to the effects of all other cards. Over the 3 years the card realm had been running, there were fewer than 10 red cards like this in existence. 7 days ago, this game, which combined card collecting, online elements, and real-time strategy, suddenly announced that all beta players could choose to bring 1 card into the real world or receive a 1,000 yuan compensation. Nobody believed it at first, not until Su Huayin received a physical Tiger Yin Yang card, and his friend Maindong inexplicably received a 1,000 yuan transfer. At 11:57, hurried footsteps and heavy breathing echoed from the stairwell. A girl appeared, gasping for air, a gleaming longsword cutting through the darkness behind the door. She eyed Su Huayin warily, sizing up this stranger who had chosen the same rendezvous point, her gaze flicking nervously to the sky. "You're also..." The girl's words trailed off abruptly. "Also what?" Su Huayin feigned ignorance, his hand quietly slipping toward the wrench tucked in his jacket. The two stood facing each other, both on guard, each waiting for the final 2 minutes to pass. Su Huayin discreetly touched the wrench hidden in his pocket. After all, for a soft-looking guy like him, carrying a wrench for self-defense seemed perfectly reasonable in a situation like this. Time ticked by, second after second, as Su Huayin's gaze shifted between the sky and the girl holding the blade. The clock pointed to 11:59, and the sense of urgency grew stronger. He silently cursed the fact that had only gotten the Tiger of Yin and Yang card yesterday. If Head had more time to prepare, at least he could have gotten some protective gear and a better weapon. "I think we need to talk," Su Huayin said calmly, his eyes settling on the long blade in the girl's hand. "For the sake of Daoj, let's keep this civil." "What's there to talk about?" The girl's eyes were cold and wary as she watched him. Su Huayin pulled out a wrench, getting straight to the point. "Let's not beat around the bush. If there's really going to be a card ring, let's split the area along this central line. He'll take this side, you take the other. From what I know, if the public launch is the same as the beta, most of the cards dropping will be white, with only a few green ones. There's no need to fight to the death over cards of that level." "Fine." The girl glanced at the wrench in his hand and nodded slightly. "For the sake of the wrench, no. For your sake, I'll agree." The tension eased a little, but both sides remained on guard. After all, this truce was built on Su Huayin's claim that there would be mostly white cards and only a handful of green ones. Suddenly, a soft tremor echoed across the sky, as if the whole world was shaking. Ding! Card domain is now officially live. First card slot unlocked. A chorus of voices erupted around them. "What's this? Cards are falling from the sky. Is this a prank? What's card domain? Hurry, grab them." Amid the crowd, some people panicked, others reacted quickly, and a few revealed their ambition. Every kind of human nature was on display. Su Huayin looked up, excitement and anticipation flickering in his eyes before he quickly forced himself to stay calm. He reminded himself to keep his composure and think about how to handle the situation to maximize his gains. Above, the sky shimmered with light as countless cards drifted down like snowflakes. Most were white, with a few green ones mixed in, just like what had seen during the beta. "Panel," Su Huayin muttered. A system panel appeared before his eyes, showing 9 card slots. Only the first slot was lit, while the other 8 were dark and unavailable. With practiced ease, he slotted a red card Tiger of Yin and Yang into the glowing slot. This was the core card from the Doomsday Dragon series. Clone. Without hesitation, Su Huayin activated the card's clone ability. While the clone skill itself wasn't particularly advanced, the version granted by Tiger of Yin and Yang was something special. What emerged wasn't a weak, disposable minion, but a fully formed duplicate with the same number of card slots as the original. This meant that however many slots Su Huayin had, his clone could use just as many, up to a maximum of 6. Even after 3 years of closed beta testing, Su Huayin himself had only just managed to unlock his 7th slot. While 6 slots might seem limited, it was more than enough in the early stages of the game. Su Huayin could even customize a unique deck specifically for his clone. It was this powerful clone card that had allowed him to break into the higher ranks of the arena during the beta. After all, if you could fight 2 against 1, why insist on going solo? It was the classic, righteous Tunon tactic. This powerful clone card was actually his reward for winning the anniversary duel mode in the 2nd year of beta. Before he got this card, he was at best a top-tier player in the arena. But with this red-grade clone card, he immediately rose to the ranks of the game's elite. A clone? The girl was taken aback, a particular figure flashing through her mind, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Clone skills are pretty common. It can't be just a coincidence. After summoning his duplicate, Su Huayin's gaze remained fixed on the girl across from him. As the official launch began, both of their first card slots activated simultaneously. At the same moment Su Huayin summoned his clone, a set of gleaming silver-white armor appeared around the girl, with a prominent red void engine embedded in the chest. 0 series armor? And it's a red card? Su Huayin couldn't help but exclaim. The armor's distinctive design was unmistakable. Any veteran player would instantly recognize it as the core card of the 0 series. The 0 series was one of the most popular sets in the game, centered around the 0 series armor, and could be paired with a variety of weapons and magical spells. All 0 series cards required the 0 series armor as a foundation to activate their effects. Though the armor itself only provided basic stat boosts, its rarity determined how many other 0 series cards could be equipped alongside it. More importantly, access to the 0 series armor was tightly controlled by the 0 Guild. Players had to join the guild to enter the 0 domain dungeon and obtain it. This monopolistic approach naturally sparked resentment, but every challenger had been defeated by the 0 Guild, making it a superpower within the game. You're not 0 Chio, are you? Su Huayin involuntarily took a step back. Standing before him might be the legendary player, the only one known to possess a red grade 0 series armor. So what if I am? The girl replied calmly. That was all in the game. Things are different now. While she didn't admit it outright, her answer was as good as confirmation. Or do you think any of my former underlings from the game would be willing to bow down and call me boss now? She added with a hint of self-mockery. Su Huayin was momentarily at a loss for words. As a true solo player, he really didn't know how to respond. By now, the rain of cards from the sky had fallen low enough to be within arm's reach. Cards fluttered down from the sky like snowflakes. Su Huayin's gaze instantly locked onto a striking green card among the sea of white ones. With a swift motion, he reached out and caught the green card with precise fingers. The card rain ended as quickly as it had started. After Su Huayin seized his target, the remaining cards fell like shooting stars to the ground below. Flipping the green card over, he read the detailed information displayed on its face. Power Bracer. Quality, green. Type, equipment card. Effect, strength 20. Description, a warrior's gear forged from black iron ore. Acquisition, monster drops, card packs, system events, shady merchants. Dual mode effect, equipped to warrior-type monsters, attack 500. By instinct, Su Huayin was about to toss aside this ordinary green card, but the system's prompt chimed in just in time. Ding! You still have 2 more draws. He paused, suddenly remembering this was the open beta server, not his old account. He opened his equipment panel and equipped the card. As a typical homebody, his strength stat had barely reached 8 or 9, but now it shot up to nearly 30. Scanning the rooftop, he spotted 7 or 8 more white cards scattered face down. Acting like a gentleman, Su Huayin gestured for Ling Qiu to pick first. She didn't hesitate and grabbed 2 cards. Su Huayin followed, picking up 2 cards of his own. But when he tried to touch a third, his fingers passed right through it. Just as he was about to check his new cards, another system notification sounded. Ding! The second card rain will arrive in 10 minutes. This round will have fewer cards, but all will be blue quality. Defeat the Guardian Beast to claim them. Marking the drop location in advance. Friendly reminder, the Guardian Beast is dangerous. It's recommended to form a 5-person team. As the message ended, a blue pillar of light appeared not far away, marking the next card drop point. Su Huayin turned to Ling Qiu. What do you think? The system suggests a 5-person team, and your 0 suit only has 1 slot right now, so the stat boost is limited. Besides, you don't even have a single 0 series card, so your strength is basically that of a beginner, Ling Qiu pointed out bluntly. So what? Ling Qiu asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Seeing this, Su Huayin's lips curled into a slight smile as he made his proposal. Interested in teaming up? Ling Qiu thought for a moment, then replied calmly, I'm open to it. But there's a condition. You'll have to answer a question first. What's the question? Su Huayin asked. How do we split the spoils? Ling Qiu smiled, clearly doubting that would be the real question. You're not asking something that childish, are you? Su Huayin said lightly, a teasing glint in his eyes. Of course not. Ling Qiu replied nonchalantly. If I said I didn't want that blue card, you wouldn't believe me anyway. What I really want to know is what's your beta tester ID. You know my ID, and I know yours. Does that sound fair to you? Ling Qiu said with a smile. You want to know my ID? Su Huayin paused for a second, then answered decisively, Mingjing Zhishui. So it really is you. Ling Qiu sounded genuinely surprised, clearly not expecting that name. The clone ability has some serious drawbacks. Either the clone has very little health, sometimes not even a single hit point, or it inherits very few attributes and skills from the original, Ling Qiu explained, pausing briefly before adding. At the highest level, there's only one player who uses clones, and that's Mingjing Zhishui. That's me. Su Huayin nodded calmly, his expression unchanged. Ling Qiu frowned slightly, his tone still composed. Even if that's true, your current combat power doesn't meet the standard of a 5-person team, does it? By 5-person team, he meant a squad with a balanced lineup and strong teamwork. Neither Su Huayin nor Ling Qiu could reach that level on their own, and neither had much real combat experience. I've already got a plan for that, Su Huayin replied confidently. He casually pulled out 2 cards he'd picked up during the first card rain, glanced at them, and slipped them into his pocket. The system recommends a team with 5 card slots. But what if we unlock a second slot? With that, he waved his hand and summoned his interface. It showed 9 card slots, with only the first slot holding the Tiger's Yin-Yang card. The other 8 slots were still locked. If I remember right, unlocking the second slot is pretty simple. He pointed at the second slot. All you have to do is complete a basic task. He tapped the second slot lightly, and the system notification sounded. Then you can choose to pay 1,000 pesos, or complete the second slot unlocking task. Task: unlock the second slot. Objective: win a battle or a duel. Reward: unlock the second slot. I see, Su Huayin said with a faint smile. The task isn't hard. You can either pay up or just win a fight. Ling Qiu frowned at him, clearly unimpressed by the options. There are 2 types of battles in the card realm: arena matches and duels. Arena matches use card effects, while duels rely on the dual abilities of the cards. Duels aren't really possible right now. You need at least 20 cards for a basic duel, and I only have 3. So a regular battle it is, Su Huayin said, looking at Ling Qiu with a hint of challenge in his eyes. Will you help me out? Let's unlock the second slot. Ling Qiu fixed his gaze on him, a slight smile playing at his lips, clearly not planning to refuse. Their upcoming fight was bound to be more than just a simple match. The second card slot. Not bad at all. Ling Qiu tightened her grip on the knife, her eyes fixed on Su Huayin. Although this sparring match was supposed to be friendly, it was clear that both of them wanted to use this opportunity to test each other's strength. Su Huayin stared at the knife gleaming with a cold light, a sense of unease rising in his heart. If he took a hit from that blade, he might be finished on the spot. He quickly opened his system panel, pulled out a white card, and stacked it on top of the Tiger's Yin-Yang card. The passive effect of this card allowed him to stack any Doomsday Dragon card, or 1 non-dragon Doomsday card. Come on, hurry up, the second wave of card rain is about to start. Ling Qiu gripped her sword with both hands, a hint of nervousness in her posture. After all, she had never experienced a real fight before. But soon, her gaze steadied again. She knew very well that in the coming new era, fighting would be a skill she had to master. Let's start with this battle. With a crisp sound, Su Huayin's clone made its movie a clone with triple strength, wielding a wrench, charged rapidly at Ling Qiu. Unexpectedly, Ling Qiu didn't hesitate at all, swinging her blade straight at the clone's head. Her decisiveness caught Su Huayin by surprise, since the clone looked almost indistinguishable from a real person. Just as the blade was about to strike, an ice shield suddenly appeared above the clone's head. Ice shield. Ling Qiu recognized the skill, but her attack didn't slow. She shattered the shield with a single blow. However, that brief delay was enough. By the time her blade reached the clone's head, the wrench was already pressed against her chest. I concede, Ling Qiu said, letting out a slow breath as she glanced deeply at Su Huayin's true body. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Su Huayin's ear. Ding! You have completed the task to unlock the second card slot. The second slot is now available. On his system panel, the second slot lit up. Another notification followed. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the second card slot. The daily quest system is now active. Every morning at 4 a.m., a new daily quest will be refreshed. Completing quests can earn you pesos or cards. You can have up to 3 daily quests at once. Su Huayin glanced at the task list. For now, there was only one quest. Quest name: card slot change. Description: place or remove a card from a slot once. Reward: 1 random white card. Looking at Ling Qiu, Su Huayin thought, the daily quests are all simple chores like this one, which just requires changing the contents of a slot. Naturally, the rewards are pretty modest, too. Only the first time you complete a daily quest are you guaranteed to receive a white card as a reward. The system notification chimed at just the right moment. Ding! You've completed your daily quest and received the white card. Stealth. Su Huayin's eyes lit up. Stealth. Although it was a low-level skill, it was essential for any assassin. He quickly checked the card's attributes. Stealth. Quality: white. Type: skill card. Attributes: 3-second wind-up. Grants 30 seconds of invisibility. Invisibility ends if you attack or are attacked. First attack from stealth deals 20 increased damage. 60-second cooldown. Requirement: agility 8. Su Huayin immediately placed the stealth card into his avatar's second slot. At the same time, he slotted a card into his own second slot as well. His current card setup was: first slot, Tiger's Yin-Yang with Ice Shield, the spell head just used to block Ling Qiu's attack. Second slot, Wind Slime, a rather unimpressive white card. Wind Slime. Quality: white. Type: creature card. Effect: summons a wind slime, immune to wind element damage. Attributes: 2-star, 300 attack, 300 defense. Obtained from monster drops, card packs, shady merchants, system events. Compared to stealth, the wind slime card was far less useful, and it didn't even measure up to the ice shield. Still, having it was better than nothing after all. He only had 5 cards in total. Oh, Ling Qiu suddenly let out a delighted gasp. What is it? Su Huayin asked casually. It's nothing. I just got something good for completing the daily quest, Ling Qiu said, trying to contain her excitement. I'm feeling confident about taking down the blue card guardian beast now. Su Huayin was a little surprised. As a top player in the card realm game, could a regular white card really get Ling Qiu this excited? All right, 3 minutes until the second wave of card rain rewards, Ling Qiu declared, sounding energized. You and your avatar hold the front line, and you keep my shield up from the back. Sure, no problem, Su Huayin agreed readily. Sending his avatar into danger was the best option after all. Avatars could be re-summoned if they fell, but if his main body was lost, it'd be game over. Ding! Right on the 10-minute mark, the system notification sounded. Su Huayin looked up at the sky and saw a sparse rain of blue cards drifting down, barely a fraction of what had appeared the first time, maybe less than 1%. One of the blue cards fell straight toward the spot where Su Huayin and Ling Qiu were standing, landing precisely at the location marked by the system. Just before it hit the ground, the card suddenly transformed into a silver gorilla about 2 meters tall, its muscles bulging and radiating a dangerous aura. Its weakness is the leg's attack from below, Su Huayin quickly reminded her. Ling Qiu gave a short hum of acknowledgement, gripped her long blade with both hands, and charged forward. Su Huayin noticed a device resembling a backpack on her back, and a thin layer of white light shimmered over her body. A shield generator. Su Huayin wondered to himself. It might not be from the Zero series, but as a piece of technology-based gear, it's a pretty decent substitute when Zero equipment and magic are unavailable. This undoubtedly boosted Ling Qiu's chances of survival. The shield's protection was far superior to ordinary armor. Ling Qiu launched her attack, and Su Huayin immediately directed his clone to flank the silverback gorilla from the other side, wrench in hand, targeting its lower body. This creature's upper body strength was immense, but its legs were a weak point. If they could cripple one of its legs, victory would be within reach. Bang! Ling Qiu's blade slashed down hard. With the boost from her Zero gear, the power from her 2 card slots already surpassed that of an average adult man. But to their surprise, when the blade struck the gorilla's forearm, it rang out with a sharp metallic clang, not even scratching the surface. That arm's defense is off the charts. The silverback gorilla easily knocked the blade aside and swung a heavy fist straight at Ling Qiu's face. Panic flashed in her eyes, and she instinctively raised her arms to protect her head. At the last possible second, a shield of ice materialized out of thin air in front of her. Although it shattered almost instantly under the gorilla's terrifying strength, it still managed to absorb most of the blow. Even so, Ling Qiu was sent flying by the punch. But then, a piercing scream rang out, not from Ling Qiu, but from the silverback gorilla. Su Huayin's clone had seized the opportunity, landing a wrench blow with triple the usual force squarely on the gorilla's calf. The pain made the massive beast forget about chasing Ling Qiu, and instead, it raised both fists and slammed them furiously into the ground. He swung the wrench down towards Su Huayin's clone's head. At the critical moment, a shimmering ice shield materialized above the clone. With a deafening crash, the shield shattered instantly, but that brief half-second bought the clone enough time to react. Although Su Huayin lacked real combat experience, his clone serving as a kind of summoned creature gave him a unique advantage. He could control 2 perspectives at once. The clone's first-person view, which wasn't very useful, and his own third-person view, clear as if he were controlling a character in a video game. Using this edge, he directed the clone to roll away, narrowly dodging the silverback gorilla's heavy blow. Just as the silverback gorilla prepared to pursue, it suddenly lost its balance and crashed to the ground. The clone had struck its foot with the wrench, right on target, making it impossible for the beast to support its massive weight. Go! Su Huayin shouted, his face pale. Casting the ice shield 3 times had already cost him 6 points of mental energy. With only 10 points to begin with, he now felt dizzy and exhausted, as if he hadn't slept all night. He knew that if he cast another spell, he'd probably pass out on the spot. Before he could finish speaking, Ling Qiu had been knocked aside earlier, had already rejoined the fight. Her long blade flashed with cold light, slashing at the gorilla's only remaining uninjured leg. Though she lacked brute strength, the sharp blade still cut into the flesh, only to get stuck on the tough bone. Enraged, the silverback gorilla swung its massive arm in retaliation, shattering Ling Qiu's shield and knocking her aside. Fortunately, both of the beast's legs were now crippled. If it had been able to leap up and attack, the consequences would have been unthinkable. With a thunderous roar, the silverback gorilla vented its fury at being wounded by 2 mere insects. Unfortunately, it wasn't smart enough to notice that the figure with the wrench had vanished. When a heavy blow landed on the back of its head, the giant creature froze, then collapsed, transforming into a card glowing with blue light. As Su Huayin moved to claim the loot, he was surprised to see Ling Qiu, who had been knocked aside, stand up as if nothing had happened. She seemed completely unscathed. So you were hiding a stealth move all along. Were you guarding against me? She remarked as she picked up her fallen blade. If you'd used that to launch a sneak attack from the start, maybe things would have gone even better. Likewise, Su Huayin replied, his eyes narrowing as he studied Ling Qiu closely. It was hard to believe that the silverback gorilla's powerful blow had only left her with a minor injury. By all accounts, a white-grade shield generator shouldn't have been enough to block that kind of attack. Su Huayin's mind raced. Could she have another card hidden? But that was impossible. They each only had 2 card slots, and once combat started, there was no way to swap them out. Unless the red 0 armament card could stack with other cards? Take a guess, Ling Qiu replied, a mysterious smile playing at her lips, making it clear she wasn't about to reveal anything. Su Huayin sighed, realizing things weren't going to end peacefully. For now, a blue card is still incredibly valuable even if it's just a standard one. Thanks for blocking that hit for me during the fight, Ling Qiu said seriously. But I'm not leaving without that card. The air grew tense. Both of them were in rough shape. Su Huayin's energy was almost depleted, and Ling Qiu was still injured. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of hurried footsteps. Several people were rushing up the stairs. They both glanced toward the stairwell, then exchanged a knowing look. Rock, paper, scissors. Winner gets the card, Ling Qiu proposed quickly. But the winner owes the loser a favor one time, no questions asked. Deal. He'll count, Su Huayin agreed. 1, 2, 3. Su Huayin threw scissors. Ling Qiu went with paper. Su Huayin's eyes lit up, and in 3 quick strides, he snatched the blue card from the ground. Ling Qiu stepped forward but didn't make another move, silently noting that Su Huayin's clone had already slipped into stealth. Just then, 5 or 6 people burst out from the stairwell. I knew there was a card up here. An excited man with glasses lunged at the white card on the floor. Hands off, tire, all mine. Su Huayin suddenly shouted, setting off a frenzy. Everyone scrambled for the scattered white cards. Taking advantage of the chaos, Su Huayin made a dash for the hallway, only to be blocked by a muscular man showing off his abs. At that moment, a flash of cold steel cut through the air. Ling Qiu charged forward, blade in hand. The muscle-bound man's face fell, and he instinctively backed away. In the shadows, a hidden figure quietly set down a wrench. The man turned to run, only to realize things were about to get a lot worse than had imagined. The woman in full armor, wielding a sharp blade, was hot on his heels. Su Huayin felt a sense of desperation unlike anything had experienced before. Without thinking, he dashed into the stairwell and raced downward, taking the steps 2 at a time. With each floor, his legs grew heavier, but the sounds of pursuit never faded. He knew he couldn't afford to stop. He had to give it everything he had to escape. He sprinted out of the building, not daring to slow down until the footsteps behind him finally faded away. Only then did he stop to catch his breath. By now, both Ling Qiu and Su Huayin stood outside, safely away from the building. Until we meet again, Su Huayin said with a polite gesture, intending to leave, but Ling Qiu called out to stop him. Wait, are you interested in working together? Ling Qiu's tone carried a hint of intrigue. Neither of us is strong enough to take on the blue card guardians alone right now. But if we team up, everything changes. Su Huayin paused, a bit surprised. Ling Qiu's words struck a chord with him. The blue cards were incredibly rare, barely a fraction of the first wave, but each one was extremely valuable. Besides him and Ling Qiu, no one else had the strength to defeat the guardians protecting them. Although the system recommended a 5-person team, it wasn't easy to assemble one. And so far, none of the blue card guardians had been defeated, which meant chances to collect blue cards were still few and far between. After a moment's thought, Su Huayin replied without hesitation, I'm in. Working with someone as sharp as Ling Qiu made things refreshingly straightforward. She only needed to hint at her intentions for him to understand. Then let's keep working together, Ling Qiu said, giving him a quick wink, clearly pleased with the arrangement. After a short pause, she added, but we'll need to switch up how we divide the spoils. The card we got on the rooftop counts as the first one. The second and third will go to me, the fourth and fifth to you, and so on. Of course, I don't want you to feel this is unfair, she added, not wanting Su Huayin to misunderstand. At first glance, this method seemed no different, but after some thought, Su Huayin realized there was a subtle difference. It was like the story about the monkey keeper. If he gave the monkeys 3 acorns in the morning and 4 at night, they were unhappy. But if he gave them 4 in the morning and 3 at night, the monkeys were delighted even though the total didn't change. Getting the bigger share up front just felt better. Ling Qiu's proposal had a similar effect. It seemed fair on the surface, but the order made a difference. Let's change it up, Su Huayin suggested. You can have the second blue card, but for the third, let's settle it with rock, paper, scissors. Winner takes the third, loser gets the fourth, and we'll keep alternating like that. They'll take the odd numbers. Ling Qiu laughed and nodded. Sounds good. Let's do it that way. After thinking for a moment, Ling Qiu nodded and said, let's go. Over there I memorized the locations of the nearest blue card guardian beasts when I was on the rooftop. As he spoke, he pointed confidently into the distance. All right, let's move, Su Huayin replied, his eyes sharp as he looked in the direction Ling Qiu had indicated. In fact, while on the rooftop, he had also quietly noted several nearby drop points. It wasn't for any particular reason, just a personal rule. Having more information is never a bad thing. Now, it was clear that his caution had paid off. With a quick assessment, he confirmed that Ling Qiu's direction did indeed lead toward the nearest drop point, which at least showed a certain level of sincerity in their cooperation. The two of them quickly headed toward the location where the blue card had landed, their footsteps echoing through the empty streets. Along the way, Su Huayin pulled a card from his pocket, the spoils he had earned from defeating the silver-backed gorilla earlier. The card shimmered with a faint blue glow in the sunlight, and its details were clearly visible. Magic orb. Quality, blue card. Type, weapon card. Attribute, spirit 20. Passive 1. Restores 1 point of spirit every 10 minutes automatically. Passive 2. Can stack a spell card of blue quality or lower on this card. Description. Standard equipment for mage classes, helps new mages manage their spirit reserves. Dual mode effect. Permanent magic card. Restores 500 HP when activating a magic card. Equip requirement. 10 spirit. After reading the card's effects, a hint of delight flashed in Su Huayin's eyes. Not only was this a mage's equipment that boosted spirit, but it also came with automatic regeneration. More importantly, it was an extension card, allowing specific cards to be stacked on top of it. Almost without hesitation, he slotted it into his second card slot, then moved the Ice Shield card from the Tiger's Yin-Yang card and stacked it onto the magic orb. Although he only had 2 card slots at the moment, the Tiger's Yin-Yang card could still have another card stacked on it, which meant his main body could have 4 active cards at once. With the addition of his clone, which had 2 card slots as well, his combat strength had increased significantly. Main body, Tiger's Yin-Yang magic orb stacked with Ice Shield. Clone, Power Bracer's stealth. They hadn't gone far before the sounds of chaotic fighting and shrill screams erupted ahead. The two exchanged a glance and quickened their pace. Turning a corner, they were met with a shocking scene. A massive tundra wolf was rampaging through a crowd, turning the street into utter chaos. Blood pooled on the ground, and several bodies lay sprawled across the road, with the numbers still rising. According to the system's recommendation, a 5-person team with 1 card slot each should be enough to defeat a blue card guardian beast. But the carnage before them showed that more than 5 people had already fallen, and the tundra wolf was still chasing down dozens of panicked survivors. Let's go, Ling Qiu called out in a low voice, already prepared for battle. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a man clutching a bloodstained steel pipe was gasping for breath. In front of him, the head of a giant lizard had been completely smashed in, its body crumpling to the ground and dissolving into a card. Wow, you're amazing. You actually took down a blue card guardian beast all by yourself? A young girl not far behind him exclaimed, her face full of admiration. Of course, I've been training for this, the man said excitedly, feeling the surge of power within him. So this is what 10 times the strength feels like. But his excitement barely lasted 2 seconds before a wave of intense pain swept through his body. The strain of tenfold strength was far beyond what he had imagined. Lactic acid built up rapidly in his muscles. His joints were under tremendous stress, his blood pressure spiked, and his heart was pushed to its limit. Doubling over in agony, he trembled uncontrollably. Just then, a green light descended from above, enveloping his head. The light turned into countless sparkling points, showering down on him and seeping quickly into his skin. Miraculously, as the green specks fused into his body, the pain began to fade away. Incredible, the man murmured in awe as he felt his body recover. You were right, Kyu really is breaking into reality. He turned to look at his sister, only to find her stifling a yawn, looking exhausted. Xiaoying, are you okay? It's nothing serious, Lanning replied, yawning again. My mental energy is just a bit drained. I need to find some cards that boost spirit as soon as possible. Also, she added, you'll need to have enough constitution to handle my power boosts. Constitution? Lan Tian's eyes lit up as he bent down to pick up a blue card from the ground. When he saw its attributes, a delighted smile spread across his face. Robust. Rarity, blue. Type, card. Attribute, blessing. Effect, Constitution 40. Acquisition, monster drops, card packs, shady merchants, system events. Restriction, none. Xiaoying, look what I got. Lan Tian exclaimed, proudly showing her the card. Meanwhile, at a school, a teenager named Maindong stared out the window in disbelief. Su Huayin was telling the truth. He slapped his forehead in regret. How could I be so stupid and choose 1,000 yuan? Wait, Su Huayin must have picked a card, and a good one at that. I need to find him. Elsewhere, in a shopping mall, a man hid in a corner, staring bitterly at the golden card in his hand. Damn it, why did I bring this card out? He clutched the gold card tightly, its dazzling light flickering. Frost Forbidden Spell. Rarity, gold. Type, spell card. Effect, consumes 100 spirit points to freeze all living things within a 3-kilometer radius indiscriminately. Equip restriction, must be stacked on a Frost Mage or Ice Elementalist class card. This was indeed a tremendously powerful gold forbidden spell card, but the mental energy required to cast it was far beyond what an ordinary person could handle. The man gripped the card tightly, caught in a difficult dilemma. Dressed in full armor and equipped with a shield generator, Ling Qiu charged at the front of the group. At this moment, Su Huayin's mental attribute had reached 30 points, allowing him to cast Ice Shield effortlessly. As Ling Qiu collided head-on with the Ice Wolf, a shimmering ice shield instantly formed before her. Although this white card-level shield eventually shattered, its elemental advantage against the wolf allowed it to hold for a brief moment. As Ling Qiu held off the wolf's assault, a figure wielding a wrench quietly appeared behind the creaturite, was Su Huayin's stealth clone. The wrench whistled through the air, aiming for the back of the wolf's head. If this blow landed, it would deal a devastating injury. Sensing the danger, the ice wolf's fur suddenly turned icy blue, and a wave of bone-chilling cold erupted from its body. In an instant, a thin layer of frost coated Ling Qiu and the clone, slowing their movements noticeably. Seizing the moment, the wolf darted forward, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Even so, the clone's blow, enhanced with triple strength and a stealth bonus, still caused the wolf to let out a piercing howl, as if its bones had cracked. Ling Qiu seized the opportunity and thrust her blade like lightning into the wolf's open mouth, striking a fatal blow. As the ice wolf collapsed, a glowing blue card floated above its body. Quick as lightning, Ling Qiu snatched it up, and after glancing at the card's details, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Got it. Let's go, she said. Wait. Su Huayin's gaze landed on a fallen motorcycle nearby, its engine still rumbling. We're moving too slowly. He hurried over, righted the bike, checked the brakes, and shouted to Ling Qiu, what are you waiting for? Get on. Ling Qiu bit her lip, then swung onto the back seat, gripping Su Huayin's shoulders. Let's go. As the engine roared to life, the two sped off toward the next guardian beast that protected a blue card, their memories guiding the way. After working together for some time, a certain level of trust had formed between them, their goals now aligned. Meanwhile, in a conference room somewhere, an emergency online meeting was underway to address the extraordinary invasion. Virtual attendees appeared one after another, and on the large screen at the front of the room, the words proposals for responding to the extraordinary invasion were boldly displayed. Everyone, I believe we're all aware of the current situation. The landscape of our era has undergone a dramatic shift. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. According to preliminary estimates, the first wave of card rain in the entire territory of Longwa numbered around 100 million cards, while the second wave of blue card beasts totals about 1 million. Extraordinary powers have already descended upon us, and we must act quickly to respond. Social unrest is inevitable, but restoring order as soon as possible is our top priority. After this brief report, the main course was finally served. The words on the big screen instantly changed to two bold, red characters, card domain. Let's move on to intelligence regarding the card domain. The report continued. Originally, this was an unofficial game circulated within the card enthusiast community. 7 days ago, it was announced that the closed beta had ended, and the public beta would launch today at noon. All participants of the beta could choose either a designated card from their collection or 1,000 yuan in cash. As for the cash accounts, investigations have shown they're completely empty and untraceable. What's even more surprising is that there seems to be a force at work here that can directly manifest in and affect the real world, something clearly beyond our ability to counter. The reporter paused, glancing around the room. Based on rough calculations, there are about 1 million beta players worldwide, with roughly 10% about 100,000 located domestically. Several high-ranking officials present frowned as they listened to these figures, while others remained expressionless. That concludes the report. We'll move on to the discussion segment. What is the upper limit of this extraordinary power, exactly? The elderly man at the head of the table spoke, his tone gentle yet contemplative. We're still not sure, the reporter replied. During the beta, the strongest players only managed to unlock 7 card slots and possessed 2 red cards at most. However, based on descriptions, the most powerful known skill in the beta could destroy an entire city, its force comparable to a small nuclear bomb. Theoretically, up to 9 card slots can be unlocked, and the highest tier of cards isn't red. There are rumors that some have glimpsed such cards, but none have been acquired so far. As soon as he finished speaking, the display updated again, showing an ancient stone tablet. The surface was heavily weathered and corroded, with only a faint portion of the inscription still visible. By manually zooming in, the image was enlarged, and the clear text appeared before everyone's eyes. They all focused on the screen, seeing lines of densely packed writing revealed one by one. Quality, supreme effect. Within the domain, words become law. The body embodies the nation's fate. Acquisition method, grand sacrificial ceremony. Next, the screen displayed the necessary conditions. 1. All cards from the Jojo Cauldron series. 2. Founding a nation. 3. Locked. Unlock after completing a war of annihilation. 4. Locked. Hint provided upon meeting condition 3. 5. Locked. Hint provided upon meeting condition 4. The lower half of the tablet was completely illegible. What is this? Where did it come from? Voices of doubt immediately rose in the room. The reporter spread his hands helplessly. You might not believe it, but this stone tablet just appeared on Mount Tai today. It's now under heavy guard. The room fell silent. The atmosphere grew even heavier. With a roar, the motorcycle finally came to a stop, its engine rumbling loudly. Get off and get ready to fight. Su Huayin shouted quickly, squeezing the brake as he spoke. As soon as the bike stopped, Ling Qiu sprang from the back seat like a coiled spring and charged straight toward the massive gray bear ahead, which stood nearly 3 meters tall. Not far from where they'd parked, the huge bear was furiously slamming its giant paws against a car, its rage revealing that it was definitely a blue card guardian beast. Defeating it would earn them their 3rd blue card. According to their earlier agreement, they would decide who kept the odd-numbered cards by playing rock, paper, scissors. The winner would claim this one, and the loser would get the next. Protected by his armor and shield, Ling Qiu rushed forward without hesitation. At the same time, Su Huayin activated his Tiger Yin-Yang skill, summoning a clone. After 3 seconds, the clone slipped into stealth, ready to ambush the bear while Ling Qiu drew its attention. But this time, things seemed a lot simpler. Suddenly, a long blade wreathed in blue flames appeared in Ling Qiu's hand, the very weapon head just obtained from his blue card. Ling Qiu's fighting skills were, admittedly, a bit clumsy. Even with the advantage of the first strike, he failed to hit a vital spot as the bear moved. His blade slashed down, tearing off one of the bear's arms, but the blue-flamed weapon became lodged in the creature's bones. If head aimed for the neck or abdomen, the power of that flame blade might have ended the fight in a single blow. With a furious roar, the enraged bear swung its paw at Ling Qiu. Su Huayin immediately cast Ice Shield, a spell that only cost him 2 points of mental energy, making it effortless for him. However, against a brute force monster like this bear, the white card level defense shattered instantly. Fortunately, Ling Qiu's survival instincts had improved dramatically. As soon as his attack failed, he retreated and dodged nimbly, avoiding the bear's counterattack. In that split second, a warped wrench flew through the air and struck the bear right on the back of the head precisely at its most vulnerable moment. With a dull thud, the bear collapsed, but no blue card appeared. Su Huayin, controlling his clone, picked up the twisted wrench and struck the bear's skull several more times. At last, a blue card slowly emerged from the bear's corpse. Su Huayin didn't pick it up right away. By then, Ling Qiu had already walked over to his side. That's the 3rd blue card. Let's play for it, Ling Qiu said. No problem, Su Huayin replied. Su Huayin controlled his clone and tossed aside the wrench in his hand, which was now almost useless. Then, he and Ling Qiu made their moves at the same time, playing a quick game of rock, paper, scissors. Su Huayin chose paper, while Ling Qiu picked rock. Delighted with his win, Su Huayin grinned and said, Sorry, I win again. Ling Qiu snorted coldly. Though her face remained expressionless, there was a hint of annoyance in her eyes. However, her irritation had nothing to do with Su Huayin. Su Huayin reached out and grabbed the blue card, its details immediately appearing before him. Blazing Slash. Quality, blue card. Type, skill card. Effect, consumes 5 stamina to deal double slash damage, plus an additional 30 fire damage. Description, a powerful attack for melee fighters. How to obtain, monster drops, system rewards, shady merchants, card packs. Requirement, must be wielding a sword, blade, or axe. Dual mode effect, magic card. Can only be activated when a warrior-type monster is on the field. Destroys one opponent's monster. If successful, you can also destroy an additional spell or trap card. Su Huayin instinctively glanced at Ling Qiu. She asked, what is it? Then her eyes lit up, realizing this card suited her well. Pretty much, Su Huayin shrugged. Blazing Slash is a warrior skill. You're already on a path that combines high-tech and magic with a warrior's approach. He recalled how powerful Ling Qiu was in her complete form. Energy shields, shoulder-mounted missiles, slash blades, laser swords, void energy techniques, spatial corridors, and warrior's holy light. Now, with fewer high-level cards, this Blazing Slash was a decent alternative. I'll trade it to you when I get my next card, Su Huayin said, showing Ling Qiu the details of the Blazing Slash card. Blazing Slash, huh? It really is perfect for me, Ling Qiu said with a faint smile. She thought to herself, if Shed had Blazing Slash just now, she wouldn't have failed to sever even a single arm, stopped by the bear's bones. If technique falls short, let the numbers make up for it. Or rather, the skill multipliers. But none of that really mattered. What mattered was the actual power. With Blazing Slash, that bear's arm wouldn't have stood a chance. Alright, I won't even look at the next card. We'll trade for this one. Ling Qiu agreed, though she worried Su Huayin might regret the deal. Let's go then. Su Huayin hopped back onto the motorcycle, and this time, Ling Qiu climbed on without hesitation. As they prepared to set off in search of more monsters, a voice suddenly called out. Wait, are you two going after more monsters? There's one over there. My mom is on the bus, please. Can you go that way? A middle-aged man wearing glasses rushed over to Su Huayin and Ling Qiu, his face full of desperation. There's a lion covered in flames over there. Please, I beg you, save my mom. He dropped to his knees, utterly hopeless. All right. This time, it wasn't Su Huayin who answered, but Ling Qiu, sitting behind him. But I'm not interested in saving your mother. I'm only after the monster. Thanks for pointing us in the right direction. The wind howled as a motorcycle weaved through the city streets. For the first time, Su Huayin initiated a conversation with Ling Qiu about something unrelated to combat. Despite Ling Qiu's harsh words earlier, he didn't mind at all. When it came to kindness, Su Huayin saw it as nothing more than a casual gesture, hardly something noble. Ling Qiu replied, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" After fighting side by side several times, Ling Qiu's trust in Su Huayin had grown, and she was no longer so guarded around him. Su Huayin chuckled, just making conversation. We're here. He pressed the brakes, noticing that the scene ahead had changed. Around the flame lion, 5 or 6 people had gathered, apparently preparing to take on the fierce creature. The 5 figures spread out across the street, forming a loose encirclement as they advanced on the lion. Sensing their presence, the lion halted its mindless rampage and slowly rose to its feet. Its molten gold mane flowed like lava, and its eyes locked onto the intruders. Now, the leader shouted, charging forward with a massive broadsword. But the lion merely flicked its tail, sending a wave of fire sweeping across the street. The man instinctively tried to defend himself, but before he could even scream, the lion's paw smashed his head. On the left, a woman raised her hand, unleashing a blast of frost, but her attack evaporated instantly in the intense heat, turning to white mist. The lion growled, and pillars of flame erupted from the ground, engulfing her and leaving only drifting ashes behind. In just a few seconds, 2 of the 5 had been killed. The system had previously advised forming a 5-person team for this fight, but it didn't mean just any 5 people. It required coordination. Watching this group, their actions were baffling. They spread out in the open, as if trying to surround or suppress the lion. But they weren't the ones with the advantage. The 2 who died paid for their mistake with their lives. Seeing their teammates fall so quickly, the 3 remaining lost their nerve. One hesitated, while the other 2 turned and ran. The hesitant one became the next victim, and of the 2 fleeing, only one managed to escape as the lion caught up with and killed the other. In the end, only 1 out of 5 survived. What a bunch of idiots, Su Huayin muttered, shaking his head, unsure how else to describe them. The only thing worth acknowledging was their courage. Whether driven by greed or something else, it still took guts to make a move at all. Let's go? After a moment's thought, Su Huayin handed Ling Qiu a blue skill card head just acquired Blazing Slash. He decided to trust her this time. Ling Qiu looked a bit surprised, clearly not expecting Su Huayin to hand over the skill card so readily. Up until now, had always been cautious and rational, even a bit cunning. All right, the next blue card we get is yours, Ling Qiu said. She got off the bike, gripping her blue-hued longsword, and charged toward the flame lion. At this point, she held 1 red card and 2 blue cards. Although the red card wasn't much use, her determination was unwavering. With this setup, taking on a single flame lion might not guarantee an easy win, but at the very least, they'd have the upper hand. If they had backup, it would be a total rout. They stuck to their tried-and-true strategy. Ling Qiu drew its attention up front, while Su Huayin's clone searched for a chance to strike a killing blow, or at the very least, seriously wound the flame lion. The tactics weren't new, but they worked, and that was all that mattered. After all, the 2 of them had already taken down several monsters using this method. This time, however, it looked like Su Huayin's clone didn't even need to step in. With a sharp sound, Ling Qiu landed a clean slash on the flame lion, inflicting severe wounds before it could even react. Su Huayin's only job was to shield Ling Qiu, didn't even need to use the ice shield. As the flame lion collapsed, Ling Qiu was left gasping for breath, clearly drained by that last attack. It had cost her nearly half her energy, and she hadn't had much stamina to begin with. After the flame lion was defeated, a blue card slowly floated up from its corpse. Ling Qiu sheathed her blade and said calmly, "This one's yours." She handed the card to Su Huayin. "Thank you." Su Huayin stepped over and picked up the card. When he saw what it was, he felt a wave of relief. Was glad he'd changed his gear beforehand. All in all, it seemed like a win-win. But what really made Su Huayin happy was the card itself, Flame Codex, a blue quality card with a weapon effect, fire damage 10. It could also stack with up to 3 fire spell cards of blue quality or lower. Most importantly, this card had to be combined with a class card like Flame Mage, Flame Sword Master, or Flame Elementalist. From what he could tell, the Flame Mage class card was the easiest to get. The others were stronger but much harder to obtain, especially the Flame Elementalist, which was a gold tier card and definitely out of reach for now. I remember the Flame Mage card can drop as early as the Flame Goblin dungeon, though the drop rate is low. After that, you can get it from the dungeon shop in the Lava Demon Instancia. As long as you collect enough lava stones, you can buy it. Su Huayin was already planning his next steps. He knew that things might not play out exactly the same as they did during the closed beta, so this information was just a reference. He wasn't sure if there would be a third wave of card drops this time around, but the 2 waves so far had already been a huge gain. Shall we keep going? As Su Huayin finished speaking, a clear system notification rang out from the sky. Ding, more than 80 of the second wave of card rain has been collected. The third wave will be released tomorrow at noon, featuring purple quality cards, with a quantity equal to 1% of the second wave. These are purple Guardian Beast cards. It is recommended to challenge them with a 5-person team, each equipped with 2 fully blue cards. Su Huayin paused after hearing the system message, frowning slightly. Speak of the devil, there's actually a third wave of card rain, and the quality has gone up. Purple cards. His eyes flickered. This should be the last wave. Purple cards are considered high tier and are hard to get in the early stages, plus most of them have strict equipment requirements. If there's another wave after this, would they really drop gold cards? That's just impossible. Do we keep going? Ling Qiu asked. We've already collected 80. There isn't much left. Su Huayin shook his head and pointed upward. Besides, we've drawn too much attention today. We should find somewhere to lay low. We still don't know what the authorities are thinking. Even though the most logical thing in the face of a supernatural invasion would be to unite all available forces, Su Huayin remained cautious. I doubt the authorities would be stupid enough to seize all the cards by force. That would be a terrible move. Anyone with common sense would avoid it. He paused. But the world often works like a makeshift troop. If something that foolish did happen, it wouldn't be the first time. Let's find a place to hide for now and see how things develop before we make a move. Hide? The authorities? Ling Qiu was a bit surprised but quickly understood what Su Huayin meant. No way. Even if. Su Huayin cut her off. Even if the policy from above is sound, there are always individuals who abuse their power. Things are chaotic now, so it's safer to keep a low profile. His expression was serious. Even in peacetime, abuses of power happen. Now, with the lure of supernatural abilities, it's even more tempting. I'm telling you this as a friendly warning. Given our good cooperation so far, I'll follow your lead. What do you think we should do next? Then, see you. Su Huayin started to reply, then suddenly froze. Wait, what did you say? I said I'll follow your lead and lay low for a while. He'll go with you. Ling Qiu's answer caught Su Huayin off guard, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Her decisiveness was truly unexpected. He had only meant to caution her, and had anticipated indifference, strong opposition, or agreement with his suggestion, but her straightforward choice to follow him was something he hadn't predicted. Su Huayin frowned at Ling Qiu, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. What's with just going along with him? Do you really trust him that much? Or is it just because I'm good-looking? He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Not that it matters, looks aren't even worth a plain white card. Ling Qiu's expression grew serious, a steely determination flashing in her gaze. If things are really as bad as you say, going home now might only bring disaster to my family. As long as I'm alive, no one will dare touch them unless they're ready to face my revenge. Her words made Su Huayin's expression shift ever so slightly. He took another, closer look at the person before him, realizing he might have underestimated Ling Qiu's insight. She sees right through it, he thought to himself. She's tougher than I gave her credit for. And, honestly, we're in the same boat. Since that's the case, let's do this. Su Huayin imagined the worst about the people in power above them. Even if it was unlikely, it didn't hurt to be cautious. He made up his mind quickly. Let's go. I'm ready. Get in. The motorcycle roared out of the city, finally coming to a stop in a remote rural area. A small brick house stood alone by the edge of a pond, its interior thick with cobwebs, a clear sign it hadn't been lived in for ages. Su Huayin had stumbled upon this place by chance. After getting the tiger's Yinyang card yesterday, he had stocked it with plenty of water and food. Ling Qiu hopped off the bike and took in the secluded surroundings. Both their phones had already been disposed of. Inside, aside from the bare essentials, there was only a thin quilt. Suddenly, Su Huayin made a gesture for silence. Ling Qiu tensed instantly. Following his gaze, she saw a lone figure fishing by the pond, standing out against the quiet backdrop. Why does that outfit look so familiar? Su Huayin whispered. At a place like this, what are the odds we'd run into someone we know? Ling Qiu replied, but after a closer look, she too felt a sense of déjà vu. All at once, Su Huayin's eyes lit up with realization. I remember now. That's the standard uniform for NPCs from the Fishing Association. It reminded him of a special feature in the Card Domain, a unique shop, where you could trade fish for items. Come on, let's check it out. Su Huayin said excitedly, his eyes bright with anticipation. The two of them approached the NPC dressed in Fishing Association attire. As they got closer, the name above his head became clear, a bright yellow label, marking him as a neutral NPC. So, it really is an NPC. Let's go check it out, Ling Qiu said eagerly. They walked over to the Fishing Association NPC. Xinyang seemed to notice their approach and turned slightly, his gaze landing on them. Hello, fellow anglers. Are you here to fish as well? He asked. Of course, Su Huayin replied with a smile. But we forgot to bring our fishing gear. He winked playfully. Xinyang paused for a moment, then grinned knowingly. That's actually a little trick, he explained. During the closed beta, if you told a member of the fishing association that you forgot your rod, you'd get a white quality fishing rod card. Oh, is that really true? Su Huayin looked surprised, then nodded. Well, thanks for your help. Xinyang cheerfully pulled out 2 cards and handed them over. I happen to have some extra gear. Here, take these. He offered the cards to them. The cards detailed the equipment's attributes: fishing rod, white card type, tool card effect. Usable for fishing, it's the entry-level choice for any fishing enthusiast. By placing the card in the slot, they could summon a fishing rod. That's not all, Xinyang continued. Here are some bait cards for you as well. He took out several disposable cards from his bag and handed them over. The bait was straightforwardly described. Meat bait, level 1 quality, white card type. When used, it attracts both omnivorous and carnivorous fish. Each of them received 5 cards, 10 in total. Once we catch a fish, we'll unlock the fishing shop. So, who's going to be the first? Su Huayin challenged. Sure, but fishing in real life isn't as simple as it is in a game. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Ling Qiu glanced at the rod in her hand, then took out a bait card and attached it to the hook. The bait instantly disappeared, transforming into a cloud of floating attractant. I remember that fishing involves baiting the spot and choosing between bottom or float fishing. Do you know how to do that? Ling Qiu mused, a little uncertain. Su Huayin looked slightly awkward. Baiting the spot, bottom fishing, float fishing. He could guess what those meant, but wasn't entirely sure about the details. Isn't fishing pretty simple? All you need is a rod and some bait, right? He scratched his head, trying to hide his embarrassment. Looks like there's more to fishing than just game mechanics, Su Huayin said with an awkward laugh. But whatever, let's give it a try. He took out a bait card, attached it to the hook, and cast his line into the water. The moment the hook hit the water, he felt a sudden tug on his wrist. The rod responded, as if something had already bitten the hook. So quick to get a bite. Ling Qiu stared at Su Huayin in surprise. Even Xinyang, standing nearby, showed a look of shock mixed with a hint of unspoken jealousy. Damn newbie, Xinyang muttered under his breath, barely audible. Neither Su Huayin nor Ling Qiu caught his words. At this moment, their attention was entirely elsewhere. Su Huayin's heart raced with excitement, his eyes fixed on the fish thrashing in the water. He gripped the fishing rod tightly, pulling with all his might. But the fish was far stronger than had expected. The rod bent into a dramatic arc, threatening to snap at any moment. Clone, he called out almost instinctively. Instantly, his double appeared, grabbing the rod alongside him. With their combined strength, the rod held together, no longer on the verge of breaking. Together, they fought a desperate tug-of-war with the fish. What on earth is this thing? How can a fish be this strong? Su Huayin shouted, sweat pouring down his forehead. His jaw was clenched, muscles straining, veins bulging along his arms. Even his clone was giving it everything he had, but the fish's raw power felt like a raging flood, threatening to drag them both into the water. That would be humiliating, Su Huayin thought grimly, refusing to give up. Just as he was reaching his limit, a strong hand suddenly gripped the rod beside him. Relief surged through him. He turned to see Xinyang, eyes wild, standing by his side and pulling without hesitation. As Xinyang gave a powerful yank, the water exploded. A massive black fish shot into the air like a cannonball, bursting from the river with a spray of water. The fish was enormous, at least half as long as a person. Its body was armored in shimmering, metallic scales that glinted coldly in the sunlight. It opened its gaping jaws, bearing rows of razor-sharp teeth, looking fierce and dangerous, as if anyone who touched it would pay a price. Xinyang stared in disbelief and blurted out, "Black kingfish. That thing has to weigh at least 100 pounds. Once on land, the fish thrashed wildly like an untamed stallion. Its thick tail whipped through the air with loud, cracking sounds, as if protesting its fate with furious energy. Xinyang just stood there, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, speechless. He pointed at the black fish, then at Su Huayin, then at himself, completely lost, like a compass that had lost its direction. You, he stammered, repeating himself, unsure what he even wanted to say. His body began to tremble, clearly overwhelmed by emotion. Xinyang was utterly at a loss, as if head completely short-circuited. This newbie is just unbelievable, he muttered, clutching his head and tugging at his hair in frustration. Su Huayin, still catching his breath, turned to him and said, I never expected to catch such a monster on my first cast. Turns out, fishing is way more exciting than I thought. He shook his head, thinking to himself that Xinyang seemed a bit unhinged. It was just a big fish. After all, why did it seem like Xinyang was on the verge of a breakdown? Su Huayin instinctively kept his distance, thinking Xinyang was acting way too neurotic. The massive black fish, nearly waist-high, thrashed violently on the shore a few times before transforming into a shimmering card. The card clearly displayed the details of the black kingfish, weighing 59.6 kilograms, active from noon to afternoon, residing in Daxingtang, and, according to records, it was the only one of its kind. The moment Su Huayin picked up the card, a crisp system notification sounded in his ear, Ding. Xinyang's fishing shop is now open. You can exchange your catch for rewards. A virtual exchange list instantly appeared before his eyes. The very first item at the top caught his attention: water dragon scale. Exchange requirement: Black King Fish X1. No way. Su Huayin muttered in disbelief. Is it really possible to get the rarest item on my first try? Am I really this lucky? At that moment, Xinyang finally snapped out of his shock, his gaze complex as he looked at Su Huayin. Do you want to confirm the exchange? He asked, his tone flat, though there was a barely noticeable trace of resentment in his voice. Exchange for the water dragon scale card, Su Huayin replied without hesitation, handing over the Black King Fish card to Xinyang. Instantly, a beam of purple light burst from Xinyang's hand. A purple card? That easy. Su Huayin quickly took the card, which glowed with a mysterious violet light, and examined its attributes closely. Water dragon scale. Rarity, purple card. Type, relic card. Base attribute bonus. Constitution 50, magic resistance 30. Special effect. Grants intermediate water manipulation, additional strength 10 and agility 10 in aquatic environments. Series, 5 elements dragon scales. Special note. One of the branches of 5 elements power. Collect the full set to synthesize the dragon's blaze card. Equip requirement. Must be stacked on a gold or higher quality dragon type card. Acquisition. Fishing Association dual mode. Detailed battle attributes followed. 1-star dragon type adjuster monster. Attack 100, defense 100. 3 special effects. Can be special summoned from your hand when the field is empty. During your main phase, you can add a 5-star dragon scale series or water attribute dragon type monster to your hand. Can release itself to special summon a water attribute dragon type monster from your hand. After reviewing the attributes, Su Huayin broke into a satisfied smile. Although this card didn't quite fit his original plan of building a fire mage deck, the 50 constitution and 30 magic resistance were more than enough to significantly boost his defense, stamina, and carrying capacity. The intermediate water manipulation and extra strength and agility in water environments made the card nearly perfect. The only limitation was that it had to be stacked on a gold or higher quality dragon type card. With that in mind, Su Huayin reached out to open his system panel. After stacking the water dragon scale card on top of the Tiger Yin Yang card, Su Huayin's card slot setup became even more powerful. Despite the word tiger in its name, the card's true attribute wasn't affected. It actually belonged to the Doomsday of the Evil Dragon series. The effect of the water dragon scale took hold immediately. Su Huayin felt his body grow stronger, his power surging dramatically. As soon as he opened his mouth, a stream of water surged out from the nearby pond, gathering into a ball of water, as if he had gained control over the element of water. Wasn't this intermediate-level water manipulation? Just as Su Huayin was immersed in the thrill of his new abilities, he heard Xinyang clear his throat. Ahem, if there's nothing else, I'll head out for today. There was a hint of something unspoken in his tone. Su Huayin frowned slightly, a trace of suspicion flickering in his mind. Had the grand prize been swapped out? This Xinyang didn't seem like an ordinary NPC, even seemed a bit intelligent. Su Huayin didn't stop him and responded politely. Go ahead. If there's another catch, he'll be back tomorrow, Xinyang called out, then turned to leave, carrying the massive black kingfish with him. Watching Xinyang lift the 100-pound black kingfish with one hand, Su Huayin couldn't help but wonder. How could he make a fish that big with just a card and not feel tired? Yet, Xinyang's easy stride and confident demeanor showed no sign of exertion, as if he had gained an incredible amount of strength. Now only Su Huayin and Ling Qiu remained. Ling Qiu spoke uncertainly. Are you really a fishing expert? Her tone was full of doubt. Nothing about Su Huayin's actions suggested he was a professional, especially since he had just caught a fish valuable enough to trade for a purple-level card. Su Huayin gave an awkward laugh, but lifted his chin anyway. Of course. What's wrong? I just caught a fish over 100 pounds. He spoke with pride, even though he hadn't reeled it in entirely by himself. Still, he had caught it. Enough about that, why don't you give it a try? Su Huayin quickly changed the subject. Ling Qiu shrugged. Sure, I'll try. She cast her line, her movements almost identical to Su Huayin's. As soon as her rod hit the water, she felt something tug at it. There was barely any weight at all. There's something huge. Ling Qiu's expression changed, and she quickly called out for help. Help me pull it in. Su Huayin's eyes flashed with alertness, and he rushed forward to grab the rod. The moment he touched it, he felt a powerful force stronger than the black kingfish from before. He was taken aback. Was there more than one black kingfish? His clones reacted instantly. All 3 of Su Huayin's clones joined in, gripping the rod together. But soon, they realized the gravity of the situation. The rod seemed like it was about to snap. This is bad, Ling Qiu shouted, her face growing even more tense. Just then, a familiar figure reappeared. Xinyang had returned. No way. Xinyang grabbed the rod, muttering to himself in shock. Even the Kai Ling fish got caught? This time, Xinyang didn't leave. Instead, he joined the seemingly out-of-control fishing battle. With a violent flick of the rod, a strange fish with dazzling, multicolored scales was yanked out of the water. Though it was only about the size of 2 palms, its shimmering scales were so eye-catching that Su Huayin was momentarily dazzled. What kind of weird fish is this? Su Huayin stared at the oddly shaped fish, full of curiosity. He turned to his companion. See what this thing can be exchanged for. I have a feeling it might be as good as mine, if not better. His gaze landed on Shun Yang, who had come back after leaving not long ago. Didn't that guy leave? Why is he back already? He wondered to himself. Still, it's lucky he returned otherwise. Hauling this fish up might have been tricky. Ling Qiu walked over to the vibrant fish, reached out, and a card materialized in his palm. Rainbow Spirit Fish, weight, 49.6 kilograms. Active hours, afternoon. Found at all fishing spots. Only 100 available each month. A rainbow spirit fish that's nearly 100 gene. Shun Yang's face twisted in disbelief, his eyes full of existential crisis. So, what can you get for it? Su Huayin asked impatiently. The moment you catch a rainbow spirit fish, the fishing shop unlocks, Ling Qiu replied calmly. You can exchange it for a specific blue card or a random purple card. Isn't it obvious? Su Huayin blurted out. Definitely go for the specific blue card. The random purple is way too unpredictable. You could end up with all kinds of monsters or junk. The worst is a material card. It's useless on its own and needs to be combined with a blueprint card to make something better. If you get a material card, it just sits there gathering dust. Compared to that, the guaranteed blue card is much more reliable. He paused, then added, of course, that's just my opinion. It's up to you. A few seconds later, Su Huayin was surprised to see a new piece of gear, something like a tactical backpack, appear behind Ling Qiu. He blinked and immediately recognized the item. That's a blue card from the Zero series. It's as important to the Zero set as the Flame Codex is to fire mages. You can equip 3 Zero series weapons with it, and it even has a shield function. Looks like you're sticking with your old playstyle. That's right, Ling Qiu confirmed with a nod. Didn't expect you to know so much. The Zero series is just that popular, Su Huayin shrugged. It's flashy and powerful, no wonder everyone wants it. He had once considered putting together a set himself, but the core card, the Zero armament card, was monopolized by others. Without it, you couldn't equip any of the advanced Zero cards, so he had to give up on the idea. After both of them had powered up, Xinyang left again. This time, he carried a black kingfish in one hand and a rainbow spirit fish in the other. He hauled the 2 massive, 100-gene fish with ease, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. That guy must have endless energy, Su Huayin grumbled. Looking back, he saw Ling Qiu casting his line again, though luck clearly wasn't on his side this time. Might as well keep busy, Su Huayin muttered, taking out some bait and casting his own line. Just waiting for tomorrow's 3rd card ring. Sorry, the number you've dialed is powered off, a robotic female voice sounded from his phone. So can I have my phone back now? Maindong watched the 2 uniformed officers across from him with visible anxiety. They introduced themselves as members of the Public Security Bureau and said they were looking for Su Huayin. We've noticed you've been in contact with Su Huayin recently, said one of them, an older officer with a weathered face, speaking in a gentle tone. There's no need to be nervous. We just want to discuss a possible collaboration with him. As he spoke, he handed Ma Zhendong's phone back to him. Thank you for your cooperation, the 2 officers said simply before escorting Ma Zhendong out the door. Once Ma Zhendong's footsteps had faded away, a hint of resignation appeared on the older officer's face. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long drag. These people probably ditched their phones a long time ago, he said, watching the smoke curl in the air. They're all sharp smarter than most. Except for a few naive students. The rest have vanished without a trace. The younger officer couldn't help but complain. They really don't see the bigger picture, do they? In times like these, shouldn't everyone be working together to get through this? Working together? The older officer let out a short laugh, a spark of clarity flashing in his clouded eyes. It sounds nice, but the gifted don't trust the authorities, and the authorities don't trust the gifted. With so much suspicion on both sides, who would want to stick their neck out? He tapped the ash from his cigarette and went on. We're living through a period of major upheaval, and you're still young. The most important thing is to protect yourself. Honestly, I'm relieved Su Huayin didn't answer the phone. We'll just report what happened today. What comes next isn't our concern. The people at the top want absolute security. And what does security mean? It means holding power over others, making sure everyone falls in line. But those who have gained extraordinary abilities aren't easy to control. With power comes the desire for status, but those positions are already filled. Who would willingly give up their seat? The older officer stubbed out his cigarette, his tone growing even more serious. This conflict is inevitable. The old rules don't fit the new reality. Sooner or later, a new order will take shape. The younger officer suddenly understood, sensing the wisdom that came with his partner's years of experience. Even if supernatural powers were hard to grasp, the patterns of society remained unchanged. So what should we do next, Master? The younger officer asked earnestly. Do your job, keep the peace, and stand up for what's right, the older officer answered firmly. These gifted people aren't necessarily evil. Some might have a stronger sense of justice than those in power. We don't need to worry about the clash between the old and new orders. Our duty is to stand with the people and with justice. Wear this uniform with pride, and let politics take care of itself. It's that simple. Where were the fish? Su Huayin looked a little disappointed. Half an hour had passed, and still there was no sign of any bite. He had been so confident in his fishing skills, even considering trading with the Fishing Association for a large amount of supplies and cards. But now, his hopes had been shattered without warning, as if struck by a heavy blow. Fishing, it seemed, was not as easy as he thought. He absent-mindedly opened the system panel, his gaze falling on the third card slot, which was still locked. He remembered there were two ways to unlock it. Either complete the difficult level graveyard dungeon solo, or pay 100,000 pesos. He reached out and tapped the third card slot. Instantly, the system notification sounded. Ding. Please choose one of the following three options. Complete the selected task to unlock the third card slot. A menu popped up in front of him, listing three choices. Complete the difficult level graveyard dungeon solo. Defeat a 3-slot player or a regular field boss on your own. Unlock by spending 100,000 pesos. The first and third options were the same as during the beta test, but since the official release, a new choice had been added: the solo defeat of a 3-slot player. Solo defeat meant dealing all the damage and controlling the fight entirely by yourself. Su Huayin studied the three options, thinking the first and third hadn't changed much, but the new option felt a bit redundant. Taking down a field boss solo was much harder, at least half a level above a dungeon boss. Considering this, the new option didn't seem very meaningful. He glanced down again and noticed that most players tended to unlock the third slot by paying 100,000 pesos. Pesos were the in-game currency, earned through quests, battles, or dungeons, and could be saved up over time. As for completing the difficult level graveyard dungeon solo, that was a tough challenge. He remembered that was how he had unlocked his third slot in the past. He also recalled finding a hidden boss in that dungeon and earning a very powerful card after defeating it. But suddenly, a problem occurred to him. Where was the graveyard dungeon now? He couldn't remember its exact location at all. While Su Huayin was lost in thought, his fishing rod suddenly gave a tug. Ling Qiu's voice came from beside him. You've got a bite. Su Huayin snapped back to reality and quickly grabbed the rod. This time, the fish wasn't as strong as before. Its pull was much weaker, almost delicate. With a firm tug, he easily reeled in a fish only a few inches long. Its body was silvery white and slender. Su Huayin glanced down and saw the system notification pop up. Small whitefish. Weight: 0.01 kilograms. Active hours: all day. Found in all water zones. He didn't know much about fishing, but judging from the information on the system, he could tell this little whitefish was a common species, not worth much at all. Still, it was a start. For the first time, he had finally caught a fish. Even if it's not the lowest grade, it can't be much better. Su Huayin frowned slightly as he looked at the tiny fish in his hand, which weighed only 10 grams. It didn't even reach 0.01 kilograms, way too small. I'll ask Xinyang about this when he gets back tomorrow, he muttered, carefully putting away the matching card. Ever since the game merged with Earth, the entire fishing system had undergone a complete overhaul. Apart from the core mechanics staying the same, the types of fish and fishing methods had changed entirely. The straightforward labels like Level 1 fish or Level 2 fish were replaced by the names commonly used on Earth. Ling Qiu, do you know where the cemetery instance is? Su Huayin cast his line out again, eyes on the water. Is it still locked, or do we have to go find it? The cemetery instance? Ling Qiu's eyes lit up. Are you thinking about the third card slot? Exactly, the third card slot, Su Huayin admitted with a nod. Do you think you can solo it? Ling Qiu suddenly remembered something. Wait, your clone is pretty overpowered in solo missions. She was thinking of the red card Su Huayin had brought over from the beta test. She hadn't seen what it did, but it was easy to guess how strong a card that could create an independent clone slot must be. If we have time, we can go look for it, Ling Qiu added. But since the cemetery instance is a public one, let's wait until after the third wave of card rain ends tomorrow. And so, the two of them spent the whole afternoon by the river. Other than the big fish at the start, Su Huayin only caught that tiny 10-gram minnow. The haul was meager, but at least it was better than Ling Qiu hadn't caught a single fish. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply. Ling Qiu gathered some dry branches nearby and built a campfire outside the house. Su Huayin took out the food had prepared: instant noodles, sausages, and a dozen compressed biscuits. They boiled water over the fire to cook the noodles and sausages, but it was nowhere near enough. After the exhausting battles earlier in the day, they went through 10 packs of noodles and a pile of sausages before finally feeling full. Now, all that was left were the compressed biscuits. Sorry, Ling Qiu said with a satisfied burp. I think I ate a bit too much. It's fine, Su Huayin replied without a second thought. We've got another fight tomorrow. If we don't eat enough, where will we get our strength? We'll just have to find more food later. But just as they were about to get some rest, Su Huayin suddenly realized a serious problem. While sharing food was easy enough, had only brought one blanket for the two of them. Chivalry? Giving up his blanket for Ling Qiu? Su Huayin scoffed at the idea. He was not the type to sacrifice himself for others just to feel good about it. How about this, let's take turns keeping watch tonight, Su Huayin suggested. He could tell that, although this woman was as clueless about combat as he was, her skills were improving rapidly. Sure, no problem, Ling Qiu agreed without hesitation. Su Huayin pointed to the watch on his wrist. You sleep first. He'll wake you at 2 so we can switch. Ling Qiu had no objections. She crawled into the bed Su Huayin had prepared inside the brick house. Su Huayin stayed outside by the campfire, keeping watch. Even though he didn't expect trouble, in such a chaotic environment, having a reliable teammate to share the night watch definitely made it easier to relax. As night deepened, the fire crackled, sending sparks into the air like tiny fireworks against the dark sky. The cold grew more intense, and Su Huayin shivered, adding more dry wood to the flames in an attempt to chase away the chill. When the clock struck 2, Su Huayin walked over to Ling Qiu's bedside and gently woke her. It's your turn to keep watch. Is it 2 already? Ling Qiu murmured sleepily. She stretched and crawled out from under the covers, wearing just her thin underwear, her zero armor long since packed away, since no one sleeps in full battle gear. Her graceful figure was barely concealed, prompting Su Huayin to quickly look away. They'll take over from here, Ling Qiu said, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Su Huayin climbed into the bed, still warm from Ling Qiu, and quickly drifted off. He slept soundly until about 8 the next morning, when Ling Qiu's voice woke him. Time to get up. Rubbing his eyes, Su Huayin sat up. In the distance, Ling Qiu had rekindled the fire, and the air was filled with the tempting aroma of instant noodles. He took a deep breath, and his stomach growled in response. Smells amazing, he sighed, stretching with satisfaction. What's the plan for this morning? Ling Qiu asked between bites of breakfast. Fishing. There's nothing else to do anyway. Maybe we'll get lucky and find something good at the bait shop, Su Huayin replied. That's what I was thinking too, Ling Qiu said, sipping her noodle soup. It had to be said, fishing was a lot harder than it looked. Another morning passed just like that. Su Huayin didn't catch anything. He glanced over at Ling Qiu and noticed her fishing line had been bitten clean through, with the bait wasted. The watch read 11:20, and Su Huayin decisively packed up his fishing rod. It's almost time for the third wave of card rain. Let's head back, he said, his eyes flickering, clearly unwilling to admit he was giving up just because he hadn't caught any fish. All right, let's go. Ling Qiu quickly gathered her gear, her mind already on the upcoming third wave of card rain. All the cards in this round would be of purple rarity. Picking up even one could bring a huge profit as long as it was something she could use. We agreed. Mage and assassin cards go to you, while warrior skills and tech weapons are mine, Su Huayin suggested, proposing a new way to split the loot. Let's divide them based on our specialties. Ling Qiu thought for a moment, then nodded. That works. After all, no one knew what the cards would be yet. As long as the rules were fair, that was enough. The clock hit 11:30, with half an hour left until the next card rain. Suddenly, a system announcement echoed through the sky. Ding. The third wave of card rain will arrive in 30 minutes. The approximate landing zone has been marked. As soon as the announcement ended, a thick pillar of purple light shot down from the sky, as if splitting heaven and earth. The beam radiated intense energy, making the very air tremble around it. The sudden, mysterious sight left both of them breathless, their gazes fixed on the purple pillar. Su Huayin took a deep breath and quickly jumped onto his motorcycle. The roar of the engine shattered the silence as he called out, "Let's go. Over there." Ling Qiu hopped onto the back seat, wrapping her arms tightly around Su Huayin's waist. The tires screeched as the motorcycle sped toward the pillar of light, the place where the guardian beast of the purple card would soon appear. If they could defeat it, they'd earn a precious purple card. Hurry up, Ling Qiu urged over the rush of wind. Hang on tight, let's go. Here it is. Su Huayin brought his motorcycle to a steady stop in front of a designated area. Before him stretched a strip of purple about 20 meters long, looking from a distance like a slender beam of violet light. After getting off, he surveyed his surroundings carefully. His watch read 11:42, had spent just over 10 minutes getting here. There's still a little while before it starts, Su Huayin remarked as he summoned his clone. At the moment, the clone's combat capability was a bit lacking, equipped only with a white power bracelet plus a stealth card and a single green card. In contrast, Su Huayin's own setup was far stronger. Tiger's yin-yang stacked with water dragon scale red-purple, and mana orb stacked with ice, shield, blue-white, far superior in quality to his clone's gear. Ling Qiu picked up a knife from her side and handed it to Su Huayin. This is the blade I used before. I've got a new one now. In her other hand, she revealed a long sword wreathed in an eerie blue flame, the same weapon Shed carried the first time they met. Back then, Su Huayin was armed only with a wrench, which had since been wrecked in a few battles. Thanks, Su Huayin said cheerfully, accepting the knife. After a moment's thought, he adjusted his card slots, swapping the mana orb plus ice shield from his second slot with the green power bracelet from his clone's first slot. As a result, his stats received a significant boost. 6 times his normal constitution, 3 times his strength, plus 30 points of magic resistance, far more than the 0 base value most players started with. Looks like you'll have to brush up on my close combat skills, Su Huayin said, swinging his new blade with a gleam of excitement in his eye. Issa man's particular fondness for a fine weapon. Just as the two finished preparing and waited for the purple card guardian beast to appear, the roar of an engine suddenly broke the silence. Su Huayin checked the time, 11:52. 8 minutes left until the third wave of card rain. Someone else is coming. Judging by the sound, they're driving, Su Huayin said quietly. Let's hide and see what we're dealing with. Ling Qiu nodded in agreement. The two quickly lifted the motorcycle and concealed themselves in the nearby bushes. This wasn't out of fear, but to better assess their potential opponents. In less than a minute, a pickup truck pulled into view and stopped in front of the purple zone. 5 or 6 people got out, 4 men and 1 woman. Looks like we found our competition, Su Huayin whispered. What should we do? Ling Qiu asked. Su Huayin shrugged. No rush. If they want to go first, let them take on the purple card guardian beast. It's like a ready-made suicide squad. Su Huayin stood still, his brows slightly furrowed. The actions of these people left him utterly perplexed. Normally, in this kind of situation, wouldn't you strike immediately? Hesitating would only give the enemy an opening, and if reinforcements arrived, things would get even more complicated. Just then, Ling Qiu made a surprising suggestion. After hearing her out, Su Huayin couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, secretly astonished. Her methods were even more ruthless than his. With a personality like that, she was a natural survivor in this chaotic environment, though perhaps a little too extreme. Don't rush, Su Huayin said in a low voice. None of us have seen a purple card guardian beast before. It's safer to let them test the waters first and figure out its abilities and mechanisms. Besides, if they're bold enough to challenge it, they must have something up their sleeves. Better to be cautious. This was the first time the two had disagreed, though their opinions weren't far apart. Ling Qiu considered it for a moment, then nodded. You have a point. As the clock struck 12, a system notification echoed across the sky. Ding. The third wave of card rain is descending. Countless people looked up to see tiny streaks of purple light falling from the sky, drifting down toward a designated location. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as a massive beast, its body pitch black, and the character king etched onto its forehead appeared in the pillar of purple light before Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Above its head, the words Black Demon Tiger Boss materialized. Is this supposed to be a world boss? Su Huayin asked instinctively. Ling Qiu shook her head. Probably not, but I can't be certain. Before she finished speaking, the battle had already begun. A pickup truck charged forward, attempting to ram the Black Demon Tiger. But such a clumsy attack was nothing to the boss. It dodged with ease. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, slicing through the air. The unexpected sound made both Su Huayin and Ling Qiu flinch. Even with their physical abilities now 6 times stronger, Su Huayin still didn't dare claim he could take a bullet heat-in. Good thing I listened to you, Ling Qiu said with relief. But Su Huayin was already too distracted to respond. His attention was fixed on the large mist that had appeared above the Black Demon Tiger boss's head. What's going on? Su Huayin whispered in shock. In the card domain, mist usually meant one of two things. Either an attack was dodged due to speed, or the target was immune to damage. In this case, the bullet had clearly hit, so it could only mean the latter. I get it now, Su Huayin murmured thoughtfully. That's why they dared to challenge the boss. The gunshot had solved one of his puzzles, but it raised another. Were all bosses immune to gunfire, or was this one an exception? Guns are useless. The truck is too bulky to help. What happens next is obvious. Run, shouted a young man with a buzz cut. But it was already too late. Since guns had no effect, the outcome was sealed. With a swipe of its paw, the Black Tiger boss effortlessly killed the man holding the gun. In less than 30 seconds, all 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman were gone. Now it was our turn. Su Huayin brushed the grass off his clothes and said calmly, what a waste of time. All we learned is that guns don't work on it. We still don't know if this monster is immune to firearms, or if all monsters are like this. Keep the gun for now. We'll find out soon enough, Ling Qiu replied, swinging her blade through the air a couple of times. The Black Tiger boss stood in the open, with no cover anywhere nearby. There was no choice but to face it head-on. The two of them decided to attack from different angles, staying close enough to support each other. If Su Huayin started, then shook his head. Never mind. Suddenly, the Black Tiger boss charged at Su Huayin. His heart raced as he froze for a split second, but he tightened his grip on his blade, forcing himself to stay calm. He swung at the beast, but it dodged easily. It's so agile, Su Huayin thought, startled. The monster landed and immediately launched another attack, pouncing at him again. Su Huayin panicked, had almost no combat experience, and struggled to keep up. Luckily, he wasn't alone. Ling Qiu had been watching closely. She wasn't far away, and the moment she saw the boss target Su Huayin, she rushed in to help. Her sword, wreathed in blue flames, slashed out, forcing the Black Tiger boss to abandon its attack and evade instead. Don't just stand there, you go, Ling Qiu barked. Su Huayin snapped back, steadying himself. His heart was still pounding, but he managed to regain some composure. He understood now fear was not an option. He had to fight, no matter what. Die? Su Huayin growled, gritting his teeth as he launched another attack at the Black Tiger boss. With both of them attacking from different sides, the boss became increasingly desperate, forced to dodge again and again. Their skills weren't great, and their teamwork was clumsy, but numbers were on their side. If one of them managed to pin the boss down, the other could land a hit. Clang! Su Huayin's blade missed and struck the ground, sending a sharp ring through the air. The blow was heavy, giving the boss a brief moment of relief. But then, the Black Tiger boss suddenly counterattacked. It crouched low, then launched itself like a cannonball straight at Ling Qiu. Even faced with her blue-flamed blade, it didn't hesitate for a second. Its goal was clear: take Ling Qiu down first. The ghostly blue fire seared the boss' fur, filling the air with the stench of burning hair, but the monster roared and pressed on, determined to bring Ling Qiu down. This was the first time it had ever been wounded. With a pained roar, the massive black tiger lunged at Ling Qiu, its body weighing several hundred pounds. But how could Su Huayin let it succeed? An invisible figure leapt up, hurling itself at the black tiger boss. At the same time, Su Huayin's true body jumped forward, colliding with Ling Qiu. His doppelganger crashed into the black tiger boss. Though the clone lacked the strength and speed to knock the beast far off course, the added force from Su Huayin's main body pushing Ling Qiu to the side was enough. The black tiger boss ended up brushing past Su Huayin's body, barely missing him as it flew by. Su Huayin hissed in pain, 3 fresh gashes now marking his waist. They were just surface wounds, but still uncomfortable. Go! Take it down, damn it! Su Huayin shouted angrily. By now, the black tiger boss had already been wounded by Ling Qiu and was in bad shape. Now was the time to strike while it was weak. Especially when Su Huayin saw his doppelganger get smashed to pieces by the black tiger's paw, his heart clenched. He raised his long sword and swung. His technique was still rough, and he missed the neck, landing a heavy blow on the black tiger boss body instead. Fortunately, the blade was engulfed in flames, and it finally pierced into the back of the black tiger boss neck. With a clean slice, the massive head flew off. The black tiger boss was beheaded. A purple card floated up from its corpse. Panting, Su Huayin collapsed onto the ground. Now that the fight was over, he realized his legs were trembling, and he felt a wave of nausea. It wasn't the gore of killing the boss that got to him, but the sight of his own doppelganger's head being smashed, which gave him a phantom pain almost as if he himself had been crushed. That was way too close. Thank you, Ling Qiu suddenly said, gratitude clear in her voice. If it hadn't been for Su Huayin and his doppelganger, with the clone even sacrificing itself to save her, she would have been in real danger. The black tiger boss, though no match for her and Su Huayin together, had seized on their lack of coordination and tried to trade its own injuries for a chance to take her down. Luckily, Su Huayin's doppelganger had blocked the fatal blow. No need to thank me. If you'd gone down, I'd be left alone, and I doubt I could handle it by myself. My combat skills just aren't good enough, Su Huayin replied, shaking his head. Head saved Ling Qiu mostly because he didn't want to end up fighting the boss alone, knowing he wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, he genuinely enjoyed working with Ling Qiu was a teammate he was happy to have. If you really want to thank me, just give me that purple card, Su Huayin joked, his eyes lighting up. In your dreams. That's a separate matter, Ling Qiu shot back, her tone firm. But I do owe you one. Cold as ever, Su Huayin sighed with a helpless smile. The two of them walked over to the card and reached out to check its attributes. The card's details appeared clearly before Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Tiger's Roar in the Forest Dungeon card. Card quality, purple. Card type, special dungeon card. Card effect, up to 3 players can enter the dungeon. Dungeon description, the Black Tiger King's son has mysteriously disappeared, and the king has sworn to tear the culprit apart with his own claws. Dungeon rewards, Black Tiger Sword White Tiger Blade. This is a dungeon card, and not a type I've seen before. Su Huayin stared at the card, frowning slightly. Have you ever seen one like this? Ling Qiu asked. No, I haven't, Su Huayin replied, shaking his head, his tone thoughtful. But the description is interesting. The Black Tiger King's son. Could it be the one we just took down? It's very possible, Ling Qiu nodded, her expression growing more alert. That's a real possibility. They exchanged a look, both realizing this purple card was no ordinary find. I didn't expect it to be a dungeon card, Su Huayin murmured under his breath. If it's a dungeon card, there's no need for us to fight over it, Ling Qiu said in a low voice. We'll go in together later. But a purple level dungeon isn't something we can handle right now. At the very least, wait until you unlock your 3rd card slot. For now, just keep it safe. As she finished speaking, she gestured for Su Huayin to put the card away. All right, they'll hang on to it for now, Su Huayin agreed, carefully tucking the card into his jacket. Then, he strode over to a nearby corpse and bent down to pick up a damaged shotgun. The barrel was bent, and the trigger was completely broken. That's a shame. It would have been useful if it wasn't busted, he sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. Suddenly, he looked up, eyes landing on the pickup truck parked nearby. Still playing dead in there? Don't kill me. I surrender. The truck door was flung open and a terrified young man bolted out, hands raised high. His movements were quick, as if had been ready for this moment. What do we do with him? Su Huayin glanced at Ling Qiu, sounding a bit helpless. He was genuinely unsure, so he wanted her opinion. Kill him. We don't need any loose ends, Ling Qiu replied, her voice as cold as ice, without a second of hesitation. No, please don't kill me. The young man panicked, speaking rapidly. I'm useful. I can drive. I know where Peng Hu and the other secret base is. There's food there. And weapons. In a desperate bid for his life, he tried to prove his value. A secret base? Food and weapons? Su Huayin's eyes lit up. He exchanged a glance with Ling Qiu, and both of them looked pleasantly surprised. An unexpected bonus, perhaps? Ling Qiu blinked, her meaning clear without saying a word. Su Huayin nodded slightly in understanding. In that case, take us there, he said coolly, his tone leaving no room for argument. They'll keep an eye on him, just in case he tries anything, Ling Qiu offered, volunteering to sit in the front passenger seat. She shot the young man a warning look. The man nodded vigorously, not daring to protest. With no sign of any other purple cards in the area, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu decided not to waste any more time and to check out this secret base first. The pickup truck took the lead up the mountain road, with Su Huayin following on his motorcycle. Dust billowed behind them, and before long, under the young man's direction, they arrived at a secluded cottage deep in the woods. But before they could get close to the gate, the young man suddenly flung open the truck door and bolted, sprinting forward and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Help! Help! They killed Bishop Peng." His shrill voice pierced through the forest, hoping to alert those inside. He had barely taken a few steps when a sharp, muffled sound rang out. A long blade pierced his back, blood immediately staining his shirt. He froze, staggered a few steps, and then collapsed. "Thanks for showing us the way," Ling Qiu said calmly as she pulled her sword free, her expression untroubled, as if she'd just finished a routine task. "I did feel a bit guilty at first, but not anymore." Before she finished speaking, she was already charging into the compound, blade in hand. Su Huayin arrived at that moment as well. He kicked open the courtyard gate with a loud crash, the wooden door slamming hard against the wall. Inside the yard stood two people, a man and a woman. The person in white held a crossbow, its metal limbs glinting coldly under the moonlight. Where did all these weapons come from? Su Huayin felt a flicker of caution and instinctively moved to dodge. With a twang, the arrow shot out, but the shooter's hands were trembling so badly that it missed its mark entirely, embedding itself in the wall. Even if Su Huayin had stood still, the arrow wouldn't have hit him. Without hesitation, Su Huayin's long blade flashed cold in the moonlight. With a swift movement, the blade sliced cleanly into the man in white, blood spraying out. The man collapsed without so much as a cry. As for the last person, the woman, Su Huayin didn't act immediately. He flicked his blade forcefully, sending thick drops of blood splattering onto the ground like tiny crimson flowers. "What's going on here?" he demanded coldly, his voice sharp as ice. The woman, having just witnessed her companion's ruthless death, collapsed to the ground, her face as pale as paper and her legs trembling uncontrollably. "This is Father Bai's immortality gathering," she stammered, her voice shaking. "We meet regularly. As long as someone achieves the great harmony of life with Father Bai, or with someone who has, they receive the blessing of the gods. Yesterday was the day of blessing. Father Bai said the cards in the sky are gifts from the gods." From her broken explanation, Su Huayin pieced together the situation. This was no ordinary residence, but a den for a dangerous cult. Once he had learned enough, he swiftly ended the woman's life as well, eliminating the final cult member with a single stroke. Su Huayin walked across the wooden floor, each step echoing heavily. According to the woman, this so-called immortality gathering cult had a dozen or so members. From here, he could see two beams of light in the distance. Father Bai had claimed these were miracles, splitting his followers into two groups to investigate. Su Huayin had just encountered one of those groups. The cult had 13 members in total, 10 men and 3 women. Their so-called great harmony of life was nothing more than depravity. With so few women, they had also kidnapped several young girls. When Su Huayin kicked open the door to another room, the sight inside filled him with rage. 3 young girls were locked inside dog cages, leather collars fastened around their necks, treated like animals. "Bastards!" Ling Qiu growled in fury. With a sweep of her hand, she broke open the cages with ease, the metal bars twisting and groaning under the force. The 3 girls were finally freed. One of the girls, upon seeing Su Huayin, immediately dropped to her knees, her eyes vacant. She reached mechanically toward his waistband. "If I'm good, I get to eat," she mumbled in a flat, emotionless voice. "It'll be good, I can make you feel good." Su Huayin had never witnessed anything like this before. He quickly backed away, shock written all over his face. It was painfully clear what horrors this girl had endured. The other 2 girls, though not as far gone, also seemed numb and lifeless, their eyes empty as if their souls had already left them, resigned to their fate. After a long moment, a hint of life slowly returned to one girl's eyes, as if she were slowly waking from a nightmare. "Are you here to save us?" she asked timidly, her voice barely above a whisper. When Ling Qiu nodded in response, the girl's tears began to fall uncontrollably, streaming down her cheeks. She finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. What should we do with them? Su Huayin frowned, feeling that this was a tricky situation. Clearly, he couldn't deal with these three young girls the same way he had handled those cultists before. Just cutting them down wasn't an option. But if they let them stay, how were they supposed to take care of them? What's so hard about this? Ling Qiu raised an eyebrow, a clever glint in her eyes. Don't you see? These are high-quality recruits, very obedient. Even if they can't fight, they'd be great for support roles. She spoke with the confidence and experience of someone who had managed a gaming guild. Su Huayin was struck by the thought, seeing a glimpse of the formidable Zero Guild leader from their gaming days in Ling Qiu. You mean, go the guild route? He quickly caught on to her idea. If I remember correctly, unlocking the 5th slot lets you choose the guild route, and that's probably the easiest path. Ling Qiu nodded. Her words triggered Su Huayin's memories of the requirements for unlocking the 5th slot. The system had a total of 9 slots. The first was given for free, but each subsequent slot became exponentially harder to unlock. The 5th slot required 2 things. First, your total base stat strength, constitution, agility, and spirit needed to reach over 200. Second, you had to meet a path requirement. For the guild route, you needed to be at least a legion commander. For the solo route, you had to clear the 10th floor of the Tower of Ascension. Su Huayin himself had unlocked the 5th slot through the solo path. Exactly. The 10th floor of the tower is insanely difficult. Compared to that, starting a guild is much easier. Ling Qiu's eyes were already gleaming with plans. We haven't even unlocked the 3rd slot yet, and you're thinking about the 5th? Su Huayin was a little surprised. A level 1 guild doesn't have legion commanders, just a guild leader and a vice leader. That's 2 slots for the 5th unlock. We work together one each. Ling Qiu said confidently. That could work, but isn't it a bit early? Forming a guild isn't easy. Of course it isn't, but we can start preparing. Ling Qiu's meaning was clear. She wanted to train these 3 not-so-bright girls to be their workers, like the basic units in an RTS game, to help build their foundation and attract more people. Alright, but maybe we should check out that purple pillar first? Su Huayin pointed into the distance. The purple pillar they'd been near before had vanished after defeating the Black Tiger boss, but another one remained, meaning the boss carrying the purple card was still alive. Good point, let's take care of business first. Ling Qiu agreed. The two of them got back on Su Huayin's motorcycle. Let's go? Ling Qiu urged. Alright, here we go. With a roar, the motorcycle sped toward the distant purple pillar. About half an hour later, they stopped in front of a strange purple-lit area. The scene made even Su Huayin, who had been through plenty of battles, feel a chill down his spine. The area was a mess. Over a dozen bodies lay scattered around, most of them charred as if they'd been burned by intense flames. In the middle of the carnage, a terrifying spider over 2 meters long crouched among the corpses, its 8 eyes gleaming eerily under the purple light. The giant spider shimmered with a sickly green sheen, its massive body radiating a chilling, sinister aura. The green wolf spider boss has already taken care of the cultists. Their bodies are scattered around, Su Huayin said, scanning the area. Without hesitation, Ling Qiu drew her battle blade and advanced toward the spider. Sensing danger, the enormous creature spun around, its entire body suddenly glowing with a blinding, intense green light. In an instant, 7 or 8 dog's-eyed spiders appeared around it. Wait! Ling Qiu suddenly remembered something crucial. This boss gains powerful defense and magic resistance as long as its summons are alive. We need to clear the minions first. Su Huayin cautioned. We can use that as a reference, but don't follow it blindly. After all, it's already taken out 2 groups before us. Even as he spoke, his sword sliced through a spider lunging at him. The two worked seamlessly together, quickly eliminating all the summoned creatures. But just as Ling Qiu prepared to charge the boss, Su Huayin yanked her back. Boom, boom, boom. The corpses of the spiders they'd just killed suddenly exploded in rapid succession, the deafening blasts echoing all around them. So that's it, corpse explosion, Su Huayin realized. No wonder the bodies were so strangely mutilated. Thanks to his quick reaction, both of them escaped almost unscathed. Now that we know how it works, let's lure the little spiders away before taking them out. Ling Qiu quickly adjusted their strategy. The green wolf spider summoned another wave of minions. Ling Qiu swiftly dispatched 3 that tried to entangle her, then seized the opportunity to dash straight for the boss. But as she closed to within a meter, the spider's entire body suddenly turned blood red. Damn! Ling Qiu instinctively stopped and threw up an energy shield. Boom! The spider self-destructed. The massive shockwave shattered her shield and sent Ling Qiu flying, slamming her hard into the ground. Although the blast left her badly wounded, the spider was now severely weakened and barely clinging to life. Die! Su Huayin seized the moment, slicing off the boss head with a single, decisive strike. As the boss collapsed, a purple card slowly floated up from its corpse. Are you okay? Su Huayin rushed to Ling Qiu's side in a flash, carefully helping her up. As he touched her, He realized she had lost consciousness. Her eyes were closed tightly, and her face was pale. A wave of panic washed over him, but he felt a little relief when he checked her breathing and found it steady and even. Wake up, wake up! Su Huayin gently patted Ling Qiu's cheek and shook her shoulders to rouse her. After a few moments, she finally opened her eyes, still looking a bit dazed. Stop shaking me, Ling Qiu muttered weakly, her voice barely audible. If the explosion didn't kill me, you just might. There was a hint of helpless humor in her words. Su Huayin glanced around. The smoke from the explosion still lingered in the air, and danger could strike at any moment. We shouldn't stay here. Let's move to a safer place first, he said decisively. Without waiting for her reply, he hoisted her onto his back, feeling her weight settle against him. What kind of car just exploded? Ling Qiu asked feebly, clearly curious about what had just happened. No idea, I haven't checked yet, Su Huayin replied as he walked. Hopefully it's a healing card. He adjusted his hold on Ling Qiu and headed toward a card on the ground that glowed with a faint purple light. When they reached the card, Su Huayin reached out and tapped it. Instantly, the card's details appeared before them. Heaven and earth alike. Rarity, purple. Card type, spell card. Effect, sacrifice 99 of all attributes for the next hour to self-destruct. The explosion's damage and range depend on the number of card slots. Description, right and wrong no longer matter to me. How to obtain, monster drop, system event, shady merchant. Dual mode effect, magic card. Deals 3000 damage to self, skips your next turn, and deals 4000 damage to your opponent. Restriction, not usable in simplified duels. This card is pretty good. Su Huayin's eyes lit up as he read the description, and he couldn't help but smile. For his current setup, this spell card felt tailor-made. As we agreed before, this one's mine. Next card is yours, Su Huayin said cheerfully, slipping the card into his pocket and already thinking through strategies for how to use it. This was a classic ultimate skill card, extremely powerful, but with obvious drawbacks. It took up a valuable card slot and came with a heavy price for using it. For most people, it wouldn't be very practical, but in Su Huayin's hands, it was a different story. He already had the perfect combo in mind, stealth plus heaven and earth alike. The only downside was that it would waste a clone. If the explosion didn't finish off the enemy, any follow-up attack would destroy the clone completely. And once a clone was lost, it would take a full 24 hours to summon another. In theory, the optimal solution would be to create a powerful clone nearly as strong as himself. But at the moment, Su Huayin didn't have the right cards to pull that off. Under these circumstances, the self-destruct skill was actually a pretty solid tactical choice. Come on, let's head back, Su Huayin said, carrying Ling Qiu. This new hideout is way better than the last one. He gently settled Ling Qiu on the back seat of his motorcycle, climbed on himself, started the engine, and rode toward the secluded mountain house. The new base was definitely an upgrade from the makeshift hideout Su Huayin had used before, but the good luck didn't last. Halfway there, the motorcycle started to slow down and eventually sputtered to a stop. Out of gas, huh, Su Huayin muttered, glancing at the fuel gauge, which was firmly in the red. He sighed, feeling his luck had truly run out. Left with no choice, he helped Ling Qiu off the bike and carried her on his back as they continued on foot. But then, another problem arose. Which way do we go from here? Su Huayin asked, turning his head to speak to Ling Qiu behind him, his confusion obvious. He was lost and had no idea which direction would lead them to the hidden mountain house. How would I know? I'm not familiar with this place either. Ling Qiu glanced at the dense woods around them, a hint of helplessness in her voice. As night gradually fell, the wilderness seemed even more eerie and unsettling. We might have to rough it out here tonight, Su Huayin said as he looked around. Just then, a flicker of orange-red light appeared in the trees ahead, immediately catching his attention. Hey, looks like someone's over there. Su Huayin quickly picked Ling Qiu up and hurried toward the light. After pushing through thick underbrush, he cautiously observed the small camp. A heated campfire burned brightly next to a small tent, and a man with a long sword on his back sat quietly by the flames. When Su Huayin noticed the yellow text swordsmith floating above the man's head, he let out a sigh of relief. This was a well-known neutral NPC, rumored to be constantly searching for materials to forge a legendary sword. As long as you didn't provoke him, he was completely safe. Some players had tried to mess with him in the game and were instantly defeated, so eventually, everyone learned to leave him alone. Of course, there were always rumors that showing him a red tier sword card could trigger a hidden quest, but after 3 years of beta testing, red cards were extremely rare, especially sword-type red weapon cards. So most players considered it just speculation. At least we won't have to sleep out in the wild, Su Huayin said with relief. The two of them approached the campfire. The swordsmith glanced up at them and said, "Welcome, travelers. We got lost nearby, and we're hoping to rest here for a while," Su Huayin explained. "I see. Please, make yourselves comfortable," the swordsmith replied, then fell silent. Hearing Ling Qiu's stomach growl, Su Huayin asked, "How do you trigger the quest again?" He couldn't quite remember the details. "I think you have to show him a sword or a blade," Ling Qiu recalled after a moment. He's a random encounter NPC, so meeting him is just a matter of luck. As she spoke, she took out her long sword, which glowed with an eerie blue flame. This immediately caught the swordsmith's attention. That's a fine blade you have there, young lady. Though the craftsmanship is a bit rough. Tell you what, if you help me with something, I can upgrade it for you. What do you need? I'd be happy to help, Ling Qiu replied quickly. I'm looking for a thunderstone. There might be one at the mountain peak. I'll wait here for 3 days. If you can bring back a thunderstone, I'll upgrade your card for you. As soon as the swordsmith finished speaking, a system notification popped up in Su Huayin's ear. Ding. You have triggered the quest. Find the thunderstone. Time limit, 3 days. Reward, a blue sword weapon card. Huh. The reward wasn't as good as Ling Qiu's Bluto purple card upgrade, but he was surprised to find he was included too. The next morning, Su Huayin struggled to push Ling Qiu's armored leg off his body. He rubbed his numb limbs, grumbling inwardly. Who would have thought that Ling Qiu, who seemed so poised and beautiful, would sleep so carelessly? He could still clearly recall last night. In this neutral safe zone, the swordsmith NPC sat motionless by the campfire like a statue, completely different from the Fishing Association NPCs they'd met before. Since there was no danger, Su Huayin claimed the tent for himself. What he didn't expect was that Ling Qiu followed him right in. We're a man and a woman, you know? It's not proper, Su Huayin protested. This tent is way too small. Besides, I'm just thinking about your reputation. If I don't mind, why should you? Ling Qiu replied bluntly, squeezing in without hesitation. Faced with such determination, Su Huayin could only accept his fate. He couldn't exactly leave the tent himself, could he? So they squeezed together in the cramped space for the entire night. At dawn, Su Huayin was the first to crawl out of the tent, straightening his messy hair and clothes. Soon after, Ling Qiu emerged as well, stretching with a big yawn. I really miss my bed at home. Sleeping like this is just too uncomfortable, way too cramped. No one asked you to squeeze in here with me. You're a girl. Can't you be a little more reserved? Su Huayin replied, sounding a bit annoyed. As time went on, Su Huayin started to realize that despite Ling Qiu's striking looks, she lacked a certain feminine touch. She was overly rational, even bold enough to fight him for the tent, something that defied common sense. Reserved? What for? Ling Qiu said with a smile. You're actually my type, you know. If anything really did happen between us, I wouldn't mind. Whether I lose out or not, I can handle it myself. Her straightforwardness left Su Huayin coughing in embarrassment, completely at a loss for words. He could only raise his hands and surrender. You win. I give up. Ling Qiu laughed at his awkwardness, her pretty face lighting up with a charming smile. See, you look really nice when you smile. Su Huayin couldn't help but blurt out. Oh, so you like seeing me smile, is that it? Ling Qiu teased. Sensing the atmosphere getting a little too ambiguous, Su Huayin quickly changed the subject. All right, you win. I can't compete with you. Let's go. Need to reach the mountain top and finish the swordsmith's quest. After completing this time-limited quest, Ling Qiu would be able to upgrade a blue card to a purple one, and Su Huayin would get a blue card as well. The rewards were definitely worth it. All right, let's get going, Ling Qiu said, following Su Huayin's gaze toward the peak. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can look for that courtyard. If we really can't find it, then we'll just have to let it go. How's your injury? Su Huayin asked. It's nothing serious now, Ling Qiu replied softly. Without stopping, they continued making their way toward the mountain peak. But before they had gone far, a system notification suddenly chimed above them. Ding, over 80 of the purple card guardian beasts have been defeated. Server launch rewards have been distributed. At noon today, wild monsters will respawn everywhere except the main city, which will now be managed by system NPCs. Public dungeons are officially open. The announcement didn't slow them down. They kept moving steadily uphill. A new order has begun, Su Huayin murmured. Monsters will spawn everywhere except in the main city now. The world's changed completely. Yet the most important part of the system broadcast was hidden in the last line. Public dungeons are open. The cemetery dungeon was one of them. Anyone who could solo the hard mode would unlock a third card slot. For Su Huayin, this was the opportunity had been waiting for. Once I finish the quest, I'm going to try unlocking my third card slot, Ling Qiu said. Yeah, I'm curious, too. I want to see what the city looks like with NPCs in charge. As they spoke, they reached halfway up the mountain, where a courtyard suddenly appeared ahead of them. Found it. I can't believe it's here, Su Huayin said in surprise. With his six-fold constitution, his stamina was nothing like before. He was no longer the easily exhausted boy he used to be. He stepped forward and knocked a few times on the wooden gate. The door opened, revealing a girl's face. Ling Qiu, you're back? Zhu Hui greeted her with surprise and delight, her eyes shining with the joy of reunion. Ling Qiu nodded and led Su Huayin inside. How are they doing? Zhu Hu's expression darkened. Jing Tian is a bit better now, no major problems. Li Kaifeng, on the other hand, is still struggling. She's having some mental issues, but she's much improved compared to before. With some rest, she should recover. She led them inside, where they saw Jing Tian and Li Kaifeng. Jing Tian was quiet, but otherwise seemed fine. Li Kaifeng, however, trembled and shrank into a corner at the sight of Su Huayin. terror plain on her face. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu said nothing. Having been through similar experiences, they knew that what Li Kaifeng needed most was time and peace, not pressure to recover. After a meal, they said their goodbyes to Zhu Hui and the others and set off toward the summit once more. Are you raising death warriors or something? Su Huayin suddenly joked. Ling Qiu shot him a look. Don't be ridiculous. Just because the three of them are grateful to me doesn't mean there's anything special going on. She paused, her tone turning serious. There are a lot of injustices in this world. Ever since I was a child, I've believed one thing. Black is black, white is white, and I'll use my sword to judge right and wrong. Personal bonds don't matter, justice comes first. Her sudden intensity caught Su Huayin off guard. Is there really such a thing as black and white? Nothing is ever that clear-cut. The world is full of shades of gray. Although Ling Qiu's words sounded a little naive, Su Huayin didn't think there was anything wrong with them. What about you? Do you have any dreams? Ling Qiu asked in return, taking the conversation to a deeper level. My dreams? Su Huayin smiled faintly, a hint of something manic in his tone. I hope that one day, someone who truly stands for the light will drive their sword through my chest. Ha. Someone who truly represents the light. Ling Qiu's face showed a thoughtful expression, clearly intrigued by the idea. The two of them continued climbing and finally reached the mountaintop. There, they saw a dozen or so stones of various sizes scattered around a small pond. The scene seemed vaguely familiar to Su Huayin. He murmured, isn't this one of those stone-hopping mini-games? There's more to the domain than just fighting. There are some little puzzle challenges, too. Ling Qiu replied, eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm good at this, Su Huayin said confidently, striding toward the nearest stone. Ding, the beginner level started as soon as he stepped on the stone, and another stone lit up nearby. Su Huayin quickly jumped to the next one, and another stone glowed in response. The whole process lasted about a minute. Basic jump quality. White card type. Action card effect. Enhances jumping ability. Description. A fundamental movement skill. How to obtain. Stone hopping minigame. Su Huayin glanced at the card's details and put it away, thinking to himself that it wasn't particularly useful. This was a special reward for the stone hopping game. Clearing the first advanced level would earn an intermediate jump card. The second would grant an advanced jump card. As for higher difficulties, Su Huayin knew had only ever managed to finish up to the second advanced level. Had never beaten the master level. Once Su Huayin completed the puzzle, a flash of light appeared ahead. A lightning sprite, crackling with electricity, materialized before him and Ling Qiu. Floating beside it was a fist-sized purple stonite, had to be the Thunderstone. Su Huayin didn't attempt a harder challenge. Instead, he drew his sword and aimed it at the sprite. The lightning sprite is immune to lightning and physical attacks. You don't have any way to hurt it right now, so just support me, Ling Qiu said. Su Huayin had no objections and agreed immediately. All right, I'll back you up. Before the battle even began, he switched out his cards, slotting a magic orb and frost shield into his second slot. Even though frost shield was just a white card, it was still better than nothing. All set. Let's do this, Su Huayin said, ready for the fight. Ling Qiu got into position, but just then, Su Huayin stopped her. Wait, he said, glancing at the pond nearby. Let's lure the monster over to the water. I get a buff near water. Sure, no problem, Ling Qiu agreed without hesitation. The battle began. Ling Qiu stepped into the lightning sprite's aggro range, immediately drawing its attention. Zila, a ball of lightning, the size of a human head, shot out from the mouth of the thunder sprite. Ling Qiu dodged nimbly, not rushing to counterattack, but instead darted towards the pool. This move successfully drew the thunder sprite's attention. It immediately gave chase, falling right into Ling Qiu's trap. By the pool, Su Huayin was already prepared. The air was thick with moisture, making it the perfect place to use his intermediate water dragon scale technique. He quickly formed a water bullet and fired it precisely at the pursuing thunder sprite. With a loud crash, water and lightning collided, sparks flying everywhere. The thunder sprite's movements visibly slowed. Nice one, Ling Qiu shouted excitedly, quickly shifting strategies. I'll back you up. She had originally thought Su Huayin lacked an effective way to deal with the thunder sprite, which was why she planned to take the offensive after all. Her blazing fire slash could deal considerable damage. But now, seeing Su Huayin's powerful attack, she immediately switched to a support role. Su Huayin was just as surprised by the power of his water control. In his experience, fire, lightning, and metal attributes were usually known for their offensive strength, while water was more suited for support and healing. Yet at this moment, his water technique not only dealt impressive damage, but also slowed the thunder sprite, making its every movement seem sluggish and jerky. Ling Qiu quickly adapted to her new role. When the thunder sprite lunged at Su Huayin, she stepped in, unleashing a blazing fire slash straight at it. The blade, wreathed in blue flames, struck the thunder sprite, and fire met lightning in a violent explosion. The blast tore off a chunk of the thunder sprite's body, but the shockwave also sent Ling Qiu sprawling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su Huayin gathered an even more powerful water blast. While both the Thunder Sprite and Lingxiu were still reeling from the explosion, he fired and scored a direct hit. After a violent shudder, the Thunder Sprite's form gradually faded away, leaving behind a single stone, which then transformed into a card. Lingxiu picked up the card and confirmed it was a blue-quality Thunderstone material card, exactly what they needed for the swordsmith's quest. She turned to Su Huayin with a grin. "I didn't expect you to have that up your sleeve." Su Huayin snapped his fingers, a ball of water forming in his hand. "Not bad. But right now, my water control only works where there's water around. I can only manipulate water that isn't already claimed by something else. If only I could control the water inside living things." There was a hint of regret in his voice. Clearly, that was beyond the scope of his current abilities. "Let's go," Lingxiu said enthusiastically. "Time to collect our quest rewards." "I'm finally getting a purple card." At the sword forging camp, a clear system notification sounded in Su Huayin's ear, and a blue card materialized in his hand. It was a weapon card called Chonglu's Sword, and its attributes were displayed in detail before his eyes: blue quality, 40 strength, and 20 water skill power. Despite being called a sword, it looked more like a staff, which left Su Huayin a bit puzzled. He checked the usage requirements: either strength over 20 or constitution over 40. "I've got 60 constitution, more than enough," Su Huayin thought to himself. Without hesitation, he removed the strength bracelet from his second card slot and equipped the Chonglu sword. The system indicated that this weapon could be obtained as monster loot, through system events, or from shady merchants. In duel mode, it was a 4-star warrior-type tuner card with 1,800 attack points and 200 defense points. More importantly, during his main phase, he could special summon a Shishui sword from his deck, graveyard, or hand. After swapping out his cards, Su Huayin turned to Lingxiu. "How'd it go?" "Lingxiu's reward is an upgrade in card level," she replied thoughtfully. "It's a purple card." Just as Su Huayin was about to point out that this didn't match her current sword's path, the swordsmith NPC interrupted. "You're good to go." A sci-fi-styled hilt appeared in Lingxiu's hand. With a faint hum, a futuristic blade materialized. This was a Zero Series weapon, which required at least a purple Tier 0 Series equipment card to slot in. "Let's head back," Lingxiu said, clearly pleased with her upgrade. "The graveyard dungeon is opening soon, in the main city. Let's check it out this afternoon." "Sounds good." "I was thinking the same thing," Su Huayin nodded. With the Chonglu sword, he was confident he could solo the hard-mode graveyard public dungeon. More importantly, his clone's cooldown was almost up. With his stealth Heaven and Earth lifespan deck build, he was even considering taking on an entry-level world boss solo. As the two returned to their base around lunchtime, the system notification echoed across the sky. "Ding! Wild monsters have started spawning, public dungeons are open, and the map system is now available." No sooner had the announcement finished than Su Huayin spotted monkeys wielding clubs appearing on the hills and winding roads near the base. "It started. Wild monsters are everywhere," Lingxiu said. "This means a new order and new rules are in play. The old powers are still vast and terrifying, but they've lost their absolute control." Su Huayin summoned a pitch-black map, completely shrouded in mist. Su Huayin stared at the glowing map, noticing that only his own green light and a symbol marking the main city remained. He examined the location and direction carefully, his brows furrowing. It looks like the main city isn't actually inside the urban area. This realization made Lingxiu's expression change dramatically. That means, except for the main city, everywhere else has turned into a monster zone. This is bad. Me family's in danger. "Let's go. I have people to save too." Su Huayin jumped up abruptly, frustration in his voice. "It's all because that system notification yesterday was so misleading. I thought the existing cities would become safe zones, just taken over by NPCs, but who would have guessed the system actually built a new main city from scratch?" "They'll get the car." Su Huayin strode quickly toward the pickup parked outside. Lingxiu followed close behind, slipping into the passenger seat. Just as they were about to start the engine, Zhu Hui ran up behind them. "Wait, take me with you. You should stay here. It's going to get dangerous," Lingxiu said, his tone stern, but his eyes showing concern. Clearly still felt sympathy for the girl. "My family is still in the city. Please, help me get them out too," Zhu Hui insisted. "We live in Huachong Park community. Get in, hurry." "There's no time to waste," Su Huayin said as he started the engine. "Oh, and Zhu Hui, help me make a call." Meanwhile, in a dark alley somewhere in the city, Maindong was fleeing in panic with 2 security officers. A monster wielding a steel fork was hot on their heels. "Why are you two still following me at a time like this?" Maindong shouted as he ran, exasperated. The 2 officers, one older, one younger, seemed to treat protecting him as their life's duty, refusing to leave his side, even now. Suddenly, the younger officer drew his sidearm and fired at the monster. The bullet had no effect. The only response was a large miss floating above the creature's head. "Idiot. All monsters are immune to regular tech weapons unless it's a tech weapon from a card," Maindong yelled. The 3 finally managed to duck into a secluded alley and temporarily lost the terrifying creature. Just then, Maindong's phone rang. He hesitated, then answered the unknown call. A familiar voice spoke on the other end. Son, where are you right now? It's you. Maindong's voice trembled with emotion. Find a safe place to hide and keep your phone on. I'm coming to get you. Do. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. The cold, mechanical voice echoed from her phone as Ling Qiu gripped it tightly, her heart sinking. This was her third attempt to reach her parents, and every time, she got the same result. Stop calling. Try a different number. Ling Qiu took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. She quickly dialed another number, and this time, the call finally went through. Xiaodong, are you okay? Are you safe? Ling Qiu's voice trembled with barely concealed anxiety. Big sis, came the tearful reply on the other end. Come save me. There are so many monsters downstairs. Where are you right now? Ling Qiu tried to keep her voice steady, though her fingers tightened around her phone. I am at school, on the roof of the classroom building, Xiaodong whispered, afraid her cries might attract the monsters. I only survived because of a card I found a few days ago. So many people are dead. Please, come save me. All right. Stay hidden. I'm coming for you, Ling Qiu promised firmly. Meanwhile, Zhu Hui was also trying to reach her family, but no one answered her calls either. So far, the only people confirmed alive were Maindong and Ling Qiu's younger sister. As for the others, no one dared to hope they were likely gone. The pickup trucks struggled into the city, only to be stopped by a massive traffic jam. Wrecked cars from earlier accidents were scattered across the road, making it impossible to drive any further. While split up, Ling Qiu said simply, her eyes resolute. Agreed. That's what I was thinking, Su Huayin nodded. Compared to Ling Qiu's sister, whom he barely knew, he was more eager to rescue his own brother, Maindong. As for Zhu Hui, Su Huayin pulled a green card from his pocket and handed it to her. Here, you'll have to save them yourself. The power bracelet card was the best help he could offer. Neither he nor Ling Qiu were Zhu Hui's babysitters. Since she chose to come along and wanted to save people, she would have to rely on herself. Zhu Hui stared at him, stunned, and then looked to Ling Qiu for help. Go, Ling Qiu replied, just as briefly. Don't you get it? There are no heroes in this world, at least, I'm not one. If there's a hero, it's you, Ling Qiu said, her voice flat and emotionless. I understand. Zhu Hui paused for a second, her gaze growing more determined. She took the power bracelet card from Su Huayin, turned, and left the vehicle. See you, Su Huayin waved at Ling Qiu. Yeah, see you, Ling Qiu replied curtly before heading off herself. There was no time for sentiment. Su Huayin immediately rushed toward the location Maindong had mentioned, summoning a long sword out of thin air. The city was crawling with serpent-like monsters, and it didn't take long for one to spot him. The snake creature lunged, brandishing a steel trident. Su Huayin wasn't a seasoned warrior or a master swordsman, but these minor enemies were no challenge. He dodged the attack with ease and drove his sword straight into the monster's chest. The snake monster collapsed, dead, and a card slowly floated up from its corpse. Su Huayin caught it directly in his hand, a card with a gold coin illustrated on the front. Peso card. Just like that, he had gained 12 pesos. He carefully put the card away and pressed forward without hesitation. To him, these serpent creatures were nothing more than sources of experience points. With the Chonglu's sword in his grasp, he cut them down effortlessly. When he swiftly defeated the 8th serpent monster, a green light emerged from its corpse, coalescing into a floating green card. Oh, a drop? Su Huayin's eyes lit up as he quickly grabbed the serpent card. The details on the card were clear. Serpent warrior. Rarity, green card. Type, dual mode only. Attack, 1200, defense, 800. Attribute, warrior, 3-star water. Effect. This card gains 200 attack for each monster with serpent in its name on the field. A dual mode card, huh? Serpent series, Su Huayin muttered, not particularly impressed, but he still pocketed the card. At least its stats are decent. With the serpent effect, that's 1400 attack. Not bad for early game when cards are scarce. He continued moving forward, closing in on where Maindong was located. As he approached the target area, an arrow suddenly whistled through the air, heading straight for his face. Su Huayin reacted instantly, instinctively raising his sword to block. The sharp sound of metal rang out as the arrow was deflected and fell to the ground. With sharp eyes, Su Huayin quickly pinpointed the source of the attack, a serpent creature wielding a crossbow, hiding behind cover not far away. An ambush? You're asking for it. In a flash, he darted forward, closing the distance in an instant. The creature, startled, tried to defend itself with its crossbow, but it was too late. The Chonglu's sword gleamed coldly, cleanly severing both the crossbow and the serpent's head in one swift motion. Blood sprayed as another green card materialized above the corpse. Serpent crossbowman. Rarity, green card. Type, dual mode only. Attack, 1600, defense, 800. Attribute, warrior, 4-star water. Effect. If there is a monster with serpent in its name on the field, this card can be special summoned from the hand. During your main phase, if there are 2 or more monsters with serpent in their names on the field, you can tribute 1 and inflict damage to your opponent equal to half the tribute monster's attack. Another dual mode card. I thought it might be something rare. Su Huayin shrugged, but still kept the card. As the name suggests, these cards could only be used in dual mode. But even with better cards, he was still limited by only having 2 card slots at the moment. Hey, where are you? Su Huayin called Maindong again. The phone was one head picked up off the ground. He had no idea who it originally belonged to. I see you. I see you. Ma Zhendong's voice came through, full of excitement. Su Huayin nodded slightly as he spotted Ma Zhendong alive and well. But in the very next second, a blinding flash streaked through the air. A magic projectile, fired from who knows where, struck Ma Zhendong squarely. Damn it, Su Huayin growled, quickly turning toward the direction the magic projectile had come from. Not far away, a serpent mage stood with a strange staff in hand, cold light glinting in his eyes. Su Huayin sprang forward, moving like lightning, and appeared in front of the serpent mage in an instant. His Chonglu sword flashed with cold steel as he struck decisively. The serpent mage's massive head flew from his shoulders, blood gushing out as a faintly glowing card materialized in the air. Su Huayin reacted quickly, snatching the card and tucking it away without pausing to check its properties. He rushed to where Ma Zhendong was. Standing beside Ma Zhendong were 2 men dressed in sheriff uniforms, one older and one younger, both looking serious. Son, are you alright? Su Huayin examined Ma Zhendong carefully. Although Ma Zhendong was injured, it didn't seem too serious, just looked a bit pale. Su Huayin then turned to the 2 sheriffs. And you are? The older sheriff stepped forward and handed him a cell phone. You're Su Huayin, right? This phone is for you. Someone wants to talk to you. Su Huayin didn't take the phone, remaining wary. No thanks. I don't want to get in touch with them right now, and I'm guessing this thing is probably tracked anyway. With that, he walked over to Ma Zhendong, hoisted him onto his back, and got ready to leave. The 2 sheriffs didn't give up. The younger one quickly pulled out a slip of paper and handed it over. This is our contact information. Please believe we mean no harm, he said, his voice sincere and urgent. Sorry, I can't trust you. And right now, I'm not in a position to trust anyone. Su Huayin replied politely but firmly. Even though the world order had shifted, the old power structures remained. With such a gap in strength, reaching out recklessly would only make him an easy target. At least take this. There's no tracking or anything on it, I promise, the young sheriff insisted, eyes earnest. I know people like you don't trust those in charge, but that's the fault of bureaucratic nonsense. The country has a critical mission right now. If it succeeds, it could benefit everyone. We need high-level players to participate. Seeing the genuine sincerity on the young sheriff's face, Su Huayin hesitated for a moment, then finally accepted the slip of paper. They'll think about it, but not right now. With that, he turned and carried the injured Ma Zhendong away. Behind him, the older sheriff called out, see? These folks aren't the villains some make them out to be. Compared to those corrupt officials at the top, they're a lot more likable. Back at the pickup truck, Su Huayin carefully settled Ma Zhendong and finally took out the card head taken from the serpent mage for a closer look. This card isn't bad, Su Huayin muttered to himself, reading the details. Serpent mage. Rarity, green. Card type, dual mode only. Attack, 1000, defense, 500. Warrior, 3 stars, water attribute. Effects. If there is a card with serpent in its name on the field, this card can be special summoned. If you control 3 or more serpent monsters, once per turn you can destroy 1 card on your opponent's field. Another card exclusive to dual mode. But it looks like a complete system, a whole set could be built from these, Su Huayin mused. Since Ling Qiu and Zhu Hui still hadn't returned, there was no point in waiting around. Might as well farm some more cards, he decided. Su Huayin examined the cards in his hand. Among the basic cards, Serpent Warrior, Serpent Archer, and Serpent Maginally, the Serpent Mage seemed somewhat useful. As long as he could gather 3 monsters with the serpent trait on the field, he could destroy one of the opponent's cards. After settling Ma Zhendong in a safe spot, Su Huayin immediately began hunting monsters. As he moved and strategized, he quickly realized that these minor serpent creatures were no match for his sword. Before long, he had collected more than 3 copies each of the Serpent Warrior, Serpent Mage, and Serpent Archer cards. Any extras were useless, though, since a deck could only hold up to 3 of each card. Aside from these basic cards, he also obtained 2 white cards that weren't exclusive to dual mode, including a gem card that could boost his spirit by 10 points. Unfortunately, his card slots were already full, rendering these new cards essentially useless. Just as he was about to wrap things up, a massive figure suddenly caught his eye, a serpent monster towering over 3 meters tall, wielding a long sword and shield, radiating an intimidating presence. Hey, that's a new one. Su Huayin's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized it as an elite monster, likely on par with the blue card guardian beast he had encountered before. Hey, big guy, come on. Su Huayin called out with a grin, waving at the enormous serpent. His actions quickly drew the creature's attention. The elite serpent monster, which had been wandering aimlessly, now locked onto him and charged forward with thunderous steps. Despite the giant creature closing in, Su Huayin remained calm and murmured, let's see what this card can do. When the elite serpent monster was within 10 meters, there was a sudden, deafening blast. A powerful shockwave erupted beside the monster, shaking the air around them. The attack, as devastating as a force of nature, enveloped the serpent elite in the heart of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, Su Huayin couldn't help but smile. The once mighty serpent elite now looked utterly defeated. Its scales were charred and peeling, wounds gaping and bloody, and its shield was nowhere to be seen. Worse still, its clone had been impaled through the chest by a sword that had been flung aside in the chaos. As the serpent elite collapsed, a blue card slowly floated up from its body. Not bad at all. That's some serious power, Su Huayin said, clearly pleased with the effect of his skill. With a single burst, the heaven and earth as one skill obliterated the serpent elite, shattering it in an instant. This was just the effect with 2 card slots. The true power of the skill had yet to reach its limit. As the number of slots increases, heaven and earth as one becomes even more terrifying. At its current strength, it's probably enough to take on boss-level monsters. However, this power comes at a cost. The clone's life force is heavily depleted, and after each use, it takes 24 hours before another can be summoned. Su Huayin walked over to the remains of the serpent elite and bent down to pick up the dropped card. The card glimmered with a deep blue light, and the text read, Serpent Commander, blue card type, monster card effect. Costs 100 spirit points to summon a serpent commander. Only one serpent commander can be on the field at a time. This card's requirements are a bit much, Su Huayin muttered under his breath. He could tell what it did at a glance, but still couldn't help but complain. 100 spirit points to use? That's ridiculous. He flipped to the card's detailed description. Serpent Commander, 6-star warrior, attack 2100, defense 1500. Effect: destroy a serpent-type monster on the field to special summon this card from your hand or graveyard. Once per turn during the main phase, you can add a serpent-type card from your deck to your hand. Limit: only 1 copy of this card per deck. It takes this much spirit just to deal with 1 elite monster? What a pain, Su Huayin grumbled, running his fingers along the edge of the card while quickly calculating its potential in his mind. Still, this card's dual mode effects aren't bad. You can destroy a serpent monster to special summon it, and fetch another serpent card from your deck once per turn. Its attack is decent too. I've got 10 serpent cards now, enough for a basic deck. He glanced through the cards he had, considering whether he could combine them for greater strength. The rules for dual mode were simple. You only needed 20 cards for a basic duel, and with his serpent series plus a few others, he had more than enough. Su Huayin felt his mood lighten a bit. After all, had already won the championship at the Card Realm's 2-year anniversary tournament hosted by the system, earning the red card Tiger's Yinyang. He was no stranger to this kind of competition. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out from behind. I knew it was you. He didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. That voice was all too familiar. So, did you manage to save them? Su Huayin turned to see 2 girls standing before him. One, fully armored and standing tall with a mature figure, was Ling Qiu. Beside her was a slightly shy-looking girl, clearly her younger sister. This is my sister Xiao Dong, or Ling Dong, whichever you prefer, Ling Qiu introduced with a smile. And this is my teammate, Ming Jingji Shui. You can just call him Ming. It's just a code name, so feel free. Hi, Ming, Ling Dong greeted Su Huayin softly, a bit shy. You just used your clones heaven and earth as one, right? How did it go? Ling Qiu asked. It did. The trick took down the elite monster in 1 hit. But against a boss, it might be a bit of a stretch, Su Huayin replied with a smile. The two exchanged a look and laughed, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Where's the person you saved? How's he doing? He's hurt, but it's nothing serious. Look, he's in the truck right now, Su Huayin replied, nodding toward the back of the vehicle. He's hurt. I can help, Ling Dong said quietly, raising her hand so softly it was almost inaudible. Back during the card rain, I mentioned it to her. She got pretty lucky and picked up 2 cards. One of them is minor healing, Ling Qiu explained, glancing into the truck. Su Huayin's eyes lit up as he caught on. A healer. We've got a healer. Well, maybe not the strongest one, but still this is huge. Come on, let's go help my buddy. With that, Su Huayin led the 2 of them over to the pickup. Maindong was lying in the passenger seat, pale and barely breathing. It's all up to you now, Ling Qiu said to Ling Dong, looking at her hopefully. Okay, Ling Dong nodded, stepping up beside Maindong and quietly reaching out her hand. Minor healing, she murmured, waving her fingers gently. A soft green glow flowed from her fingertips, seeping into Maindong's body. Color gradually returned to his face, and his wounds began to heal before their eyes. He looked much better, as if he could wake up at any moment. Wow, that minor healing actually works pretty well, Su Huayin exclaimed in surprise. Ling Dong smiled shyly, but beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. It was clear the skill had taken a toll on her. But just then, a deep roar echoed from the distance. Su Huayin whipped his head around to look. A group of snake men were racing toward them, led by a creature even larger than the snakeman leader had fought before. That's the Serpent King boss, Su Huayin said, his expression growing serious. This is a real-world field boss, Ling Qiu added grimly. If you can solo it, you unlock your third card slot. But it was obvious neither Su Huayin nor Ling Qiu planned to take on the boss. Field bosses weren't something you could just handle on your own. Even the weakest ones needed a full 3-slot team. And this Serpent King looked even more dangerous. Let's get out of here, Su Huayin shouted, flooring the gas. The pickup roared to life and sped away from the city limits. The truck bounced over the rough road, picking up speed, and soon the Serpent King was left far behind. Within seconds, the monsters had vanished from view. Just our luck, running into a field boss, Su Huayin muttered as he finally pulled over in a safe spot, letting out a sigh of relief. At that moment, a faint voice came from the passenger seat. Am I still alive? Ma Zindong's eyes fluttered open, was awake at last. No, you're already dead, Su Huayin replied casually, his voice steady, as if he were simply stating a fact. Ma Zindong blinked, his vision slowly clearing. Glancing around, he noticed 2 women in the back seat. One wore futuristic armor and had a cold, composed expression, appearing to be in her early 20s. The other was dressed in a school uniform, her demeanor innocent but uneasy. Her clothes were torn, she bore visible injuries, and she looked anxious, her hands fidgeting nervously. Clearly, she had just escaped a chase. In the driver's seat, Su Huayin focused intently on the steering wheel. So what now? Su Huayin turned to ask Ling Qiu about her plans. We can't go back. We'll have to leave Zhu Hui to fend for herself, Ling Qiu replied firmly. Let's take care of our third card slots first. We're heading to the main city. All right, to the main city, Su Huayin answered succinctly, changing direction. Listening to their conversation, Ma Zindong slowly sat up, rubbing his forehead in confusion. Where are we? Where are we going? We're heading to the system's main city, Su Huayin replied without turning around. About an hour later, a massive city appeared on the horizon. As they approached, a system notification chimed in everyone's ears. Ding! Welcome to the Qingmu City Safe Zone. You have been granted a 24-hour stay. Once your time expires, you will be evicted from the city. Su Huayin immediately stepped on the brakes, parking the car at the edge of the safe zone. There's a time limit for staying in the safe zone? Ma Zindong asked in disbelief. As a beta tester who had chosen the 1,000 yuan reward instead of taking cards out of the test, he was familiar with the game rules. It's a new feature for the public release, Su Huayin explained with a shrug. A lot has changed since the beta. If people could stay in the safe zone indefinitely, no one would ever leave. We've already seen plenty of changes over the past 2 days. Beta experience helps, but you can only use it as a reference. He turned to Ma Zindong and Ling Dong. You two can do as you wish. The 2 of us are heading to challenge the cemetery dungeon. Su Huayin appeared confident about unlocking the third card slot. Even though his clone had been destroyed, he was sure he could clear the cemetery dungeon solo. He knew this dungeon inside and out, even some secrets unknown to most players. More importantly, once he unlocked the third card slot, he could move on to his next plan. There were 12 cards in total for End of the Floating Chicken Dragon, all of red quality. Su Huayin's Tiger of Yin and Yang was the core card among them, theoretically able to be combined with the other 11. After much searching, he had found a clue about the floating chicken card in a book at the in-game library. It might be hidden in the Iron Mountain Cow trial. All right, don't get ahead of yourself, Su Huayin reminded himself. Focus on unlocking the third card slot first. Everything else can wait. He left Ma Zindong and Ling Dong by the car for now, preparing to head to the cemetery dungeon with Ling Qiu. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu walked into Qingmu City. As soon as they entered the safe zone, the countdown began. Ling Qiu, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, said, let's go and see what this main city is really like. Su Huayin, on the other hand, appeared much calmer, though there was a hint of curiosity in his gaze as well. At the city gate, 2 NPC soldiers stood guard. They glanced at the pair coldly, but let them pass without hesitation. Qingmu City was indeed much larger than the main cities in the game, but the overall layout seemed unchanged. Ling Qiu pointed in one direction and said, if I remember correctly, the entrance to the public dungeon should be over there. Su Huayin looked around and nodded. Yeah, that's about what I expected. It looks like they just scaled up the NPC main city from the game, gave it a new name, Qingmu Citito, set it apart from the others. As they walked down the city's main street, everything felt familiar. Even though it was their first time here, it felt like coming home, and they moved with an easy, natural confidence. Before long, they stopped in front of a huge, mirror-smooth stone. Ling Qiu paused and smiled. Here we are, the entrance to the public dungeon. When they were about 10 meters from the stone, a system prompt sounded in their ears. Ding. Welcome to the public dungeon portal. You may choose to enter a public dungeon once per day. Currently available dungeons: Lumberyard, Graveyard, and Vampire Dungeon. Please note, once inside, you cannot change the cards in your slots. Do you wish to enter a dungeon now? Ling Qiu let out a quiet sigh of relief when she heard the prompt. She glanced at Su Huayin and whispered, looks like the public dungeon system is exactly the same as in the game. 3 starting dungeons, nothing changed. That's good. Su Huayin nodded slightly. Yeah, just like before. Let's go in now. Ding. Please select a dungeon. The system prompt sounded again. Ling Qiu's expression sharpened, and she immediately chose the graveyard dungeon. Ding. Please choose the number of participants. Maximum, 5. Su Huayin selected 1 without hesitation. Ding. Please select the difficulty. You can choose from easy, normal, hard, or nightmare. Nightmare unlocks after clearing hard mode. Su Huayin picked hard mode, and another prompt appeared. To unlock the third card slot, clear the graveyard dungeon on hard mode solo. As soon as he finished making his selections, the system issued a warning. Ding. The current challenge carries a high risk. Do you wish to continue? Su Huayin didn't hesitate and was about to confirm, but suddenly turned to Ling Qiu, a meaningful look in his eyes. By the way, there's a bottle of holy water hidden inside the old paladin statue in the northwest corner of the graveyard. Just take some water from the nearby pool and pour it over the statue. Ling Qiu was startled for a moment. Then her eyes lit up with delight. Really? She could hardly believe it, her heart racing. Of course, Su Huayin replied calmly, as if it was something had done countless times before. That will really boost your chances of clearing the dungeon. Thank you so much. Gratitude quickly filled Ling Qiu's face, and her trust in Su Huayin grew even deeper. After their brief exchange, Su Huayin checked the dungeon interface one more time, making sure everything was set. Then, without hesitation, he clicked the confirm button. The system prompt sounded again. Ding. Dungeon portal activated. Now transferring. This was a dilapidated graveyard. Wild grass grew unchecked, nearly swallowing the crooked, crumbling tombstones. Years of erosion had blurred the inscriptions, making them almost impossible to read. Su Huayin blinked as a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding. Welcome to the hard mode graveyard instance. You have received the following quests. Quest 1. Defeat the elite monster undead knight. Reward. 1 random green undead series card. Quest 2. Defeat the boss skeleton king. Reward. 1 random blue undead series card. Optional quest. Collect king's bones x3. Reward. Bone king's shield purple card. After hearing the notification, Su Huayin frowned. The appearance of this optional quest made him uneasy during the game's beta test. The graveyard instance had only included the first 2 quests. The addition of a new optional task suggested that the instance content had likely changed. I'd better find that bottle of holy water first. Hopefully, it's still where I remember. Su Huayin thought to himself as he scanned his surroundings. Scattered bricks lay by the crumbling walls, like toys a giant had carelessly tossed aside. Sparse trees swayed in the bleak wind, rustling softly. The sky was growing darker, and a heavy gloom hung over the graveyard. Occasionally, crows flew by, their harsh cries adding to the eerie atmosphere. Relying on his memory, Su Huayin found the broken statue of the paladin. He clearly remembered that discovering the holy water had been a complete accident after all. Who would randomly use a water spell on a statue in the corner of a graveyard? Please don't let them have changed this shortcut, Su Huayin silently wished, gathering a ball of water in his palm and launching it at the statue. Though the statue looked battered, the water spell didn't leave a scratch. Instead, the statue seemed to activate, emitting a series of clacking sounds as it shifted slightly. On the side of the statue, a test tube-shaped object became visible. Su Huayin hurried over and retrieved it. The test tube instantly transformed into a card in his hand. Holy water. Rarity, purple card. Type, single-use consumable card. Effect, when used on the Skeleton King boss, inflicts heavy damage. Description, created by a paladin who used the last of his strength after being gravely wounded by the Skeleton King. Restriction, cannot be taken out of the graveyard instance. Acquisition, graveyard instance. Su Huayin carefully examined the details on the card in his hand. A look of delight flashed across Su Huayin's face. The card remained unchanged, and as for the optional quest, he decided to set it aside for now. He gripped the one-time use card tightly in his hand. These cards could be activated instantly once their conditions were met, without taking up a card slot perfect for his current situation. One hand held holy water, the other his Chonglu sword. Su Huayin strode toward the center of the graveyard dungeon. He knew well that the Skeleton King boss lay dormant in the grand mausoleum at the heart of the graveyard, while the elite monster, the undead knight, wandered throughout the area, only appearing by chance. So far, he hadn't encountered the undead knight, not sure if that was lucky or not. As he returned to the central area, Su Huayin approached a weathered tombstone and heard a faint tremor from underground. A moment later, a frail-looking, fragile little skeleton crawled out from beneath the stone, its joints creaking. The graveyard dungeon wasn't particularly difficult, even on hard mode. It was designed for beginners. The real challenge only appeared with the dungeon boss and elite monsters. Before the little skeleton could steady itself, Su Huayin darted forward, swung his Chonglu sword, and dispatched it effortlessly. The skeleton shattered, its bones clattering crisply to the ground. A White card floated up from the remains. Su Huayin reached out, grabbed it, and examined its properties. Skeleton Soldier. Rarity, white. Card type, creature card. Effect, spend 2 spirit points to summon a skeleton soldier to assist in battle. Description: the most basic kind of grunt. Series: Graveyard Set. Dual Mode Effect. Monster card, Undead Type, Level 1. ATK 300, Def 200. Su Huayin thought to himself that, while this card seemed ordinary, it was a staple in dual mode must-have for any skeleton deck. The Skeleton King's attack power depended on the number of skeleton soldiers in the graveyard, gaining 1,000 attack points for each one. With just 3 skeleton soldiers in the graveyard, the Skeleton King's attack soared to an impressive 3,000. He toyed with the card for a moment and moved on. By now, dozens of little skeletons had emerged from various graves, shambling toward him. These weak mobs moved slowly and hit lightly. Su Huayin dispatched them with ease, scattering their bones in all directions. Suddenly, a green tier card floated up from the remains of one of the skeleton soldiers. After clearing out the last of the mobs, Su Huayin bent down to pick it up. His eyes lit up in delight when he saw what it was. Skeleton Disguise. Rarity: green. Card type: spell card. Effect: disguise yourself as a skeleton, emit undead aura, and fool undead creatures. Description: a rogue's technique. Series: Graveyard Set. Dual Mode Effect. Spell card: treat any monster card on the field or in the graveyard as a skeleton soldier. Skeleton Disguise. Su Huayin whispered in amazement. Now that's lucky. With this card, he could sneak into the Whispering Dead map and loot treasure chests. Although it was only a green tier card, its drop rate was so low that it was nearly as valuable as a purple tier card. Without question, it was the most valuable card in the entire graveyard dungeon. After clearing out the last group of minor enemies, Su Huayin fixed his gaze on the massive tombstone at the center of the graveyard. This was where the Skeleton King boss awaited. Although the lesser skeletons had encountered so far were nothing special, he knew he couldn't afford to let his guard down against a boss-level opponent. Fortunately, he still had a vial of holy water with him. Without any clone skills at his disposal, facing this boss alone would have been a real challenge. As he approached the central tombstone, the ground suddenly started to shake violently. A towering skeleton giant, over 2 meters tall, burst out of the earth, its gleaming white bones reflecting the cold moonlight. Seeing the Skeleton King up close was nothing like viewing its 5-meter form from a third-person perspective in a game. Now, with the boss looming right in front of him, standing even taller than himself, Su Huayin instinctively took a step back. The Skeleton King let out a harsh, grating laugh, advancing toward him with heavy, deliberate steps. Perfect. You're just asking to die, Su Huayin muttered, uncorking the vial of holy water as he charged straight at the Skeleton King. Suddenly, a barrage of bone spikes shot toward him like machine gun fire. Thanks to his familiarity with the boss attack patterns, Su Huayin had already anticipated this move the moment he saw the boss wind up. While rushing straight at the boss was the best way to dodge this attack in the game, he only had one life in reality, so he chose a safer sidestep instead. As the bone spikes embedded themselves in the ground, the Skeleton King's massive frame loomed even closer. With a thunderous crash, the boss swung a heavy fist down at him. Su Huayin knew he'd be finished if he tried to block it heat-in, so he dove aside in a rather undignified leap to evade. Seizing the opportunity, he splashed the holy water directly at the Skeleton King's head. The moment the colorless liquid made contact, it triggered a fierce reaction. The soul flame burning inside the Skeleton King's skull flickered wildly, like a candle on the verge of going out. The giant skeleton collapsed with a crash, but Su Huayin didn't let his guard down and knew the holy water could seriously injure the boss, but it wasn't enough to finish it off. Taking advantage of the fallen boss, Su Huayin quickly closed in, driving his Chonglu sword straight into the wavering soul fire and stirring it vigorously. As the flame was finally extinguished, a system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Skeleton King boss and completing Quest 2. You have earned a random blue card from the Undead series. Would you like to draw it now? No, Su Huayin replied, not rushing to claim his reward. Instead, he walked over to where the Skeleton King's heart had been, where a card was slowly rising from the remains. The quality of the King's Bone card is blue, and it's classified as a material card that cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Both the way to obtain it and its usage restrictions seem rather basic. Su Huayin picked up the card, thinking to himself, this must be one of the 3 King's Bones mentioned in the optional quest. As his eyes scanned the card's description, he speculated, considering the line cannot be taken out of the dungeon, that probably means there are 2 more King's Bones hidden on this map. A hint of interest flashed across his mind as he placed the King's Bone card into his backpack and quietly said, draw. Immediately, he received the system reward for the second dungeon quest, a randomly selected blue card from the Undead series. Ding! Draw successful. You have obtained the card Skeleton Conversion. A blue card appeared before Su Huayin. Its effect summary read, spend 1 point of mental energy to convert a corpse into a skeleton. The skeleton's strength depends on the quality of the corpse and cannot be used on boss-level creatures. An additional note stated that this conversion is a common method used by necromancers, but requires a necromancer class card or its advanced version in another card slot to activate. It looked like a decent card, but it was clearly designed exclusively for necromancers. Su Huayin frowned slightly, not expecting much from a random card. As expected, random cards are unreliable, he murmured to himself. Still, maybe I can trade it with someone in the future. After putting the card away, he continued on his way. Next, Su Huayin set his sights on finding the Undead Knight elite monster. After cleaning up the battlefield, he prepared to keep exploring. The map was large, and after searching for about 10 minutes, he finally spotted the elite monster near where the holy water was located. Su Huayin's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the previous situation. If I remember correctly, it wasn't here before. It must have appeared after I left. He got ready to take down the monster, finish the dungeon quest, and unlock the third card slot. Just as he was adjusting his strategy and preparing to approach, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Something unexpected caught him off guard, and he turned his gaze toward the Undead Knight elite, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What's going on? He quickly retreated behind a large tree, nervously watching the elite monster. That's when he caught sight of the black and white text above the monster's head, Undead Knight Boss. Su Huayin's eyes widened in shock. This isn't an elite monster, it's a boss. He didn't stay surprised for long. Regaining his composure, he frowned and began to think quickly. Soon, he figured out what might have happened. Looks like I messed up the order. If I'd taken out the Skeleton King boss earlier and dealt with this one first, things probably wouldn't have turned out like this. He muttered to himself. Wait, could the King and King's Bone actually refer to the boss? And since the quest asks for 3, does that mean there's another hidden boss somewhere? As a veteran player who participated in the 3-year closed beta, Su Huayin knew the mechanics of Card Realm inside out. Although the public release had brought some changes, he understood that the core logic remained the same. Taking cover behind a large tree, he quickly reviewed the strategy for the King's Bone quest. Defeat the Skeleton King boss first, which would then cause an ordinary Undead Knight elite to upgrade into a boss. Each of these 2 bosses would drop 1 King's Bone. Since the quest required 3, defeating the Undead Knight boss would surely trigger the appearance of a 3rd boss. I just wanted to unlock the 3rd card slot, Su Huayin muttered helplessly. He hadn't planned to complete this side quest, but somehow he found himself drawn into its storyline. Since I'm already here, I might as well finish it and get a purple card. After observing for a moment, Su Huayin noticed that the Undead Knight boss seemed about to leave. His heart tightened. They were near a perfect place to maximize the effects of the Water Dragon Scale card and Water Manipulation skill. If the boss left this area, it would be much harder to fight. He regretted using the Shared Lifespan skill on the Serpent Leader earlier, but now wasn't the time for regrets. Now's my chance. Su Huayin gripped his Chonglu sword and charged at the boss, who seemed ready to depart. Sensing danger, the Undead Knight boss spun around, raising its bone spear to meet the oncoming blade. A crisp clang echoed as metal clashed, but Su Huayin's arm went numb from the impact. Even with the Chonglu sword boosting his strength by 40 points, the Water Dragon Scale adding another 10 near water, and his base strength of less than 10, his total was roughly 6 times that of an average person, yet he was still no match for the boss. The Undead Knight boss seized the opportunity, thrusting its spear forward. Su Huayin barely managed to dodge, the sharp tip grazing his clothes. In that fleeting moment, he cast Water Manipulation, summoning water from the pond to form a serpent that lunged at the boss. However, the boss casually swept its spear, shattering the water serpent in an instant and sending droplets flying. Su Huayin wasn't discouraged. Instead, he took advantage of the boss' brief distraction, dashing forward with his Chonglu sword aimed straight at its chest. Unexpectedly, the boss reacted instantly, blocking with its spear and simultaneously launching a fierce whip kick at Su Huayin. Su Huayin reluctantly stepped back, abandoning his plan to continue the attack, and quickly leaped away to put some distance between himself and the opponent. Sure enough, fighting a boss unknown was no easy feat, especially without the help of any clones. He sighed inwardly, realizing that this was a true boss-level enemy far stronger than he had anticipated. Although he hadn't managed to inflict any damage, he did notice something unusual. The Undead Knight boss seemed to be moving a bit slower, and as Su Huayin focused, he spotted lingering traces of water on the knight's armor, the result of his earlier water manipulation spell. So it's water again. A thought flashed through Su Huayin's mind. Maybe the effect of the water element wasn't just a coincidence. He muttered to himself, quickly analyzing the situation. Could this really be its weakness? Without hesitating, he summoned water elements once more, shaping them into sharp blades and launching them at the Undead Knight boss. The Undead Knight boss, however, easily swung its bone spear, scattering the water blades in an instant. But this time, more water droplets clung to its body. Su Huayin's eyes lit up as he saw the knight's movements slow even further. Encouraged by this discovery, he intensified his attacks. Wave after wave of water blades forced the Undead Knight into a tight spot, leaving it struggling to move. In that moment, a bold idea took shape in Su Huayin's mind. With a few more attacks, he might actually defeat this dungeon boss. He murmured, looks like I might really have a shot this time. As the battle continued through several more rounds, the tide began to turn. The undead knight boss started to show signs of fatigue, while Su Huayin kept a close watch on its every move, waiting for an opening. Suddenly, he caught a tiny flaw. The knight's bone spear revealed a small crack after a heavy swing. Seizing the opportunity, Su Huayin swung his Chonglu sword with lightning speed, the blade flashing like a bolt of thunder as it struck the spear. A deafening clang echoed as the bone weapon was knocked aside. Using the recoil, Su Huayin dashed toward the undead knight boss with blinding speed. The boss was caught off guard, reacting too slowly to counterattack. Su Huayin took full advantage, slashing his sword down hard on the knight's arm. With a sharp crack, the white bone shattered, and the bone spear clattered to the ground. Disarmed, the undead knight boss was left with a fatal gap in its defenses. Die! Su Huayin roared, closing in without hesitation. The tip of his Chonglu sword aimed directly at the knight's soul flame. Without its weapon, the undead knight was like a beast stripped of its fangs, still fierce, but far less dangerous. After a few more fierce exchanges, Su Huayin finally spotted the perfect opening. He lunged forward, his sword stabbing out with the speed of the wind, piercing straight through the boss' soul flame. The blade met no resistance. A sharp hiss sounded as the Chonglu sword shot cleanly through its target. A system notification chimed. Ding! You have slain the undead knight boss. Immediately after, a card emerged from the boss corpse, the second King's Bone card. Su Huayin stooped to pick up the card, and as soon as he touched it, another system message sounded. Ding! You have triggered Paladin Shan's last wish. After obtaining the second King's Bone, the quest quietly changed. The objective was no longer simple collection. Now, he had to head to the Great Graveyard and destroy the undead gem. The so-called Great Graveyard was the very place where he had previously defeated the Skeleton King boss. At this point, Su Huayin had a suspicion. The third King's Bone was likely hidden here. Without hesitation, he returned to the graveyard. As expected, after defeating the undead knight boss, the scene shifted. A gray gem appeared on the central tombstone, shrouded in thin wisps of gray mist. Su Huayin had anticipated something unusual, but he hadn't foreseen just how much the gem would change things. He took a deep breath, realizing that all his experience from the beta test was now almost useless. The situation was completely unexpected. He scanned his surroundings carefully, but found nothing out of the ordinary. No danger had been triggered yet. Su Huayin decided to approach the large tombstone, his body tense and his mind alert. Danger could strike at any moment. To his surprise, even as he stood directly in front of the tombstone, nothing happened. The silence didn't set him at ease. In fact, it only heightened his caution. When things were this quiet, there was always trouble lurking beneath the surface. Could it really be this easy to destroy? He wondered. Without hesitation, he raised his Chonglu sword and swung it down hard on the undead gem. A crisp clang rang out, and a durability bar appeared above the gem, losing about a third of its strength with the blow. Su Huayin immediately stepped back, ready for anything. Sure enough, the tombstone began to change. The undead gem deflated like a punctured balloon, spewing out a burst of gray gas. The mist gathered and condensed in the air, gradually forming an armored zombie elite wielding a bronze sword. Su Huayin frowned and gripped his sword tightly. Although he wasn't trained in swordsmanship, his combat experience gave him confidence he could easily handle two of his former, inexperienced selves. He charged at the zombie elite, determined to finish this first. The two clashed quickly. The zombie's defense was much stronger than the skeleton's, but it wasn't unbreakable. Its bronze sword slashed fiercely and with precision, but Su Huayin's agility allowed him to spot openings. After 5 or 6 intense exchanges, he seized an opportunity and sliced off one of the zombie's arms with a horizontal strike. The fight was nearly over. After resisting for another couple of rounds, Su Huayin finally decapitated the zombie with a single blow. Its huge head flew off, and the body instantly disintegrated into a cloud of gray mist that faded into the air. Breathing heavily, Su Huayin paused for a moment. Despite his stamina being nearly 6 times that of an ordinary person, the intensity of the battle had left him winded. The graveyard fell silent once more, with only the undead gem still embedded in the tombstone. Its surface was damaged, but clearly, the task was far from finished. He approached the gem and struck it again. Another crisp clang, and gray mist erupted once more. This time, another zombie elite, identical to the last, materialized and prepared to fight. The next battle was about to begin. Su Huayin was already well versed in dealing with monsters like this. His sword, flowing water, gleamed coldly as he dispatched the elite zombie in less than 8 rounds. The creature's body crumbled with a crash, dissolving into 2 wisps of gray mist that hovered in the air. Su Huayin tried to disperse the strange mist with his sword, but the blade passed straight through as if slicing empty air. Something's not right, he muttered under his breath, frowning slightly. Even though he sensed that something was off, he had no choice but to press on with his mission. Striding up to the gravestone, he swung his sword at the dull, necromantic gem for the 3rd time. With a thunderous crack, the gem shattered, releasing a massive surge of gray mist. The two drifting clouds of mist seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, immediately converging toward the center. As the gray fog churned, Su Huayin instinctively took a step back, waiting for the final boss to appear. About 3 seconds later, the mist coalesced, forming the outline of a humanoid monster, the clear source of all the chaos. As the boss charged toward him, Su Huayin spun around and sprinted away. He needed to lure the fight to the water's edge, where he was at his strongest. He wasn't sure if the boss would be confined to the area around the gravestone, but it was worth a try. Come on, chase me, idiot. Su Huayin shouted over his shoulder, flipping off the undead mage boss to provoke it, thus kicking off his kiting plan. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a girl sat anxiously atop a formidable skeletal warhorse. Her name was Ling Qiu, and she kept glancing toward the dungeon entrance. She had been waiting for Su Huayin for a full half-hour, but he still hadn't appeared. By rights, Su Huayin should have finished the dungeon before her, was the one who told her where and how to get the holy water. Although she wasn't familiar with the location and took some time to find it, he should have completed his run even sooner. Something must have gone wrong, Ling Qiu thought grimly. She recalled that she had simply followed the usual steps to defeat the elite monster and hadn't triggered the Kingsbone quest. Could it be related to that new optional quest? She wondered to herself. Su Huayin felt a surge of excitement when he saw the necromancer boss chasing him all the way to the edge of the pool. The power boost from the dragon scales near the water would definitely give him an advantage over fighting anywhere else. As the necromancer boss drew closer, Su Huayin steadied himself by the pool, raised his hand, and instantly summoned 2 water serpents that shot toward the necromancer, almost as if he was greeting him. The necromancer sneered, waving his staff as 2 bolts of black energy shot out, shattering the water serpents with ease. Then, with another flick of his staff, the ground shook violently. 4 towering skeletal warriors burst from the earth, each shrouded in a dark aura, their bones glinting with an unnatural clarity. These skeletons were clearly far more dangerous than the usual minions, and all 4 lunged at Su Huayin with menacing speed. Su Huayin snorted coldly and met them heat-on, sword in hand. With a swift strike, he cut down one of the skeletons. Yet, he immediately noticed the difference this time. His sword struck solid bone, the sensation of splintering far more pronounced than before. Killing these skeletons was nothing like the effortless battles against weaker ones. Now every blow felt hard-won. The skeletal soldiers, mindless and relentless, continued their assault. Su Huayin swung his sword desperately, while keeping a watchful eye on the necromancer's movements. As expected, the necromancer didn't let up, sending 2 more bolts of black energy streaking towards Su Huayin with another wave of his staff. Damn you, you old snake. Su Huayin cursed, dodging aside in a quick roll that narrowly avoided the attack. He didn't pause for a second, the pressure from the advancing skeletons growing ever more intense. This won't work, I have to take the initiative. Su Huayin decided, no longer content to stay on the defensive. He swiftly slashed at the legs of a second skeleton, shattering the bones and throwing it off balance. Another skeleton, unable to react in time, nearly collided with its fallen comrade. Seizing the opening, Su Huayin darted between the skeletons and charged straight toward the necromancer. The skeletal soldiers, lacking any real intelligence, continued to pursue him blindly, while the necromancer raised his staff and formed a strange gesture. Su Huayin's heart skipped a beat, recognized this as the necromancer's self-defense spell, Soul Scream. He immediately retreated, clapping his hands over his ears in preparation. The piercing wail hit him like thunder, and even though he was ready, the sound sent a sharp pain through his head and made his vision swim. Damn it! Su Huayin gritted his teeth, fighting through the pain. With a burst of speed, he lunged toward the necromancer. The moment the wail faded, he was already upon the necromancer, sword in hand. Without hesitation, he drove his blade straight for the necromancer's chest. The necromancer, caught off guard by Su Huayin's boldness, had no time to react. He could only watch as the deadly sword strike closed in on his decaying body. Su Huayin's response to the Soul Scream skill was more seasoned than anyone expected. He reacted quickly, hurriedly raising his staff to defend against the attack in front of him. With a loud clang, the Chonglu sword struck the staff hard, sending a shower of bright sparks flying. He finally closed the distance and stood face-to-face with the necromancer boss. Seizing the momentum, Su Huayin unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. The first blow landed with the weight of a mountain. The second was as swift as lightning. On the third strike, he knocked the necromancer's staff flying out of his hands. Die! He growled, his voice low and furious. The Chonglu sword flashed coldly as he swung it mercilessly at the boss head. The blade cut cleanly, severing the head in a single stroke. The decapitated head, still crackling with dark magic, tumbled to the ground. But it wasn't over yet. Su Huayin lunged forward, planting himself in front of the rolling head. Lifting his size 42 foot high, he brought it down with a brutal stomp. Crack! 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 The skull shattered to pieces beneath his heel, releasing a thick wave of deathly energy. As the dark mist spread, A glowing card slowly rose from the necromancer's broken corpse. It's finally done. Su Huayin let out a long, relieved breath. He had defeated this boss entirely through experience and knowledge, analyzing and countering each move step by step. Still catching his breath, he knelt to pick up the card, anticipation rising in his chest. Just as he hoped, this was the third King's Bone card had been searching for. Right on cue, the system chime sounded. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the quest. Reward, Bone King's Shield Epic card. As the message faded, the two other King's Bone cards he had carefully stored away floated out on their own, hovering in front of him. Together with the new card, they merged and fused in midair. Moments later, a single card radiating a ghostly purple glow appeared before him. Ding! You have completed all objectives for this instance. You will be transported out in 30 seconds 29:28. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the cemetery dungeon on hard. Nightmare difficulty is now unlocked. Su Huayin ignored the countdown and other notifications, his eyes fixed on the purple glowing card. He reached out and gripped it tightly. This was his third epic card. The first was Water Dragon Scale, the second, Heaven and Earth as One, and now Bone King's Shield. He quickly scanned the card's details. Rarity, Epic. Type, Equipment card. Stat bonus, Constitution 20. Passive 1. Block reduces physical damage within a certain threshold by 50, immune to mid-tier and lower spells. Passive 2. Soul Devour collects souls upon defeating enemies. Every 10 souls grants 1 strength, up to a maximum of 50. Card description. Forged from the most wicked bones of 3 boss-level undead monsters. Usage restriction. Can only be equipped after completing the King's Shield quest. Card limit. 100 copies worldwide. Duelist mode effect. Spell card. Can only be equipped to undead monsters. For each monster defeated, the equipped monster gains 500 attack points. Not Bada 20 to Constitution, and this Soul Devour effect. If I can max that out, that's a free 50 strength, Su Huayin thought, pleased. But then he noticed the restrictions in duelist mode and frowned. For what it does, it's strong, sure, but it's hard to stack, and it only works on undead monsters. Well, whatever. In duel mode, card quality doesn't matter that much anyway. He glanced down again at the Bone King's shield in his hand, the purple glow pulsing faintly, as if whispering tales of the undead. A small smile crept across his lips. This time, all his efforts had truly paid off. When the 30-second countdown ended, a flash of white light enveloped Su Huayin, and he was transported out of the dungeon. Ding! Congratulations on completing the cemetery dungeon on hard mode solo. Your third card slot is now unlocked. The crisp system notification sounded in his ear. Without hesitation, Su Huayin summoned his panel. Sure enough, the third card slot was now glowing, indicating it was available. He immediately inserted the Bone King Shield card he had just obtained. Now, his 3-slot setup consisted of Tiger's Inyang paired with Water Dragon Scale, Chonglu's Sword, and Bone King Shield. This combination granted him impressive base stat boosts, an extra 40 points in strength and 80 points in constitution. What's more, when near water, the Water Dragon Scale provided an additional 10 points to both strength and agility, and if the Bone King Shield's passive ability maxed out, it would grant another 50 points of strength. Satisfied with his increasingly powerful card setup, Su Huayin casually tapped on the information panel for the 4th card slot. With the 3rd slot unlocked, the requirements for the 4th slot were now revealed. 1. Constitution and any other attribute must both exceed 50 points, or Constitution alone must surpass 100 points. If these stats drop below the requirement, the 4th slot will be temporarily disabled. 2. You must collect a set of series cards containing at least 1 purple card. Once the slot is unlocked, the set will be bound to your account and cannot be used by others to unlock their own 4th slot. Su Huayin drew in a sharp breath. Even after witnessing so many differences between the closed and open beta, this change still shocked him. The first requirement was manageable, but the second was downright punishing. After all, not every card belonged to a series like the Bone King Shield he had just obtained, which was a standalone card. Series cards came in various sizes, ranging from small sets to massive collections like the Zero series, which contained over 100 cards, so many that even Ling Qiu hadn't managed to complete it. As Su Huayin pondered his predicament, his eyes landed on the Water Dragon Scale card in his slot. That particular series only had 5 cards, and Water Dragon Scale itself was a purple card, a perfect fit for the requirements. You finally made it out. A familiar voice snapped him back to reality. Su Huayin turned to see Ling Qiu riding a mighty skeletal warhorse. The horse was wreathed in ghostly blue flames, its presence far more imposing than the undead knight's mount from before. Were you waiting for me? Su Huayin asked, looking at Ling Qiu. He felt a little embarrassed, had already spent over 2 hours in this dungeon. Normally, it should have taken just 1 hour to finish. Sorry for making you wait so long. There was an unexpected situation, Su Huayin explained. It's fine. Did you go to do the King's Bone quest? Ling Qiu asked thoughtfully. Although it sounded like a guess, her tone was certain. Su Huayin nodded in agreement. Yeah, there's nothing to hide. So, You followed the regular walkthrough order, right? Ling Qiu paused for a moment before continuing. That means you kind of missed out. The Bone King's shield has really good stats. We can farm one tomorrow. Su Huayin then shared the Bone King's shield stats with Ling Qiu. After reading the details, her eyes lit up with excitement. Nice, really nice. We definitely have to get one. I'll farm it myself tomorrow. She had no idea that even if she tried tomorrow, she wouldn't be able to get the shield again. The King's Bone quest could only be triggered by players with a 2-slot character, but now she had already unlocked her 3rd slot. Even if she entered the graveyard dungeon again, the quest wouldn't be available. What's more, the Bone King's shield had strict requirements. Only players who completed the King's Bone quest could use it. That meant Ling Qiu would never be able to equip the shield for the rest of her life. Let's go check out the Adventurers Guild, Su Huayin suggested. The Adventurers Guild was an important building in the main city. Players could register as adventurers, take on quests, and earn pesos and cards here. As mentioned before, unlocking the 3rd card slot cost 100,000 pesos, and the Adventurers Guild was the best place to earn them. Sure, sounds good. Ling Qiu nodded, clearly eager to give it a try. She patted the skeletal warhorse she was sitting on, her tone a little smug. Pure luck. Although not completely happy, Su Huayin climbed onto Ling Qiu's skeletal warhorse, wrapping his arms gently around her waist. She felt the warmth from behind, her heart skipping a beat. So this is what riding a horse feels like. Su Huayin thought, unable to hide his curiosity. Qingmu City was still quiet, with only a few stray cats wandering the streets from time to time. As they headed toward the Adventurers Guild, Ling Qiu suddenly pulled the reins, stopping the skeletal warhorse. What is it? Su Huayin asked, curious. I think I just saw someone I know, Ling Qiu said, pointing at a strange-looking building up ahead. The Fishing Association. They stopped in front of the Fishing Association. A man stood there, holding a massive fish in each hand. Each one looked to weigh over 100 pounds. He was beaming with excitement. Hey, fellow angler. Where's the Fishing Association? He called out, proudly displaying his catch. The Fishing Association was just a few steps behind him, but he seemed completely oblivious to the fact that he was already at the entrance. The man looked a bit lost, unsure where to begin asking for directions. He froze just a step away from the building, glancing around for any NPC to confirm his path, all the while repeatedly introducing his 2 giant fish. It seemed had been lost here for an entire day. Oh, it's you too? Xin Yang's eyes lit up when he spotted Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Are you here to register with the Fishing Association? Su Huayin and Ling Qiu exchanged a glance, frowning slightly. Register with the Fishing Association? Su Huayin asked quietly. The Fishing Association was no small force. In fact, it was even bigger than the Adventurers Guild. Anywhere there was water, you could usually find their presence. Anglers and their fishing spirit, it was a world of its own. Xinyang seemed to know all about it. He smiled leisurely. Come on, I'll take you to register. From now on, you'll be anglers under my name. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. Many of the Fishing Association's cards are onio fakindiyu, can't get them anywhere else. He narrowed his eyes, suddenly producing a card. The gleam of fire dragon scales shimmered under the sunlight. Take this card, for example. Xinyang smiled, then flicked his wrist, and another card appeared. Or this one. He pointed to the Wuxing Dragon Scale series. I have all of these. They're all in my collection. Su Huayin's heart skipped a beat, his eyes flickering with a trace of excitement. Once you gathered the full Wuxing Dragon Scale set, you could unlock a 4th card slot. More importantly, this set could be exchanged for a card called Dragon's Inferno. The naming was similar to Tiger's Yin and Yang, and it seemed to belong to the same Doomsday Dragon series. Su Huayin sensed that this card held tremendous potential. All right. I'm in, Su Huayin replied decisively. Ling Qiu hesitated for a moment, then nodded as well. Count me in. She knew it was just a purple card, but it included a link-type card she had never managed to get before. A rare opportunity. A pleased smile spread across Xinyang's face as he led them into the Fishing Association. After they finished registering, Xinyang handed Su Huayin a map and pointed to a marked spot. This is where you'll find the red kingfish. Good luck. Believe you can catch this big one. His tone was full of encouragement. Oh, and there's a tricolor koi near that spot. If you manage to catch it, the card is yours. There was a tempting note in Xinyang's voice. Su Huayin looked down at the map, making up his mind. So this is the spirit of fishing? He muttered, half amused, half resigned. Ling Qiu couldn't help but snicker. I think he just wanted to get away before we told anyone about those 2 fish. She was blunt, but she wasn't wrong. Xinyang hadn't caught those 2 fish himself. They had. But he clearly wasn't about to admit that. Let's check out the map, Ling Qiu said, her tone lighter as she pointed to it. First, we'll register at the Adventurers Guild and pick up a few quests. Tomorrow, we can head to the fishing spot. Sounds good. Su Huayin nodded, then turned to Ling Qiu. Let's get the Adventurers Guild sorted first. They left the Fishing Association together, the Adventurers Guild right next door, ready for their next step. Toward the stars and the abyss. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Miss Catherine's voice echoed through the hall, clear and magnetic. Would like to register as adventurers, Su Huayin said calmly, his gaze settling on Catherine. Catherine smiled and nodded. Of course. You've already completed registration. However, all data from the closed beta has been wiped, so you'll need to start over as one-star adventurers. She retrieved two small booklets from behind the counter and handed them to Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. These are your new adventurer certificates. Su Huayin took the red booklet, feeling a brief flicker of surprise. The beta data was deleted? His eyes flickered as he recalled a past that no longer mattered. Catherine continued, although your registration info is gone, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It saves you from a lot of paperwork. Given your previous strength, these certificates are custom-made. From now on, you can use them to remotely view guild missions, accept tasks, and claim rewards without having to come here in person. After hearing this, both Su Huayin and Ling Qiu looked pleased. This would make accepting missions much more convenient, saving them countless trips. That's great. Thank you, Catherine, Su Huayin said with a grateful smile. Once everything was settled, Ling Qiu summoned his skeletal warhorse again. The horse pawed at the ground, its bones making a soft clattering sound, clearly excited to be called upon by its master. Let's go home, Ling Qiu said, beckoning Su Huayin over with a familiar warmth. He swung onto the horse, and Su Huayin followed, wrapping his arms securely around Ling Qiu's waist. Together, they rode the skeletal warhorse at a swift pace out of Qingmu City. Crossing the open grasslands, they soon arrived at the pickup truck. Maindong was already waiting, and when he saw the skeletal horse, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that horse is awesome." His eyes shone with envy, clearly captivated by the unique steed. The skeletal warhorse's bones gleamed white, its gait steady and commanding, each step radiating an air of mystery and dignity. Ling Dong was waiting nearby, standing by the truck. She looked a little lost, gazing at the unfamiliar courtyard as if she hadn't quite adjusted to her new surroundings. Instinctively, she edged closer to Ling Qiu. Noticing his sister's unease, Ling Qiu stepped over and gently patted her head. "Don't be afraid. This is our new home," he said softly, his tone filled with a tenderness he rarely showed. Su Huayin watched the scene from the side and couldn't help but smile. So Ling Qiu did have a gentle side, usually so calm and decisive. He now seemed especially caring. Maindong glanced around the courtyard, surprise flickering across his face. "This place used to be a cult's hideout?" he asked, turning to Su Huayin, clearly taken aback. Su Huayin grinned and replied casually, "That's right. But we've cleared out all the trouble. It's ours now." His tone was light, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. Ling Dong's steps hesitated, a trace of worry in her eyes. She slowly walked deeper into the courtyard, still uneasy in the unfamiliar environment. But as she met Ling Qiu's warm gaze, her nerves eased a little. One by one, the group entered the courtyard. Night gradually fell, and the place grew quiet. Only the occasional gust of wind and the distant sound of hooves broke the silence. A new day began. Sunlight streamed through the windows into the living room, where Su Huayin, Ling Qiu, Ling Dong, Ma Zhendong, Jing Tian, and Li Kaifeng sat around the dining table, having breakfast together. "Which of you four can drive?" Su Huayin asked as he sipped his steaming porridge. "I can," Ma Zhendong responded immediately, raising his hand. Jing Tian followed suit, also raising her hand. Su Huayin carefully assigned the tasks. "The four of you should take the pickup and stick together. It's safer that way. Ling Qiu and I have other things to handle and won't be able to look after you for now. I suggest you head to Qingmu City and run some public dungeons. The difficulty is moderate, which will be good practice for your combat skills." Following Su Huayin's instructions, the four of them drove the pickup toward Qingmu City. As a beta tester, Ma Zhendong was appointed team leader, even though he didn't have a beta card. After they left, Su Huayin turned to Ling Qiu and joked, "You're pretty ruthless, letting your little sister head out on her own like that." Ling Qiu's expression remained calm and unconcerned. "It was bound to happen sooner or later. They'll protect her when I can, but times have changed, and I can't always be there for her. Besides, her role is more of a healer now, so she's relatively safe, and she's not going alone anyway." "All right, enough about them," Ling Qiu said, changing the subject. "Are we going fishing today, or are we tackling that dungeon?" She was referring to the purple dungeon card they'd gotten during the card rain event Tiger Roar Forest. It was a 3-player dungeon. "Let's go fishing first," Su Huayin replied cautiously. "That purple card dungeon is for 3 people, and without any intel, it's probably too much for just the 2 of us." "Sounds good. Let's go," Ling Qiu agreed. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a skeletal warhorse and lightly leapt onto its back. Su Huayin wrapped his arms around Ling Qiu's slender waist from behind, and as they rode off, he asked, "For your 4th card slot, which card series are you planning to collect?" This was a sensitive topic for Ling Qiu, since she had been collecting the 0 series cards for years, but hadn't managed to complete the set even after 3 years of beta testing. "How did you unlock your 4th card slot in the first place?" Su Huayin asked, curious. Their skeletal warhorse galloped tirelessly, one of the perks of an undead mount, since it never needed to eat. They ignored the minor monsters along the way. About an hour later, they arrived at a steaming hot spring, where 2 people were fishing. One of them was Shen Yang, whom they'd met twice before. The other was a stranger. Su Huayin glanced at the newcomer and noticed that his outfit was almost identical to Shen Yang's. Both men sat on small folding stools, holding fishing rods and staring intently at the water, only looking up when Su Huayin and Ling Qiu approached. Shen Yang looked up, a welcoming smile on his face. You're here. At that moment, Lin Yuan, who was sitting next to him, suddenly noticed a slight movement of his fishing float. I got one. His eyes lit up as he quickly reeled in his line. A pale red fish, about half a meter long, traced a graceful arc through the air and landed securely in his hands. Lin Yuan weighed the fish in his hands and deliberately raised his voice. Not bad. This one's probably over 10 kilos. His words clearly got under Shen Yang's skin, who responded with a disgruntled huff. Seeing Shen Yang's reaction, Lin Yuan became even more enthusiastic and continued to tease him. Wow, this fish is so big. I don't think it'll even fit in one pot. Maybe you should lend me yours. As he spoke, he waved his prized catch in front of Shen Yang. No need. He'll catch my own. Shen Yang replied curtly, turning away to avoid Lin Yuan's gloating. But Lin Yuan wasn't about to let up. Carrying the fish, he circled back in front of Shen Yang. Don't be upset. It's no big deal if you haven't caught anything yet. The fish here are really clever, you know? Only a real fishing master like me can land one. Ignoring him, Shen Yang suddenly turned to Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. These are my two apprentices. My goal is only the red king fish and the tricolor koi. A measly 10-kilo fish isn't even worth my effort. He put extra emphasis on 10-kilo fish. Oh, is that so? Lin Yuan grinned. Red king fish? Tricolor koi? Are you dreaming? There's only one red king fish here, and it's so smart it never bites. As for tricolor koi, those are even rarer. What are you thinking? All right, you two, go for it. Shen Yang said, turning to his apprentices with anticipation. Su Huayin, seeing this, had no choice but to pull out his fishing rod and attach a piece of ordinary bait to the hook. Lin Yuan couldn't resist another jab. Hey, are you serious? To catch a red king fish, you need blood jade bite at the very least, fire crystal bait. You're using this cheap stuff? There's no way. Before he could finish, the scene before him made his eyes widen in disbelief, and he blurted out an expletive. Su Huayin, with a clumsy, obviously inexperienced cast, sent his line into the water. But the moment the bait touched the surface, a huge shadow shot up from below like lightning. Su Huayin's float vanished beneath the water instantly, the line pulled taut like a drawn bowstring. Got one. A flash of excitement crossed Shen Yang's face as he stepped forward to help, but Su Huayin stopped him with a raised hand. No need, I can handle it myself. Su Huayin gripped the fishing rod tightly. With the advantage of being by the water, he had gained a 10-point strength boost, plus another 40 points from the Chonglu's sword. Altogether, his strength was now 6 times that of an average person. However, the fish in the water was unexpectedly powerful. The force of its pull was so great that even with all his strength, Su Huayin could barely hold on. That's it, just like that. Wear it out. Shen Yang stood nearby, giving advice with the confidence of an old hand. Stay steady, keep it on the line. Su Huayin didn't know much about fishing technique, but he understood that the most important thing now was not to let the fish slip the hook. Still, even with his current strength, reeling it in was proving to be a real challenge. Sai, you're still lacking some skill. Let me give you a hand. Shen Yang spoke while secretly calculating if he helped land the fish now, he could claim credit for the catch, fair and square. Up you come. Shen Yang grabbed the rod and gave it a strong upward pull. A massive, crimson fish burst from the water, its scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. It crashed onto the ground, and even out of the water, it continued to thrash violently, desperate to get back to the river. A red king fish. Lin Yuan stared at the giant creature, instinctively taking a step back. No way, that's impossible. You caught something like this with an ordinary rod and regular bait? How is that even possible? Ahem, not bad, looks to be around 120 pounds. Shen Yang examined the huge fish with a satisfied grin, his whole demeanor radiating pride. Honestly, it feels a bit light. We probably should have let it grow a while longer. Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch at Shen Yang's smug remark. Hey, race your reward. In high spirits, Shen Yang pulled a purple card from his pocket and handed it to Su Huayin. The card depicted a red scale, the fire dragon scale. The card's attributes appeared. Rarity, purple. Type, relic card. Stats, Constitution 50, Magic Resist 30. Effect, grants intermediate fire control. In fire environments, gain an extra 10 strength and 10 agility. Series, 5 elements dragon scales. Special note, a fragment of the 5 elements power. Collect the full set to synthesize the dragon's blazing inferno card. Equipment requirement, must be placed on a higher rarity dragon type card. Acquisition, Fishing Association dual mode. Got it. The second card in the 5 elements dragon scales set. Su Huayin could barely contain his excitement. I can't believe it was this easy. Su Huayin looked at the card in his hand, barely able to believe what he was seeing. Its effect was similar to that of the water dragon scale, but not quite the same. Instead of water manipulation, this card granted fire control. Most importantly, in dual mode, its effect was unique. The other differences didn't matter much. Nearby, two NPCs were arguing fiercely, but their quarrel didn't distract Su Huayin or Ling Qiu. Suddenly, Ling Qiu's fishing float bobbed, but she kept her rod perfectly still. Su Huayin glanced at her and whispered, "I'm going to look around for a bit." Ling Qiu nodded. "All right, go ahead." Just as Su Huayin was about to leave and head toward the pond to try his luck with cards, Ling Qiu's float plunged underwater in an instant, pulled down by a sudden force. The next moment, a powerful tug shot up the fishing rod, jolting her hands. Ling Qiu's expression changed immediately. Mirror-like calm, "Give me a hand," she called out, quickly asking for help. Su Huayin stopped in his tracks and hurried back to her side, grabbing the rod. The force was so strong that he could barely keep his footing. The rod itself seemed to be straining against something massive. This fish must be at least as big as the red kingfish we caught earlier, he thought, his arms going numb from the strain. It had to weigh at least 100 pounds. As Su Huayin adapted to the struggle, he started to get a feel for handling such a large fish. Every pull felt thunderous, fierce, and full of challenge. Suddenly, a figure darted over. It was Lin Yuan. That shameless guy? Lin Yuan reached them in a flash, seized the rod, and with a sharp yank, lifted it high. With a splash, a giant tricolor koi leapt out of the water, a streak of color landing precisely in Lin Yuan's hands. "Hey, you shameless thief! Let go of my fish!" Xinyang shouted furiously, rushing toward Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan clearly had no intention of letting go. Holding the koi, he wore a smug grin. "This is your fishing reward, but the fish belongs to me now." Before anyone could react, Lin Yuan tossed a card to Ling Qiu, then dashed away with the koi in his arms. Xinyang chased after him, shouting, "Give me back my fish." "What do you mean your fish? I'm the one who pulled it out of the water," Lin Yuan retorted as he ran, with Xinyang in hot pursuit. The two quickly disappeared from sight. Su Huayin stood there, unable to keep from laughing. Watching these two NPCs, he couldn't help but feel amused. Why did the Fishing Association's NPCs act so much like mischievous kids? "Do you believe it?" Ling Qiu suddenly asked, a playful glint in her eyes. "Huh, believe what?" Su Huayin scratched his head, puzzled. Ling Qiu laughed, her voice as clear and bright as wind chimes. "I mean, do you think that by this afternoon, or maybe tomorrow or the next day, the number of people lost in front of the Fishing Association will go from 1 to 2? Su Huayin paused, an image flashing through his mind. "Yeah, it really does seem possible." Su Huayin's gaze fell on Ling Qiu's profile as he softly asked, "Let me take a look at that card." "Sure." Ling Qiu flipped the card over and handed it to Su Huayin. She herself hadn't paid much attention to its details until now. The card displayed the following. Rarity, purple. Type, skill card. Lightning protection passive. Adds a paralysis effect to all blade and sword weapons. If the weapon has a lightning attribute, the paralysis effect is doubled. Thunder/active. Detonates all paralysis effects on the enemy, dealing up to 10 times the normal damage. Description, the core card for the Zero Series electric type attack set. How to obtain. Dual mode in the Anglers Association. Effect, continuous spell card. Each time you activate a Zero Series monster or spell card effect, the enemy loses 200 HP. Not bad, way better than that blazing slash card. Ling Qiu barely hesitated before deciding to switch cards. "So, is it time to tackle the Tiger Roar Forest dungeon now?" she asked. "No rush. Let's wait until my clone skill is off cooldown," Su Huayin replied, checking the time. "We'll need to wait a few more hours. What should we do in the meantime?" Ling Qiu pressed, clearly eager to get going. "Let's see if there are any good quests available." Su Huayin pulled out a small booklet. "This is the Adventurer's Certificate, the beta version. You can use it to browse and accept quests." He flipped through the certificate and quickly spotted a pinned quest. Urgent quest. Go to City Number 3 High School and rescue a specific individual. Quest details. Head to City Number 3 High School and escort a girl named Xiao Ying to the Adventurers Association. Rewards. 500 pesos, blue card blessing of the war god. Requirements. Open to all players. "This looks like a player-issued quest," Su Huayin remarked, a little surprised. "These usually come from other players." Ling Qiu nodded and added, "Blessing of the war god, that's a support skill card, if I remember right." She immediately checked the card's effect. Rarity, blue. Type, spell card. Effect, consumes 20 points of mental energy to bless the target, increasing their strength and constitution by 20, reducing pain received, lasts 300 seconds. Description, though flesh is weak, the fighting spirit endures. How to obtain. Monster drops, card packs, shady merchants, dual mode. Effect, spell card. Target monster's attack increases by 500 and can attack all opposing monsters once. Not bad at all. Ling Qiu was clearly pleased with the card's effect. Let's take on this quest. As for the reward card, how about we put it in the guild storage to share as a group resource? Sounds good to me. Let's go, Su Huayin agreed. Ling Qiu snapped her fingers, ready to head out. A skeletal warhorse materialized, its stark, white bones glinting eerily in the sunlight. Ling Qiu looked over her new companion with satisfaction. Having a mount would definitely make traveling much faster. The two soon reached the city center. Abandoned cars were scattered haphazardly across the streets, making it difficult for the skeletal warhorse to maneuver through the cluttered terrain. Ling Qiu quickly retrieved the skeletal warhorse card from her deck and replaced it with one that boosted her combat abilities. The streets were swarming with serpentmen monsters, with no sign of any living humans. It seemed the only possible survivors were those still hiding in the buildings on either side. The third middle school should be this way, Su Huayin said, pointing in a direction. As Ling Qiu drew her plasma blade, she mused. Who do you think this Xiaoing is? Someone actually offered a blue card and 500 pesos to save her. No idea, but she must be someone important. Su Huayin paused. Actually, in this world, money doesn't matter anymore. All the old wealth is worthless now. She's probably special in some other way. Although neither of them wanted to tangle with these serpentmen, who rarely dropped anything valuable, the monsters seemed determined to get in their way. Before they had gone far, they had already taken out nearly 10 of them. Each time a monster was killed, wisps of black smoke would rise from its corpse and flow into the Bone King's shield. Suddenly, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted ahead. Let's check it out. They exchanged a glance and immediately ran toward the source of the commotion. Outside a shopping mall, they saw a man and a woman facing off against a massive serpent man boss, at least 5 meters tall. The man wielded a long spear, his body marked by 2 deep gashes. The woman held a green bow, her abdomen stained with blood, clearly in worse shape. This was the same boss they had avoided earlier, knowing they weren't strong enough to take it on. Seeing others approach, the injured man shouted desperately, "Run! It's a boss." When the two didn't flee but instead hurried closer, he became even more agitated. Are you crazy? Get out of here. This boss isn't something ordinary people can handle. Before he could finish, a fit of coughing overtook him, whether from his injuries or sheer panic, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. The moment Su Huayin caught sight of the Serpent Man boss, his eyes lit up with excitement. Last time, lacking the strength to face it, he had been forced to retreat. But today, things were different. Ling Qiu's power had grown far beyond what it once was, and Su Huayin now felt confident they could defeat the boss. Ling Qiu charged in from another direction, launching himself at the Serpent Man boss with full force. Field bosses were usually about half a level stronger than those found in dungeons, a fact Su Huayin had learned firsthand when had fought this Serpent King before. The monster's strength even surpassed his own, even when he was boosted to 6 times his usual power. When Su Huayin swung his Chonglu sword at the boss, the blade struck its defense like steel against stone, unable to break through. Fortunately, Ling Qiu's relentless attacks forced the boss to split its attention, giving Su Huayin some breathing room. Without Ling Qiu's support, Su Huayin would likely have been driven back by the boss' fierce counterattacks. This particular boss, wielding both sword and shield, was notorious for its dangerous attack patterns. After blocking with its shield, it would usually follow up with a sweeping strike from its heavy blade, chaining its attacks from below. But now, with its sword occupied fending off Ling Qiu, that deadly combo was momentarily put on hold. Su Huayin eyed the boss shield and made another attempt to break through its defense. He raised his Bone King shield and slammed it hard against the Serpent Man's body. The impact was immense, but the boss stood firm, easily absorbing the blow with its bloodstained shield. Ling Qiu was knocked back a few steps, but he remained calm, quickly regaining his footing and launching another assault. The Serpent Man boss now had to fend off attacks from both sides. Despite the relentless pressure, it managed to hold its ground, going several rounds without revealing a single weakness. While some of this was due to Su Huayin and Ling Qiu's lack of coordination, the main reason was simply the boss' overwhelming strength. Still, this was its limit. The tide began to turn during the third clash between Ling Qiu and the boss. This time, as Ling Qiu's blade struck, a surge of purple lightning crackled along its edge. The electric current jolted the boss, causing its body to stiffen for an instant. Although the boss' resilience was impressive enough that even a purple card level control skill could only briefly affect it, a single second of paralysis was all Su Huayin needed. He immediately swung his shield, slamming it into the boss with tremendous force and knocking it back half a step. The impact broke the boss' defensive stance, leaving it momentarily exposed. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Qiu shouted, "Thunder Slash." With a flash, his lightsaber came crashing down. The Serpent Man boss tried to defend itself, but the lingering electricity flared up once more, exploding across its body and landing a decisive blow. The Snakeman boss's body stiffened again, and in that instant, Ling Qiu's lightsaber plunged swiftly into its thigh. With a sickening squelch, the blade sank deep into the flesh, and then Ling Qiu slashed sideways. Half of a rod-like object dropped to the ground between the boss' legs. The sight made Su Huayin instinctively press his own legs together, a phantom pain washing over him. Just imagining it was enough to make him wince. As expected, although the boss had already suffered a gaping wound in its thigh without making much noise, now it let out a blood-curdling scream, even more pitiful than a pig being slaughtered. "Finish him while he's down," Ling Qiu shouted. While the boss was clutching its lower body in agony, Ling Qiu leaped up, sweeping the lightsaber in a wide arc and slicing off one of the boss' arms. Not to be outdone, Su Huayin thrust his Chonglu sword forward, the tip striking the boss right in the eye socket, putting it out of its misery. With a heavy thud, the snakeman boss corpse crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. As the boss fell, a purple card appeared above its body. Last time, you got the Heaven and Earth Longevity card. This one's mine, Ling Qiu declared. Su Huayin nodded in agreement and stayed where he was, watching as Ling Qiu walked over, picked up the card, and examined it. The brutal way the boss died still lingered in Su Huayin's mind, filling him with a newfound respect. She's ruthless. If not for that strike, the fight might not be over. Attacking such a vulnerable spot instantly took the boss out of the fight. Even a boss can't withstand that. How could this happen? Ling Qiu's voice rang out in frustration from a short distance away. What's wrong? Su Huayin asked, curiosity piqued. It's a dungeon card? And a restricted entry dungeon card at that? What terrible luck. Ling Qiu complained, holding the card out for Su Huayin to see. Serpent's Stealth Dungeon Card. Rarity, purple. Type, dungeon card. Effect, grants access to the Serpent's Stealth Dungeon. Description, the Invisible Serpent. Obtained from Snake-type bosses or higher-level creatures, or the Blackheart Merchant. Restrictions, Thief class, or holders of the Doom of the Evil Dragon series cards. Ling Qiu read from the card, frowning. Looks like this dungeon is meant for thieves. And as for the other requirement holders of the Doom of the Evil Dragon series, I've never even heard of that series. Unlike the well-known Zero series, the Doom of the Evil Dragon series was a secret known only to Su Huayin. He had never been one to show off, nor had he ever posted about the Yinyang Tiger cards on the Card Realm forums. Unless someone else also had a Doom of the Evil Dragon card, Su Huayin was likely the only person who knew about this series. Ahem. Ling Qiu, can I talk to you about something? Su Huayin cleared his throat, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. He had a strong feeling that this dungeon might be hiding something related to the Doomsday Dragon series cards. Even if it wasn't a complete card, there might at least be a clue. Oh. Ling Qiu twirled the dungeon card between her slender fingers, a mischievous glint in her eyes. You want it? Su Huayin nodded and went straight to the point. Yeah, I want that card. I know you're doing this quest for the Blessing of the War God card, probably for your sister, Maindong. Once we finish the quest, the blessing card is yours, and you can have the 500 pesos as well. Ling Qiu raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by the offer. You drive a hard bargain. That blessing card was already half mine to begin with, and so was the 500 pesos. You want to trade me half a blue card and 250 pesos for a purple card? Don't you think you're asking for too much? Either way, you can't use this card, Su Huayin replied calmly, his expression unchanged. That's true. I can't use it, but it's a different story in your hands, isn't it? Ling Qiu met Su Huayin's gaze, studying his face for any sign of weakness. It wasn't because she found him attractive, but she wanted to catch any hint he might be hiding something. It's not really that different. I just want my clone to go down the assassin path, since I already have stealth, Su Huayin said, his tone casual, as if they were discussing something completely ordinary. You're a good actor. Ling Qiu suddenly laughed, tossing the purple card to Su Huayin with a flick of her wrist. I know it's not as simple as you make it sound, but here, it's yours. She added, besides the quest rewards, this card won't count toward our loot split. The next purple card we get is still mine. Thanks. Su Huayin caught the card smoothly and gave Ling Qiu a sincere fist salute. If this card still counted toward their split, he'd have to give Ling Qiu the next 2 purple cards they found. Now, she'd only take the Blessing of the War God and the next purple card, so Su Huayin had clearly gotten the better end of the deal. He'd thank her 100 times over if she asked. Su Huayin gripped the card tightly, a flash of joy in his eyes. Seeing how happy you are, I feel like I got the short end of the stick. Ling Qiu pouted, a bit annoyed. No, honestly, it's not that useful for you, Su Huayin replied quickly, then grew serious. But you're right, it might be very important for me. I owe you one. After dividing up the loot, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu walked over to the 2 people who had fought the serpent boss earlier. On the ground lay a man and a woman, both injured. The woman had a deep, bloody gash across her back. The man was also hurt and currently unconscious, held tightly in the woman's arms. Su Huayin remembered that this was the man who had shouted at him and Ling Qiu to stay back when they arrived. It hadn't changed the outcome, but Su Huayin made a mental note to remember his gesture. How are you guys holding up? Su Huayin asked, his gaze settling on the anxious woman in front of him. Please, save him. I beg you, please save him. The woman suddenly broke down in tears, her face streaked with desperation and helplessness. Su Huayin was at a loss for how to respond. He could only turn to Ling Qiu, his eyes silently pleading for help. After a brief moment of thought, Ling Qiu made a quick decision. Hey Race, what will do? You head to number 3 high school to find the others. They'll take them back for treatment on the Bone Warhorse. Donger and the others should have already returned. As for whether he'll make it, until then Ling Qiu didn't finish, but the unspoken meaning was clear. The injuries were so severe, he might not survive long enough for treatment. Thank you. Thank you so much, the woman sobbed, tears streaming down her face. If he doesn't make it, that's just fate. But if you can save him, our lives will belong to you from now on. There's no time to waste. Let's split up and move, Su Huayin said without hesitation. Ling Qiu immediately summoned the bone warhorse and sped off with the injured man and the crying woman toward their base. Su Huayin watched Ling Qiu's retreating figure disappear, took a deep breath, and pressed onward into the heart of the city. Not long after, a snakeman archer suddenly fired an arrow from the shadows, attempting a sneak attack. Su Huayin reacted instantly, dodging the shot, and quickly closing in to cut the creature down. As the snakeman fell, a wisp of dark energy slipped silently into the Bone King shield in Su Huayin's hand, and he immediately felt a slight boost in strength. He glanced down at the Bone King shield, recalling its passive ability Soul Devour. For every 10 creatures slain, the shield would grant an extra point of strength, up to a maximum increase of 50 points. Maybe this isn't a bad place to grind for the shield Soul Devour, Su Huayin thought, but after a moment's consideration, he dismissed the idea. No need to force it. The max bonus isn't going anywhere. Let's focus on the main objective for now. Su Huayin continued toward number 3 high school. Even though he wasn't actively hunting monsters, he still dispatched more than 10 minor enemies along the way, boosting the shield's strength bonus to 2 points. As he neared the school, Su Huayin noticed something strange. The snake men seemed to have vanished, and the entire campus looked eerily deserted. Night had fallen, and the school grounds were pitch dark, making it impossible to see inside. It's pitch black and they're pretty creepy, Su Huayin muttered, stopping outside the school gate. Ever cautious, he knew better than to rush in when something was clearly off. This is exactly where my clone comes in handy, he thought. His clone ability, Yin Tiger, had finished its cooldown that afternoon, and now was the perfect time to use it. He activated the skill, summoning a doppelganger identical to himself. After a moment's thought, Su Huayin began to adjust the clone's card slots. As a 3-slot player, his clone also had 3 available slots. Because the previous clone had been destroyed, he hadn't been able to change its cards, and the stealth and heaven and earth longevity skills had been stuck inside. Now, with a new clone, he could make adjustments again. Su Huayin decided to keep the first and second slots unchanged and only switch out the third. He pulled up the clone's interface and slotted in 2 new cards, Mana Orb and Ice Shield. He also had a purple Fire Dragon Scale card, but it couldn't be used. He required at least a gold quality dragon-related card as a base to stack on. The clone activated his stealth skill, vanishing swiftly into the darkness. He slipped silently over the wall and landed inside the campus of City Number 3 High School. Once inside, the stillness all around made Su Huayin instantly alert. Something was off. The unnatural silence unsettled him, as if the entire school had long since sunk into a strange, oppressive quiet. Su Huayin moved cautiously through the campus, his eyes scanning every corner. There were no monsters in sight, not a single sign of life, only that eerie, suffocating silence, so heavy it felt like even the air had frozen. The sense of unease grew stronger, making him even more careful with every step. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, echoing from the direction of one of the academic buildings. A split second later, the sound of breaking glass rang out as a window was smashed. Instinctively, Su Huayin turned to look, then quickly changed direction and raced toward where the scream had come from. As he approached, he realized it was the girls' dormitory. The target, Xiaoying, judging by her name, was definitely a girl. Su Huayin stepped into the dorm building. The moment he walked in, he heard the faint sound of someone sobbing. Someone was here. He crept closer, gently pushed open the door to room 101, and slipped inside. Lin Qian, stop crying. You'll attract that thing, one of the girls whispered, trying to calm the girl who was sobbing. Lin Qian, can you please stop? Another girl, curled up on the top bunk, pleaded anxiously. If you keep crying out loud, we're all dead. Just then, the dorm door creaked open. Lin Qian's cries only grew louder and sharper. The girls instantly froze in terror, curling up tighter under their blankets. At that moment, the room's light suddenly flickered on. Su Huayin swept his gaze around the room, ready at any moment to activate his immortal lifespan skill. His clone wasn't built for combat, could only rely on stealth and ice shield for protection, with his only real advantage being a 30-point boost to his spirit attribute. Compared to ordinary people, his combat ability was still negligible, but the immortal lifespan skill could be a game changer. However, when he saw the 3 terrified girls huddled under their blankets, he hesitated. Their reaction was nothing like the monster hunting scenario had imagined. Is this the ostrich mentality? Su Huayin wondered. Did they really believe that hiding under the covers would keep them safe from monsters? Do any of you know a girl named Xiaoying? Su Huayin dropped his stealth and asked quietly. It was several seconds before one of the girls cautiously peeked her head out from under the blanket. Her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Su Huayin. Xiaoying from class 3? She asked uncertainly. Su Huayin nodded, excitement flickering in his eyes. Do you know where she is? The girl stared at him, still unsure of who he was. After a brief hesitation, She asked, "Who are you?" "I'm an adventurer, more or less. I've been given a mission to get Xiaoying to safety," Su Huayin replied simply. "An adventurer?" The girl seemed surprised by his answer and relaxed a little. The other two girls also peeked out from their blankets, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. "Can you get us out of here?" The first girl asked again, her voice filled with anxiety. "I'm sorry, I can't," Su Huayin replied bluntly. "He's not some kind of savior if there's nothing in it for him. He won't lift a finger." His blunt, indifferent response left the girls in the room stunned, as if the air had frozen for a few seconds. "Is that it?" One girl whispered, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Su Huayin shrugged, his tone sharp and calculating, like a seasoned businessman. "But if someone can help me find Xiaoying, they'll take her out of here." He glanced around at each of them, making his terms clear: a fair trade. Help him find Xiaoying, and head help them escape. "No way, there are monsters in that place." A girl cried out, her voice trembling on the edge of tears. She quickly dove under her blanket, leaving only her frightened eyes peeking out. Another girl fell silent, staring down at her toes, visibly paralyzed by fear. Only the long-haired girl who had first spoken up seemed to consider his offer. She bit her lip, thinking hard, and then nodded with determination. "All right, I'll go with you." She stood up and walked over to Su Huayin, her voice low but steady. "Xiaoying is on the 3rd floor, but there are monsters in this building." "Oh, monsters? What kind?" Su Huayin raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "They're invisible," the long-haired girl began, but before she could finish, Su Huayin heard slow, heavy footsteps approaching from behind. He spun around, his gaze piercing the darkness in the 1st-floor hallway. It was pitch black, nothing was visible, but the footsteps grew louder, each one pounding on his nerves. "Invisible monsters, huh? I think I have a pretty good idea what we're dealing with," Su Huayin murmured, a knowing glint in his eyes. He glanced at the shadowy corridor, then activated his stealth skill. In an instant, his figure seemed to melt into the darkness and disappeared from sight. "Where did you go?" The long-haired girl's eyes widened in disbelief, fear rising in her voice as she stared at the empty spot where Su Huayin had just stood. The footsteps in the hallway grew closer, like death itself drawing near. The girl could sense the presence of something unknown, just a breath away. "Ah!" she screamed, trying to move, but her legs felt rooted to the floor. Terror washed over her. Leaving her helpless, her only option was to squeeze her eyes shut and wait for the end. She heard the footsteps stop right in front of her, and a wave of icy cold swept over her. Just as she was sure she was about to die, everything suddenly went silent. She slowly opened her eyes, and the sight before her left her speechless. The young man who called himself an adventurer had reappeared, holding a gleaming longsword. The blade was plunged into thin air, yet dark red blood was dripping from its midsection onto the floor. A moment later, the outline of a hideous monster materialized, its chest impaled by the sword. Its twisted face contorted in agony, though no sound escaped its lips. "I knew Ida killer monkey," Su Huayin said calmly, pulling his sword free and letting the creature's body collapse. A green card floated up from the monster's corpse, shimmering faintly in the air. "A green card, huh?" Su Huayin reached out and took the card, examining its details. Venom-tipped dagger. Quality, green card. Type, weapon card. Effect, strength 20. Blade is coated with venom. After piercing skin, inflicts a slowing poison on the enemy. Description, forged with poison infused into the blade. How to obtain, monster drop, card pack draw, shady merchant. Dual mode effect, magic card. Equipped to a monster and attack an enemy monster. If not destroyed in battle, reduces the enemy's attack by 500 at the end of each turn. A dagger, huh? Not bad. Su Huayin thought for a moment, then replaced the frost shield in his 3rd card slot with the venom-tipped dagger, feeling the surge of power from his new weapon. "Let's go. Take me to Xiaoying," he said, handing the long sword to the girl, hilt first, his gaze resolute. "Take it. Only your own strength can protect you. These assassin monkeys only have the ability to turn invisible. Other than that, they're extremely fragile, stronger than an ordinary person," Su Huayin explained as he drew a sharp dagger from his belt, its blade gleaming coldly in the dim light. "By the way, what's your name?" Su Huayin moved cautiously toward the staircase, ears pricked as he listened intently for any sign of movement. He could sense that there was more than one assassin monkey lurking in the building. "My name is Yuro," the girl replied, gripping the longsword Su Huayin had handed her earlier. Her knuckles were white with tension, betraying her anxiety. She hurried to keep up with Su Huayin, stepping carefully onto the stairs that led to the 2nd floor. As for Yuro's two roommates, Su Huayin didn't care. If they wanted to follow, he wouldn't stop them, but since they'd chosen to stay hidden in their room, their fate was no longer his concern. "Do you know where Xiaoying lives?" Su Huayin's figure suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving only his voice echoing through the stairwell, guiding Yuro by sound alone. "She's in class 3. Their dorms are from 305 to 310, Yuro answered, her eyes darting nervously from side to side. Fear was written all over her face, but she stayed close behind Su Huayin, unwilling to be left alone. Before they reached the second floor, Yuro heard urgent footsteps pounding behind them, each heavy step thudding like a drum against her chest. Her face turned pale in an instant. Now, strike. Su Huayin's voice rang out suddenly. Almost by instinct, Yuro swung her sword in the direction of the footsteps. With a sickening sound of blade meeting flesh, an ugly, monkey-like creature was forced out of its invisible state. It let out a shrill scream as blood spurted from its wound. It's not dead yet. Finish it off, Su Huayin's voice instructed her again. Though still panicked, Yuro obeyed immediately. She lunged forward, hacking at the small monkey creature without any real technique. She had no idea where its weak points were, but now that its invisibility was gone, she clearly had the upper hand. The assassin monkey's greatest strength was stealth. Once that was lost, they were hardly a threat. After several wild swings, the assassin monkey finally stopped moving and collapsed. A white card slowly floated up from the creature's corpse. What's that? Yuro asked, staring curiously at the card. That's yours, you killed it. So it's your reward. Su Huayin replied without looking back, already heading up to the third floor. Wait for me. Yuro quickly grabbed the card and rushed after Su Huayin. By the time Yuro caught up, breathless, Su Huayin had already reached the third floor. As soon as he stepped off the stairs, he heard a flurry of footsteps racing toward them. It was clearly more than one assassin monkey, at least two, maybe more. Su Huayin's expression grew serious. This version of himself wasn't particularly strong. If he had to face 3 assassin monkeys at once, he might not be able to handle it. It's up to you now. Just follow my instructions, Su Huayin whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, his voice faded away, as if had never been there at all. Only Yuro was left, gripping the hilt of her blade tightly as she stood in place. Her gaze was fixed straight ahead, but she saw nothing, only the cold wind brushing against her face. Su Huayin stood nearby, secretly relieved. He had just guided her through her first battle. Now, at least, she had the courage to wield her sword. She knew nothing about combat, but she was willing to follow his instructions, which, in his eyes, made her a decent teammate. Footsteps grew louder and closer. Su Huayin gave a low command, strike. Without hesitation, he moved as well. He no longer cared how Yuro would respond. In truth, he never had high expectations for her performance. What surprised him was that the one person he counted on the least ended up changing the entire situation. Although Yuro's sword wasn't powerful, the card in her hand turned out to be the key. Her own strength was limited barely around 8 points, but the slash she delivered sent a blade of energy flying, striking 3 invisible assassin monkeys. The energy wasn't strong, even rather weak, but once the card's effect was triggered, its power surged, exposing all 3 hidden assassin monkeys. In this world, attacking or being attacked broke invisibility, and once revealed, there was no escape. Su Huayin caught his breath and sheathed his dagger as the assassin monkeys collapsed one after another. With the last one down, a card materialized above one of the corpses. Su Huayin picked it up and quickly scanned its contents. Assassin monkey quality, white card, type, dual mode exclusive, beast monster, 1 star, ATK 500, def 300. Effect, this card can attack an opponent's life points directly. Su Huayin let out a cold, dismissive laugh. The card wasn't particularly useful to him, but it wasn't entirely worthless either. He pocketed it, glanced around to confirm that the threat from the assassin monkeys had been dealt with. These small fry should all be taken care of, he murmured to himself. Abandoning his stealth, he headed toward room 305 inside the building. The door was already open, and a sharp, metallic scent of blood hung in the air, giving him a bad feeling. It wasn't that he cared much about the target, Xiao Ying, but after coming this far, he couldn't accept walking away empty-handed. He called out softly, "Is anyone still alive?" No answer came from inside, only a heavy silence that heightened his tension. Su Huayin frowned, shook his head, and turned to leave room 305. Heading for the room across the hall, 306. That door was open as well, and the smell of blood filled the corridor. Everything seemed under control, but it was clear that no one in these 2 rooms had escaped the assassin monkey's attack. Strangely, all the other doors remained tightly shut, only these 2 had been left open, as if someone had tampered with them on purpose. Please, let nothing have happened, Su Huayin prayed silently. He finally reached room 307 and pushed hard on the door, only to find it locked and barricaded from the inside. His expression changed slightly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Could someone still be inside? He called out urgently, "Is Xiaoying there?" A faint voice replied from within, "I'm Xiaoying. Who are you?" Relief washed over Su Huayin, and he couldn't hide the joy on his face. "Found her. I've located our target." Xiaoying, Su Huayin whispered. "Huh, did Grandpa send someone to rescue me?" Xiao Ying's eyes lit up with excitement. She couldn't help but respond eagerly. Still, she didn't open the door right away. Instead, she asked cautiously, "How do I know you're telling the truth?" There was a hint of suspicion in her voice. "I can't really prove it. I just took on a job, that's all. If it wasn't for the reward, why would I risk my life to save you for no reason?" Su Huayin replied with a touch of frustration in his tone. I've already cleared out the monsters outside. Hurry up, or more will show up. Xiaoying frowned slightly, clearly not fully convinced. She seemed about to say something else when a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from outside the window. All right, I'll go with you. Xiaoying finally made up her mind and spoke hurriedly. As she spoke, there was a flurry of movement inside the room, the sound of something heavy being dragged growing louder. A moment later, the door swung open and a girl stepped out. She didn't look like an ordinary person. Her poise and grace revealed a background of formal training. Even though her features were hard to make out in the darkness, the air of nobility about her was unmistakable. Whatever. Let's go, Su Huayin said, not bothering to explain further. He headed straight downstairs, with Xiaoying close behind. Just as they exited the dormitory building, Su Huayin suddenly heard heavy footsteps, slow and thunderous, clearly belonging to something massive. Both of you head that way. My real body is on its way to meet you. Move as fast and as far as you can. Su Huayin's expression changed, his tone turning serious. Go now? What? Xiaoying was caught off guard, but Shi Yuro didn't hesitate. She grabbed Xiaoying's hand and pulled her in the direction Su Huayin indicated. Having survived by following Su Huayin's instructions before, Shi Yuro didn't think twice this time. The two had barely run a short distance when Su Huayin was suddenly gripped by a bone-chilling cold. He knew this was a life-or-death moment. His recently restored avatar was in danger again and could vanish any second. A bitter smile flickered across his lips, but he made his decision without delay. Heaven and earth as one. A surge of powerful energy erupted from Su Huayin, making the very air tremble. The energy spread violently in all directions. At that moment, a towering figure appeared in the flash of the explosion. It was a killer monkey, nearly 2 meters tall, its blade poised just 30 centimeters from Su Huayin's neck. If that blade struck, he wouldn't have time to activate his heaven and earth as one ability. But in the next instant, the blade merely grazed his throat. Su Huayin's skill kicked in, its power far surpassing what it had been before. The explosive force shook the world itself. Boom. The killer monkey closest to Su Huayin was obliterated in an instant, leaving not even a trace behind. A blue card slowly emerged from the charred remains, drifting gently into the air before landing in a waiting hand. Su Huayin stood his ground, sweat beading on his forehead and his heart pounding, but a cold smile played on his lips. What a shame about my clone, Su Huayin sighed softly, his fingers gently tracing the newly acquired blue card. The plan for the Tiger Roar Forest dungeon would have to be postponed by a day, but as he gazed at the card glowing faintly in his hand, a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. It was an assassin-class blue card with impressive stat boosts, 20 agility, and the ability to stack with a dagger weapon card. The card description read, everything is permitted, nothing is true, and it could be obtained from monster drops or shady merchants. The requirements to use it were 40 constitution and 20 agility. It's just 24 hours, isn't it? Su Huayin smirked. For a class card like this, it's worth it. How are you still alive? Xiaoying instinctively took a step back as Su Huayin approached. She vividly remembered glancing back during her escape. The person who had saved her had triggered some kind of explosive, taking the monster down with him. Su Huayin scoffed. Do I look like the kind of idiot who'd throw his life away for a quest reward? Come on, they'll take you somewhere safe. He didn't bother explaining further, motioning for Xiaoying to follow. As for Shi Yuro, now that Head found Xiaoying, their cooperation was over. You should go. You're capable enough to survive in this world now, Su Huayin told Shi Yuro. Can I come with you? Shi Yuro pleaded, eyes wide. Su Huayin was about to refuse, but then he remembered the guild route for his 5th card slot. Starting a guild required at least 100 members. He changed his mind. You can, but not by following me around. You'll be joining the guild I'm about to create. Shi Yuro's face lit up, as if she had been given a new lease on life. That's fine by me. It's the same thing. Su Huayin found a working car on the street and drove the two of them toward Qingwu City. As long as he delivered Xiaoying to the Adventurers Guild, the mission would be complete. Beta testers could browse and accept quests through the Adventurers token, but turning them in still required a personal visit to the guild. Glancing at Xiaoying in the rearview mirror, Su Huayin sized her up. She was undeniably beautiful, with the looks of a campus queen, fair skin, graceful figure, and a presence that rivaled Ling Qiu. Her every move radiated an air of noble elegance, like a regal swan. But as someone focused on card mastery, he had no interest in such things. So who are you really? Su Huayin asked. Xiaoying smiled playfully. Why don't you guess? She was now certain that Su Huayin had truly come to save her. With the strength Head shown, if Head meant her harm, she wouldn't have stood a chance. Besides, the way he looked at her was as if she were just an ordinary object, completely unaffected by her beauty. I'm not guessing. Whoever you are, it doesn't matter to me. With Shi Yuro and Xiaoying in tow, Su Huayin arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Standing beneath the emblem of the stars in the abyss, he greeted the staff and prepared to hand in his quest. Catherine was busy processing requests at the counter, but when she saw him approach, she spoke up. The quest giver has already been notified. Please wait a moment. Su Huayin nodded, indicating he understood. All that remained was to wait patiently. Look over there, those two NPCs seem odd, don't they? Xiaoying glanced around nervously, her gaze settling in a particular direction. Along the way, Su Huayin had explained much about the current world to the two women. While the wonders of Qingmu City intrigued them, they weren't exactly shocked. Hearing Xiao Ying's comment, Su Huayin followed her line of sight. His eyelid twitched as he immediately realized what she meant. Outside the fishing association, two familiar figures came into view. One man was holding a massive fish, while the other carried a vibrant koi. Su Huayin pressed a hand to his forehead with a wry smile. He had already suspected this might happen, but he hadn't expected these two to show up here. Xinyang, Lin Yuan, how did they end up lost in front of the fishing association too? He muttered under his breath. Xinyang, proudly displaying a scarlet kingfish, was showing it off to Lin Yuan. Old Shin, where did you catch that fish? How much does it weigh? Lin Yuan asked eagerly. Xinyang waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing special, only 120 jin, he replied, his face full of pride, puffed up like a rooster. Lin Yuan grew anxious, urging him in a low voice, stop showing off and say something. Quick, ask me. Reluctantly, Xinyang finally spoke. Brother Lin, that tricolored koi of yours looks pretty hefty too, doesn't it? As soon as he was asked, Lin Yuan relaxed and put on an air of indifference. Oh, it's nothing, just 100 jin tricolor koi. The two of them bantered cheerfully at the fishing association entrance, drawing the attention of passing anglers. Su Huayin couldn't help but feel at a loss for words, silently marveling at the unique personalities of these fishermen. But just then, the scene suddenly shifted. The two lively figures vanished without a trace. Su Huayin rubbed his eyes and glanced around, only to find that a person now stood on each side of him. Mingjing Jishui, when are we going fishing again? Xinyang asked gently, a note of concern in his eyes. Yeah, when is your girlfriend coming along? Lin Yuan chimed in. Su Huayin was taken aback. Girlfriend? He repeated, rubbing his chin, unable to recall anyone like that. Seeing his confusion, Xinyang cleared his throat and said, this is the kingfish fishing spot. It appears at that time. They'll go wait for you. He quickly stuffed 2 cards into Su Huayin's hand, then hurried off like the wind. Don't forget to bring your girlfriend, Lin Yuan called out, as he followed Xinyang and disappeared as well. Su Huayin looked at the 2 cards now in his hand, pondering their significance. It felt like the items were proof that the two had truly been there. He flipped them over for a closer look. Both were identical Qingpu fishing ground card. The cards were blue, marked as single use, and the effect was simple. After use, you could enter the Qingpu fishing ground for up to 24 hours. According to the description, 3-star dragon pearl fish could be found there. Reading the card's introduction, Su Huayin tucked them away, planning to give them to Ling Qiu when he returned that evening. He waited at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild for about 10 minutes, hardly a long wait. Su Huayin finally saw the person he had been waiting for. A black sedan slowly approached and stopped precisely in front of Xiaoying. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man with thin-rimmed glasses stepped out. He looked refined and cultured, but exuded an undeniable air of authority. Every gesture and movement revealed his commanding presence. Xiaoying. The man spotted her immediately, his face lighting up with a delighted smile. He walked over quickly and ushered her into the car. Only then did he turn to Su Huayin, his gaze both scrutinizing and appreciative. You must be the one who rescued Xiaoying, right? The man nodded slightly, then took a War God blessing card and 10 cards worth 100 pesos each from his pocket, handing them to Su Huayin. This is your reward. Su Huayin accepted the cards, raising an eyebrow. Oh, why is there more? The payment was 500 pesos more than what they had agreed upon. In this world, pesos were incredibly useful for unlocking card slots, buying card packs, extending your stay in the main city, or posting adventure missions. With 600 pesos, you could buy a basic card pack. Just a small token for our first meeting, the man replied in a gentle, measured tone, neither humble nor arrogant. You're clearly very capable. Perhaps we'll have the chance to work together again. Thanks, I appreciate it. Su Huayin accepted the reward without hesitation, thinking to himself, only a fool would turn down extra cash. The extra 500 is just enough to buy a card pack. He still didn't know exactly who Xiaoying and the middle-aged man were, but he could guess a few things. After Xiaoying left, Su Huayin turned to Shi Yuro, who had been waiting nearby. Are you sure you want to come with me? I'm sure. I'll follow your orders, Shi Yuro replied, her eyes shining with a hint of fanaticism. Su Huayin couldn't help but wonder if she had some kind of mental issue, but he quickly shrugged it off. Having another follower wasn't a bad thing. With money in his pocket, Su Huayin wasn't in a hurry to leave Qingmu City. Instead, he took Shi Yuro to another shop. Hanging above the door was a sign that read Lu Liu's shop, the card store of the system's main city. The shop was empty except for a cash box quietly sitting on the counter. Su Huayin counted out 600 pesos from his newly acquired payment and placed them in the box. Instantly, a translucent interface appeared before him. Ding! You may choose one card pack: Basic Warrior Pack, Basic Mage Pack, or Basic Dragon Pack, the system's voice prompted. These 3 packs. Su Huayin stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up with excitement. I can actually draw a dragon pack? Even though it's just a basic one, 600 pesos only gets you a basic pack. What a win. Without hesitation, Su Huayin chose the dragon pack. Anyone who didn't pick this one would be a fool. The basic warrior and mage packs were worth next to nothing, but a basic dragon pack could sell for 6,000 pesos on the market, and some people would even trade a random advanced pack for it. Number 45, Basic Fire Dragon Pack. Su Huayin tapped confirm, and a shimmering card pack appeared in front of him. One basic dragon pack. I can't believe my lucky actually got a dragon pack. Let's see what's inside. Su Huayin tore open the pack eagerly, his fingers trembling slightly with anticipation for the treasures within. Each time you make a purchase, you can only choose one out of 3 randomly drawn card packs. Su Huayin carefully tore open the pack, revealing 2 cards inside. Only 2, he muttered under his breath. Well, that's not too bad. He drew the first card, a white quality dragon cookie card. The details read, increases strength by 30 for 5 minutes after use, 30-minute cooldown. In duelist mode, it can be used as a spell card to special summon a dragon-type monster with up to 500 attack points from your hand. Useless, Su Huayin scoffed. It takes up a slot and the effect is pathetic. He casually tossed the card to Sure Euro beside him. At least one green quality card is guaranteed in every pack. Su Huayin's eyes lit up. So that means this last one. He slowly drew out the second card, carefully lifting one corner. A flash of blue caught his eye, making his heart race. It's actually blue, he whispered in disbelief. The highest rarity in the basic dragon card pack was blue, with only a 1-drop rate. He couldn't wait to reveal the entire card of Fire Dragon card. The card details read, summons a fire dragon with flight capability. In duel mode, it's an 8-star fire attribute dragon-type monster with 3,000 attack and 2,500 defense, and can destroy one monster on the field each turn. Su Huayin immediately adjusted his deck. He swapped the water dragon scale on his Tiger's Inyan card for the fire dragon scale, and replaced his second slot's long flow sword with the fire dragon card. Now his lineup was Tiger's Inyan stacked with fire dragon scale, fire dragon, and Bone King shield, a luxury combination of 1 red, 2 purple, and 1 blue card. Let's go back to the base, Su Huayin said, casually summoning the fire dragon with a wave of his hand. The massive, winged lizard appeared before them in all its glory. He easily leapt onto the dragon's back and reached out to Sure Euro. Hop on, let's fly back. Huh? Oh. Sure Euro was momentarily stunned before she snapped out of it. Sure Euro paused for a moment, then obediently sat down behind Su Huayin. Let's go. To the immortality base, Su Huayin said quietly. This so-called immortality base wasn't anything impressivite, was just a former cult hideout that Su Huayin and Ling Qiu had previously cleared out and now claimed as their own. Inside a simple room at the base, Li Ming slowly opened his eyes as his awareness returned. He tried to sit up, but his muscles were so sore he could barely move. You're awake? Lu Xiaozhu, who was sitting by his bedside, brightened, her voice filled with relief. Li Ming glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Xiaozhu, am I alive? He asked urgently. What about that snakeman boss? It's okay, the boss was taken care of. We're all safe now, Lu Xiaozhu replied, giving him a quick summary of what had happened. Just then, the door opened, and a young woman entered, carrying a tray of steaming food. Oh, you're up? She said with a gentle smile. Perfect timing. Minga is back too. Once you've eaten, let's join the discussion tonight. She set the food down on a small table in the room. The girl was Jing Tian. After the fierce battle, she seemed to have returned to her usual self. Of course, the past hadn't disappeared, just been temporarily tucked away. Minga? Li Ming looked at Jing Tian in confusion. He's one of the leaders here and the one who saved you, Jing Tian explained. Li Ming was already starving, and as soon as he saw the food, he dug in without hesitation. He wasn't worried about being poisoned. If they meant him harm, there'd be no need to save him in the first place. After he and Lu Xiaozhu had eaten their fill, they followed Jing Tian to the main hall of the base. Li Ming immediately recognized the 2 people sitting in the center. They were the last ones had seen earlier that day. A few unfamiliar faces were gathered around them. You're here. Have a seat, Su Huayin said, pointing to 2 empty wooden stools. Li Ming and Lu Xiaozhu looked a little uneasy as they sat down under everyone's gaze. So what are your plans? Ling Qiu asked, getting straight to the point. Plans? Lu Xiaozhu answered honestly. We just wanted to find some food. We've run out at home. Ling Qiu nodded. Would you 2 be interested in joining us? If you'd like to stay, you're welcome. If not, you can rest here tonight and leave in the morning. She didn't beat around the bush. If you want to stay, stay. If not, you're free to go. Forming a guild required at least 100 people, but they weren't letting just anyone in. Strength came first, but character mattered too. They didn't need saints, but they wouldn't accept anyone with a cruel heart. From what she'd seen, Li Ming and Lu Xiaozhu seemed decent enough. Join you? Li Ming's eyes narrowed warily. What does that mean? Think of it like a gaming guild. We tackle challenges and complete missions together, Ling Qiu said, a faint smile on her lips. Or you could say we're a new faction. In this chaotic world, disaster and opportunity go hand in hand. A golden carp isn't meant for a shallow pond. Once the winds change, it can become a dragon. She made no attempt to hide her ambition. In the past, she had been just another exploited nobody. Now, times had changed. While the idea of taking turns on the throne might still be far-fetched, the chance to change one's fate had finally arrived. So what do you think? Ling Qiu met Li Ming's gaze directly. Are you interested? Faced with Ling Qiu's question, Li Ming and Lu Xiaozhu didn't hesitate to join. Su Huayin glanced around at everyone and nodded. With you two, we're now 7 people and need to split into 2 groups. Tomorrow, Maindong, Ling Dong, Li Ming, and Lu Xiaozhu, the 4 of you will be in one team. We're running low on food here, so you'll need to go into the city and bring back more supplies. Sure Euro, Li Kaifeng, and Jing Tian, you 3 will form the other team. Since your abilities still need improvement, focus on that for now. They'll assign you new tasks once you're ready. No one objected to the plan, and everyone went off to rest. Su Huayin specifically arranged for Lu Xiaozhu and Li Ming, the couple, to share a room. After the meeting, as Ling Qiu was about to leave, Su Huayin called her over. He took 2 blue cards and a wad of cash from his pocket. Here, these are for you. He handed her the cards and 500 pesos. Although the mission originally awarded 1,000 pesos, had already spent 600 and only had 400 left, but with the extra 100 or so had earned slaying snake men, he managed to scrape together 500. Ling Qiu took the cards, looking puzzled. What are these? She examined them closely and saw that one was the promised war god's blessing card, while the other was a blue card labeled Qingpu Fishing Grounds. This one's from Xinyang. He wants us to go fishing, Su Huayin explained. Fishing? Ling Qiu frowned. It feels like we've only gotten lucky the last 2 times. Su Huayin just shrugged. We'll figure it out when the time comes, though he wasn't too confident either. Thanks, Ling Qiu said, then asked, how's your clone doing? Su Huayin scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Well, looks like it'll be delayed another day. My clone's gone again. His clone had used the lifelink skill once more. Guess we'll have to push things back again, Ling Qiu said, her eyes lighting up. Actually, when I was bringing everyone back yesterday, I ran into a duelist NPC. Aren't you a master at duelist mode? If we beat this NPC, we can get a dual city invitation. Let's go challenge him tomorrow. Sounds good. Su Huayin nodded. Duelist mode. He already had enough cards to put together a basic dueling deck. It's been a while since I played duelist mode, he muttered to himself. It was thanks to winning the Card Domain's 2-year anniversary tournament that had earned the Tiger's Yin Yang card, his deck's core, and joined the ranks of the top players. The next day, Ma Zhendong's group set out to search for food as planned, while Su Huayin and Ling Qiu got ready to move. Ling Qiu summoned her skeletal warhorse and waved at Su Huayin. Hop on. No need, Su Huayin replied, waving her off. A massive fire-breathing dragon suddenly appeared beside him. You can swap your mount card out of your slot. Ride with me instead. A flying mount. Ling Qiu's eyes widened in surprise. I was only gone for half a day. How did you get this? Su Huayin laughed. I pulled it from a card pack at the card shop. He patted the dragon's back. If you've got a flying mount, of course you use it. So where's that NPC? How do we find him? Over there, Ling Qiu pointed into the distance. Fly low, and we should spot him soon. Su Huayin steered the dragon in the direction she indicated. Before long, they reached the edge of a small grove. There he is, Ling Qiu said, pointing below. Su Huayin spotted an elderly man whose hairstyle immediately suggested he was an expert card player. As he and Ling Qiu approached the NPC, they were surprised to see someone had beaten them to it and was already locked in a duel with the old man. The 2 of them stopped in silent agreement and watched from the sidelines. The challenger was a young man, barely past adulthood. His eyes were fixed intently on the cards in play, his voice steady and excited. My turn. Great Tree King attacks Skeleton Soldier. Since Great Tree King has the piercing effect, you take 2,200 life points of damage. Your life points are down to 1,700. Sorry, but you've lost. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's life bar on the dual panel controlled by the NPC instantly dropped to 0. Damn it. If I had better cards in my hand, there's no way I'd lose to a deck like yours. The young man gritted his teeth, frustration and anger clear in his voice. But the NPC, just a mechanical card-playing machine, showed no reaction to his outburst. At that moment, the young man noticed Su Huayin and Ling Qiu watching. He glanced at them warily, then slowly backed away, clearly not wanting any interaction. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu made no move to follow, simply letting him leave. They then walked up to the NPC. Sir, let's have a duel, Su Huayin said. As soon as he spoke, a control panel lit up in front of him, displaying 2 options, easy mode and standard mode. Su Huayin chose easy mode without hesitation. He didn't even have enough cards to meet the 40-card minimum required for standard mode, so this was his only option. Let's duel. With that, he slid his carefully assembled deck into the card box. It was the strongest combination he could put together at this point. Dingy card heaven and earth alike cannot be used in easy mode. A bright prohibition icon flashed across the screen. Su Huayin glanced at his deck and realized he hadn't included that card anyway, so he didn't give it another thought. So heads or tails? The old man suddenly asked, flicking a coin into the air. Heads, Su Huayin replied. The coin spun a few times before landing tails facing up. In that case, I won't hold back, the old man said calmly, but with a sharp edge. He'll go first. I summon Treant Guardian, set 2 spell or trap cards, and end my turn. A 4-star vanilla monster with 1700 attack and 800 defense appeared on the field tall, armored in thick wood, set in attack mode, with 2 face-down cards behind it. Su Huayin glanced at the 5 cards head just drawn for his opening hand, and immediately frowned. 2 Serpent Archer cards, 1 Serpent Warrior, 1 Stealth, and an 8-star Fire Dragon that required 2 tributes to summon. In short, this was a terrible opening hand. With these cards, getting rid of that 1700 attack vanilla monster was pretty much impossible. His only option was to try to survive a turn with Stealth, but those 2 face-down cards were likely traps, making things even riskier. Still, at least it was finally his turn. Please, just give me a good card, Su Huayin muttered under his breath as he reached for the top card of his deck. Perhaps it was Su Huayin's prayers that worked, because this time he actually drew a purple card. Now, Su Huayin only had 4 purple cards left: Water Dragon Scale, Fire Dragon Scale, Bone King's Shield, and Life as Heaven and Earth. Life as Heaven and Earth had already been banned in the simplified mode, and Bone King's Shield, being a card from the Undead deck, wasn't included in Su Huayin's deck. That meant the only possibilities were Water Dragon Scale or Fire Dragon Scale. Give me Fire Dragon Scale, Su Huayin silently wished in his heart. However, things didn't go as he hoped. The card he drew turned out to be Water Dragon Scale. Looking at the familiar card in his hand, Su Huayin felt a bit disappointed, but not too much. He calmly reassured himself, it's pretty much the same. Quickly adjusting his mindset, he began his turn. With no monsters on the field, Water Dragon Scale's effect activated immediately. When there are no monsters present, this card can be special summoned. Without hesitation, Su Huayin summoned Water Dragon Scale to the field, ready for his opponent's response. His opponent didn't react and no set card effects were activated. Su Huayin kept his composure and continued his play. Activating Water Dragon Scale's effect, he searched his deck and added a Fire Dragon Scale to his hand. With a gentle flip, the Fire Dragon Scale was now in his grasp. Still, his opponent made no move, and the battle phase was about to begin. Determination flashed in Su Huayin's eyes. She knew exactly what he wanted to do. Attack, he commanded, directing Water Dragon Scale to charge at his opponent's Treant Guardian. Although Water Dragon Scale only had 100 attack points, while Treant Guardian boasted 1700, Su Huayin didn't hesitate to launch a suicide attack. The Treant Guardian's overwhelming power instantly shattered the Water Dragon Scale, sending it to the graveyard. Su Huayin's life points dropped to 1700, but he wasn't worried. This was all part of his plan. He wanted the field to be empty. With the battle phase over, he moved into main phase 2. A cold glint appeared in Su Huayin's eyes. No monsters on the field, which meant he could keep going. He summoned Fire Dragon Scale to the field from his hand. Then, he activated Fire Dragon Scale's effect, tributing it to special summon a powerful monster Blazing Dragon. Blazing Dragon, an 8-star monster, had an impressive 3,000 attack points and 2,500 defense points. Its effect could destroy one of the opponent's monsters once per turn. Come forth, Blazing Dragon, Su Huayin murmured with a slight smile. Rather than attacking, he immediately used Blazing Dragon's effect. A burst of dragon fire shot from Blazing Dragon's jaws, instantly obliterating the opponent's Treant Guardian. The mighty defense of the Great Tree King was broken and vanished from the battlefield. With Blazing Dragon's effect resolved, the turn quietly ended. Su Huayin stood confidently on the empty battlefield, calmly awaiting his opponent's counterattack. My turn. The old man NPC across from him flipped over a card and summoned another Treant Guardian. The 1700 attack point vanilla monster appeared on the field once more. Without hesitation, he played a spell card, ready to face Su Huayin's challenge. Su Huayin fixed his gaze on his opponent and activated the magic card Meteor Arrow. The card burst into a brilliant light, instantly reducing the attack power of the Treant Guardian by 500 points and granting it the special ability to attack the opponent's life points directly. Treant Guardian, attack. At his command, the towering Treant swung its massive branches straight at the opponent. The old NPC's life points plummeted from 1700 to 500, leaving him in a perilous situation, like a candle flickering in the wind. At the end of the turn, the old man calmly set a card face down. As Su Huaying's turn began, he knew that if he couldn't finish the duel this round, defeat was inevitable. My turn, draw. A green card appeared in his hand. Su Huaying immediately summoned the Serpent Mage and activated the Fire Dragon's effect, aiming to destroy the opponent's Treant Guardian. Just then, the old NPC revealed a knowing smile. I activate the quick play spell card Fertilizer. Under the spell's effect, the Treant Guardian vanished in an instant, replaced by a massive Tree King monster in defense position. Not bad. Su Huayong praised him it was a textbook dodge tactic. Since the fire dragon's effect had already targeted the now-vanished Treant Guardian, he couldn't choose a new target, effectively nullifying the destruction effect. But Su Huayong didn't lose heart. He promptly normal summoned the Serpent Warrior, which had 1,200 attack points. With another Serpent-type monster already on the field, the Serpent Warrior's attack increased to 1,400. Next, he used a special effect to summon the Serpent Archer with 1,600 attack points. Since the simplified duel only allowed 3 monster zones, he couldn't summon any more Serpent monsters. Now, with 2 Serpent monsters on the field, the Serpent Warrior's attack rose by another 200 points, reaching 1,600. Battle phase. Fire Dragon, attack Tree King. The blazing dragon breath engulfed the Tree King. Although the monster was destroyed, since it was in defense position and the Fire Dragon didn't have piercing damage, no life points were lost. Serpent Warrior, Serpent Archer, direct attack. The 2 Serpent monsters struck in succession, reducing the old NPC's life points to just 800. Entering main phase 2, Su Huayong played his final card. Activate Serpent Archer's effect, tribute Serpent Warrior, and deal damage equal to half its attack. With 800 points of damage dealt, the old NPC's life points finally dropped to 0, bringing the duel to an end. Young man, you're impressive. Duel City will be held in a month. That's the stage meant for you. The old NPC handed Su Huaying a card, his gaze filled with deep expectation. This is your ticket to Duel City, the old man said, his words carrying a strange weight. This is a blue card, a single-use item. Once you use it, you'll gain access to Duel City's special map. He paused, then added, Duel City is a paradise for powerful duelists. You'll meet countless experts there. With that, he fell silent, simply watching Su Huaying. The card shimmered with a faint light. Su Huaying read its description, nodded, and carefully put it away. He understood exactly what this card meant to him. For a moment, the air between them seemed to freeze. Su Huaying stood up and turned to Ling Xiao. It's your turn. Ling Xiao shook her head lightly, raising an eyebrow. The old man's deck is pretty basic, not hard to handle. He just likes to use fertilizer cards to bring out a great Tree King, a big monster with 2,400 attack points. She paused, looking a bit tired. But I don't have any powerful cards right now, and since everyone only gets one chance to challenge, it doesn't feel like the right time. She shrugged, a little helpless. Su Huaying nodded in understanding. Unless you get really lucky and draw a perfect starting hand, he said, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Ling Xiao stepped back and shook her head. After watching your duel with the old man, I honestly don't feel like battling at all. Should we head back then? Su Huaying asked, a bit confused. They'll go run a public instance, see if I can get a set of skeleton cards. Let's tackle the Tiger Roar Forest instance tomorrow, Ling Xiao said, her tone carrying a hint of excitement, as if she was already looking forward to the challenge. She added, and try not to get your clone killed again. Su Huaying laughed awkwardly and waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't. Ling Xiao turned and left to prepare for her own challenge, while Su Huaying pulled out an adventurer's certificate from his belt, planning to pick up a quest and level up a bit. He scanned the quest list, and suddenly He saw a quest that looked familiar. Quest title, Xyling's Trouble. Quest details, please escort Shieling to the Hujian Plains to collect golden silk bamboo. Rewards, Xyling's Favor 5, 10 basic healing potions. A spark of recognition flashed through Su Huayin's mind, though he couldn't immediately recall the details. After a few seconds, he slapped his forehead as it all came back to him. I remember now, he whispered excitedly. A look of excitement spread across his face. This is the only way to get that card. He couldn't help but feel his blood race. He knew exactly what this card meant. It was the most notorious monster card in the history of the card realm, bar none. Countless duelists had coveted it, but it was nearly impossible to obtain. Xyling's Handkerchief, a 3-star monster card, water attribute, aqua type, 0 attack, 1800 defense. Effect: when your opponent adds a card from their deck to hand, sends a card from their deck to the graveyard, or special summons, you can discard this card from your hand to negate and destroy that effect. As long as I raise Xyling's favor enough, I can get this card from her. Su Huaying stroked his chin, lost in thought. To someone unfamiliar with duel mode, this card might seem average, but to experienced players, its strength was undeniable. Not only could it effectively block enemy strategies, but it could also turn the tide at critical moments, making it a valuable addition to any deck. Su Huaying made up his mind and accepted the quest without hesitation, his heart full of anticipation. Let's go, he called, waving his hand. In an instant, a massive, winged lizard materialized beside him, soaring into the sky with a deafening roar, heralding the start of a brand new adventure. Riding his fire-breathing dragon, Su Huaying soared toward the main city of Qingmu. It didn't take long for him to spot Ling Xiao traveling on horseback down below, so he quickly landed beside her. Hop on. You're moving way too slowly like this. I'm headed to Qingmu City as well, so we'll give you a ride, Su Huaying called, motioning for her to climb up. All right. Thanks, Ling Xiao replied, accepting the offer without hesitation. After dropping Lingxiu off at the entrance to the public instance, Su Huayin prepared to leave. Where are you headed? Lingxiu asked. I've got a quest to take care of. Su Huayin replied vaguely before saying goodbye. A few minutes later, Su Huayin arrived outside a shop in Qingmu City called Xiling's Potion House. The store specialized in single-use potion cards, but at this stage, most players were too broke to buy them. Hello, Su Huayin said, knocking gently on the door. I'm here for the quest to take you to gather golden silk bamboo. As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman stepped out from the back room. She wore a pale blue dress with a white sash at her waist, her long hair falling loosely over her shoulders. Every movement radiated an otherworldly grace. Oh, so you're the one who took the quest? Schilling looked Su Huayin up and down. Let's go then. He'll be counting on you along the way. Her voice was soft and airy, as if drifting down from the clouds. But Su Huayin's attention was focused on finding her handkerchief, a legendary card renowned as the nemesis of the most fearsome monsters in card realm history. For example, the effect of Water Dragon Scale countering Fire Dragon Scale could only be triggered by discarding Xiling's handkerchief, which would nullify and destroy it. What are you looking at? Schilling asked quietly. Nothing. Let's go, Su Huayin replied, quickly waving it off. He reminded himself that he needed to build rapport to get that card. This intelligent NPC was clearly in the same league as Xun Yang and Lin Yuan. Ride with me, Su Huayin offered, summoning his fire dragon. Isn't that dangerous? Xiling's eyes lit up with a mix of curiosity and concern. It's safe, he'll fly slowly, Su Huayin assured her. Schilling hesitated, then cautiously approached the dragon. Is there a ladder? A ladder? Su Huayin couldn't help but laugh. You just need to give a little jump, no ladder needed. I can't, Schilling said, clearly flustered. Left with no choice, Su Huayin had the fire dragon lower itself even further. At last, Schilling managed to sit side saddle on the dragon's back, her legs together and posture elegant as ever. She maintained her poise throughout, though Su Huayin couldn't help but worry she might fall off with such a delicate pose. Still, for the sake of that handkerchief card, had put up with it. Su Huayin reached out and pulled Schilling directly in front of him. She was sitting on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, clinging tightly to its neck. Su Huayin's sudden movement made Schilling tremble uncontrollably. When she wrapped her arms around the dragon's neck, the dragon lifted its head, making her even more frightened, so she held on even tighter. I'm going to fall. Let me down. Xiling's voice trembled on the verge of tears. This NPC seemed completely defenseless, more like a non-combat character. Don't be scared, I'm right behind you. Su Huayin didn't want to waste any more time. He wrapped his arms around Schilling from behind and guided the dragon into the air. With a flying mount, their speed was incredible. In less than an hour, Su Huayin brought Schilling to their destination. We're here. You can get down now, Su Huayin said as the dragon landed on a cliff, speaking to Schilling, who was still clinging to the dragon's neck. We're here? Only then did Schilling dare to take a deep breath. With Su Huayin's help, she finally got off the dragon's back. Her legs felt weak, and she could barely stand, but her eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. All right, go gather the herbs. Call me when you're done, Su Huayin said, pointing to a patch of golden bamboo ahead, and then paying her no further attention. Thank you, Schilling replied, then walked toward the golden bamboo grove. Su Huayin stayed where he was, watching her leave, feeling a wave of regret. Great, that was probably too rough just now. Had hoped to improve their relationship and maybe get Xiling's handkerchief as a reward. Su Huayin tapped his forehead, scolding himself for only realizing this after the fact. Clearly, trying to be charming wasn't his strength, and now he was even further from getting the handkerchief card. As he was lost in thought, a sudden cry came from up ahead. Help! There's a monster! Ah! It was Xiling's voice. Su Huayin rushed forward. He saw a small, wolf-like creature with gray-blue fur in front of Schilling, but she didn't seem injured, just terrified. Why are there monsters at the gathering spot? Wait, that doesn't look like a monster. Su Huayin immediately stepped in front of Schilling, and the fire-breathing dragon flew over to confront the wolf. Who's there? A man appeared, drawn by the commotion. When he saw Su Huayin and the dragon, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. Xiao Hui, come here, he called, beckoning the wolf back to his side. I don't want any trouble. What do you two say? The man said, taking a step back. Then please go ahead, Su Huayin replied. Not interested in a conflict, there was nothing to gain from it anyway. After this incident, Su Huayin decided to stay close to Schilling just in case. 2 hours later, Schilling brushed her bangs aside and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her fair hand, smiling as she said, Let's go. Thank you for today. Sure, let's head back, Su Huayin said, reaching out to help Schilling onto the fire-breathing dragon's back. Although it wasn't her first time, Schilling was still visibly nervous, clutching Charizard's thick neck tightly with both hands. As the sun set, painting the sky orange, Su Huayin guided Charizard to a steady landing in front of Schilling's potion shop. This time, Schilling mustered her courage and jumped off Charizard's back on her own, no longer needing Su Huayin's help. She reached into her pocket, pulled out a stack of cards, and handed them to Su Huayin with both hands. This is your reward. They were 10 basic healing potion cards of common quality, one of the fundamental items in alchemy. Each card could be used once to immediately heal minor wounds and provide some relief for light injuries. Thank you. I had a great time today. Shi Ling's eyes sparkled, her voice soft and gentle. As soon as she finished speaking, the system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Reward. Basic healing potion X1. Shi Ling's favorability 15. My supplies will last another 3 days. Can you come back then? Shi Ling asked quietly. Well, I think I can, Su Huayin replied. They'll be waiting for you. With that, Shi Ling hurried back inside her shop. Getting ready to head home, Su Huayin reminded himself that his clone's cooldown was almost over, so he wouldn't continue tonight. Tomorrow, he had to team up with Ling Qiu to tackle the Tiger Roar Forest dungeon. As for Shi Ling's handkerchief card, he didn't have high hopes. After all, no one had gotten it during the 3-year closed beta, and he didn't want to force the favorability. Suddenly, a thought struck him: 15 favorability points? He remembered that the usual task reward was only 5, but the system had clearly indicated an increase of 15 points. Was it a bonus for the first task? Or was it because of his looks? He laughed at himself. Being good-looking isn't even worth a single white card. Time to go home. Shaking off those thoughts, he knew better than to expect to get Shi Ling's handkerchief card so easily. Let's go, Charizard. Ahem. Ling Qiu, can I ask you something? Su Huayin's voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of shyness. Ling Qiu was sitting at a desk, fully focused on her writing, her pen gliding lightly across the page. Hearing the voice, she looked up slightly, her gaze landing on Su Huayin. What is it? She asked softly, a trace of casual curiosity showing in her eyes. Su Huayin hesitated for a moment, lowering his head in embarrassment. Well, do you know how to win a girl's favor? He glanced at Ling Qiu, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. It was clear that he wasn't very confident about bringing up this topic. Oh, trying to win a girl's favor? Ling Qiu's eyes flashed with surprise, and her pen paused midair. She hadn't expected Su Huayin to ask something like this out of the blue, but she didn't turn him down. Instead, she considered it seriously. That's actually pretty simple, she finally replied, her tone light. Be more proactive, find chances for a bit of physical contact, or give her some thoughtful little gifts, things she might like. Really? Su Huayin nodded thoughtfully, clearly beginning to picture how he might put these suggestions into practice. Yeah, that's about it, Ling Qiu said with a faint smile, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. But don't rush it. Know when to stop. Su Huayin took her advice to heart. Thanks a lot, he said, bowing quickly before hurrying off. As she watched him leave, Ling Qiu suddenly felt a vague sense of unease, as if something was quietly brewing. Back in his room, Su Huayin couldn't stop thinking about what Ling Qiu had told him. Physical contact, gifts, he muttered, picturing Shi Ling in his mind. But what is Shi Ling like? He thought for a moment, and then had an idea. She's an apothecary, so maybe she'd like potions or things related to alchemy. Feeling like he'd found a good angle, he decided to prepare some cards related to that for next time. The night passed quickly, and soon it was morning. After breakfast, Maindong said he needed to go into the fallen city for something. The others didn't mind, and just adjusted the team lineup for the day. Once everyone had left, Ling Qiu came looking for Su Huayin. Let's go run the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest dungeon. Your clone skill should be off cooldown, right? Ling Qiu said calmly, her eyes flicking over Su Huayin. Su Huayin nodded and wiped the last bit of food from his mouth. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's head out. He began checking his card slots, his tone serious. Let's double-check everything. Once we enter the dungeon, we can't change our cards. Got it, Ling Qiu replied, glancing over the cards in her slot. Everything looks good. Let's go. Su Huayin drew a purple card from his belt and held it in his hand. Tiger Roar Mountain Forest Dungeon card, he said quietly. With a flick of his wrist, the card glowed with dazzling light. Please select the party members entering the dungeon. The system prompt sounded as expected. Mingjing Jishui, Ling Qiu, Su Huayin answered decisively. A beam of intense light shot out from the card, and Su Huayin instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was stunned by what he saw. They were standing in the middle of a wilderness. The scorching sun hung overhead, the air was dry, and the silhouette of distant mountains stood out sharply. Su Huayin turned to see Ling Qiu standing beside him, her expression calm, as if she was already used to these sudden dungeon transitions. Welcome to the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest Dungeon. You have received the following quests, the system announced. Quest 1. Defeat the regular boss Tiger Vanguard. Reward. Black Tiger Sword or White Tiger Saber, randomly awarded. Quest 2. Defeat the enhanced boss Black Tiger King. Reward. Black Tiger Sword or White Tiger Saber, whichever one you didn't get before. Su Huayin took a deep breath, a glint of determination in his eyes. He knew this dungeon run would be filled with unknown challenges. Optional task. Find the Berserk Fruit, feed it to the Wild Tiger King boss before challenging it, and defeat the Berserk Wild Tiger King boss. Task rewards. Black Tiger Sword and White Tiger Blade, which enhance the combined sword and blade attributes. Su Huayin quietly listened to the system notification, pondering over the details. The first two tasks seemed straightforward, just defeat a regular boss, and then a strengthened version. What caught him off guard was the final optional task, which appeared to grant an enchantment-like effect to 2 cards upon completion. He glanced at Ling Qiu's profile and asked in a low voice, "How do we complete that optional task?" Ling Qiu turned back to him, her expression calm as she replied with a question. "What do you mean?" "I mean, how do we actually do the optional task?" Su Huayin summoned his Charizard and leaped onto its back. Ling Qiu followed, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Ever since they'd gotten Charizard, Ling Qiu had barely ridden her skeletal warhorse. Leaning into Su Huayin, she spoke lightly. "The optional task? Just do it if we can. Let's find the Berserk Fruit first, then deal with the Wild Tiger King boss. We can decide along the way if we're strong enough. No need to feed it. If we're not, then feeding it is fine too." "Got it." Su Huayin agreed with her plan. With a wave of his hand, Charizard spread its wings and soared into the sky with both of them. The benefits of a flying mount were obvious. Charizard shot upward, and Su Huayin stood on its back, surveying the landscape below. The wide aerial view let them spot their targets much faster. Before long, Su Huayin caught sight of a massive figuria creature standing on 2 legs with a giant sword strapped to its back. He pointed. "Over there, big spray. Go that way." Charizard banked its wings and swooped down at high speed. As they drew closer, the creature's features became clearer, broad-shouldered, burly, and towering like a moving mountain with its enormous sword. When they got within 10 meters, Su Huayin finally made out the name above its head, Tiger Vanguard Boss. "Fire!" Su Huayin commanded. Charizard opened its jaws wide, flames gathering in its mouth, ready to unleash. But just then, the Tiger Vanguard Boss suddenly sensed their presence. Its sharp gaze locked onto them as it drew the massive sword from its back. The blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Without hesitation, it swung the sword, sending a blast of sword energy hurtling straight at Charizard. "Watch out!" Su Huayin's heart tightened as he quickly steered Charizard to dodge. With a powerful flap, Charizard twisted sideways, narrowly avoiding the sword energy. The attack sliced through the air with a shrill sound, kicking up dust from the ground below. "Jump!" Su Huayin shouted. Charizard leaped upward, carrying the 2 of them right over the Tiger Vanguard boss head. For a split second, they blocked out the blinding sunlight, their shadows looming over the boss like a giant beast. Then, in a flash, Ling Qiu and Su Huayin dropped from the sky like lightning, crashing down toward the Tiger Vanguard boss head. Bang! The Bone King's shield collided violently with the massive broadsword, sending a deafening crash echoing through the air. Su Huayin's body was flung like a kite with a broken string, the force so great that even the Bone King's shield was knocked away with him. "Damn, that power is insane." Su Huayin tumbled across the ground but quickly scrambled to his feet, eyes fixed on Ling Qiu, who was still locked in combat with the Tiger Vanguard boss. Just moments before, the Tiger Vanguard had sent Su Huayin flying with a single slash. The brief exertion forced the boss to use its blade as a makeshift shield, barely fending off Ling Qiu's relentless assault. Su Huayin checked himself. Apart from a slight jolt, he was nearly unscathed, thanks to the Bone King's shield's powerful defense. Wasting no time, he rolled to his feet and, staying low, lunged at the Tiger Vanguard again. This time, he didn't stand up. Instead, he attacked the boss' lower body, swinging the Bone King's shield high overhead and slamming it down onto the Tiger Vanguard's right leg. The shield landed like a sledgehammer, and the impact was met with a pained roar from the Tiger Vanguard. Using a shield as a weapon was unexpected, but it proved surprisingly effective. But the Tiger Vanguard was not to be underestimated. Its broadsword whipped through the air like a raging storm, slicing with such force that Su Huayin and Ling Qiu were both forced back, stumbling several steps before crashing to the ground. "What kind of boss is this? This is way too strong." Ling Qiu gasped, his voice tinged with shock at their opponent's strength. "The power behind those attacks is incredible, and every move is precise and calculated," Su Huayin replied, taking a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Suddenly, Su Huayin's shout pierced the chaos of battle. "Big spray." At his command, a fire-breathing dragon shot toward the Tiger Vanguard's head like a bolt of lightning. The dragon streaked overhead, then circled back in the sky, its eyes locked onto its prey. Flames gathered in its mouth, burning like molten lava, ready to erupt at any moment. With a thunderous roar, a scorching jet of fire burst forth, surging straight at the Tiger Vanguard like a volcanic eruption. The flames rolled forward with terrifying intensity, the heat wave radiating outward. Yet the Tiger Vanguard stood its ground. It raised its broadsword across its chest, and, with a sudden swing, a flash of cold light split the oncoming fire in two. The flames were cleaved apart, spilling to either side as a chilling wave cut through the heat. Su Huayin's eyes narrowed sharply. As much as he hated to admit it, that move was seriously impressive. But just then, he sprang into action. Clapping his hands together, he shouted, "Gather!" A miracle unfolded. The severed streams of fire twisted in the air like living serpents, spiraling back together under some mysterious power and converging once more toward the tiger vanguard. Fire control. Now, Su Huayin called out. The tiger vanguard panicked as the fiery snakes wrapped around its body, momentarily losing its composure. In that split second, Su Huayin raised the Bone King's shield high above his head, wielding it like a hammer of thunder, and brought it crashing down toward the tiger vanguard's skull. The air seemed to compress with the sheer force of the blow, a devastating strike, unstoppable and overwhelming. Boom. The impact landed with a deafening crash, and the shield struck true. Just as everyone thought the fight was over, an astonishing scene unfolded. The tiger vanguard boss thrust out its powerful arm, blocking the crushing attack Hedon. A sickening crack echoed as the boss arm twisted grotesquely under the force, clearly shattered and useless, yet it still managed to hold the shield at bay. But this wasn't the end. The true finishing blow was about to fall. It had exhausted the last of its strength, focusing all its attention on fending off Su Huayin's fierce assault. In that critical moment, Ling Qiu's eyes sharpened, and the lightsaber in his hand shot out like a flash of lightning, stabbing straight into the tiger vanguard boss chest. With a sharp hiss, the lightsaber pierced through the boss chest with ease, unleashing a surge of powerful energy inside its body. The light in the tiger vanguard boss' eyes gradually faded, and it collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. A purple card slowly floated up from the boss corpse. A purple card, Su Huayin said, breathing heavily. Getting a purple card makes sense, given how tough this fight was. This tiger vanguard boss seems even stronger than the field bosses. And field bosses are already half a level above dungeon bosses. Let's see what card it is. Ling Qiu nodded and reached out to grab the glowing purple card. Its information immediately appeared before their eyes. White tiger blade. Quality, purple card. Type, weapon card. Effect, strength 50, adds intermediate demon breaking and intermediate block. Description, the white tiger is a symbol of slaughter, its edge unstoppable. Equip requirement, constitution 80 or strength 40. Dual mode effect, equip card. This card can only be equipped to monsters with at least 3,000 attack points. Equipped monster gains 500 attack, pierce effect, and prevents the opponent from activating spells, traps, or monster effects during its attack. Requires 80 constitution or 40 strength. Ling Qiu frowned and looked at Su Huayin. Isn't that a bit high? Can you use it? Just barely, Su Huayin replied. The fire dragon scales give me 50 constitution, the Bone King shield adds another 20, and with my base stats, that's exactly 80. If I'm short by a point or two, it's easy to fix with a bit of training. Alternatively, I could use the Bone King shield Soul Devour effect, which adds up to 50 strength. I've only been collecting it casually, but if I spend a few days maxing out the Soul Devour, I could equip this card too. Then it's yours. I want the Black Tiger sword anyway. The sword's requirements should be a lot lower than the blades, Ling Qiu said, handing the purple card to Su Huayin. Deal, the Black Tiger sword is yours. Su Huayin accepted the card, clearly pleased with the mighty white tiger blade. After a short rest, they pressed on. There was no need to search for the Black Tiger King's empowered boss anymore. Once the Tiger Vanguard was defeated, a dense jungle appeared ahead. As an experienced player, Ling Qiu could guess. In this dungeon, you had to defeat the Tiger Vanguard first to find the Black Tiger King boss. Let's go check it out. I have a feeling this dungeon won't be easy. Oh, by the way, take this. Su Huayin reached into his coat and pulled out 3 white cards, handing them over. The cards shimmered faintly. Though they were just basic white quality cards, their real value lay in how they could be used. These are single-use cards. You don't have to slot them in, just use them directly, Su Huayin explained, pointing at the icons on the cards. Beginner healing potions, 3 of them. They work well for minor wounds, and even moderate injuries can be eased. Keep them on you, just in case. Ling Qiu took the cards and examined them closely. Thanks. It's just a white card, no need to thank me, Su Huayin replied with a wave, sounding unconcerned. Let's go? The two of them set off into the dense forest ahead. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Not long after entering, they ran into their first monster, a small tiger-like creature pacing in the undergrowth ahead. Depend go? Su Huayin called out. His Charizard immediately opened its jaws, unleashing a burst of scorching flames that engulfed the tiger monster. When the fire faded, all that remained was a charred corpse. These little monsters are no problem for Depend, Su Huayin said with satisfaction. As the tiger monster died, a white card floated up from its body. Su Huayin quickly stepped forward and picked it up. 1/10 of a tiger jade? He raised an eyebrow and handed the card to Ling Qiu. Take a look, what do you make of this? Ling Qiu studied the card carefully and mused. This is interesting. Looks like we need to gather 10 tiger jades to find out what they do. Seems that way, Su Huayin agreed. They continued along the forest path. Before long, 3 more black tiger monsters charged at them. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu worked seamlessly together to defeat them, but only 1 tiger jade card dropped. Now, they had 2 tiger jades. Suddenly, Su Huayin's eyes lit up and he leaned forward. Found it. Found what? The boss? Ling Qiu asked, instantly on alert. Yeah, over there. Su Huayin pointed to a patch of forest up ahead. My clone has already located the boss. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go? Ling Qiu said excitedly, ready to move. Hold on. Su Huayin reached out to stop Ling Qiu. I think we should finish collecting the tiger jades first. Good idea. I'm curious too what happens if we get all 10? Ling Qiu nodded in agreement. There's definitely something going on here, Su Huayin said quietly. With their minds made up, their next steps were clear. Since Su Huayin already knew where the boss was, they avoided that area and focused on hunting down stray monsters to gather the remaining tiger jades. They circled most of the forest, taking down about 30 more monsters and collecting a total of 8 tiger jades. Just as they were about to search for the last 2, Su Huayin's expression suddenly grew tense. This isn't good. I think we triggered something, he said, voice tight. The boss is headed straight for us, like it knows exactly where we are. What should we do? Ling Qiu asked calmly, showing no sign of panic. Run, of course. Su Huayin grabbed Ling Qiu and led the way in the opposite direction. Triggering this after collecting 8 tiger jades probably means the Black Tiger King, if the system itself doesn't want us to get the last 2. As they ran, Su Huayin analyzed the situation. Going by the rule that tougher challenges bring better rewards, we don't know exactly what happens if we get all 10 tiger jades, but I'd bet it's at least a purple level card. Given the situation, Su Huayin couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit. This way, he shouted, leading Ling Qiu as they dashed toward the only unexplored area on the jungle map. This was the last untouched section, and the remaining 2 tiger jades had to be here. They pushed through the dense undergrowth, and the scene that greeted them instantly put them on high alert. 6 tiger monsters blocked their path, each one twice the size of the smaller tiger creatures they'd encountered earlier. The air around these beasts was heavy, their eyes glinting with cunning and ferocity clearly. These were not the easy-to-handle mobs from before. Their backs were covered in armor-like hide, making them look even more formidable. Tiger King's elite guard 6 of them. Su Huayin took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. He gritted his teeth. Dealing with just one elite monster was already a headache, let alone 6 at once. And with the Black Tiger King boss closing in from behind, we're caught in a pincer attack. This is bad, Ling Qiu said, her voice tense as she glanced at the rapidly approaching Black Tiger King. Things just got a lot harder. Su Huayin instinctively turned to look, his heart pounding. Sure enough, the Black Tiger King was bearing down on them, its massive form and overpowering presence making the very air seem to tremble. Look, what's that in the middle of the elites? Ling Qiu suddenly shouted, surprise in her voice. Su Huayin quickly followed her gaze, peering between the 6 tiger monsters until his eyes landed on something at their center, a spindly little tree, barely waist-high and almost comically small. Oddly enough, a single enormous fruit hung from its branches, nearly the size of an apple, standing out starkly against the tree's frail form. Is that the frenzy fruit? Su Huayin muttered, a jolt running through him. A memory surfaced. The quest had mentioned this fruit, feed it to the Black Tiger King boss, then defeat the boss in its enraged state to complete the mission. It has to be, Ling Qiu replied, her tone short but certain. Without another word, the two exchanged a glance and charged forward. The mission was waiting, and the battle had already begun. With a loud crash, Su Huayin slammed his Bone King shield into the head of a Tiger King elite guard, producing a sharp, echoing crack and a guttural snarl from the beast. Charizard and Ling Qiu immediately followed up, each targeting a different enemy. But these elites were far from easy to deal with. Su Huayin had struggled against just one in the past. Now, surrounded by 6, every blow felt like a desperate effort, his shield suddenly his only lifeline. Then, a deafening roar split the air. The Black Tiger King boss finally appeared in their line of sight, its presence like a storm bearing down on them, the very jungle seeming to part before its advance. With an agile leap, the Black Tiger King boss soared through the air towards Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. In that split second, a hand appeared out of nowhere beside the apple-sized berserk fruit and swiftly plucked it away. The owner of that hand was none other than Su Huayin's clone, exactly as they had planned. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu drew the attention of the Tiger King's elite guards, creating the perfect opportunity for the clone to steal the berserk fruit. Hey, big guy, over here! Su Huayin shouted at the Black Tiger King boss, then hurled the berserk fruit as far as he could. He was almost certain the fruit was extremely important to the boss. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many guards stationed here to protect it. Sure enough, the moment the berserk fruit left his hand, the Black Tiger King instantly changed direction, charging after it at full speed. Meanwhile, the Tiger King's guards all lunged at Su Huayin's clone, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Even the elite Tiger King guards who had been fighting Su Huayin and Ling Qiu joined in the assault on the clone. Instead of trying to stop them, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu quickly retreated, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the chaos. The 6 Tiger King guards pounced on Su Huayin's clone like starving beasts, but the clone stood perfectly still, as if resigned to its fate. In the next instant, boom, a blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. Now equipped with 3 card slots, The clone's self-destruction unleashed a terrifying blast, sending up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Even though Su Huayin and Ling Qiu had already moved back, and Su Huayin had raised the Bone King's shield to protect himself at the last moment, they were still caught in the shockwave. The force slammed against the shield with a heavy thud. Ling Qiu, thinking quickly, hid behind Su Huayin, using his body as a second layer of defense. Cough, cough, cough. Su Huayin choked on the swirling dust and lowered his shield to look ahead. All 6 elite Tiger King guards had been obliterated by the explosion, their bodies lying scattered across the ground. 2 playing cards slowly floated up from among the corpses. Tiger Jade. These were the last 2 Tiger Jade cards. Su Huayin quickly picked them up. The moment he completed the set of 10 Tiger Jade cards, a dazzling light flashed, and for a brief second, the whole world seemed to fall silent. When the light faded, a purple card hovered in midair. Tiger Jade. Rarity, purple. Card type, single-use consumable. Effect, creates a special 100m area where the attack power of Tiger-type monsters is reduced by 50 for 6 minutes. Acquisition, Tiger Jade Synthesis. Restriction, cannot be taken out of the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest dungeon. Huh, this card's effect? Su Huayin was momentarily stunned as he read the description. How is it? What does it do? That Black Tiger King boss is coming. Ling Qiu urged anxiously. Su Huayin looked up. A black tiger radiating a wild, violent aura advanced step by step, its crimson eyes burning like hellfire and sending chills down the spine. Every stride it took seemed to press down on the earth with overwhelming force, as if it might shatter the ground beneath its paws. This was a reinforced level boss, and it had entered a berserk state. The effect of the Tiger Jade card was definitely worth the steep price we paid for it. Ling Qiu whispered, her eyes reflecting both caution and anticipation. However, Su Huayin's tone was less impressed. This card isn't quite what you think it is, he said after a pause. I believe it's actually a means of escape within this dungeon. What do you mean? Ling Qiu pressed, her pace unfaltering and as swift as ever. At that moment, Su Huayin suddenly charged toward the rampaging Black Tiger King boss. The tension in the air instantly intensified. The distance between the Bone King shield and the Black Tiger King rapidly closed, and just as they were about to collide, Su Huayin activated the Tiger Jade card. Time seemed to freeze for a brief instant. Then, a faint yet precise force swept through the area, barely noticeable to Ling Qiu and Su Huayin. If their senses hadn't been so heightened, they might not have detected the subtle shift at all. A crisp system notification sounded in Ling Qiu's ear. Ding. Tiger Jade effect activated. Within a 100 by 100 meter area, the Black Tiger King boss attack power is reduced by 50 for 6 minutes. The card's effect barely touched the 2 of them, but for the Black Tiger King boss, the impact was dramatic. As the Tiger Jade's power spread, the boss' ferocity was instantly dampened, as if a bucket of ice water had extinguished its blazing fury. Even so, it remained a reinforced level boss, its attack power cut in half, but still a formidable threat. Strike while it's weak. A determined glint flashed in Ling Qiu's eyes. Her laser sword gleamed coldly as she thrust it without hesitation toward the Black Tiger King's vital spot. Su Huayin followed close behind, playing the role of a disruptor. The Fire Dragon had proven effective for clearing out lesser enemies, but against a boss of this caliber, its combat power was limited. In contrast, the Changlu sword was much more effective in this situation. Different tactics always come with their own strengths and weaknesses. Each approach had its merits, but the shifting dynamics of the battlefield would ultimately determine the right choice. With a heavy thud, Su Huayin raised the Bone King's shield and slammed it down hard on the Black Tiger King's head. The blow made the boss' skull shudder violently, slowing its movements and making it noticeably sluggish. Ling Qiu seized the opening, her laser sword slicing precisely at the Black Tiger King's hind leg. With a sharp crack, the blade cut deep and severed the massive limb. A roar ripped through the air as the pain surged through the Black Tiger King's body. For a moment, it seemed to regain its senses, flying into a furious rage. All its remaining strength exploded in an instant, and with a violent twist, it flung Su Huayin aside with one swipe of its paw. The Black Tiger King turned and tried to flee, pain bringing it back to its senses. Clearly, realizing it was outmatched, it chose to retreat. Don't let it get away. If it leaves this area, we'll have a hard time catching it. Su Huayin shouted hoarsely, his eyes locked on the Black Tiger King boss as it tried to escape. Ling Qiu didn't let him down. In a blur of motion, she unleashed a burst of incredible strength, landing a precise blow on the Black Tiger King. The impact was so powerful it sent Su Huayin flying. It was clear that Ling Qiu had tapped into her full potential with this strike, which meant she would likely be weakened for a while afterward. Still, as a teammate, her reliability was unquestionable. The Black Tiger King bared its fangs and tensed its muscles, ready to bolt. Ling Qiu moved swiftly and decisively. Just as the beast turned, her sword flashed with a cold light, sending a razor-sharp arc slicing through the air. She severed one of the Black Tiger King's hind legs in a single stroke. Blood gushed out, staining the surrounding grass red. It was a devastating blow considering the boss already had one hind leg crippled. Losing the other left it with only its forelegs. Its mobility was drastically reduced. Even with all its power, the Black Tiger King could now only drag itself along the ground, making escape impossible. "It's over," Ling Qiu declared calmly, a glint of triumph in her eyes. "Finish it." With a sharp cry, Ling Qiu's sword traced a perfect arc through the air, slicing cleanly at the Black Tiger King's neck. The sound of steel cutting through flesh was crisp and unmistakable. The beast's massive, dark head sailed through the air before landing heavily on the ground. As the Black Tiger King fell, a card glowing with a purple light slowly rose from its body. The system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the optional quest. The White Tiger Saber and Black Tiger Sword cards now have the Sword Saber synergy effect." Ling Qiu stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the card, carefully examining its attributes. Black Tiger Sword. Rarity, purple. Type, weapon card. Effect, 40 attack, 10 attack speed. Grants basic intimidation and intermediate shadow damage. Sword Saber synergy. If the holder of the White Tiger Saber is within 50 meters, 20 strength and basic lifesteal. Description: the Lone King thirsts for Chelan's blood. Requirement: 60 constitution or 30 strength. Dual mode effect. Equipment card can only be equipped by beast-type monsters. Monsters with lower attack than the equipped monster cannot activate effects. By banishing this card from the graveyard, you can add a White Tiger Saber from your deck or graveyard to your hand. This effect cannot be activated the turn this card is sent to the graveyard. Basic intimidation? Not bad. Ling Qiu nodded in satisfaction, a small smile tugging at her lips. With this effect, unless elite monsters or stronger were around, ordinary creatures wouldn't dare approach her. That could save her a lot of time in certain situations. The Sword Saber synergy was even better, granting her an extra 20 strength and basic life steal, well-deserved rewards for completing the optional quest. Su Huayin also heard the system prompt. He immediately checked his White Tiger Saber and found that the Sword Saber synergy had indeed been added, making it a perfect combo with the Black Tiger Sword. "Let's go. This dungeon's done." Ling Qiu carefully stored the Black Tiger Sword card, her tone carrying a hint of exhaustion and satisfaction. "Yeah, let's go," Su Huayin replied. The two of them selected the option to exit the dungeon. In a flash of brilliant light, their figures vanished from the scene, reappearing back at their base. All in all, this run had been a huge success. They'd scored 2 powerful purple cards. Ling Qiu stretched, easing the tension in her body from the fight. Suddenly, she asked, "Do you remember what day it is? The day after tomorrow?" "The day after tomorrow?" Su Huayin was puzzled for a moment. Then realization dawned on him. "Oh, isn't that the guild boss event?" He finally remembered. It was the first major event since the server launch. The so-called guild boss was a monster guaranteed to drop a guild token, a crucial item needed to establish a guild. Normally, guild tokens only dropped from epic-level world bosses. This time, the guild monster's strength is moderate, somewhere between a strengthened boss and an elite boss, which makes it a perfect opportunity to collect guild tokens. Ling Qiu knew that if they missed this chance, the next time they'd have to face those terrifying epic world bosses. "If we can stockpile some guild tokens, we might be able to make a lot of money," Ling Qiu said, his eyes gleaming with calculation. "Right now, there aren't many players who can solo a strengthened boss. If we split up, our earnings will be even greater." Su Huayin frowned at this. "I'm not sure I'm strong enough. Even with my clone, I can barely handle field bosses. Isn't it a bit much to ask me to solo a strengthened boss?" "You're still too used to fighting alone," Ling Qiu replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "Don't forget, we have teammates. They may not be the strongest, but they're good enough to provide buffs and protection. Each of us can lead a team, and that should be more than enough to take on a strengthened boss." Realization dawned on Su Huayin, and he smacked his forehead. "Right, Maindong and the others can handle support. And we still have 2 days to prepare," Ling Qiu added. "We should use this time to improve our strength as much as possible. In the end, it still comes down to what we can do ourselves." "Got it." Su Huayin's eyes lit up as he thought of a way to power up his Bone King Shield's Soul Devourer effect. Could give him up to 50 points of bonus strength, and he could max that out over the next 2 days. "Then it's settled," Ling Qiu said. "When Donger and the others get back tonight, they'll fill everyone in." He then changed the subject. "By the way, are you headed to Qingyu City? I want to farm a set of Skeleton King cards. You can run the dungeon once a day." Hearing about the Skeleton King deck, Su Huayin immediately recalled the core strategy of this popular budget war deck, stacking skeleton soldiers in the graveyard to boost the Skeleton King's attack. Each skeleton soldier adds 1,000 attack points. The deck also includes cards like Skeleton Princess, Skeleton Prince, and Skeleton Knight, all of which count as skeleton soldiers when in the graveyard. With 10 skeletons, the Skeleton King's attack could reach a staggering 10,000. "Sure, they'll take you," Su Huayin replied. "I need to run the Scarlet Monastery dungeon anyway. There are lots of mobs there, plus a special card I want." A shadow flickered in his eyes, hinting at just how much that card meant to him. We're here, time to get off. Su Huayin skillfully guided his Charizard to land steadily in the main square of Qingmu City. Compared to 2 days ago, the square had been completely transformed and it was now bustling with people and full of lively energy. Shouts and calls echoed from all directions. Looking for one more for the graveyard dungeon. Need a warrior, Constitution 40, bring your own weapon. Scarlet Monastery, need a healer. Purify skill preferred. Forming a lumberyard team, Spirit 20 required. Looking for a fire mage to carry. Seeing this familiar scene, Su Huayin was momentarily dazed. If he didn't know for certain that this was the real world, he might have thought he was back in his early days as a rookie in the card domain. It's amazing how quickly things have changed. In just 2 days, it's gotten this lively, Ling Qiu said with a light laugh. It was already busy yesterday when I came, but today it's even more crowded. Charizard's presence was impossible to miss, instantly drawing the attention of nearby players. Many eagerly approached, hoping to invite them to join their teams. Hey, you two look strong. Want to join us? We need 2 more. No thanks, Su Huayin politely declined. After turning down several invitations, the 2 finally made their way to the public dungeon entrance. See you inside. If you finish first, just wait for me, Ling Qiu said with a smile, clearly planning to hitch a ride on Su Huayin's dragon again. All right, but I bet you'll finish before me, Su Huayin replied with a shrug. He planned to grind monster kills in Scarlet Monastery, using a special mechanic to complete his quest and hopefully pick up that card. Deal. I'll wait for you then, Ling Qiu replied, tapping a few buttons in the air before vanishing. Su Huayin followed closely, selecting the dungeon. The system prompt sounded. Do you want to enter the 5-player hard mode Scarlet Monastery dungeon? Yes. In the blink of an eye, Su Huayin found himself in a gloomy, eerie place. A blood-red moon hung overhead, and a dilapidated church stood before him. A bat fluttered out of a broken window, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The system prompt appeared. Welcome to the Scarlet Church dungeon. You have received the following quests. Quest 1. Defeat the vampire boss, Dracula. Reward, Vampire Bloodline. Quest 2. Find the 3 ritual books. Reward, 1 random blue vampire series card. Optional quest. Investigate the cause of the church's corruption. Reward. At the moment the system notification sounded, Su Huayin's expression remained unchanged. There was no difference in Task 1 or Task 2. The only addition was an optional Task 3. Task 1 was still the standard monster slaying objective. In every dungeon, fighting monsters was unavoidable even though some dungeons focused more on puzzles or strategy. Combat was always a part of the experience, just with a smaller role. Of the first 3 dungeons, the Scarlet Monastery had the least fighting. Task 2 was still unremarkable, while the new optional Task 3 seemed to have nothing to do with combat. Su Huayin recalled that there were 5 volumes of the Book of Sacrifice, 1 on the first-floor bookshelf, 1 hidden in a crack in the basement wall, 1 beneath a lamp, 1 inside the fireplace, and the last inside Dracula's coffin. Collecting all 5 would unlock the recipe for the Dark Enchantment Potion. As he walked toward the chapel, he muttered to himself. Ling Qiu mentioned that giving gifts might help raise affection. Since Xiling is an alchemist NPC, she'll probably be interested in potion recipes. If I give her the Dark Enchantment Potion recipe next time we meet, it should help improve our relationship. As for the optional Task 3, Su Huayin still wasn't sure what to do about it, and decided to wait and see. He pushed open the doors of the Scarlet Monastery. With a harsh creak, the doors slowly swung open. In the old district, Maindong's face throbbed with pain. He pinched his cheek hard, making sure he wasn't dreaming. In his hand, he gripped a card glowing with golden light, his expression a mix of emotions. Are you really giving me this card? Maindong asked the man in front of him. Although he said this aloud, he had no intention of returning the card. Now that it was in his hands, there was no way he'd give it back, not even if his own father showed up. He glanced down at the card again. It was golden, clearly high quality, and classified as a spell card. Its effect allowed the user to spend 100 mental points to freeze all living things within a 3-kilometer radius, indiscriminately. The only restriction was that it had to be used in combination with either an Ice Mage or Ice Elemental Masterclass card. Without a doubt, this was a true gold card, something almost unheard of at this stage of the game. The only explanation was that it must have come from the beta test. Yes, it's yours, but I have a favor to ask. The man's voice was weak but steady. Maindong looked up, noticing the deep wound in the man's chest. It looked serious. What is it? He asked. Save me. The man closed his eyes and immediately lost consciousness. Maindong stared at the golden card still in his hand, his eyes wild with excitement and complicated emotions. Maindong stood before the unconscious man, the blade in his hand glinting coldly under the moonlight. His gaze fell on the golden card, the castle in the air card. Though it appeared powerful, in reality, it was almost useless. Not only was it of no help at the moment, but it would also remain ineffective for a long time to come. On top of that, it had a profession restriction. It could only be used by frost mages or those who controlled ice elements. The severely wounded, unconscious man in front of him had promised to give him the card. But Maindong knew all too well this was nothing more than a dying man's desperate offer. If I save you now, we'll probably end up enemies in the future, he thought, gripping the handle of his knife, but unable to make the final move. The blade hovered at the man's throat, wavering back and forth, each time pulling back just before touching his skin. After repeating this several times, Maindong let out a sigh and pulled a coin from his pocket. Brother, your fate is in the hands of heaven, he murmured, tossing the coin into the air. Heads, you live. Tails, you die. The coin traced a silver arc through the night before coming to rest on the back of his hand. When he slowly lifted his other hand and saw the result, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Lucky you, Maindong said, bending down to lift the unconscious man onto his back. I promise to save you. Whether you make it until help arrives is up to fate. Meanwhile, inside the church, Su Huayin pushed open the heavy wooden doors. His eyes immediately locked onto the chandelier overhead. He knew the first sacrificial book was hidden there, invisible to the naked eye. Picking up a stone, he threw it with precision, striking the chandelier. As the fixture swayed, a book fell, transforming into a card the moment he touched it. Sacrificial Book 2. After pocketing the card, Su Huayin moved skillfully among the bookshelves and quickly found the third volume of the sacrificial book. He continued searching the shelves, feeling for a hidden mechanism leading to the basement. When he pulled out a particular book, the mechanism triggered, and the bookshelf slowly rotated, revealing a hidden passage. To prepare for the challenges below, Su Huayin had already adjusted his card slots, swapping out the Fire Dragon card, which was of little use in this scenario, for the Chonglu sword. Sword in hand and shield raised, he descended the dim staircase into the basement. His footsteps echoed through the empty space, his expression remaining calm and composed. The basement was quiet and eerie, concealing two elite monsters in the shadows. On the table rested a book titled Ritual Book of the Blood Thrall Elites, Volume 4. Blood thralls, these creatures, had long since become mere servants of the vampires. The moment Su Huayin stepped into the basement, the clatter of chains scraping against the floor echoed through the darkness as the two monsters lunged at him from either side. The basement was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your own hand, posing the greatest challenge in dealing with these elite enemies. Yet, this was also their biggest weakness. Relying on the cover of darkness, they believed themselves invincible. With a sharp sound, Su Huayin's Chonglu sword flashed like lightning, piercing the chest of one blood thrall, sending blood spraying across the floor. The other thrall's attack was easily blocked by the Bone King's shield. Su Huayin moved with practiced ease, swiftly withdrawing his sword and striking at the second thrall. The blade cut through its body, and the basement fell silent once again. Su Huayin pulled his sword free, flicking the blood from its blade. There was actually a candle mechanism in the basement, but Su Huayin knew this place inside out and could locate the ritual book without needing to use it. Still, he cautiously triggered the mechanism, instantly illuminating the entire basement. In front of him was a table with the Ritual Book of the Blood Thrall Elites, Volume 4, resting quietly on its surface. Su Huayin stored the card and completed the second task. Although collecting the remaining 2 ritual books wasn't essential, gathering all 5 would guarantee the recipe for the Dark Enchantment Potion. Next, he would face the boss. Su Huayin left the basement and returned to the church. The vampire boss awaited on the second floor, and he quickly made his way upstairs. Upon entering, he saw a black coffin placed squarely in the center of the room, as if waiting for his arrival. Su Huayin stretched, preparing himself for the vampire boss fight. He already knew the boss mechanics. Once dealt a fatal blow, the Dracula boss would split into 10 small bats. All 10 had to be killed within 3 minutes to defeat Dracula completely. If only 9 were killed, Dracula would revive after 3 minutes, albeit weakened. The bats formed after Dracula was gravely injured also counted as kills, meaning he could theoretically revive up to 8 times, but would not split again upon being defeated the 9th time. Su Huayin approached the coffin. With a series of clicks, a mechanism triggered and the lid opened automatically. A vampire boss, draped in a black robe, leaped out from inside, and the battle began. We're here, Maindong panted, carefully lowering the man from his back onto a wooden chair inside the hideout. He rubbed his aching shoulders, thinking he'd have to wait for Dong to return before making any decisions. Suddenly, a strange feeling crept over him. He leaned forward and pressed his fingers to the man's nose. Nothing. No breath, no pulse. The man was gone. I did everything I could, brother. Maindong took off his hat, his expression somber. He reached into the man's pocket and pulled out a golden card, running his fingers thoughtfully over its surface. I bet everything on my conscience, but fate still had the final say. What a rotten hand you were dealt. With a sigh, Maindong hoisted the body onto his back and carried it outside. He dug a deep grave, gently laid the corpse inside, and rolled a heavy stone over the mound. Taking out his small knife, he carefully carved the words "Golden Unlucky Soul" into the stone, then placed a wildflower in front of it. I don't know your name, but it'll carry your strength forward, Maindong said, gripping the golden card tightly, his eyes resolute. Looks like you'll have to walk the path of the Frost Mage, or I'd really be letting you down. The Frost Mage class card should be somewhere in the Arctic Wolf dungeon. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a dilapidated church, a fierce battle was raging. The coffin lid burst open with a crash as the Dracula boss sprang to life. Su Huayin was ready. He darted in without hesitation. He knew this boss moves by heart, either summoning bloodbats for ranged attacks or closing in for melee. Since Su had no ranged options, Head forced Dracula into close combat. His shield whistled through the air, slamming toward Dracula's head. The boss crossed his arms to block and sprang back using the momentum. Two streaks of blood morphed into bats and swooped in, but Su Huayin sliced them apart with two quick swings, never breaking stride as he pressed the attack, forcing the vampire to turn and fight. Seeing the boss bare his fangs wide, Su Huayin was already prepared. The Bone King's shield snapped up in front of him just in time. With a splat, blood spattered across the shield's surface. I knew you'd try that. Take this. Su didn't even bother to move the shield aside, pressing his assault without pause. The Chonglu sword in Su Huayin's hand thrust forward, its tip piercing precisely into the vampire boss chest. Bang! The boss body exploded instantly, dissolving into a mist of blood. For Su Huayin, fighting an opponent whose every move he had already mastered was as effortless as slaughtering chickens or dogs. After the explosion, the boss body split into 10 blood-red bats. Screeching, they scattered to the corners of the second floor, vanishing into the shadows. This was Dracula's life-saving skill. Most players, on their first attempt, usually failed to find all 10 bats within 3 minutes, allowing the boss to revive. Some even needed 2 or 3 tries to clear the stage. But Su Huayin already knew every hiding spot by heart. He could have found them all with his eyes closed. Moving swiftly, his sword flashed as he hunted down and eliminated 9 of the bats with pinpoint accuracy. Then he stopped, quietly waiting. The 3-minute countdown began. With a flutter, the last bat emerged from its hiding place, twisting and morphing midair before reforming into the Dracula boss. Yet, even at his full strength, Dracula was no match for Su Huayin, let alone now, in this weakened, revived state. Seconds later, Su Huayin's sword sliced through the air with a cold gleam, neatly severing Dracula's head. Die, he said coldly. The boss body once again dissolved into 10 bats, repeating the cycle. Over an hour passed, and for the 8th time, the Dracula boss split into 10 bats and scattered. Su Huayin knew this was the final split. If he killed the boss after this, there would be no more splitting into bats. In gaming terms, the boss had reached its burnout limit. Su Huayin strongly suspected this mechanic existed to prevent players like him from endlessly farming the boss. This time, he decided not to give Dracula another chance to revive. It's over, he muttered, locking onto the last bat's location. With a precise thrust, he took it out. The moment the bat dissolved into a bloody mist, a system notification chimed in Su Huayin's ear. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the Dracula boss. Reward, Vampire Bloodline. A blue glowing card materialized before him. Vampire Bloodline. Rarity, blue card. Type, Bloodline card. Effect, Constitution 40, Strength 20, Agility 20. Double damage from light attribute attacks. Cannot appear in sunlight. Description, I hate sunlight. Restriction, once equipped, this card cannot be unequipped. Acquisition, Blood Monastery Dungeon, Black Market Merchant, System Events, Monster Drops. Dual Mode Effect, Magic card. Increases the ATK of one monster on the field by 500, but destroys that monster at the end of the turn. Su Huayin examined the card carefully before storing it in his inventory. The base stats it provided were exceptionally generous, a total of 80 points, far beyond what a typical blue card could offer, and more akin to a top-tier purple card. Even more surprising, it had no equipment restrictions. Of course, such generous stat boosts came at a price: weakness to light, inability to move in sunlight, and the fact that once equipped, the Bloodline card could not be removed. A low-tier Bloodline card, no one sensible would use it, Su Huayin thought to himself. Still, it did have some uses in dual mode. Equipping it to an opponent's monster would destroy it at the end of the turn. After defeating the Dracula boss, Su Huayin walked briskly to the side of the coffin. Inside, a book sat prominently in the center, almost as if it had been used as a pillow. The first ritual book? Judging by its position, did the boss actually use it as a pillow? Su Huayin smirked and made a sarcastic remark before reaching in to grab the book. The 4th ritual book is in the bag. He nodded in satisfaction and tucked the book into his backpack. The location of this final ritual book was certainly a bit misleading, but in reality, this wasn't the true last volume. In order, he had now collected books 1 through 4, but there was still a 5th volume waiting to be found. Su Huayin's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on the dusty fireplace in the corner. With a few quick steps, he easily retrieved the ritual book 5 from the ashes. The moment he added the 5th book to his collection, a clear system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on collecting all the ritual books. You may now choose either a random blue Undead series card or the Dark Enchantment Potion recipe. What a pointless question, Su Huayin thought to himself. If you could just pick a random blue Undead card, you'd only need to find 3 ritual books. What would be the point of collecting the extra 2? Of course, he hadn't really put in much extra effort, but that was thanks to his advantage as a beta tester. For regular players, the difficulty would be much higher. He'll take the Dark Enchantment Potion recipe, Su Huayin decided without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, a blue glowing card materialized in his hand. Dark Enchantment Potion recipe. Quality, blue. Card type, recipe. Effect, allows the synthesis of dark enchantment potions. Restriction, must be combined with an alchemist card. Description, when your damage isn't enough, let enchantment make up the difference. If I give this to Shieling, would it boost her affection? Su Huayin murmured to himself. With that, the dungeon was basically complete. Su Huayin recalled the optional quest the system had prompted at the start to investigate the cause of the Chich's anomalies. But he had no leads at all, so there was no point wasting time. If Head had even a hint, he would have checked it out, but right now there was simply nothing to go on. A flash of brilliant light enveloped him, and Su Huayin was transported out of the dungeon, back to the bustling Qingmu Square. Amid the crowd, he immediately spotted Ling Xiuxiu was haggling with someone. Su Huayin hurried over and caught their conversation. 1,000 pesos for your Skeleton King card, Ling Xiu offered. The Skeleton King was the core of the entire Skeleton series. Every Skeleton deck needed 3 copies. This card only dropped, and at a low rate, from the Skeleton King boss. No way, at least 1,200 pesos, the seller replied. He was a boy in a redanned white cap, flanked by 4 teammates who didn't seem particularly close. It was clear the card belonged to all of them, and since it couldn't be split, they decided to sell and divide the money. I only have 1,000 pesos on me. Not many people can put together that much cash, Ling Xiu pressed, sounding quite confident. This is the Skeleton King. Even 1,200 pesos is already a bargain, the boy insisted firmly. The negotiation hit a stalemate. Both sides had a point. The Skeleton King card was definitely worth more than 1,200 pesos, but, right now, there aren't many people who can come up with 1,000 pesos either. When Ling Xiu saw him come out, her face lit up with delight. She quickly walked over and said, "Oh, you're back. Just took a little longer because I was grinding kill counts," Su Huayin replied casually. Since he's not willing to sell, let's just forget it. The graveyard dungeon is a public instance anyway. If we run it a few more times, we'll definitely get what we need. I see. All right, let's drop it, Ling Xiu said, turning to leave without hesitation. The boy in the baseball cap panicked and quickly called out, "Wait, fine 1,000 it is. They'll sell it to you." Ling Xiu stopped, turned around with determination in her eyes, and replied, "Deal." Before she even finished speaking, she had already taken out 1,000 pesos and handed them over. In exchange, the Skeleton King card was placed in her hand. The card's description was clear: Skeleton King. Rarity, blue. Card type, dual mode only. Undead race, 1 star, dark attribute. Attack 0, defense 0. Effect 1. This card's attack increases by 1,000 for every skeleton soldier in the graveyard. Effect 2. By banishing 1 skeleton soldier from the graveyard, you can special summon this card from the graveyard. This effect can only be activated once per turn for monsters with this card's name. This is the classic budget Warlord Skeleton deck. It's definitely strong enough for the early game, Su Huayin quietly added. Even though it didn't have control skills or resistance, the potential of this card couldn't be underestimated. After the deal was done, the two of them didn't linger. They mounted their Charizard and quickly flew back to their base. This time, they were the last group to return. Everyone else was already waiting. As soon as Ling Xiu landed, she called out, "Everyone, gather up. We've got a major operation the day after tomorrow. This will be our guild's first group action." Her tone was firm and commanding, exuding the aura of a true leader. "We've been preparing for this moment for a long time. Now it's finally time to act," she added, a determined glint in her eyes. "What's happening the day after tomorrow?" Maindong asked, curious. Ling Xiu nodded and patiently explained, "If nothing unexpected happens, the day after tomorrow will be the launch of the Guild Beast event. At that time, Guild Beasts will spawn randomly across the maps. The strength of Guild Beast bosses falls between enhanced bosses and elite bosses." She briefly outlined the plan, and everyone listened intently, everyone except Maindong, who seemed a bit distracted. "Let's split up into teams. Donger, Lu Xiaozhu, Li Minjie with me. Maindong, Shi Yuro, Jing Tian, you 3 will team up with Mingjing. Li Kaifeng, you'll stay behind and guard the base since your combat power isn't quite there yet." "Understood," everyone replied in unison, their attitude serious. Once everyone dispersed to make preparations, Maindong quietly approached Su Huayin and spoke in a low voice. "Hey, I have a favor to ask." Su Huayin immediately turned serious when he heard Maindong's tone. "What is it? Just say the word." Maindong hesitated for a moment, as if he didn't quite know how to put it into words. His eyes darted around, searching for the right way to start. Finally, He took a deep breath, looking a little more resolved. It's just that. Maindong pulled out a golden card. Wait a second, didn't you choose the 1,000 yuan reward during the beta test? How do you have a gold card? Su Huayin's eyes widened in disbelief. Up till now, the best card had ever gotten was only a purple one. Maindong smiled faintly and said lightly, you might not believe me, but I ran into someone just as unlucky as I am. Su Huayin was starting to lose patience. He glared at Maindong, his eyes turning red. Unlucky? You call finding a gold card on a random stroll being unlucky? Are you here to complain or to show off? Maindong waved his hand dismissively. I'm serious. My luck was terrible. I ran into something really weird. Su Huayin rubbed his temples, exasperated. So this unlucky person of yours just happened to stumble upon a gold card? You just wanted to brag, didn't you? He grumbled inwardly, wondering why he couldn't be that lucky just wandering around and picking up a gold card by chance. But this card comes with a lot of restrictions. Maindong's tone suddenly turned serious. Su Huayin instinctively stroked his chin, guessing that Maindong must need something from him. I'm guessing you're here to ask for my help? Yes, I need you to keep an eye out for a Frost Mage class card. The Ice Elemental Controller is a higher tier class, so don't worry about that for now. Maindong nodded, his voice sincere. Su Huayin agreed without hesitation. Sure, no problem. That's the least I can do. After all these years, it's only right. Thanks a lot. Maindong smiled gratefully, then turned and left. Su Huayin went back to his room, settled down, and got some rest. The night passed quickly. After breakfast, everyone went off to take care of their own business. The Guild Beast event wouldn't officially start until tomorrow, so there was still plenty of time today to get stronger. Su Huayin thought for a moment, then took out his adventurer's certificate, planning to complete some quests. His goal for today was to max out the Soul Devourer effect on his Bone King shield. Right now, had only racked up a little over 100 kills, still a ways to go. He decided to head downtown again, hoping he might run into a quest like the one where he saved Xiao Ying last time, something he could complete along the way. Sure enough, after opening his adventurer's certificate, Su Huayin saw a familiar quest pop up. This one wasn't posted by a player or NPC, but was issued directly by the Adventurers Association. Quest name, Fate of the Adventurer. Quest details, defeat the Pangolin Dragon boss, Rock Sprite boss, or Sand Scorpion boss, and bring their corpse back to the Adventurers Association. Reward, Genshin quality purple card, dual mode exclusive, Link 5, warrior type, light attribute, 3000 attack points. Card effects. Requires at least 4 effect monsters as tribute to special summon from the extra deck. When this card is Link summoned, all monsters on your opponent's field have their effects negated. This card cannot be targeted by your opponent. As long as this card is on the field, you can perform an extra normal summon of a light attribute monster each turn. Damn, it's this one. Su Huayin couldn't help exclaiming. The card in front of him looked incredibly powerful. Link 5 minute needed at least 5 Link points to special summon, and required at least 4 effect monsters. This card was often used to deal with highly resistant monsters on the opponent's field. Its versatility was impressive, especially in dual mode, where it could take out almost any of the opponent's boss monsters. This card's first effect allows it to be used as a tribute for summoning. Even powerful monsters, like Quan Kong de Gu, can be offered as a tribute. As long as a card's effect doesn't specifically state that it can't be used as a tribute, this card can take care of it. Su Huayin lowered his head, carefully considering which target to choose: the Pangolin Dragon boss, the Rock Elemental boss, or the Sand Scorpion boss. Which one should he go after? He tapped a few times on his adventure certificate, and the map immediately displayed the exact locations of all 3 targets. One to the north of Qingmu City, one to the southwest, and the last in the northeastern corner. After comparing the options, the Rock Elemental boss was the closest. More importantly, Su Huayin remembered that this boss had a chance to drop the Starfall spell. Although it would cost 30 points of mental energy to use, its power was astonishing, perfect for his clone. With his mind made up, Su Huayin made a swift gesture to summon Depen, then leapt onto its back. Let's go? Meanwhile, under a utility pole in the Old City district, a tragic scene was unfolding. A woman in tattered clothes was tied to the pole. 3 vicious knife wounds were slashed across her pale thigh, with blood slowly oozing from the cuts, filling the air with a sharp, metallic scent. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The woman struggled to open her eyes and saw a lizardman monster walking upright toward her, its blood-red eyes glinting with murderous intent. When the lizard man was only 2 meters away, it suddenly stumbled. A sharp steel rod streaked through the air and pierced straight into its body. The pain made the lizard man howl wildly, swinging its weapon in a frenzy. At that moment, 2 people covered in dust and sand burst from their hiding place, each wielding a steel rod as they attacked the creature. Unfortunately, because of the lizard man's violent resistance, neither managed to land a fatal blow. One of them was even sent flying by a furious swipe from the monster. Just as the other was about to meet the same fate, an icy arrow whistled through the air and struck the lizard man in the head, finally putting an end to the fight. However, as the fierce eyes eagerly searched the lizard man's corpse, there was no sign of a card drop. This outcome enraged the burly man with a face full of scars. Rubbing his temples, exhausted from casting the spell, he shouted angrily, "Hide yourselves! Rotten brat, go give that bitch a couple more cuts." At that moment, as if sensing something, the man suddenly turned around and found himself staring into the cold eyes of a young law officer. The look in those eyes was as if he were already looking at a dead man. The man with the brutish face flinched instinctively at the mention of police, but once he noticed the other person wasn't carrying a gun, his arrogance returned immediately. "What are you staring at, cop? Mind your own business," he barked, his tone tough, but laced with false bravado. "Scum," the young sheriff spat coldly before vanishing from sight. The sudden turn of events left the brutish man in panic. Before he could react, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and he crashed heavily to the ground. From the bystander's perspective, the sheriff appeared behind the thug almost instantly after disappearing, moving so fast he was nearly impossible to track. "Your actions are a blatant affront to justice," the sheriff said, his voice calm and resolute. "You might not get the death penalty by law, but in these times, I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands." As he finished speaking, a flash of cold light swept by, and the thug's head fell to the ground. After the execution, the sheriff turned to the other two accomplices. One immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. "Please, spare me. He forced us into this." The other, however, grabbed a steel bar and charged, shouting, "Kill him." Seeing this, the one who had been begging changed his mind and joined the attack with a steel bar as well. But they were no match for a sheriff capable of moving in the blink of an eye. Their defeat was inevitable from the start. "Hopeless," the sheriff muttered softly. "Even without extraordinary powers, dealing with thugs like you wouldn't be much trouble." As soon as he spoke, he snatched a steel bar from one of them and drove it precisely into the man's chest. With the three dealt with, the sheriff quickly moved to untie the disheveled woman bound to the utility pole. "It's all right now. You're safe," he reassured her gently. Just then, a slow, leisurely applause sounded behind him. The sheriff turned to see an NPC with the words, "Ruthless Merchant," floating above his head, smiling amiably. "That was quite a speech. May I ask your name?" the man said, clapping as he spoke. "Sun Jijun," the sheriff replied. Though he relaxed a little in front of this neutral NPC, the Ruthless Merchant tag made him wary. "What do you want?" "Nothing serious, just looking to make a deal with you." The merchant, who went by the name Kanglin, replied with a friendly smile, looking every bit the part of a typical shopkeeper. "What kind of deal?" "I can give you power, the strength to uphold your sense of justice." "What do you say?" Kanglin continued to smile innocently. Sun Jijun was taken aback, but remained on guard. "So, Mr. Ruthless Merchant, what's the price?" As an adult, he knew nothing in this world came for free. "It won't cost you much," Kanglin replied, making a controversial gesture with two fingers. "Just a tiny little price." "What price do I have to pay?" Sun Jijun asked, his gaze steady as he looked at the shady merchant, Song Lan. "If you can always uphold the justice in your heart, then there is no price to pay," Song Lan replied. With slender fingers, he reached into the air and drew out a glowing card, handing it to Sun Jijun. "This is for you." The details on the card were clear. Justice. Rarity, common. Type, faith card. Effect, strength, constitution, spirit, and agility 2 to all attributes. Trait. Gain justice points when carrying out acts of justice. When justice points are full, the card can be upgraded. Restriction. Only keepable by those who are righteous. Acquisition. Shady merchant. When Sun Jijun looked up, Song Lan had vanished without a trace, as if had never been there at all. Staring down at the card in his hand, Sun Jijun frowned slightly. The merchant's words carried a hidden warning. So long as he upheld justice, there would be no cost, but the moment he strayed, there would be a price to pay. More importantly, if he devoted himself entirely to justice, would he still be himself? At that point, he might become nothing more than justice incarnate. Lost in thought, Sun Jijun's eyes grew deeper. "A puppet of justice, maybe that's not so bad," he murmured. Then, opening his personal interface, he slotted the card into his second card slot. Meanwhile, on a barren mountain elsewhere, Su Huayin landed astride his Charizard. The hillside was bare, littered with rocky monsters. He recalled his Charizard and swapped it out of his second card slot, replacing it with the Chonglu sword. Su Huayin knew how these rock monsters worked. There was no natural boss among them, one had to be created. Defeating ordinary rock monsters could drop a Stoneheart card. Collecting 8 Stoneheart cards and placing them on the corpse of any rock monster would create a boss-level rock monster. The size of the corpse used would determine the boss attribute distribution. A smaller monster would yield an agility-type boss, while a larger one would result in a strength-type boss, though their overall power would remain the same. "Let's get 8 Stonehearts first," Su Huayin muttered, gripping the Chonglu sword as he began his hunt. Su Huayin finally found his first rock elemental minion. This creature was highly aggressive. Upon spotting Su Huayin from a distance, it immediately summoned several flying stones and hurled them at him with great force. Su Huayin, a seasoned warrior, was used to these kinds of attacks. With quick and nimble movements, he dodged the incoming rocks effortlessly. In a flash, he closed the distance, raised his Chonglu sword high, and brought it down hard on the creature's head. A crisp clang rang out as the sword bounced off, barely leaving a scratch. As expected, the rock elemental's body was incredibly tough. This is going to be tricky, Su Huayin muttered, frowning at the creature's formidable defense. Against a rock elemental, a sharp sword was less effective than a sturdy club. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to change his approach. Just then, the rock elemental swung a massive fist made of stone at Su Huayin. The blow landed on his Bone King's shield, forcing him back a step and causing the ground to rumble beneath his feet. The monster's strength was no joke, and brute force alone wouldn't be enough to win this fight. Su Huayin felt a twinge of regret for choosing the rock elemental boss as his target. Despite its sluggish movements, its defense and attack power far surpassed ordinary minions and were nearly on par with elite monsters. After a prolonged struggle, Su Huayin finally managed to defeat the rock elemental minion by relying on the direct impact of his Bone King shield, which proved far more effective than the Chonglu sword. As a card materialized above the monster's corpse, a flicker of anticipation appeared in Su Huayin's eyes. He picked it up without hesitation. It was a white Carta petrification ring, an accessory that granted 1 luck. When attacking an enemy, there was a 1 chance to petrify the target for 1 second, and during petrification, damage taken was reduced by 90. Although it seemed somewhat situational, in duel mode, it could add a 1-star rock-type monster from the deck to the hand, making it a useful search card in certain scenarios. Just a little trinket, Su Huayin said, shaking his head as he put the card away and moved on. To be more efficient, he decided not to fight alone as before. He reconfigured his card slots, replacing the Chonglu sword with the Fire Dragon Chonglu sword to boost his attack power. However, the sword's Fire Dragon effect wasn't as potent as the real Fire Dragon itself. Su Huayin summoned the Fire Dragon and quickly shifted his focus to the next target. He continued to attack with his shield while the Fire Dragon helped restrict the monster's movements. Their teamwork was flawless, leaving the creatures with almost no chance to fight back. Before long, he took down a second rock elemental minion. This time, it dropped a special card Stoneheart. Much like the previous Tiger Jade card, it came without any description, but Su Huayin knew it was a key material for summoning the rock elemental boss. With the first Stoneheart in hand, the pace of battle noticeably picked up, not because the rock elemental minions had grown weaker, but because Su Huayin's clone ability had finally come off cooldown, greatly boosting his combat effectiveness. Now, with his main body, his clone, and the Fire Dragon fighting side by side, even the rock elemental minions' tough defenses could only help them withstand more damage they couldn't survive for long. With another heavy thud, yet another rock elemental minion collapsed, and Su Huayin's monster clearing speed increased once again. Another rock monster fell beneath Su Huayin's blade. As the creature's body collapsed, a faintly glowing card drifted down from its corpse. Su Huayin reached out and picked at Upit was the 8th Stoneheart card he needed. Finally found you, he murmured, a hint of exhaustion in his eyes. He had been grinding monsters for nearly 5 hours, even missing lunch. So far, he had defeated over 100 rock monsters to finally collect all 8 Stoneheart cards. However, Su Huayin didn't immediately summon the rock monster boss. Instead, he paused and waited quietly. You might wonder what he was waiting for was actually waiting for his strength attribute to reach the requirement needed to equip the White Tiger Blade. Su Huayin opened the interface for the Bone King Shield's Soul Devour effect, and familiar numbers appeared before him. Soul Devour, 289500. This meant the Bone King Shield was giving him a 28-point strength boost. After a rough estimate, his base strength was about 9 points, so he still needed an additional 31 strength to meet the White Tiger Blade's requirements. Although the White Tiger Blade looked like an ordinary sword, its powerful stats made it the perfect weapon to break through the rock monster boss elemental shield, especially with its magic breaking effect. The blade added 50 points to attack, along with magic breaking and parry bonuses, clearly the best choice for now. As his kill count reached 310, Su Huayin finally felt a warm surge within him. The Bone King Shield's Soul Devour effect activated, granting him the 31 extra strength points he needed. He stopped grinding monsters and walked over to a small tree, preparing to swap his cards. He deftly replaced the Fire Dragon card in his second slot with the White Tiger Blade. Swapping a blue card for a purple one meant a significant boost in combat power. At this point, his card setup was truly formidable. His main cards included Tiger's Yin-Yang, stacked with Fire Dragon Scale, White Tiger Blade, Bone King Shield, a red card, and 3 purple cards. He was clearly ready for a tough battle. His current bonuses were impressive too, a 70-point increase to Constitution and an 81-point boost to Strength. As for his clone, although its setup was a bit modest compared to the main body, it was still decent. The clone's cards included Heaven and Earth Longevity, Stealth, Assassin class stacked with Poison Dagger purple, blue, green, and white cards. The clone wasn't as strong as the main body, but it was more than capable of holding its own in a fight. Just as Su Huayin was about to find a monster corpse to place the 8 stone heart cards and summon the rock monster boss, the thundering sound of helicopter rotors suddenly filled the air. A helicopter? He instinctively turned, surprise flickering in his eyes. As expected, the helicopter was heading straight for him. He wanted to hide, but there was nowhere to take cover. The helicopter clearly spotted him, circling once before flying directly toward his position. As it passed overhead, a round object dropped from above a grenade. Damn it! As soon as Su Huayin saw the grenade flying toward him, he sprinted forward, trying to get out of the blast radius. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted behind him, and the powerful shockwave slammed into his raised shield. Thick smoke rushed over, making him cough uncontrollably. Looking up, he saw a helicopter speeding toward the mountaintop. A cold glint flashed in Su Huayin's eyes, and anger flared within him. Although his current physique made him nearly immune to ordinary firearms and grenades, anyone would be furious after being ambushed like this for no apparent reason. He quickly adjusted his cards, placing the Charizard card into the second slot. With a sweep of his arm, a massive Charizard appeared out of thin air. Su Huayin leaped nimbly onto the dragon's back and gave the order to pursue. Inside the helicopter, a defiant young man named Kong Ling Hui said smugly, "Tough luck for you. Shouldn't have caught a glimpse of us." Across from him, a girl with her hands and feet bound and duct tape over her mouth let out muffled cries. "Miss Xiao, don't be afraid. As long as your father cooperates, we won't hurt you," Kong Ling Hui said, reaching out to touch her face. Suddenly, he noticed the girl staring wide-eyed at something behind him, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Kong Ling Hui turned to look and his eyes went wide in shock. A gigantic fire dragon was closing in fast, carrying a rider on its back. "What the hell is going on?" he shouted, grabbing his rifle and firing wildly at the approaching threat. But Su Huayin was ready. He expertly maneuvered Charizard to dodge the bullets. "Charizard, flamethrower," he commanded. The dragon opened its jaws and unleashed a blazing column of fire, striking the helicopter's tail with pinpoint accuracy. The helicopter lost control, lurching and spiraling downward. Quick on his feet, Kong Linghui drew a card and leapt out, drifting gently toward the ground like a feather. Su Huayin immediately steered Charizard in pursuit, quickly catching up to Kong Linghui as he fell. "Was that your grenade?" Su Huayin asked one last time to confirm. "Were you the one just now?" "No, it wasn't me," Kong Linghui answered, a flicker of struggle and madness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he jabbed his finger forward, and a fireball shot out from his fingertip, hurtling straight towards Su Huayin. "So, you're admitting it," Su Huayin said calmly, his eyes fixed on the incoming fireball, his expression unchanged. Just as the fireball was about to reach him, something unexpected happened and it stopped abruptly in midair, then spun around and shot back toward Kong Linghui's face. Boom. Flames erupted, followed by a shrill, agonized scream. Su Huayin felt a strange rush of satisfaction, as if he had finally avenged past grievances. "Huh, you were asking for it." Su Huayin chuckled softly, his eyes shifting as he steered his Charizard toward the helicopter that was still swaying uncertainly in the air. The helicopter seemed to be struggling to stay balanced, obviously still carrying some of Kong Linghui's accomplices. Su Huayin had no intention of leaving any threats behind. Eliminating them all was the wisest choice. But as he approached the helicopter, he realized things weren't as he had expected. Inside, there was only a pilot desperately trying to keep the aircraft steady, and a girl tied up in the back. Her face looked oddly familiar. "Xiaoying, what a coincidence, we meet again," Su Huayin said, momentarily surprised before a teasing smile spread across his face. Tears shimmered in Xiaoying's eyes. She couldn't speak, but the sadness and helplessness in her gaze said it all. Reaching out, Su Huayin quickly pulled her from the cabin and held her in his arms. "So it's you," he murmured, already considering Xiaoying as an unexpected bonus from this ordeal. He had only intended to deal with the troublesome enemy, but it seemed he'd stumbled upon something extra. Last time, he had helped her escape from the city and handed her over to her father, earning a blue card and a reward of 1,000 pesos. Today, it looked like another generous reward might be in store. He peeled the tape from Xiao Ying's mouth and gave a playful grin. "Hey, Miss Xiao, we meet again." "You." "Thank you." Xiao Ying finally managed, her voice full of gratitude, though she still sounded a little shaken. "What's going on? Who was that thug just now? And who's the pilot?" Su Huayin pressed, unable to hold back his questions. "Kong Linghui. He used to be a local gangster, but now he's colluding with some officials, trying to use me to threaten my father and force him to cooperate." Xiao Ying replied nervously, her face pale. Hearing this, a wave of unease washed over Su Huayin. He sensed he might have gotten himself tangled up in something far bigger than had intended. Maybe it was the relief of their narrow escape, but Xiao Ying continued, her words tumbling out. "Some people want to target supernaturals directly, to take our powers and arm themselves. My father believes that will only escalate conflict. He thinks it's better to go with the flow and grow stronger himself. Fighting monsters is more meaningful than these schemes." Whoa, stop right there. Su Huayin interrupted, frowning. He had no interest in all these complicated power plays. Right now, he had only one goal. Charizard, take out that helicopter. At his command, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames. This time, the blast was even more powerful than expected. Not only was the tail damaged, but the entire helicopter's fuel tank ignited. In an instant, it exploded in the air, bursting into a dazzling display of fire, scattering sparks across the night sky like a giant firework. Wait here for a moment. He'll take you back afterward. Su Huayin untied the ropes from Xiao Ying's hands and feet, then gently landed with her on the ground. What are you up to? Xiao Ying asked curiously. Since Su Huayin had saved her before, she wasn't afraid of him. In fact, she seemed a bit amused. Stand back a little. I'm about to take down a boss, Su Huayin replied briefly. He pulled a card from his backpack and quickly swapped the Fire Dragon card in his second slot for the White Tiger blade. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he readied the massive, double-handed weapon, as large as a door. Even though the Bone King's shield wasn't visible, its attribute boost was still in effect. Take down a boss? Xiao Ying looked around, puzzled. Besides a small stone golem not far away, there was no sign of any boss. Just watch, Su Huayin said, offering no further explanation as he strode toward the stone golem. He tightened his grip on the blade and stepped closer. Wielding a double-handed weapon like this was all about brute force, much more satisfying than bashing things with a shield. Before the stone golem could react, Su Huayin brought the blade down in a single, clean strike. The creature collapsed instantly. A green card slowly floated up from the fallen monster's body. It actually dropped something? Su Huayin muttered in surprise, watching the card hover in the air. He reached out to pick it up, not expecting much, but the moment he glanced at the card's details, his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but clench the card tightly in his hand. This isn't really this card? Su Huayin's voice trembled with excitement, his expression momentarily slipping. Petrification Jade, a green quality, single-use card. When hit by a fatal attack, activating the card turns the user to stone for 3 seconds, granting 90 damage reduction during that time. Cemented Heart, not bad at all. A life-saving card, just when I needed it. Su Huayin was clearly pleased. You could never have too many of these, since their drop rate was low and they often sold for outrageous prices. Nice, very nice, he nodded with satisfaction. What did you get? Xiao Ying's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at him. Something like that. Don't come over, I'm about to fight a boss, Su Huayin called back without turning around. He knew this stone golem was worth at least a blue card and 1,000 pesos, so he couldn't risk damaging it. He took 8 cards from his backpack and placed them on the small golem's body. Stone Heart X8, he murmured, carefully laying out the 8 cards. Then, something extraordinary happened. The cards suddenly radiated a blinding light, forcing both Su Huayin and Xiao Ying to shield their eyes. The brightness was so intense it felt scorching. After a few seconds, the light faded and their vision cleared, revealing a sight that left them both stunned. A massive stone golem boss now stood before them, towering as high as a pavilion and measuring about 5 meters in every direction, several times larger than the previous monster. Its body was surrounded by an earthy yellow aura, the telltale sign of a damage-reducing shield. There's really a boss? Xiao Ying blinked in disbelief. Su Huayin tightened his grip on the white tiger blade, ready to face the giant creature that had just appeared before them. With a sharp crack, Su Huayin gripped the white tiger blade with both hands and brought it down hard on the body of the rock elemental boss. As the blade sliced through, sparks of light erupted and the boss shield shattered instantly, the anti-magic effect activating at once. This rock elemental boss wasn't just any random monster. Su Huayin had deliberately chosen this hulking creature, planning to let it evolve into a stronger boss. Its massive size gave it greater strength, but at the cost of agility. Su Huayin preferred these lumbering monsters. A little less speed was a fair trade for increased safety. The white tiger blade struck the boss, chipping off several fist-sized chunks of stone from its body. In the distance, a deafening roar echoed. Suddenly, a gigantic fist came crashing down from the sky. Su Huayin quickly retreated, pushing off with the tips of his toes and leaping into the air to meet the boss' inevitable, deadly counterattack. This is exactly what I was waiting for. A flash of determination lit up Su Huayin's eyes like a bolt of lightning. He gripped the white tiger blade tightly and swung with all his might. The blade landed heavily at the joint between the boss' stone arm and its body, as if splitting heaven and earth. With a thunderous crack, the massive stone arm snapped off. Amazing. Xiao Ying, standing nearby, was so stunned she could barely speak. She stared, wide-eyed, as Su Huayin faced off against the powerful boss alone. How strong was this man, really? He could actually take on a wild boss single-handedly. Even though Xiao Ying didn't know much about these matters, she understood that her father's top beta testers could, at best, fight elite monsters to a draw. Most couldn't even manage that. Yet this man was not only holding his own against a boss-level monster, but actually had the power to take one down by himself. Who was he, really? As these questions swirled in her mind, the boss' other arm was severed under Su Huayin's precise attacks. Now armless, the massive boss had almost no means of resistance. leaving Su Huayin free to carve away at its tough body. Even so, the boss health remained stubbornly high. It took Su Huayin over an hour to gradually whittle down its immense form. At last, when he pried out the final stone, as large as a human head, the boss collapsed to the ground and crumbled into a pile of rubble. A purple light shimmered, and the boss lit up. Purple material card slowly floated up. The Stone Heart, a purple quality card, was one of 3 boss materials sought by the Adventurers Association. This card was exactly what the association needed. Their quest rewards were exchanged for materials like these, which could be used to obtain versatile extra cards in dual mode. With a final rumble, the boss' massive body completely disintegrated, and the glowing purple card appeared quietly among the stones, waiting for Su Huayin to claim it. Rock Manipulation. Purple card, skill card effect. Freely manipulate any rocks you touch. Petrification. Temporarily turn parts of your body into stone, but your mobility will be reduced. Description: Pixel Rockfall. Dual mode effect. Quick play spell card. Activate when there is a rock-type monster on the field to destroy all non-rock-type monsters. Huh, it's actually this card? Su Huayin's eyes lit up, unable to hide his excitement. Rock Manipulation. He whispered, gently running his finger over the card's surface. Although the card didn't provide any specific stats, this was the core card for the rock-type ability warrior system. Without hesitation, Su Huayin immediately opened his avatar's card slots, cleared the 3rd slot, and carefully inserted the rock manipulation card. Now his avatar's 3 slots were Longevity with Heaven and Earth, Stealth, Rock Manipulation. Staring at Longevity with Heaven and Earth in the slot, Su Huayin frowned, hesitating for a moment. This card would occupy a slot even when inactive, which basically left his avatar with only 2 usable slots. After a brief thought, he decided to temporarily remove Longevity with Heaven and Earth and replace it with Flowing Sword. The new configuration was Flowing Sword, Stealth, Rock Manipulation. Actually, maybe I should swap out Stealth too? Su Huayin mused, rubbing his chin. He soon replaced Stealth with the Assassin class card stacked with Poison Dagger. Now his avatar slots were Flowing Sword, Assassin class card stacked with Poison Dagger, Rock Manipulation. With this combination, 1 purple card, 2 blue cards, and a green card, it might be tough to take on a boss, but it should be more than enough for elite monsters. Let's go. I'll take you to the safe zone. Su Huayin quickly switched his main bonus cards, summoned Charizard, and waved at Xiaoying. Can I ride it too? Xiao Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hurry up, it'll take you home, Su Huayin replied, sounding slightly impatient. I'm coming, Xiaoying called out, running over and quickly climbing onto Charizard's back. After making sure Xiaoying was seated securely, Su Huayin patted Charizard's neck. The dragon immediately took off, speeding toward Qingmu City with Xiaoying in tow. Beep beep beep, sorry, the number you dialed cannot be reached. Please try again later. The mechanical female voice from the phone made the scar-faced man, who radiated a fierce and menacing aura, look even gloomier. He hung up irritably, sweat beading on his forehead. Opposite him sat a refined man in gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze icy and sharp behind the lenses. Boss Kong, is this what you call the job's done? The man in glasses asked coldly. His voice was quiet, but carried an unmistakable authority. Or maybe the signal's just bad up on the mountain, Boss Kong replied awkwardly, wiping sweat from his brow. Then contact me again when you actually have a signal. The man in glasses stood up, not giving Kong any chance to explain further, and turned to leave. Secretary Liu, I promise he'll take care of it, Boss Kong called after him, his voice ingratiating. But Secretary Liu didn't even pause, walking away briskly as the sound of his shoes echoed coldly on the floor. Watching Secretary Liu's retreating figure, Boss Kong's expression darkened. Humph, just a lapdog, he muttered under his breath. But his face quickly changed again, his brows knitting together and a trace of panic showing in his eyes. Lingui must run into trouble. This whole thing might already be exposed. If I don't get out now, I might not get another chance. Boss Kong muttered to himself, his gaze hardening with ruthless determination. Seeing things taking a turn for the worse, Boss Kong's first instinct was to save himself. His expression changed instantly, and without hesitation, he made up his mind. Self-preservation came first. As for his son's life, if he lost him, so be it. As long as he stayed alive, there would always be a way to have more children. In times as chaotic as these, weren't there women everywhere? As long as Boss Kong lived, he'd never have to worry about his family lineage. Worst, it would just take a bit more effort. So, gritting his teeth, he turned and ran, leaving without a second thought or a hint of regret. Meanwhile, in a nearby study, a man was pacing the room, clearly anxious as he waited for news. Suddenly, the door swung open and someone rushed in. Well, did you find her? The man hurried over, his voice trembling with urgency. It's bad, Mayor Xiao, the newcomer said grimly. It's almost certain your daughter has been kidnapped. Judging by the scene, this wasn't random, it was planned. We also found evidence of supernatural activity at the site. Mayor Xiao's face darkened instantly, a flash of anger in his eyes. Go to the Adventurers Guild right now and post a mission, find Xiaoying and bring her back. The reward 2,000 no, make it 3,000 pesos. Far away, a fire-breathing dragon soared through the blue sky, its wings slicing the air and leaving a low rumble in its wake. At that moment, Su Huayin was leaning against a rock, casually flipping through the various missions on his adventurer's certificate. Suddenly, a new mission popped up, catching his eye and making him instantly more alert. I knew it. Something like this was bound to end up on the job board, he muttered with a knowing smile, not the least bit surprised almost, as if had predicted the plot all along. 3,000 pesos? He whispered, a sharp gleam in his eyes. That's enough for 6 card packs? Or maybe I could find a bargain at the market. Su Huayin felt unexpectedly lighthearted, a smile tugging at his lips as he considered how to spend the reward. As he pondered, he activated the process to accept the mission. By the time he finally tracked down the target, night had fallen. A faint light illuminated the side of a young woman's face. Su Huayin narrowed his eyes slightly, studying the kidnapped girl in front of him. Suddenly, his voice softened, gentle as a spring breeze. Your name is Xiaoying, isn't it? His tone was so warm it felt out of place in this harsh world, as if even the wind paused to listen. Xiaoying hesitated, looking at him in confusion. Yeah, that's right. Why? Did she hear him correctly? Was this man really speaking to her like that? Since her abduction, had treated her like cargo. She had grown up surrounded by praise. Her looks, her temperament, her status all made her the so-called darling of fate. But that just made her tired of flattery and the endless, ulterior motives of those around her. Now, out of nowhere, Su Huayin's gentle words sparked a strange sense of pride in her, catching her completely off guard. It's nothing, really. Ha ha ha. Su Huayin quickly noticed the confusion in her eyes and just laughed, unable to hide the joy bubbling up inside him. His gaze softened for a moment, though he was still calculating if he brought Xiaoying back safely, that generous 3,000 peso reward would be his. They'll take you home, he said, his voice sincere, almost as if the words slipped out naturally. And if possible, I hope we can meet again someday. At those words, a blush crept across Xiaoying's fair cheeks. She lowered her head and asked quietly, what's your name? Only then did she realize she didn't even know the name of the man who had saved her. My name? Su Huayin paused, then answered softly, I'm Su Huayin. He said it lightly, almost as if recalling a distant memory or perhaps hiding something deeper. After all, that string of letters carried far more meaning than just a name. And this was only the beginning. Toward the stars welcome, Adventurers Guild. Catherine's voice rang out, clear and bright, with a hint of a gentle smile. Su Huayin reached into his coat and pulled out a card, handing it over. Stoneheart material card. It's required to post a mission at the Adventurers Guild, he said simply. Catherine accepted the card and nodded slightly. She then picked up a purple card from the table beside her and handed it to Su Huayin. Hey, race your reward. Link 5 Boss, the Nether Goddess. And for this quest I've found Miss Xiaoying, Su Huayin added. Understood. The mission issuer has been notified. Please wait a moment, Catherine replied, turning to tend to other matters. Her steps were light and decisive. All that's left now is to wait. Su Huayin breathed a sigh of relief. Stay here for a while, I have something to take care of, but I'll be back soon. Su Huayin turned to Xiaoying, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Oh, all right, go ahead, Xiaoying responded, a little surprised, but nodding in agreement. After exchanging a glance, Su Huayin and Xiaoying waved goodbye, and Su Huayin headed off toward another part of the city. Before long, he arrived in front of the Shilling Apothecary. He pulled out a card and examined it carefully. It was the Dark Enchantment Potion Recipe card he had obtained from the Crimson Monastery dungeon. Inside the shop, several people were lined up to buy potions. Looking at the queue ahead, Su Huayin had an idea and decided to get in line and wait his turn. The line moved slowly forward, and after a few minutes, Su Huayin finally reached the counter. Hearing footsteps, Shilling, the shopkeeper, looked up and greeted him with a gentle smile. What can I get for you? She asked, her voice as soft as flowing water. Shilling glanced at the remaining potion cards. There are only 3 basic antidote potions and 3 basic stamina potions left. Before she finished speaking, Su Huayin didn't respond right away. Shilling looked up at him, a hint of surprise and confusion in her eyes. Oh, it's you? Su Huayin smiled and spoke softly. I was just passing by, and I happened to get a potion recipe card recently. I thought you might find it useful. He took out the Dark Enchantment Potion Recipe card and handed it over. A potion recipe? Xyling's eyes lit up as she took the card. Dark Enchantment Potion? I haven't learned this one yet. Are you really giving it to me? Su Huayin nodded. Of course. It's yours. A mix of surprise and delight flickered in Xyling's eyes. Thank you. Thank you so much, she said gratefully, then handed Su Huayin a few cards from under the counter. Su Huayin glanced down and saw 3 basic antidote potion cards and 3 basic stamina potion cards. They looked useful, but he didn't need them. No, that's all right, he quickly declined, waving his hand. That's not what I want. Oh, you're not satisfied? Shilling frowned slightly, a trace of disappointment in her eyes. Su Huayin chuckled and shook his head. I don't want anything. It's simply a gift for you. Shilling seemed a little puzzled. She blinked and bit her lip gently. Just a gift? No strings attached? That's right. No strings attached. I just wanted to give it to you, Su Huayin replied firmly. Xiling's gaze wavered a little, but in the end, she nodded softly. All right, thank you. Su Huayin turned to leave, feeling a quiet sense of satisfaction. He made a mental note to thank Ling Qiu later. After all, his rapport had just taken another step forward. Oh, thank you. But these leftover cards from today, I want you to have them. No refusing, Shi Ling said softly. As soon as she finished, Su Huayin heard a system notification in his ear. Ding! Shi Ling's favorability 10. Hearing the chime, Su Huayin hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he accepted the cards Shi Ling handed him. After gaining the favorability points, he prepared to leave. See you next time. Su Huayin waved as he turned to go, but before he could leave, Shi Ling's voice called out again. Wait, could you take me out again the day after tomorrow? There was a hopeful glimmer in Shi Ling's beautiful eyes. The day after tomorrow? That's fine. Su Huayin agreed, thinking to himself that this was probably another favorability quest. Then I'll see you the day after tomorrow. He waved goodbye and walked away. See you then. Shi Ling replied softly, but before she finished speaking, Su Huayin had already disappeared from view. A few minutes later, Su Huayin returned to the area near the Adventurers Guild. As soon as he arrived, he spotted the man had seen last time, the one with an unmistakable air of authority talking with Xiaoying. When Xiaoying saw Su Huayin return, her eyes lit up. Dad, this is Su Huayin. He's strong enough to take down a wild boss on his own, Xiaoying introduced proudly, clearly having shared everything that had happened before. Nice to meet you. I'm Xiao Nantian. Xiao Nantian extended his hand to Su Huayin. Su Huayin hesitated briefly, then shook his hand. From Xiaoying, he already knew who this man was. A month, or even half a month ago, he wouldn't have had the qualifications to even speak with someone like him. Hello, I'm Su Huayin. Su Huayin introduced himself. You probably know who I am. I want to rebuild order in this era. Would you be willing to help me? Xiao Nantian asked sincerely. Does he think I'm some kind of idealistic youth? Su Huayin thought to himself, a bit speechless. Did he really think slogans and big dreams would win him over? I know you don't trust me yet. How about this? Tomorrow is the guild boss event. Can I hire you to help me take it down? Xiao Nantian sounded very approachable, clearly needing Su Huayin's help. How did you? Su Huayin started, then stopped and smacked his forehead. Of course Xiao Nantian would know. As an official representative with legitimacy, he was bound to attract followers. And with all those pesos at his disposal, he must have a team farming them for him. No, I have my own plans tomorrow, Su Huayin declined. For now, he wasn't ready to get too involved with the authorities. Don't be so quick to turn me down. At least hear my offer first, Xiao Nantian said calmly, showing no sign of annoyance. If you're not interested in joining us, we can cooperate in another way. I can hire you. If you're willing to help me out tomorrow, I'll agree to do one thing within my power for you in return. Xiao Nantian's tone was sincere, but Su Huayin fell into brief contemplation. The offer was tempting. Although Xiao Nantian wasn't particularly strong in combat, not everything could be solved with sheer force. Often, what decides success or failure isn't just strength, but also vision, intelligence, and connections. Clearly, Xiao Nantian saw something valuable in him. Seeing Su Huayin's silence, Xiao Nantian didn't push. He simply waited patiently for his response. After about half a minute, Su Huayin let out a long breath, his eyes shining with determination. To be honest, your offer is generous, but I still have to refuse, he said firmly. If you take someone else's money and do their bidding, you eventually become their pawn. For now, I don't want too many ties to the authorities. Oh, Xiao Nantian showed no trace of disappointment. In that case, I won't force you. He took a business card from his pocket and handed it to Su Huayin, then placed 3 1,000 peso cards on the table. This is your payment. If you ever want to work together, you know how to reach me. Su Huayin was a little surprised by Xiao Nantian's gesture. He appreciated Xiao Nantian's poise and sincerity, didn't push too hard, and that attitude left a good impression. Without any hesitation, Su Huayin turned and left. Watching him go, Xiao Nantian felt a hint of disappointment well up inside. What's wrong? Starting to like that kid? A voice from above teased Xiaoying. Huh, of course not. Xiao Ying's cheeks instantly flushed as she instinctively denied it. But Xiao Nantian didn't seem to hear her, and continued calmly. He's a good one. Even with all that power, he's not arrogant. He keeps a clear head and doesn't want to get too close to Mei. Clearly has his own plans. He's ambitious and capably a real talent. If we could bring him into our ranks, combining our strengths would create endless possibilities. A marriage alliance? Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. That's pretty old school, but maybe it still works. Not right now, of course, Xiao Nantian replied with a faint smile. It's not just that Su Huayin doesn't trust Mei, don't trust him yet, either. All partnerships require caution. Oh, Dad, what are you talking about? Xiaoying covered her ears, her face bright red. At most, I just think he's kind of interesting. All right, Xiao Nantian waved his hand. Let's go. There's still plenty of time. Even if we don't work together now, our paths will cross again, I'm sure. But getting a guild card tomorrow won't be easy, especially with those people around. They might try something underhanded. His tone suddenly grew serious, his expression grave. Meanwhile, after leaving the Adventurers Guild, Su Huayin felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed. He rubbed his nose, deep in thought. He didn't rush back to his base, since he hadn't yet had a chance to challenge today's dungeon, and his Bone King shield had only reached a little over 300 layers of the Soul Devour effect out of 500. He knew tomorrow's public dungeon would be a tough challenge. The day's events left him pondering what direction his future path should take. Su Huayin challenged the Bloodstained Monastery dungeon once again. After a tough battle, he managed to raise the Soul Devourer stacks on his Bone King shield to nearly 400 before deciding to leave. However, just as he returned to Qingmu Square and was about to head off, a loud vendor's cry caught his attention. Phantom Step skill. Assassin's ultimate stealth move. Grants a brief moment of invincibility upon use. Will trade for a warrior weapon or 2,000 pesos. The voice was loud and enthusiastic. Su Huayin's interest was piqued. Phantom Step? If that was the card, he looked toward the source of the commotion. He saw a man and a woman hawking their wares. The man was brimming with energy, while the woman, clutching a milky white staff in both hands, looked a bit nervous. The man's pitch had attracted a crowd, and he began explaining the details of the Phantom Step card. Phantom Step, blue quality skill card. Effect, forces you into stealth and grants 0.5 seconds of phase shift. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Stealth enhancement. This card can be stacked with other stealth skill cards. He went on. Description, one of the most classic life-saving skills for assassins. How to obtain. Drops from ninja soldiers, black market dealers, system events, or card packs. Limitation, you must have an assassin class card equipped in another slot. In duel mode, it's a quick play spell. Target and banish a ninja-type monster on the field, destroy an opponent's card, and at the end of the turn, the banished monster is special summoned back. The man spoke with excitement. Phase shift. Invincibility window. Su Huayin thought to himself. This card was indeed powerful if used well. It could be nearly unstoppable. But the limitation was obvious. It required an assassin class card to use. So, although there were plenty of onlookers, no one made an offer. Brother, your card's not bad, but it only works with an assassin class card. That really limits things, and assassin cards aren't easy to come by. I've got 800 pesos here. Think of it as an investment. How about selling it to me? A bald man came over and made a lowball offer. 2,000 is already the lowest price. Take it or leave it. Or, if you have a sword-type warrior weapon, that's fine too. The seller was firm, clearly aware of the card's value. This card is worth at least 5,000 pesos. 2,000 is already a bargain, the girl with the staff chimed in. That's a high price, sure, but it depends on the market, doesn't it? Right now, it's only worth this much. The bald man continued to haggle. As the two sides argued, Su Huayin stepped forward, thought for a moment, and pulled out a card to show them. Take a look at this card. How about I trade this one for your Phantom Step? He handed over his Chonglu sword card. Now that he had the white tiger blade, the Chonglu sword was almost useless to him. It made more sense to trade it for something valuable, like Phantom Step. However, the bald man was clearly displeased. He shot Su Huayin a glare and said coldly, Hey, I was here first. Don't you think you're cutting in? Oh really? So you're not buying it, but you won't let me buy it either? Su Huayin said coldly, his eyes steely and his tone laced with a hint of unmistakable provocation. Just as the girl with the staff had pointed out, the value of this card was clearly not to be underestimated. This card is worth at least 5,000 pesos. In the hands of an assassin, it's even more valuable than most purple cards. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smirk curling at his lips. For assassins, this is a core card that can dramatically improve their survivability. Used cleverly, it could even let you take out an enemy commander in the midst of an army and get away unscathed. The seller paused to glance at the card Su Huayin offered, a flicker of delight passing through his eyes. This is exactly what I was looking for, he said with a touch of satisfaction. Let's trade. All right. Su Huayin's tone remained indifferent, his expression unchanged. The seller, just as straightforward, immediately handed over the Phantom Step card and took the Chonglu sword in exchange. The deal was done in an instant, quick and clean. Kid, remember me? The bald man standing nearby shot them a hostile look, his gaze lingering resentfully on both the seller and Su Huayin. Su Huayin didn't care in the slightest. He gave the man a cold glance, finding his threats almost laughable. This was just competition in the market, yet someone actually thought they could intimidate others. How ridiculous. The bald man's face turned red with anger as he jabbed a finger at Su Huayin. If you've got the guts, come with me out of the safe zone. The challenge sounded just like the kind of taunt you'd hear before a schoolyard fight. A childish, don't run away after class. Su Huayin found it a bit immature, a faint, mocking smile tugging at his lips. Are you sure? Su Huayin shot back suddenly, a meaningful smile playing on his face and a sharp glint in his eyes. If you're tough enough, come on. The bald man seemed flustered, but forced himself to sound bold, trying hard to look intimidating. Fine. Let's go outside the city, Su Huayin replied coolly, nodding. The moment Su Huayin agreed, the bald man's expression changed. He unconsciously took a few steps back. unease rising within him. He suddenly felt like a fly caught in a spider's web, with Su Huayin looming over him like a dangerous predator, exuding an unmistakable sense of threat. At that moment, Su Huayin looked every bit the calm, ruthless killer. Swallowing nervously, the bald man forced himself to lift his head. I haven't eaten yet today. Just wait, all right? With that, he turned and bolted, his steps so hurried he nearly stumbled. He ran? Su Huayin blinked, surprised that the bald man had simply taken off. The bluster and threats from earlier had crumbled in an instant, leaving him looking like a clown who'd thrown away his dignity. Su Huayin let out a quiet sigh, feeling a little disappointed. What a shame. It was nothing more than a minor episode. Su Huayin didn't give it a second thought. After equipping Phantom Step, he mounted his flame dragon and flew home. As he rode on the dragon's back, he found himself considering his card slot configuration. Frowning slightly, he decided to make a few adjustments. While his current card combination was solid, he felt it would be better to include Heaven and Earth, as the card's power was still not to be underestimated. So he reconfigured his slots, stacking Heaven and Earth as one with Stealth, Phantom Step, Assassin class card, Poison Dagger, and Clone, filling 3 slots in total. Although the number of cards exceeded his main slot limit, the overall quality was impressive. His main bonus cards clearly outclassed the clones. By the time Su Huayin returned to his base, night had already fallen. Without lingering, he quickly finished his dinner and got ready to rest. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows, filling the room with warmth. Maindong and Yuro were already up, busy in the kitchen. The dining table was covered with a wide array of delicious dishes, their enticing aromas drawing everyone to gather around. At 10 a.m., the long-awaited Guild Beast event would begin, a major challenge for the members of the Eternal Guild. A good meal is the foundation of good work. This old saying seemed the perfect description for today's hearty breakfast. At the center of the table, Ling Qiu slowly stood up, holding a glass of golden orange juice. As the guild leader, even this simple gesture drew everyone's attention, and the chatter around the table quieted down. Everyone, Ling Qiu's voice was clear and firm. Today marks the start of the Guild Beast event. Each Guild Beast is guaranteed to drop a guild token, which is one of the essential items for establishing a guild. She looked around, meeting the eyes of every member. The guild and the unlocking of the 5th slot are closely linked, so the guild token is a strategic resource. Its value can't be overstated. She raised her voice slightly. Today is our first mission as the Eternal Guild. Let's hope we can hunt down as many guild beasts as possible. Cheers. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone stood up, raised their glasses, and drank together. Su Huayin watched Ling Qiu, sensing a natural air of authority about Hera leadership presence reminiscent of Shao Nantian. As everyone sat down again, Ling Qiu gave Su Huayin a subtle look. He didn't catch her meaning at first, until he felt a gentle nudge on his leg under the table. Say a few words, too, Ling Qiu whispered. Huh. Su Huayin replied, a bit unsure. Leaning closer, Ling Qiu said quietly, we built this together. You're also one of the leaders. You'll need to get used to this sooner or later. Don't worry, I've got your back. So what should I do? Su Huayin was nervous, but he knew she was right. Public speaking was a skill every leader needed. Just be yourself. Boost everyone's morale, Ling Qiu encouraged simply. While Su Huayin was still gathering his thoughts, Ling Qiu suddenly raised her voice. Next, let's have Minga say a few words. All eyes turned to Su Huayin. He took a deep breath, stood up, and lifted his glass, imitating Ling Qiu. Everyone, Su Huayin began, his voice shaky at first, but growing steadier. The future belongs to us. Today is just the beginning, the first step for our Eternal Guild. Let's go? Let's go? Ling Qiu responded first, and the others quickly echoed her, raising their glasses. After sitting down, Ling Qiu looked at him in surprise. Who would have thought? You might have a knack for leadership after all. Come on, don't flatter me, Su Huayin said, coughing to hide his embarrassment. I'm just trying to give you some confidence, Ling Qiu replied with a smile. Soon, the clock struck 10. A clear system notification rang out. Ding. The Guild Beast event has officially begun. The Guild Beast boss has appeared. Defeating it will grant a guild token. As the announcement faded, countless pillars of purple light rained down from the sky, illuminating the entire world. Stick to the plan, split into 2 teams. Move out. Su Huayin ordered decisively. You 3, come with me. Su Huayin stood up, his gaze sweeping over his team members Maindong, Yuro, and Jingtian. Maindong was a player on the Ice Mage path, and had already unlocked 3 card slots. Yuro was on the Warrior path with 2 slots, while Jingtian followed the Necromancer route. Also with 2 slots, her main card was Skeleton Summoning. Although Holy Water provided a shortcut, unlocking the 3rd card slot at minimum required the ability to solo elite monsters and defeat a heavily wounded Skeleton King alone. So far, only Maindong and Lingdong among their group had managed to unlock their 3rd slot. Maindong did it through his own strength. Despite being unlucky enough not to have a beta card, he was still a beta tester. As for Lingdong, He clearly had Ling Qiu's help, a considerable one, at that. But that was Ling Qiu's business, and had nothing to do with Su Huayin. From what he could tell, Ling Qiu seemed to be grooming Ling Dong as a support, someone to provide buffs. Let's go. Our target is over there. Su Huayin pointed out a direction. Their destination was some distance from their base, about a dozen kilometers away. The fire-breathing dragon could only carry 2 people at most, so it was out of the question for the whole team. They'd have to use a car instead. Maindong could drive, so he took the wheel, with Su Huayin and the other 2 riding along as they headed for their target. This time, our goal is to take down a reinforced level boss, or possibly an elite level boss. If it's an elite boss, forget it, just move on to the next location. Su Huayin explained from the passenger seat, assigning the task. What's a reinforced level boss? Shiyuro asked. She and Jing Tian weren't beta testers, so they weren't familiar with these terms. A reinforced level boss is just one type, or you could say one rank, of boss, Su Huayin explained patiently. Bosses start at the regular level, then go up to reinforced, elite, epic, and so on. The guild beast we're after this time is like a special bonus. Normally, guild tokens only have a chance of dropping from epic level bosses. After his explanation, Shiyuro and Jing Tian nodded, indicating they understood. Su Huayin continued. I just checked the map, there are 13 guild beasts around Qingwu City. We might run into other factions out there, so you all need to be ready to fight at any moment. Yes, Ming. Shiyuro replied almost instantly, her voice firm and resolute. Su Huayin was preparing for the worst. The car sped along, the engine roaring across the wilderness. After thinking for a moment, he pulled a card from his pocket. I'm lending you this card, Su Huayin said, handing it to Jing Tian. Of the 3, only Ma Zhendong's ice magic could really support him, while Shiyuro could at least draw enemy attention and take some hits. Jing Tian's summoning and skeleton reinforcement, on the other hand, weren't much help to him. After considering it, Su Huayin decided to lend her the rock control card. This is a purple card? Jing Tian took the card, her voice trembling with excitement. Su Huayin glanced at the cards in his hand and said to Jing Tian, your skeleton summoning deck isn't very useful right now. This card is mainly for providing ranged support for me. Jing Tian accepted the card, which glowed with a faint purple light, and nodded repeatedly. Got it, Minga. I'll make sure to get the job done. Maindong, standing nearby, watched the exchange with a hint of envy in his eyes. He cleared his throat intentionally and asked, testing the waters. Minga, do you have any extra cards I could borrow? Nope, Su Huayin replied bluntly, shrugging his shoulders. Maindong, undeterred, kept his eyes fixed on a particular card in Su Huayin's hand. I'm talking about that magic orb card. My mana isn't enough. If I had that card, my sustainability would improve a lot. Su Huayin shook his head with a smile. So you had your eye on it all along, huh? You were definitely planning this. Fine, I'll lend it to you. But just so we're clear, business is business, even among brothers. Don't try to take advantage. Of course not, Maindong promised immediately. That card is really useful for me. It's probably worth about 2,000 pesos. I can buy it from you later, or trade you a card you need. For now, I just want to boost my combat power for what's coming. Su Huayin nodded in agreement. He knew that with friends like Maindong, small favors were no big deal, but for valuable items, it was important to keep things fair to maintain a true friendship. He then handed the magic orb card to Maindong. Now that he'd lent out 2 cards, Su Huayin turned to Shiyuro, ready to give her one as well. Unexpectedly, Shiyuro firmly refused. No need. Give that card to Jing Tian. I want to fight alongside you. Determination shone in her eyes. Su Huayin was moved by her attitude. He couldn't help but glance at her a few more times before giving her a thumbs up. Great. He knew that cards were just tools. In the end, it was the person using them that really mattered. With a personality like Shiyuro's, she definitely had a promising future. The final arrangement was, Jing Tian would serve as Su Huayin's ranged support. Her combat abilities weren't strong, but she seemed satisfied with the role, saying she was better suited for logistics and support. Maindong got a boost to his mana supply, while Shiyuro chose to fight on the front lines, shining in her own unique way. After more than an hour of bumpy driving, the car finally stopped near a stretch of farmland. Through the window, they saw a lobster-like monster standing upright in the fields. We're here. Get out, time to get to work. We're here. Out of the car, and get ready for battle. Su Huayin pushed open the door and jumped nimbly from the front passenger seat. Maindong and the others followed closely behind, quickly getting out of the vehicle. In front of them stood a monster about 2 meters tall, a dark gold armored boss, enhanced class. The creature looked like an upright crayfish, its entire body covered in sharp-edged metallic armor that gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Thank goodness it's just an enhanced class boss. Otherwise, would have to find another place, Su Huayin said, a clear note of relief in his voice as a massive broadsword, nearly the size of a door, appeared in his hands. He knew all too well that if they were facing an elite class boss, even with so many teammates, their chances of winning would be slim. After spotting the monster, Su Huayin didn't rush to attack. Instead, he carefully scouted the area, making sure there were no ambushes nearby before preparing to engage the guild boss. After all, it had taken them nearly an hour to get here. Someone else could have arrived first. I think I've seen this monster before, Maindong suddenly remarked. Su Huayin nodded. Dark gold, armored boss. Its weak point is ice. When it takes heavy damage, it'll curl up and shield itself with its armor. You'll need to use ice attacks to break through, otherwise, it'll recover some of its wounds. With that, he hefted his broadsword and strode toward the guild boss. Leave the mechanics to you after that. Maindong, Shi and Jing Tian each took their positions, ready for combat. Su Huayin knew that even with his clones, he still didn't have enough strength to face an enhanced class boss alone. Just support from the side. You can't take a direct hit from the boss, Su Huayin reminded Shi. He truly admired her courage. She had given up the relative safety of a support role in the back, choosing instead to stand with him against the boss, even if only for support and feints. I will, Shi replied, her answer short but resolute. All right, let's get started. Su Huayin's eyes flashed with determination as he strode up to the dark gold armored boss. The boss immediately sensed Su Huayin's presence. Its arms shifted and flowed like liquid, transforming in an instant into two sharp blades as it lunged at him. With a sharp clang, Su Huayin used the broadside of his white tiger blade as a shield to block the attack. The force was immense, sending him staggering backward and nearly knocking him off balance. At that critical moment, a heavy millstone flew in from the side, slamming into the boss. The monster reacted quickly, swinging one of its blade arms to deflect the millstone. Seizing the opening, an ice arrow shot in from a tricky angle. Before the boss could react, the arrow struck its body and shattered on impact, bursting into a cloud of icy mist. While this attack did little actual damage after all, the boss' base constitution was at least 120 points. Maindong had achieved his goal. The icy mist clung to the dark gold armored boss, setting the stage for what was to come. Suddenly, large patches of icy blue crystalline patterns appeared across the dark gold armored boss body, a clear sign of the slowing effect caused by frost arrows. Its attack speed dropped, and its movement became significantly sluggish. With the help of his two teammates distracting the boss, Su Huayin finally caught his breath. Gripping the white tiger broadsword tightly, his muscles tensed as he swung the blade down toward the boss' head with a force that seemed to split the heavens. Huh! Su Huayin roared, every muscle bulging as he poured all his strength into this deadly strike. A glint of intelligence flashed in the boss' eyes, and it reacted instantly. Both of its arms, covered in metallic scales, quickly shifted and transformed into two heavy shields that crossed above its head to block the attack. At that moment, Shi seized the opportunity. She darted in from the side, aiming her long sword at the exposed side of the boss' abdomen. Unfortunately, she lacked both the speed and power needed. The boss' tail, as agile as a steel whip, lashed out with ease and sent Shi flying. Her body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. Huh! Su Huayin's white tiger broadsword finally struck the boss' shielded arms, the clash of metal ringing out deafeningly. The massive recoil traveled up the blade, numbing his arms. As expected from a reinforced class boss, Su Huayin could tell from the force of the impact that his attack had been completely blocked. Yet a faint, almost imperceptible smile crept onto Su Huayin's lips. He had never expected to defeat this boss with a single blow. It wasn't some low-level minion, but a reinforced class boss with a base strength over 100. His attack was merely to create an opening. Suddenly, a cold, gleaming dagger appeared at the boss' neck, stabbing deep into the gap between its scales. Dark green, viscous blood spurted out instantly, and the boss flew into a rage. Its shielded arm swung backward in a furious counterattack, targeting the attacker. This blow, fueled by the boss' full wrath, could have instantly shattered Su Huayin's nearly defenseless clone. But just as the boss attack was about to land, the clone used Phantom Step again, dissolving into mist and vanishing from sight. You dare show yourself in front of me? You really underestimate me. The dark gold armored boss lashed out at Su Huayin's clone almost instinctively, as if swatting at a mosquito. Lacking sufficient strength, even though the poison dagger struck the vulnerable neck, it only managed to scratch the surface. Die! Su Huayin seized the moment, swinging the white tiger broadsword down again. Though powerful, the broadsword was somewhat unwieldy. This time, the boss managed to react, but its defense was clearly weaker after the earlier distractions. The broadsword slammed down, its tremendous force forcing the boss back a step and leaving it off balance. In that instant, the previously knocked away stone mill hurtled back onto the battlefield, while another chilling frost arrow flew straight at the boss. Powerful, this boss was the strongest opponent Su Huayin had faced so far. Even under a flurry of attacks from multiple angles, it managed to withstand them all. Not only that, after enduring several rounds, the boss suddenly exploded with force, swinging its arm to drive Su Huayin back. Then, with a mighty stomp that cracked the ground, the boss' massive body shot forward like a cannonball, aiming straight for Ma Zhendong, one whose attacks had been the most precise and had inflicted the most slowing effects. Watch out! Su Huayin shouted. The boss in the dark gold armor was much stronger than expected, forcing Su Huayin to retreat. His feet dug 2 grooves into the ground as he stumbled back 2.5 steps before regaining his balance. Without pausing, the boss lunged straight at Ma Zhendong aside from Su Huayin, who was engaged heat-in. The boss considered Ma Zhendong and the elusive clone its biggest threats. Ma Zhendong quickly formed a hand seal, and a wall of earth shot up from the ground with a cracking sound. But the wall barely finished forming before the boss crashed through it, shattering it into flying debris. Ma Zhendong's face went pale. He barely had time to cast an ice arrow, a flash of blue light exploding against the boss. Get down! Su Huayin's shout rang out from the void. Ma Zhendong instinctively dropped to the ground. In that split second, a figure appeared from the side, slamming into the boss at a sharp angle. It was Su Huayin's clone. Like an iron chain, the clone wrapped its limbs tightly around the boss body. With a sickening squelch, countless barbs erupted from the boss body and natural ability, turning its whole form into a weapon. The clone was instantly pierced through, but its task was done. Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the center of the battlefield. The shockwave knocked Jing Tian off her feet in the distance, and even Su Huayin, who was closing in, had to raise his white tiger blade to shield himself from the flying sand and debris. He only blocked the brunt of the first blast before charging straight into the heart of the explosion that triples lot heaven and earth, as one card was powerful, but still not enough to bring down a reinforced boss. Amid the swirling dust, Su Huayin swung his blade at the battered boss. The strike was blocked. As the dust cleared, the boss stood there, covered in blood and gravely wounded, but still managing to hold off the attack. With a crack, Su Huayin's blade forced the boss' shielded arm back to its original form. Break! He roared, slashing again and again, each strike aimed at a vital spot. He was trying both to prevent the boss from escaping. Most bosses, unless mindless, would try to flee when near death and to buy more time. On the ground, Ma Zhendong spat out blood-tinged dirt, struggled to his feet, and slapped a glowing card onto his body. A sudden surge of green energy burst from the card and shot straight into Ma Zhendong's body. Color returned to his pale cheeks almost instantly. The center of the explosion had been only 7 or 8 meters away, not close enough to be caught in the heart of the blast, but the shockwave still pressed down on him with tremendous force. If he hadn't hit the ground in time, he would have died on the spot. As the aftershocks faded, he realized that Su Huayin desperately needed support. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he struggled to his feet and pointed with a trembling finger. This time, instead of an ice arrow, thick vines burst from the ground, wrapping tightly around one of the dark gold armored boss legs. The vines had barely tightened before the boss tore free. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi Yuro was trying to get up, but her legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to support her weight. She managed to lift her head just enough to focus on the fierce battle between Su Huayin and the dark gold armored boss. She could hardly believe that Su Huayin was able to hold his own against such a powerful and monstrous foe. Despite the boss' overwhelming strength, Su Huayin never faltered. With every swing of his blade, his swordsmanship grew even more relentless. Yet no matter how ferociously he attacked, the boss' defense remained flawless. Suddenly, the boss' footing slipped, and it lost its balance. Su Huayin didn't hesitate for a second, seized the opening at once. Like the blade of death itself, his white tiger broadsword slashed down with devastating precision, slipping through a gap in the boss' defenses. With a sickening crack, a massive wound opened across the boss' waist, nearly severing its body in half. Dark green blood sprayed into the air like a fountain. Even so, the dark gold armored boss refused to fall. Its body shrank rapidly, curling into a ball. It had triggered its last resort defensia hibernation state. At this point, only a powerful ice attack could force it out of this state. Otherwise, once it recovered, its fatal wound would begin to heal. Although it would be weakened, it would still be dangerous. Ma Zhendong had been waiting for this moment. He thrust out his palm, firing 5 ice arrows in rapid succession. They struck the boss dead on, enveloping it in a wave of freezing energy. The intense cold forced the boss out of hibernation. Its curled body slowly unfolded, blood pouring from the gaping wound. Now, the boss was completely helpless, lying motionless as it awaited its end. It's finally over, Su Huayin thought to himself as he strode resolutely toward the fallen boss. He raised the white tiger broadsword and, without a moment's hesitation, brought it down in a decisive blow. The blade flashed, and the boss body split cleanly in two. At last, the dark gold armored boss was defeated. A purple card materialized above its corpse, floating gently upward before Su Huayin caught it in his hand. Guild badge, purple card. Epic boss drop, he murmured. At last, it's ours. Relief washed over him, but his thoughts quickly turned to Ling Qiu, wondering how she was faring. By a small pond, a young woman stood, gripping a laser sword that glinted with a cold, sharp light. A faint golden energy shield shimmered around her, and she gasped for breath. forcing fresh air into her lungs as she struggled to suppress the exhaustion roiling inside her. Opposite her was a grotesque humanoid monster, its body covered in bulging, tumor-like growths. Its skin was torn and bloodied, crisscrossed with wounds, yet none of them were fatal. The damp battlefield favored Su Huayin's fighting style. The nearby pond provided a natural water source, amplifying his power with the boost from water elements. Damn it, is this what an enhanced level boss is like? Ling Qiu muttered under her breath. She quickly drew a card from her belt and slapped it against her chest. A bright yellow beam shot out from the card, instantly merging into her body. Color returned to her pale cheeks, her stamina recovering slightly. Immediately after, a soft green glow followed, soothing her torn muscles like a gentle spring, and the searing pain in her body eased noticeably. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the tense air. A single arrow whistled in from behind, streaking like a shooting star straight for the monster's chest. Ling Qiu's eye sharpened. She lunged forward, giving the boss no chance to recover. She had been fighting this creature for almost half an hour. Its stamina was visibly waning, its movements growing sluggish. This time, it couldn't dodge. The arrow struck hard, forcing the monster back a step and sending mud and water flying. That was Lu Xiao's skill repulsion arrow. It didn't deal much damage, but its control was exceptional, perfect for disrupting the enemy's rhythm. An opening appeared. Seizing the moment while the monster was immobilized, Ling Qiu sprang forward like an arrow. Lightning still crackled across the monster's skin, arcs of electricity flickering violently. Thunder slash, she shouted, bringing her laser sword down in a swift, shining arc. The lightning seemed to be drawn in, exploding across the monster's battered body with a burst of searing light, burning its already wounded flesh and paralyzing it for another brief second. A weakness revealed itself. With a sharp crack, her blade sliced down, and the monster's head flew off in a flash of electricity. Blood sprayed from its thick neck, and a purple glowing card slowly floated up from its corpse, spinning and sparkling in the air. Finally, it was over. Ling Qiu collapsed to one knee, using her laser sword to support herself. Her chest heaved, sweat beading on her forehead. She was nearly spent. I really underestimated how tough an enhanced level boss could be, she muttered through clenched teeth, eyeing the purple card warily, with a trace of relief. She couldn't help but glance into the distance. I wonder how things are going for him. I just hope nothing goes wrong. Meanwhile, outside an abandoned factory, the battle there was even more intense. Over 20 players, split into several teams, were fighting a massive boss, the legendary Guild Beast. The players worked in perfect sync, attacking and defending with practiced coordination. One man stood out among them. He held up a heavy shield, surrounded by 5 or 6 layers of buffing auras, looking like a moving fortress as he blocked the boss' frontal assault. With so many buffs in play, even an average player could stand tall as a powerhouse. Although only 4 people appeared to be fighting the boss Hedon, the entire team numbered over 20, with a steady flow of support and control abilities being unleashed from the rear. A short distance away, 2 people stood on higher ground, watching the battle unfold. Mayor Xiao, where did you get so many support cards? The man beside him asked in a low voice, a mix of confusion and respect in his tone. Xiao Nantian gave a small, evasive laugh. Just pick them up somewhere. Don't ask too many questions. Some things were better left unsaid. From the looks of it, taking down this Guild Beast boss was only a matter of time. But not every battlefield was going so smoothly. Near a desolate stretch of highway. Here, the Guild Beast boss was a wolf-like creature covered in clusters of green crystals. Suddenly, a faint blue energy shield shimmered around the boss, its light flickering and seemingly impenetrable. Damn it, what's going on with this boss? A man wielding a heavy battle axe instinctively took a half-step back, sweat trickling down his furrowed brow. They had just paid a steep price, burning through countless skills and potions to shatter the boss shield. But now, only seconds later, a fresh barrier had already formed around the monster. We can't fight this anymore, fall back. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, the man gritted his teeth and gave the retreat order, his voice tinged with frustration. But on this battlefield, retreating wasn't so simple. All around them, the sounds of fierce combat echoed, the ground trembled, and the air was thick with the scent of magic and smoke. Near Qingmu City alone, 5 battles against Guild Beasts were raging at the same time. Some teams hadn't even managed to start fighting. For example, a 10-person squad not far away. They had spotted a massive, 8-legged spider boss from a distance. But instead of drawing their weapons, the team quickly turned and left the area at top speed. That's an elite boss. If anyone wants to fight it, they can't. There's no way we're throwing our lives away, the captain said quietly, leading his squad into the woods. Overhead, drones circled around the 13 Guild Beast bosses, their cameras continuously capturing the action below. All the footage and data were streamed in real time to a hidden surveillance base. How's it going? A girl in a lightweight combat suit pushed open the door and entered the dimly lit control room, her voice clear and crisp. A staff member hurried over to her and replied respectfully, "Miss, There are currently 13 guild beasts near Qingmu City, 3 elite bosses, and 10 enhanced bosses. 6 teams are engaging the enhanced bosses, and 2 squads have already succeeded in taking down a guild beast. As he spoke, he brought up 2 high-definition recordings, projecting them onto the wall. The footage showed Su Huayin's team and Ling Qiu's team defeating their respective bosses. These 2 leaders are exceptionally skilled, almost certainly closed beta players, the staff member said, pointing at the 2 figures on the screen. Especially this woman. The system zoomed in on Ling Qiu, highlighting her distinctive gear. The staff member continued, based on identification, she's almost certainly one of the closed beta red card player 0 guild's leader, Ling Qiu. Only she would have access to red card level 0 gear. Indeed, Ling Qiu's identity was unmistakable. The glowing red 0 gear at her chest was an instantly recognizable symbol. What about Su Huayin? Can we confirm who he is? Xiaoying asked, arms crossed, her gaze sharp. Su Huayin. The staff member hesitated for a moment. The other player who killed a guild beast boss, Xiaoying clarified briefly. The staff member quickly understood and pulled up Su Huayin's battle footage, enlarging it on the main screen. You mean him? We can't say for certain yet. Too many closed beta players chose the warrior path. However, based on his use of the clone skill and his top-tier performance. He didn't finish the thought, but the implication was clear, narrowing it down to the top players. Su Huayin's signature clone skill made his identity almost obvious. What about our own team? Xiaoying shifted the topic. Our team's doing well. Unless something unexpected happens, the staff member switched to another feed, but as he saw the footage, his expression froze. This is bad. The threat wasn't from a guild beast, but from other players. A massive fireball descended from the sky, headed straight for their team, its intense light nearly blinding the camera. Yet, faced with this sudden attack, Xiaoying remained unusually calm, even allowing a faint, almost imperceptible smile to appear on her lips. It's fine. Nothing serious, she said, her voice steady as if everything was under control. Now that this has happened, we finally have a good reason to wipe out that group. A massive fireball, over 100 meters in diameter and resembling a miniature sun, hovered above the battlefield. The searing heat it radiated made the very air feel blistering, as if it might roast everyone present. With the fireball about to descend, there was no time left to retreat. This disaster seemed destined to bury everyone together. Not far away, atop a tall building, a man stood with a stern expression and labored breath. Having just unleashed this devastating skill, he was left utterly drained, barely able to stay on his feet. His teammates quickly gathered around to support him, layers of powerful buffs shimmering around them like heavy armor. As the fireball drew closer, they spun around and raced away with the weakened man. Suddenly, a man and a woman appeared in their path, blocking their escape. These 2 were the same pair who had previously exchanged Phantom Step with Su Huayin. Seeing them appear, the man smirked coldly, his eyes glinting. So you finally decided to act. Ling, buff me. Ling, the young woman holding a staff, responded without hesitation and waved her staff. Instantly, a milky white light shot into the man, restoring some of his strength. Then, she raised her staff again, and the phantom of a giant tree bearing 7 colored fruits appeared behind her. A rainbow glow enveloped the man, protecting him like a sturdy, crimson shield. The 7-colored tree. Are you the 7-colored tree? One of the enemies cried out in shock, eyes snapping to Ling as her identity was revealed. She was a famous player. Meanwhile, the giant fireball plummeted as expected, disaster looming. At that moment, Xiao Nantian finally made his move. He muttered under his breath, I've been waiting for this. Ever since Xiaoying was kidnapped by Black Glove and later rescued, Xiao Nantian realized that this group was far from ordinary enemies. Though the leader of Black Glove escaped, Xiao Nantian never got the chance to negotiate with him. He had been forced to destroy Black Glove, but had no reason to take revenge on those behind the scenes. The awkwardness of that situation had left him unsure whether to laugh or cry. Now, Xiao Nantian's goal was not only to obtain the guild token, but also to use this opportunity to eliminate these people and clear the path ahead. In a flash, Xiao Nantian vanished from his spot and reappeared beneath the fireball. Looking up at the blazing sphere, he tossed a glowing violet card into the sky. Instantly, a massive rift opened, like a black hole, swallowing the fireball whole. Too bad we're still short-handed, Xiao Nantian muttered, a cold glint in his eyes. If Su Huayin were willing to help, we might have taken down their headquarters as well. But now it's too late. His voice was low and determined. In that moment, Xiao Nantian's gaze turned icy, his words steely with resolve. In chaotic times, harsh measures are necessary. These parasites, who have betrayed their principles for personal gain, must be eradicated. Only then can we break free of these shackles and restore trust. The new era needs decisive leadership, not the corrupt bureaucracy of the past. He laid out his thoughts in one breath, his mind made up. All the while, Su Huayin remained unaware of Xiao Nantian's actions. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xiao Nantian was cleaning house and preparing for a final showdown. After carefully putting away the guild order cards, Su Huayin hurried over to check on the injuries of Maindong and the others. Since he had taken the brunt of the damage himself, the rest of the group wasn't hurt too badly. Maindong was in the worst shape, mostly because of the explosion caused by his clone's self-destruction. Jing Tian had only been grazed by the shockwave from the heaven and earth longevity attack, so she was barely injured. Sure, Yuro had been struck once by the boss tail, and due to her lower stats, she took some damage from that hit. Let's go back to base. Su Huayin and Jing Tian helped the injured Ma Jindong and Sure Yuro into the car. Once everyone was settled, Su Huayin started the engine and drove them toward their base. Ming, here are your cards. Jing Tian immediately handed 2 cards back to Su Huayin. Although these cards were powerful, she knew she wasn't skilled at fighting. She just wanted to stick with Su Huayin and Ling Xiu for the long run. As one of the first to join the team, she hoped that, even if her abilities were limited, she could eventually take on a leadership role in logistics if the guild grew bigger. After all, loyalty is sometimes more valuable than skill. About an hour later, the group finally made it back to the base. Ling Xiu and the others hadn't returned yet, but Su Huayin wasn't worried, had always trusted Ling Xiu's abilities. Roughly half an hour later, a car pulled up in front of the base. Ling Xiu and his team had finally come back. How did it go? Su Huayin tossed Ling Xiu a bag of apple juice, his favorite drink. The last time they went scavenging in the city, Ling Xiu had specifically asked for it. What do you think? With me around, what could possibly go wrong? Ling Xiu took the juice, gulped down a big mouthful, wiped his lips with the back of his hand, and grinned. And you? Ling Xiu shot back. I got one too, of course. Su Huayin pulled a purple card from his pocket and showed it to Ling Xiu. Ling Xiu glanced at it, then took out an identical purple card from his own pocket, a guild order, just like Su Huayin's. There were 13 guild beasts in total. The 2 of us took down 2, so I'd say it's time to celebrate, Su Huayin said with a smile. But I have to admit, I misjudged things a bit, Ling Xiu admitted honestly. The enhanced bosses were tougher than I expected. My original plan was for each of us to lead a team and clear them quickly, minimizing injuries and doubling our efficiency. But after just one fight, we ended up with so many wounded. I guess I was still thinking like it was a game. He tapped his forehead in frustration and went on. Now, everyone on our team is a real person. They can get hurt, or even die. I almost forgot that, since I've always had you around with your incredible defense. Su Huayin, however, saw things differently. We're just regular people in the real world. There's no need to be too hard on yourself. Realizing the problem and fixing it is what matters. Besides, looking at the results, this was a huge success. We got 2 guild orders, and everyone gained valuable experience fighting bosses. More importantly, working together like this strengthens the guild's sense of unity. Everyone who took part will feel more invested in our future. And honestly, I didn't object to your plan either, so I share the responsibility. All in all, I'd say we came out ahead. His words were lighthearted, but everyone could sense the deeper meaning behind them. The post-battle debrief was already over. Although the 2 of them still showed some signs of inexperience, the outcome had been quite impressive. Victory always has a way of covering up minor flaws. So what should they do next? Su Huayin broke the silence and asked. What's done is done. There's no point dwelling on regrets. What matters now is looking ahead. Ling Xiu replied calmly and firmly. I checked the map. There are a total of 13 points marked. 4 have already been cleared, which means at least 4 guild monsters have been taken down. That leaves 9. If we team up, we might be able to get our hands on another 1 or 2 guild tokens. Alright, do you want to take a break? Su Huayin glanced at Ling Xiu with concern. Rest? No need. Ling Xiu shook her head. I'm not really hurt, and my stamina's pretty much back. We can head out right now. Su Huayin nodded, seeing how decisive Ling Xiu was, and didn't say anything more. He told the others to rest up, and then the 2 of them left the base. Su Huayin quickly swapped out his cards and summoned a Charizard. Hop on, let's go. He called to Ling Xiu. Without hesitation, Ling Xiu climbed up behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. The gesture sparked a sense of familiarity in Su Huayin, who remembered moments like this from their past missions together. The only difference was that their ride was now a fierce Charizard instead of a motorcycle. More importantly, his trust in Ling Xiu now felt as deep as, if not deeper than, his trust in Maindong. After all, they'd been through a lot together. Let's move. Ling Xiu gave Su Huayin a gentle nudge, urging him on. Su Huayin snapped out of his thoughts and took off, flying toward their next target. By the way, how come we haven't seen any military around? Su Huayin asked casually as they soared through the sky. Ling Xiu smiled. This isn't a strategic location. At most, you'll find some local police and security forces. Ah, that explains it, Su Huayin replied, suddenly understanding. I was wondering why there were no soldiers around. This is just an ordinary small city. It holds no real strategic value. Even if there were troops, they wouldn't bother stationing them here, Ling Xiu explained briefly. The conversation drifted, and Su Huayin's mind wandered to Xiao Nantian, whom they had encountered the previous day. By the way, what's your take on the local authorities? Su Huayin asked quietly, probing a little. Ling Xiu paused, then asked in return, the authorities? Yeah, the local officials. What do you think of them? Su Huayin repeated. I haven't really had any dealings with them yet, and honestly, I'd rather not, Ling Qiu replied after a moment's thought, a faint, cold smile on her lips. What I need is a power that belongs to the two of us. You can't count on the authorities or on righteousness. Only the strength you hold in your own hands is truly reliable. What? You're not planning on becoming another Songjiang, are you? Su Huayin joked lightly. Ling Qiu just smiled calmly. I don't care about being Songjiang or anything like that. I just want power of my own. Ling Qiu raised an eyebrow, his gaze intense as he looked at Su Huayin. How could that be possible? Su Huayin quickly waved his hands in denial, a hint of caution appearing on his face. Everyone knows what happened to Songjiang. I just think, if the authorities aren't too hostile, maybe we could try to establish some sort of partnership like real collaborators. Partnership? Ling Qiu let out a cold laugh, a trace of disdain in his eyes. With their arrogance? All they want is to use us like dogs. Right now, we're not even qualified to talk to them as equals. True partnership only happens when both sides are equally strong. Ling Qiu's tone was laced with wariness and hostility toward this powerful force. He turned to study Su Huayin. So what's your take on all this? Su Huayin was caught off guard by the sudden question. Me? No rush. Take your time, Ling Qiu said, his voice much gentler. A few seconds of silence stretched between them before Su Huayin finally spoke, sounding a bit lost. How do I put it? It's complicated. Ling Qiu's interest was piqued. Complicated? How so? Su Huayin searched for the right words. I want to see a strong government, strong enough to suppress chaos and restore order to the world. But I know that's probably unrealistic. At the same time, I hope they don't become too powerful, or there won't be any room left for us to grow. Honestly, just thinking about a force that big is terrifying. After hearing this, Ling Qiu suddenly burst out laughing. What's so funny? Su Huayin asked, confused. I didn't expect you to be so patriotic, Ling Qiu teased. Isn't that obvious? Who doesn't want their country to be strong? Su Huayin retorted, a little annoyed. Ling Qiu's expression turned serious. Actually, we could look at the arrival of the KU from a different angle. It's both a crisis and an opportunity. It's given us a chance to gain real power, so that one day we can rebuild and reshape this beautiful land with our own hands. There was a near-reverent longing in his voice. Su Huayin's eyes lit up, as if a cloud had lifted and everything was suddenly clear. You mean? Ling Qiu met his gaze. I mean, whatever ideals or dreams we might have, the first thing we need is the power to achieve them. Near the fountain in a run-down residential complex, a hideous monster was wreaking havoc on everything around it. It wielded a steel trident, snapping tree trunks as thick as wash basins with each casual swing. Above its head, a row of words floated, Black Trident Rakshasa, Elite Boss. As the creature wandered, a fire-breathing dragon quietly hovered above it. Noticing it was an elite boss, Su Huayin immediately turned to look at Ling Qiu, who was seated behind him, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. An elite monster. Honestly, we don't stand a chance, Su Huayin thought to himself. Bosses of this level were clearly more than they could handle at this stage. Even if he and Ling Qiu teamed up, their odds were slim. Besides, their main goal was to collect as many guild token cards as possible, not to waste time fighting monsters. Let's mark this spot and move on to the next one. Ling Qiu replied without hesitation, her tone decisive. Agreed. I was thinking the same thing. We'll come back for the elite bosses once we have 4 card slots or a few more allies. Su Huayin nodded, preparing to direct the dragon to leave. Suddenly, something above caught his eye. Wait, what's that? Su Huayin squinted, spotting an unidentified object overhead. Big spray, fly up, he ordered. The fire dragon responded instantly, carrying them upward. What's wrong? Ling Qiu asked, her hand already on her weapon, ready for anything. Before he could answer, the object rapidly grew larger in Su Huayin's view. Wait, is that a drone? As they drew closer, Su Huayin realized the drone's camera was aimed directly at the Black Trident Rakshasa boss below. A drone? Should we just destroy it? Ling Qiu drew her laser sword, its blade glinting dangerously, ready to strike. Su Huayin didn't object, but fell silent, deep in thought. As Ling Qiu swung her sword, the drone exploded in a burst of fire, its fragments scattering and falling. Do you think it's possible that this drone being here isn't a coincidence? Su Huayin frowned, his tone speculative. What are you suggesting? Ling Qiu sheathed her weapon, her expression thoughtful. I'm wondering if there are surveillance setups near all the guild beast locations. Su Huayin's eyes narrowed, as if piecing together a bigger puzzle. You mean, some other force is monitoring all 13 guild beasts? That everything we've done so far has been recorded? Ling Qiu quickly picked up on his point. Most likely, it's the authorities. If that's the case, Su Huayin said as he rummaged in his pocket, pulling out a business cardone that Xiao Nantian had given him, with a phone number printed on it. There are only 8 guild beasts left now. If half of them are elite bosses, and we're too late, we'll miss out on everything. Maybe I should call and check. Su Huayin suggested urgently. As they'd found this elite boss, another guild beast had been taken out, leaving only 8. He wanted to get information from Xiao Nantian about the remaining bosses' levels and whether anyone was already challenging them. Let me think. Ling Qiu hesitated, frowning. In this situation, hesitation could mean losing everything. There are countless heroes in this world. Ling Qiu frowned slightly, a hint of concern in her voice. I'd rather not get too involved with the authorities, but this time it's about a high-value guild token. The officials aren't exactly easy to deal with. Getting this information won't come cheap. Su Huayin remained calm and unbothered. Let's talk to them first. If they ask for too much, we can just walk away. All right, let's do that. Ling Qiu finally agreed with a nod. Su Huayin glanced around, then pointed at the buildings below. There's a residential area down there. Let's find a phone. With that, he led Ling Qiu down, weaving into the cluster of apartment buildings. Meanwhile, in a nearby surveillance room. What's going on? Xiaoying frowned at the sudden static on one of the screens. As the person in charge here, she needed to monitor everything closely and report any irregularities to Xiao Nantian immediately. Report, one of the drones was destroyed, a staff member quickly replied. Show me the footage from just before the explosion, Xiaoying ordered without hesitation. She was no ordinary person if not for this unexpected incident. Her career path would have led her into politics. The staff member swiftly rewound the footage. When the scene of the drone's destruction appeared, Xiao Ying's pupils contracted sharply. It's him? And the person behind him is Ling Qiu? Her gaze locked onto the image, noticing Ling Qiu's arm wrapped around Su Huayin's waist. Just then, her phone blared with the ringtone good luck. Xiaoying pulled it out. It was the phone Xiao Nantian had temporarily entrusted to her. As the command center, all communications had to go through her. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. She answered, and an unexpected voice came through. Hello, is this Mayor Xiao? Huh, why is it you? Xiaoying blurted out. On the other end, Su Huayin sounded just as surprised. Xiaoying. He had expected to reach Xiao Nantian, but quickly realized the phone being with Xiao Ying wasn't that strange. I'm looking for your father, Su Huayin said, getting straight to the point. He's not here right now. I have full authority to handle things. Just tell me what you need, Xiao Ying replied evenly. Su Huayin hesitated, wasn't entirely comfortable dealing with Xiao Ying, given her past experience of being kidnapped. Still, he asked, you've stationed drones near every guild beast, haven't you? Yes, Xiao Ying confirmed cautiously. I want information on the current enhanced level boss guild beasts. Name your terms, Su Huayin said bluntly. Without thinking, Xiao Ying glanced at the monitors. Spotting a live feed of one of the battlefields, she smiled slightly. There's a guild beast northeast of Qingmu City, about 30 degrees. You can check it out. This one's on the house, no payment needed. As she spoke, she zoomed in on the footage, revealing a group of people in Starlight Industries uniforms besieging an enhanced level boss. The guild beast at 30 degrees north by east. Upon hearing this, Su Huayin quickly pulled up the system map and locked his gaze on the spot Xiao Ying had indicated. Sure enough, there was a reinforced level boss guild beast at that location. Hurry up. The remaining 5 reinforced BOS level guild beasts are all being targeted by other teams. If you're late, there will be nothing left for you. With that, Xiao Ying decisively hung up. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu exchanged glances, both feeling a surge of caution. News handed to them so easily always felt suspicious. I smell a trap, Su Huayin muttered, stroking his chin with a slight frown. He had a few theories in mind, but nothing concrete to back them up. My guess? Someone's trying to use us as a pawn, Ling Qiu said bluntly. I thought of that too, Su Huayin nodded. But we should still check it out. At the very least, we can confirm if there really is a reinforced BOS level guild beast in that direction. If we're too late, we'll miss our chance. Without wasting any more time, the two set off, riding their Charizard toward their target. The distance wasn't far, and within half an hour, they were hovering above the area. From above, they saw an intense battle unfolding. 2 giant figures, each about 5 meters tall, were locked in combat. One was a reinforced boss mantis warlord, the other a similarly sized robot. The robot moved awkwardly, clearly struggling against the mantis boss's relentless assault. But behind it stood dozens of players in Xinguang Heavy Industries uniforms, continuously casting low-level skills like mechanical repair and enhancement. Thanks to this constant support, the robot, which should have been defeated easily, not only held its ground, but was actually dealing significant damage to the boss. At this rate, the guild beast boss would be worn down eventually. This looks like the war machine strategy, doesn't it? As a beta tester, Ling Qiu immediately recognized the tactic. It's common in Guild Wars. Pair a war machine with a team of repair and support specialists, and you can keep it running almost indefinitely. It's slow, but as long as the support keeps up, its combat power is incredible. Su Huayin didn't charge into the battle. Instead, he chose a concealed spot to land. Charizard had finished its job as transportation. From here on, the fight would be better suited for the White Tiger Blade. Equip the Black Tiger Sword, Su Huayin said to Ling Qiu. Let's try a Bladian Sword combo. Got it. Going for the extra attribute bonus, right? Ling Qiu immediately understood his partner's plan. Although the Black Tiger Sword was slightly inferior to Ling Qiu's original weapon, its unique combination of sword and saber attributes actually provided a superior boost. When Ling Qiu gripped the Black Tiger Sword, the two weapons shimmered together in the air, and both Su Huayin and Ling Qiu immediately felt a powerful surge of energy flow through them. What's the plan? Ling Qiu asked, the weapon in his hand gleaming coldly. Su Huayin replied calmly, we wait and see. When a guild beast boss is seriously injured, it always tries to escape. That's when we make our move. He chose the safest approach. After all, while war machine tactics excel in large-scale battles, they're not as effective for pursuit. This time, they had no choice but to use them in a boss fight. All right, we'll wait and see, Ling Qiu agreed succinctly. The two had developed a silent understanding. As long as one came up with a reasonable plan, the other would follow without hesitation. This mutual trust was the key to their successful teamwork. Su Huayin pointed into the distance. Let's set up an ambush over there. That's the most likely escape route. They quickly moved to the designated spot, ready to wait for their opportunity. But plans rarely keep up with change. Nearly an hour passed, and the guild beast boss only showed signs of exhaustion. Worse yet, only 4 guild beast markers remained on the map. According to Xiao Ying's intel, there had originally been 13 guild beast bosses near Qingmu City 3 Elite and 10 Enhanced. Now, only 3 tough elites remained, along with the enhanced boss in front of them. We can't wait any longer, Su Huayin said decisively as he stood up. This is probably the last relatively easy boss left. Other factions are definitely on their way. The more people there are, the harder it will be to control the situation. We strike now. Agreed. We've waited long enough, Ling Qiu responded immediately. No longer hiding. The two of them charged straight toward the raging battle between the giant robot and the mantis boss. Su Huayin's instincts were spot on. At least 3 factions were converging on their location, with the nearest less than 3 kilometers away. Hesitate any longer, and chaos would be inevitable. Who are you? Leave immediately. If you come any closer, don't blame us for what happens next. Members of the Starlight Heavy Industries faction spotted Su Huayin and Ling Qiu and immediately issued a warning. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Ling Qiu roared, his black tiger sword slicing through the air in a fierce arc. The low-level monsters unleashed by Beishing heavy industrious slimes, goblins, and the like shrank back in fear the moment the blade flashed, retreating instinctively. Ling Qiu immediately realized it was the sword's inherent aura at work. These lesser creatures simply couldn't withstand its pressure. Ling Qiu and Su Huayin advanced side by side, cutting straight through the heart of the battlefield like 2 arrows. Having fought together many times before, their teamwork was seamless, their combat styles blending perfectly into one. Their target was clear, the guild beast boss. Members of Xinguang Heavy Industries quickly saw through their intent and tried to withdraw their war robots from the battle with the twin-blade mantis boss. But in the chaos of combat, this retreat only exposed a fatal opening. With a sharp metallic snap, the twin-blade mantis seized the opportunity, its blade-like arms crossing in a deadly strike. Sparks erupted as the upper half of a war robot exploded, instantly rendered useless. The mantis let out a triumphant screech, unaware that danger was closing in. It was already battered and down to half its strength. Lost in its moment of victory, it didn't notice the sword and blade closing in on its legs. This was Ling Qiu and Su Huayin's signature move: take out the legs to bring down the enemy. Su Huayin's white tiger blade cut clean through one of the mantis legs. Although Ling Qiu's strength was slightly less, his black tiger sword still severed most of the other leg, the blade sinking deep into muscle. With both legs crippled, the mantis crashed to the ground. The two seized the opening for a killing blow. Su Huayin's white tiger blade sliced off the boss head, while Ling Qiu's black tiger sword pierced straight through its chest. As the boss fell, a purple card floated up from its corpse. Ling Qiu reacted instantly, snatching it out of the air. This had to be the guild beast's only drop, the guild token. They took it down. A boss at the enhanced level was defeated so easily. The whole fight didn't even last 3 minutes. The shocking scene left everyone from Xinguang Heavy Industries completely stunned. Who were this man and woman? Their strength was beyond anything anyone could have imagined. Their own team had dozens of people and had spent 2 hours just barely managing to defeat a single boss. Yet these two had shown up out of nowhere and finished the same task in just 3 minutes. The difference in power was simply unbelievable. With their abilities, wiping out everyone present would have been effortless. But to everyone's surprise, after taking down the guild beast boss, the two terrifying figures didn't attack anyone else. Whether it was arrogance or something else, they simply turned away and vanished from sight as quietly as the wind. All 10 enhanced level guild beast bosses had been defeated by them, and with that, the guild beast event came to an end. Let's head back. There's no reason to go any further. Xiao Nanshan's voice came through the headset, calm, decisive, and leaving no room for doubt. Everyone stopped in their tracks, knowing there was no point in pushing on after this battle. At the same time, the other teams who had been closing in noticed the guild beast boss markers disappear from the map. Since someone had taken care of the problem so easily, pressing forward would only lead to unnecessary losses. There was no value in continuing. 3. I got 3 guild tokens. Ling Qiu's laughter was bright and clear as she looked at the 3rd token in her hand, her happiness plain for all to see. Today's fight had been incredibly rewarding. 10 guild tokens had dropped in the Aoki City region, and she and Su Huayin had claimed 30% of them. She would keep one for herself, and the other two could be sold or traded. Her smile radiated pure joy and satisfaction from their victory. Yeah, let's go back and celebrate properly. Su Huayin couldn't hide his own excitement as he summoned his Charizard, ready to fly everyone home for a well-deserved celebration. After so many days of hard work, it was finally time to relax. Come on, let's head home, he called out. Ling Xiao, already bubbling with excitement, pressed close to him, her arms wrapped even tighter around his waist. The fierce battle was over, and the thrill of victory filled their hearts. A familiar system notification sounded in Sure Yura's ear just as she was deeply absorbed in her book. Suddenly, she paused, and a cross-shaped object slipped out from between the pages. After receiving treatment from Maindong, Sure Yuro had fully recovered. Unwilling to remain idle at the base, she teamed up with Ma Jindong, Ling Dong, Li Ming, and Lu Xiaozhu to form a party. Together, they chose to tackle the Scarlet Monastery, a public dungeon that could only be attempted once per day. Sure Yuro quickly noticed that the books scattered throughout the dungeon might be connected to a hidden quest. Found it, Sure Yuro called out excitedly. The other four hurried over at the sound of her voice. She bent down to pick up the cross, but the moment her fingers touched it, the cross transformed into a card. Information about the card immediately appeared. Cursed cross. Quality, blue. Type, single-use consumable. Effect, can transform a corpse into a mutated vampire boss. Description, everything began with a deal between the young nun Silesia and the devil. Restriction, cannot be taken out of the Scarlet Monastery dungeon. Looks like we'll need a corpse, Sure Yuro said after examining the card. A corpse. Majindong looked up thoughtfully. The only corpse in this dungeon is the vampire boss on the second floor. Is this card meant to trigger the boss' second phase? But the description just says it needs a corpse, not specifically the boss. We won't know until we try, Sure Yuro suggested decisively. Meanwhile, in a conference room, Xiao Nantian sat at the head of the table, with the rest of the seats filled. He signaled for Xiao Ying to present the details of the operation. Xiao Ying stood and turned on the projector. There are 23 factions participating in the Qingmu City event, 8 of which are strong enough to defeat an enhanced level boss. With the event nearing its end, only 3 elite bosses remain untouched. We've tracked the whereabouts of all 10 guild tokens. The projection showed that Zero Division had secured 3 guild tokens, making them the biggest winners. Xiao Ying displayed photos of Zero Division's 2 leaders Zero Qiao, who wore the signature red Zero Division gear, and Ming Jingji Shui, believed to be a top player from the closed beta. He categorized Su Huayin and Zero Qiao as being from the same faction. We've obtained 2 guild tokens, Xiao Ying continued. In theory, that allows us to unlock a 5th card slot for 4 members, provided we meet the other requirements for founding a guild. Of course, that's the ideal scenario. Guild tokens are just one of the necessary conditions. Xiao Ying spoke softly as the content on the screen changed again. It now listed 5 emerging factions, each of which had obtained a guild token card. These were Lin Mining, Azure Dragon Society, Justice League, Sunshine Electronics, and 5 Star Fruits. Each group was sizable, with more than 100 members, and each had considerable strength, clearly the result of a collaboration between closed beta players and capital-backed forces. Justice League was particularly notable. Most of its members were former sheriffs or veterans, making it easy for them to recruit or attract more people. The situation was growing increasingly complicated. Without a doubt, these 5 factions with guild tokens are the ones we need to watch most closely, Xiao Ying continued. Her tone remained calm, as if she could already foresee the complexity ahead. To put it simply, a single guild token is equivalent to 2 5-slot players, but it's not that straightforward. Founding a guild requires more than just the token. There are other requirements as well. She paused, scanning everyone in the room. Among the remaining 16 groups, there are still some formidable players, like Starlight Heavy Industrious. They're strong enough to defeat even the enhanced guilds. Xiao Ying concisely summarized the current landscape. Everyone in the meeting room listened intently. She finished, if I had to sum up the situation in just a few words, it would be this: a world of fierce competition, filled with both the worthy and the unworthy. So, does that mean we're still the strongest overall? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yes, Xiao Ying nodded. Right now, we control over 1,000 combat power, with more than 20 triple-slot players, most of whom are closed beta players who have joined us. There was a hint of confidence in her voice. Players with closed beta cards have a clear advantage. Not only do they bring powerful cards, but they also have extensive testing experience and a deep understanding of the game's core mechanics. That's been crucial for us. Most closed beta players who aren't too ambitious tend to side with the official forces. We only managed to get 2 guild tokens ourselves. Where did that 0 guild come from? And how did they end up with 3 guild tokens? Someone asked in confusion. Xiao Ying didn't answer directly. Instead, she turned her gaze to the young woman seated on the left side of the table. Let's have Miss Kakeshu explain that. Feeling the weight of everyone's attention, Kakeshu looked a bit uneasy. She hadn't wanted to be in the spotlight, but since she'd been called on, she stood up. "He'll do it," she said shyly. Zero Guild is a super guild in card domain, with top-tier players. Among the top 100 in the arena, Zero Guild holds nearly a tenth of the spots. The guild leader, Ling Xiao, is one of the game's strongest competitors, consistently ranking in the top 5 and never dropping below the top 10. Her tone grew more serious, clearly showing her respect for Zero Guild's power. Zero Guild has 9 members in the top 100, known as the One Emperor, 8 color envoys. Guild leader Ling Xiao wields the red card Zero armament and is called the Zero Emperor. The other 8 each have a gold card Zero armament and are known as the 8 color envoys. Zero Guild strength is not to be underestimated. After a brief pause, she continued, "For players who never participated in the closed beta, the name Zero Guild might not mean much. But for those of us who did, it's an overwhelming presence of force with almost no rivals." Everyone in the room fell silent, as if they could feel the oppressive aura that Zero Guild brought with it. Another beta tester, who nearly soloed a strengthened boss, drew everyone's attention. His performance seemed even more impressive than Ling Qiu's. Who was this person? Someone mentioned the name Mingjing Zhishui. Others continued to ask about Su Huayin's identity. Xiaoying answered cautiously, "It's too early to say for sure." "No problem. Could you introduce Mingjing Zhishui for us?" "Miss Qicai Shu, I'll have to trouble you again." Xiaoying shifted the focus to Qicai Shu. Qicai Shu began to explain. As for Mingjing Zhishui, he wasn't very well known among beta testers during the first 2 years. It wasn't until the dual mode anniversary event in the second year of beta testing that he made a name for himself. He won the championship with a unique acceleration synchro deck he created himself. No one else had used it before. With that victory, he earned a red card as a reward and quickly broke into the top 10 of the arena, becoming one of the elite players. Although he's a top player, he's best known for his dueling skills, especially his unprecedented acceleration synchro summoning method. In terms of personal combat strength, he mainly relies on the champion's reward that allows him to clone himself. Among the top 10, he's considered the weakest in terms of pure fighting ability. Qicai Shu did her best to describe Mingjing Zhishui in detail, her tone still somewhat naive and hesitant. Sitting at the head of the table, Xiao Nantian had remained silent, his gaze occasionally sweeping both sides of the conference table. At last, he spoke up. "All right, let me say a few words." As soon as he finished, the room fell silent, and everyone's attention turned to him. A new era has arrived, and a new order is taking shape. We can't keep dealing with these emerging powers from a position of superiority. We need to show some goodwill and test their response. Xiao Nantian concluded with a stern look. "There's one more thing. We've received instructions from above. We need to build good relationships with the top players. There's something important that will require their help. Yinger, I want you to handle this personally." At that moment, a Charizard slowly landed at the entrance of the base. Su Huayin got off and sighed. "We're finally here." Ling Xiao jumped off Charizard's back, stretched, and the two walked inside, only to find the place rather empty. After a bit of searching, they found Jing Tian and Li Kaifeng in the kitchen. "Where is everyone?" Su Huayin asked. "They went to run a group dungeon. They should be back soon," Jing Tian replied. "I see." Su Huayin nodded, understanding. "These guys are pretty motivated." Ling Xiao looked a little relieved, especially since her sister Ling Dong was among them. While she was happy to take care of Ling Dong, she hoped her sister would become more independent. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll cook myself," Ling Xiao said, grabbing an apron and putting it on. "You can cook?" Su Huayin looked a bit surprised. "Of course. Don't underestimate making cook. Hey, help me tie the strings in the back." Ling Xiao turned around so Su Huayin could help with the apron. "You can't even tie your apron, and you say you can cook?" Su Huayin watched Ling Xiao's back, his brows slightly furrowed. Despite his doubts, he still reached out and carefully tied the apron strings for Ling Xiao, finishing with a neat bow. "You know, cooking in full Zero-style gear just looks out of place," Su Huayin couldn't help but comment. In his mind, that outfit was much better suited for wielding a sword than handling a spatula. Go, don't get in my way." Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and promptly shoved Su Huayin out of the kitchen, slamming the door shut behind him. "Well, as long as you don't blow up the kitchen," Su Huayin hummed an off-key tune as he strolled away, looking completely at ease. Just as Jing Tian had predicted, not long after Su Huayin and Ling Xiao returned to the base, Maindong and his group of 5 drove back as well. Each of them wore a barely concealed look of excitement. At that moment, Su Huayin was lounging comfortably in a recliner in the courtyard. Seeing them come in, he lazily asked, "What's up? Did you guys find some money on the street?" "Even better than that." Maindong, always straightforward, was the first to respond. Being the one closest to Su Huayin, he never felt the need to be as respectful as the others. Now intrigued, Su Huayin took off his sunglasses and sat up. "Oh, let's hear it." Sure Euro quickly stepped forward and handed him a card. "Minga, this is what we got from the operation." Su Huayin took the card, immediately noticing its purple border, a rare purple card. As he looked over its details, his expression froze in surprise. "This is no way." You all really managed to surprise me this time. The card's information was clearly displayed. Vampire Cottage. Rarity, purple card. Type, instance building card. Effect, gather materials to construct the Vampire Cottage instance. Required materials. Vampire Source Blood Gold, rare X1. Vampire Fangs Purple, rare X2. Description, the birthplace of vampires. Su Huayin's eyes lit up with excitement. You realize, this is a purple card from the Vampire Cottage series. There are only 5 cards in the whole set, and they can only be found in this instance. Do you know what this means? That means, if we can build this dungeon, we'll be able to mass-produce 4-slot players, Maindong said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He knew exactly what it took to unlock the 4th card slot. First, your base stats had to meet a certain threshold, and then you needed to collect a complete set of cards, including at least 1 purple card. For example, Su Huayin's 5 Elements Dragon Scale series. Under these rules, choosing a rare series that contains a purple card became especially important. The Vampire Manor series was almost a perfect fit, but aside from the Blackheart Merchant, those cards could only be obtained from the Vampire Manor dungeon itself. At that moment, Su Huayin was holding a Vampire Manor dungeon building card in his hand. As soon as he gathered the required materials, he could activate the card and unlock the Vampire Manor dungeon. Where did you get this card? Su Huayin asked curiously. This card was extremely valuable. While it didn't directly boost combat power, it could significantly strengthen the guild's foundation. Even though it couldn't be used just yet, the Vampire Manor building card was still priceless. We got it from the Scarlet Monastery dungeon, Sure Euro replied softly, her voice clear and steady. Su Huayin was stunned. The Scarlet Monastery dungeon? A public dungeon? How could something like this be found there? Instinctively, he doubted a rare cards like this should logically be in the hands of the Blackheart Merchant. I'm not lying. We really got it from the Scarlet Monastery dungeon, Sure Euro insisted, her eyes unwavering. Su Huayin glanced at the others and saw they all wore similar expressions, so he finally accepted that the card really did come from the Scarlet Monastery dungeon, but had been to that dungeon himself. Wait, did you do the optional quest? Su Huayin suddenly guessed. Yes, Sure Euro nodded, a hint of pride on her face. The final reward is a random purple card related to vampires, and this is the one I got. Random? You actually pulled this card at random? That's insane luck. Su Huayin jumped out of his armchair, his laughter echoing through the room. With luck like yours, maybe you shouldn't leave the house for a few days. I'm worried you'll get hit by a car. He joked. As night fell, a feast of food and drinks was brought out. Su Huayin shared the news about the Vampire Manor with Ling Qiu, who was even more excited than he was. This is amazing. Back then, my Zero Guild never had such a great start. Ling Qiu could barely contain her joy, her face lit up with excitement. As the former guild leader during the closed beta, Ling Qiu knew just how important the Vampire Manor dungeon could be for any faction. With so much good news today, she felt her heart fill with hope and anticipation. This Vampire Cottage building card is the kind that she would trade her guild order card for without a second thought. As night deepened, the house glowed with bright lights, and a lively party was in full swing. The table was loaded with beer, not exactly strong liquor, but for Su Huayin, who wasn't much of a drinker, it was already more than enough. Under Ma Zindong's persistent urging, he reluctantly finished a bottle. But with his current constitution, even hard liquor would taste like water to him, let alone beer. Feeling the air inside growing stuffy, Su Huayin stepped outside. He looked up to see a bright full moon high in the sky, surrounded by a scattering of stars. The sound of clinking glasses and laughter drifted out from the house, making the quiet outside seem even more peaceful. Looks like he'll be on guard tonight, Su Huayin thought to himself. Just as he was lost in the night, footsteps sounded behind him. Ling Qiu had come out at some point and now stood beside him, gazing at the night sky with him. What brings you out here? Su Huayin asked. I'm just not used to parties with so many people, he replied after a pause. I see, Ling Qiu said softly, nudging Su Huayin's arm with her elbow. Here, take this. We haven't toasted yet at the table, come on. Let's celebrate today's haul. Su Huayin took the cup and clinked it gently against Ling Qiu's. Instead of alcohol, the cup was filled with Ling Qiu's favorite apple juice. Does it taste good? Ling Qiu's eyes sparkled mischievously. What's up? Su Huayin replied nonchalantly. Even if you poisoned it, it wouldn't affect me. With his current body, ordinary poisons were nothing to worry about. Who said I poisoned it? Ling Qiu shot back with a grin. Su Huayin examined the half-full cup of apple juice, but didn't notice anything unusual. Suddenly, Ling Qiu burst out laughing. Ha! I got you. That apple juice is special. I soaked my foot in it while I poured it. Didn't you taste anything weird? Ha! Before she could finish, her laughter was cut short, as Su Huayin suddenly leaned in and kissed her. It's sweet, he said as he let her go. Wait, something's not right. Ling Qiu quickly pushed him away, only to see Su Huayin grinning triumphantly. Trying to trick me, huh? How do you like the taste of your own foot bath? Sangqi is a dog. A shrill, piercing voice suddenly rang out from outside, like a sharp needle puncturing the morning silence. Su Huayin's eyes snapped open, and he jolted awake from his sleep. Who is it? Wailing like a ghost so early in the morning. He rubbed his eyes with a hint of annoyance, stretched lazily, and slowly climbed out of bed. He walked over to the window, pulled back the curtains, and looked into the yard. There, Maindong was shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice so loud it seemed he wanted the entire town to hear him. Sure, Euro and a few others stood beside him, holding their gear, apparently ready to head out. This seems like that famous quest, doesn't it? Su Huayin muttered, feeling a vague sense of recognition. He casually opened his quest interface and glanced over it. Sure enough, it was full. He had only completed the newbie quest on the first day and had barely touched the daily quests since then. To be honest, these quests refreshed randomly. The rewards were pitifully small, hardly worth the effort. Most of them were trivial tasks like adding a friend, clearing a dungeon, joining a battle, or dueling someone. So simple anyone could do them. But he really couldn't muster the motivation. However, among all these daily quests, one stood out. Sangchi is a dog. This quest only required you to shout those 4 words in the world chat to complete it. It seemed like some bored developer's idea of a joke, yet it kept popping up every so often, as if to remind you it hadn't gone away. Su Huayin looked at the interface. 3 quests were neatly listed. You could only accumulate up to 3 daily quests, and Sangchi is a dog was right there among them. Quest objective: shout Sangchi is a dog. Reward: 10 pesos. Sangchi is a dog. He yawned, shouted out the phrase casually, as if it were just another part of his morning routine. A beautiful day begins with yelling Sangchi is a dog. Outside, Maindong and the others had already driven off, leaving behind only a cloud of exhaust and the fading sound of their engine. Su Huayin walked into the living room, where last night's leftovers still sat on the table. He ate a few bites of the cold food without much thought. As he ate, he mulled over his plans for the day. He reached down and pulled 2 cards from his virtual backpack, one blue and one purple, each glowing with a different hue. He held the blue card in his hand, and its details appeared. Qingpu Fishing Ground Card. Card quality: blue. Card type: single-use consumable. Effect: grants entry to Qingpu Fishing Ground for up to 24 hours. Description: Qingpu Fishing Ground is a legendary fishing spot, rumored to be home to the rare 3-star Dragon Ball fish. Obtained from Fishing Association. Should I go fishing? Su Huayin hesitated. Xinyang had mentioned before that the Qing King fish, also known as the Wood King fish, could be found at this spot. If he could catch one, he could exchange it with Xinyang for a rare Wood Dragon Scale card. Thinking about this, he glanced at his contacts, wondering whether to ask Ling Qiu if she wanted to join him. Strictly speaking, Qingpu Fishing Ground wasn't a dungeon, but rather a special area that was always open. As long as you used the Qingpu Fishing Ground card, you'd have 24 hours of access before being automatically teleported out. Still uncertain, he looked at the other card in his hand, the one Ling Qiu had helped him trade for last time. Serpent of the Unseen Dungeon card. Card quality: purple. Card type: dungeon card. Effect: grants entry to the Serpent of the Unseen Dungeon. Description: the Invisible Serpent. Obtained from drops from serpent-type bosses or higher, or from unscrupulous merchants. Restriction: only usable by rogues or those holding cards from the Doom of the Evil Dragon series. Su Huayin stared at the card, his expression a bit conflicted. It wasn't that he was unsure about using it was just a matter of deciding when would be the right time. He wasn't worried about failing the dungeon, but rather whether he was using the card too soon and missing out on its full potential. After all, this card was closely linked to the Doom of the Dragon series, and he wanted to wait until he was stronger before taking on the challenge. Then again, it was only a purple tire dungeon card at best, and the most he could get from it was a gold card. The Doom of the Dragon series, on the other hand, was made up entirely of red cards. The dilemma left him feeling helpless. While Su Huayin was still hesitating, he caught a glimpse of Ling Qiu pushing open the door, yawning and looking half awake as he walked in. "Morning, Ling Qiu," Su Huayin greeted him. "Morning," Ling Qiu replied casually, then found a place to sit down on his own. "Do you have any plans for today?" Su Huayin decided to ask for Ling Qiu's opinion. "Plans? Nope. Why? Do you have something in mind?" Ling Qiu rubbed his eyes and shot the question back. "I was thinking of checking out the Qingpu Fishing Grounds. Want to come with me?" Su Huayin invited. He still couldn't access the formless serpent dungeon his clone hadn't recovered yet. Qingpu Fishing Grounds? You mean that card? Ling Qiu recalled what Su Huayin had mentioned, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a blue card, the Qingpu Fishing Grounds card. "Sure, let's go together. But I need some breakfast first." About half an hour later, after getting everything ready, the two activated the Qingpu Fishing Grounds card. A flash of light blinded them for a moment, and when their vision cleared, they found themselves standing beside a vast reservoir. "Ding! Welcome to Qingpu Fishing Grounds. You may stay here for up to 24 hours, the system's voice announced in their ears. "We're here," Su Huayin said, blinking in surprise at the scene before him. All around, fully equipped anglers lined the banks, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, at another spot in the fishing grounds, the moment Su Huayin and Ling Qiu arrived, 2 anglers sitting side by side seemed to sense something and looked up. "They're here," Xinyang's face lit up with excitement. Finally, Lin Yuan was just as thrilled. Their reactions caught the attention of a man sitting nearby. Xiao Shun, Xiao Lin, what's going on with you two? Asked an elderly man with graying beard, dressed in a fishing association uniform. My apprentice is here, President Zhao. Could you watch my rod for a bit? I'm going to greet them, Xinyang replied, his voice filled with barely contained joy. Sure, go ahead. They'll keep an eye on things, President Zhao replied casually. Me too. I'm going as well, President Zhao. Could you watch mine too? Lin Yuan said eagerly. All right, go on, Zhao Wenbing said, even more curious now as he watched the two hurry away. He couldn't help but wonder, what's with those two? You'd think they just landed a 100-pound fish. Hey, why are you following me? That's my apprentice. Xinyang turned around with a scowl, glaring at Lin Yuan, who was right on his heels. Lin Yuan didn't back down, his eyes sharp. Apprentice? Come on, don't think I don't know what's going on. Besides handing them a fishing rod, you haven't done anything for them. Xinyang was at a loss for words, stumbling awkwardly. Who says that? I gave them some bait too. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up with mischief, and he grinned slyly. How about this? We each take one. Haven't you always wanted some jade marrow bait? He'll give you 10. He held up 2 fingers to show the number. 10. Not enough. I need at least 20. Xinyang demanded, his face full of expectation. Lin Yuan's expression instantly cooled, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Are you serious? 20 jade marrow baits? You've got some nerve. 10. Not a single one more. 19. That's the lowest he'll go. Xinyang shot back, refusing to budge. 11. That's my final offer, Lin Yuan replied calmly. 18. 12. The two of them went back and forth, raising and lowering their bids, until Lin Yuan finally interrupted, clearly losing patience. All right, 15. That's probably the price you had in mind. Xinyang stopped arguing and grinned. Deal. But throw in 10 fire crystal baits too. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and replied coolly. He'll add at most 2 fire crystal baits. All right, 3 fire crystal baits, and we have a deal. Xinyang extended his hand. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and shook Xinyang's hand. Deal. With the deal settled, all 4 of them seemed to relax. Just then, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu arrived at Qingpu fishing grounds, glancing around at the crowd of anglers and sensing the buzz in the air. There are so many people, Su Huayin murmured, scanning the area as if searching for someone. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on 2 hurried figures in the distance. Aren't those Xinyang and Lin Yuan? Ling Qiu followed his gaze and recognized them too. You're finally here. The blue kingfish has already moved into the area. We're just waiting for you. Xinyang hurried over, grabbing Su Huayin and pulling him in a certain direction, urgency clear in his voice as if time was running out. Xinyang's grip was so strong that Su Huayin felt powerless to resist. Even though he now had 10 times his usual strength, he still couldn't break free and could only be dragged along. Wait, I can walk by myself. No need to rush, Su Huayin said with a helpless smile. Only then did Xinyang let go, though he still looked anxious. No, we're still in a hurry. Come on, blue kingfish. Didn't you say it was the wood kingfish last time? Su Huayin suddenly asked, puzzled as he walked. He distinctly remembered Xinyang mentioning the wood kingfish before, not the blue kingfish. They're the same thing. Different names, that's all. Xinyang replied briefly, leading the group onward. After a short walk, Xinyang finally brought them to the fishing spot. Ling Qiu and Lin Yuan quickly caught up. Su Huayin looked where Xinyang pointed and saw an elderly man with white hair sitting by the water, eyes fixed intently on the surface. You're back. The old man turned around, giving Su Huayin and Ling Qiu a curious glance. It was clear he wasn't talking to the newcomers, but rather to Xinyang and Lin Yuan. So, you finally made it? Zhao Wenbing. Xinyang nodded, pulling Su Huayin along as they approached. Ahem, Mingjing Jishui, why don't you take over fishing for a while? Let's see if you've improved your skills. Xinyang cleared his throat and glanced at Su Huayin. Hey, Ling Qiu, you should join in too, Lin Yuan added, waving Ling Qiu over. Zhao Wenbing stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing into slits as he chuckled. I didn't expect you two to be so eager to mentor the next generation. That's admirable. He was secretly impressed these two were willing to give up their spot and the best chance at catching big fish to the newcomers. That kind of selflessness was truly rare. Even Xinyang and Lin Yuan, who were usually thick-skinned, couldn't help but blush a little at Zhao Wenbing's praise. Well, that's just how we are, Xinyang replied, scratching his head bashfully. Right then, Zhao Wenbing's tone suddenly shot up. Wait, hold on. You're at Qingpu fishing grounds, and you're using the most basic bait? He noticed Su Huayin and Ling Qiu about to put the lowest grade meat bait on their hooks, and quickly reached out to stop them. This is Qingpu. Even the lowest tier fish here are green quality or above. Using beginner bait that only attracts white quality carnivorous fish won't cut it, Zhao Wenbing explained, pulling out about 20 bait cards from his pocket. I brought extra by there, take some. He split the cards into 2 piles and handed them to Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Thank you, Su Huayin said politely, accepting the cards with a nod. He couldn't help but think. These fishing folks are really something, providing not just rods, but even the bait. Su Huayin glanced down to check the card details. Fragrant meat bait. Quality, blue. Type, single-use consumable card. Effect, attracts carnivorous fish quite well. Description, special recipe from the Fishing Association. Source, Fishing Association. Blue quality bait? Su Huayin was surprised. He now had dozens of blue cards in hand, and with about the same amount in Linkia's pile, that meant Zhao Wenbing had casually given away 20 valuable blue cards. Was he always this generous? So, what kind of fish are you hoping to catch? Zhao Wenbing asked with curiosity. Mu Wangyu, Su Huayin replied bluntly. Zhao Wenbing burst out laughing, then quickly tried to compose himself. Good, good. Ambitious, I like that. That's the spirit every angler should have. He began to explain. The Mu Wangyu, there's only one in all of Qingpu. It weighs about 150 jin, is omnivorous, but prefers pungent bait. Fragrant meat bait isn't ideal, and this fish usually stays near the bottom. Before he could finish, he saw Su Huayin already casting his line. Youngsters these days are always in a rush. Zhao Wenbing sighed, shaking his head. Patience is key in fishing. You have to choose your bait carefully, otherwise there's no way you'll catch anything. As he rambled on, he glanced around and suddenly noticed the strange, eager glint in Shun Yang and Lin Yuan's eyes, as if they were anticipating something. Zhao Wenbing was startled. What exactly are they hoping for? Surely they don't expect this obvious rookie to actually reel in the Mu Wangyu, do they? Zhao Wenbing was about to say something, but his attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere. He saw Su Huayin's fishing float plunge sharply underwater, then get pulled beneath the surface as the fishing line went taut in an instant. Did he already catch something? That fast? Zhao Wenbing's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, it must be my special bait. At that moment, Shun Yang and Lin Yuan were already sprinting towards Su Huayin at full speed. However, it seemed they were already too late. Su Huayin's muscles were tense, veins bulging on his hands as he gripped the rod tightly, his feet firmly planted on the ground, radiating strength. In the water, a massive blue fish, weighing at least 150 pounds, was thrashing wildly, sending up sprays and creating swirling currents. The fishing line was pulled so tight it looked like a drawn bowstring, vibrating with a low hum. Is that the king woodfish? Zhao Wenbing muttered in disbelief. How is that possible? He caught it already. Even though Head lured the fish to this spot, the king woodfish was notoriously crafty. Head spent so long trying to catch it, using its favorite bait, but how could it have been hooked so easily? As Xin Yang and Lin Yuan rushed over, Zhao Wenbing started to doubt himself. But experience triumphed, and he quickly regained his composure, keeping his eyes fixed on the huge fish arcing through the air. Come on. Su Huayin gritted his teeth, feet planted firmly, body leaning back as he summoned all his strength to battle the fish. Right now, he was 10 times stronger than before. With a burst of power, the giant blue fish was suddenly yanked from the water, tracing a graceful arc before crashing heavily onto the shore, sending up a spray of water. The king woodfish flailed desperately, its tail slapping the ground with loud thuds. Haha, I knew it. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Xinyang was the first to reach the fish. But just then, someone moved even faster. President, what are you doing? Xinyang shouted angrily. Zhao Wenbing, the closest to Su Huayin, moved so quickly that Xinyang couldn't keep up. Yeah, President, how can you do that? Lin Yuan echoed, standing by his side. Of course I'm taking my fish. Zhao Wenbing said nonchalantly, a hint of pride in his eyes. How is it your fish? Xinyang protested, dumbfounded. Come on, are you all shameless now? Trying to steal my fish. Zhao Wenbing seemed exasperated, raising his hand as he continued. That fish was caught with my bait. That's right, my bait. Seeing Zhao Wenbing arguing like a child, Xinyang couldn't help but sneer. People always say the old become like children again. Looks like there's really no cure for it. At this point, Su Huayin hesitated, not really wanting to get involved. But as the one who actually caught the fish, he couldn't help but remind them. Hey, guys, my fish. He pointed at the king woodfish, now surrounded by the others. Your fish? Take your purple card and get away from my fish. Zhao Wenbing said bluntly, tossing a card at Su Huayin. Su Huayin caught it and flipped it over. Sure enough, it was the purple card had been dreaming of, and his expression instantly became complicated. The attributes of the wooden dragon scale card stand out prominently in the card system. It's a rare purple quality artifact card, granting a 50 boost to Constitution and 30 to magic resistance. As part of the 5 Elements Dragon Scale series, this card not only allows its user to master intermediate wood control techniques, but also provides an additional 10 points each to strength and agility when used in a forest environment. As one of the key pieces formed after the dragon's power was split into 5, collecting the entire set of 5 Elements Dragon Scale cards allows you to fuse them into the legendary Dragon's Blazing Flame card. When equipping this card, keep in mind that it must be stacked on top of a higher quality Dragon Series card. To obtain it, you'll need to prove your skills in the Fishing Association's duel mode. In the game, this is a 1-star Dragon-type adjustment monster card with 100 attack and 100 defense points. While it can't be normally summoned, it has 3 special effects. It can be special summoned from your hand if there are no monsters on the field. During your main phase, you can add a 5 elements dragon scale card or a wood attribute dragon monster from your deck to your hand. And by releasing itself, you can special summon a wood attribute dragon monster from your hand. After Su Huayin handed the wooden dragon scale card to his companions, the 3 immediately launched into a heated debate. Watching them argue, Su Huayin couldn't help but smiley found the dedication of these fishing enthusiasts both puzzling and endearing. Ling Qiu, how's it going on your end? Su Huayin turned to ask. Based on past experience, Ling Qiu should have had some results by now. To his surprise, there was no activity at all from Ling Qiu's side. Could it be that her luck has finally run out? Su Huayin wondered. They had already secured the wooden dragon scale, so their goal was achieved. Still, one thing puzzled him. Every time he cast his line, the black kingfish, the red kingfish, and now the blue kingfish seemed to be drawn to him by some mysterious force. He didn't know why, but since the outcome was favorable, he remained calm and content. After several experiences like this, he became increasingly convinced that there was some special connection between himself and this series of cards. After all, aside from those kingfish, his biggest catch before had only been a 10-centimeter whitebait. There shouldn't be any kingfish left now. I might as well test my real skills, Su Huayin said as he baited his hook with a piece of fragrant meat and casually cast it into the water. Then, something incredible happened again. This was the second time today. As soon as the hook hit the water, he felt a powerful tug. What's going on? Am I really this talented at fishing? Su Huayin joked to himself. Logically, only the kingfish should respond to that mysterious pull, and there shouldn't be any left in the lake. This feeling. Wow, this has to be at least a 100-pound fish. Hearing this, Zhao Wenbing and the others immediately turned their heads in unison and shouted, "Don't move. We'll help you." Seeing that another big catch was on the line, the 3 immediately dropped their argument and rushed towards Su Huayin. Their eyes were glued to the fishing rod, now bent into a crescent, and they all had the same thought. As long as they touched the rod, they could claim the catch as their own. Suddenly, an incredible force surged from beneath the water. The rod bent violently, almost slipping from Su Huayin's hands. As a seasoned semi-professional, Su Huayin could tell right away from the feel this was no ordinary 100-pound fish. Just as Su Huayin gritted his teeth and held on, Zhao Wenbing, the president of the Fishing Association, hurried over and grabbed the rod with one hand, helping Su Huayin pull together. The water's surface erupted, and a jaw-dropping creature broke through. A dragon? Su Huayin rubbed his eyes and finally saw the unusual fish clearly. It was a massive carp, golden red from head to tail. Its scales weren't smooth and rounded like a normal fish's, but sharply angled, glinting with a metallic sheen. Even more astonishing, the carp's skull rose high, with 2 hard ridges on its forehead resembling the short horns of a young dragon. Long silver whiskers trailed from its chin, drifting in the current and giving it a distinctly dragon-like appearance. Its dorsal fin was unique as well, not the usual soft rays, but a row of sharp-boned spines. Everyone present was stunned by the strange sight. Xinyang stammered, Is that the legendary dragon carp? At the mention of dragon carp, Su Huayin immediately remembered the introduction on the Qingpu fishing ground card. This was a fishing paradise, rumored to be home to the legendary 3-star dragon pearl carp. Yes, this must be the 3-star dragon pearl carp, Zhao Wenbing said, his gaze fixed intently on the carp, which already bore a strong resemblance to a dragon. Curious, Su Huayin asked, why is it called the 3-star dragon pearl carp? Zhao Wenbing pointed to the fish's eyes. Look at its eyes, clear as pearls, and there are 3 star-shaped marks inside. Su Huayin leaned in and, sure enough, spotted the 3-star marks in the fish's mysterious eyes. Remembering how valuable the green king carp had been, he asked eagerly, what can I trade this one for? But Zhao Wenbing's expression grew hesitant, and Su Huayin's heart sank. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the fish? It's not that I don't want to make a trade, Zhao Wenbing finally admitted, but this fish is just too rare. I can't offer you anything for it. Zhao Wenbing looked regretful and shook his head gently. It's a great item, but unfortunately, I can't afford to trade for it. What do you mean? Su Huayin was stunned. This was the president of the Qingmu City Fishing Association. If even he couldn't afford it, who could? You keep it, Zhao Wenbing said reluctantly, his gaze still fixed on the fish. Left with no choice, Su Huayin reached out to grab the 3-star dragon pearl fish. The moment his fingers touched its scales, something strange happened. The fish transformed into a red card in a flash of light. A red card? Su Huayin gasped, eyes wide as he checked the card's details. 3-star dragon pearl fish. Quality, red. Type, rare item card. Effect, no description. When all 7 dragon pearl fish are gathered, something extraordinary may happen. Acquisition, fishing. Series, dragon pearl fish series. Dual mode effects. Dragon type, water attribute. Attack, 0, defense, 0. Effect, if you have at least 5 dragon pearl fish cards in your hand, you win the game immediately, regardless of any conditions. Deck restriction, Only one 3-star dragon pearl fish allowed per deck. A special win condition? Su Huayin finally understood why Zhao Wenbing said he couldn't afford the Tradia card like this could only be exchanged for another red card. Still, the card's effect was puzzling. For a red quality card, it didn't seem to do much, and its real power only appeared if you collected all 7. In duel mode, it seemed almost laughable. You'd need at least 5 Dragon Pearl fish cards in your hand to win. Judging by this card's template, the other Dragon Pearl fish cards were probably just as useless, meaning you'd have to fill your deck with at least 5 deadweight cards. What a waste of a red quality card, Su Huayin muttered to himself and put the card away. Something's wrong, Lin Yuan suddenly shouted. Su Huayin looked over and realized that Zhao Wenbing and the Azure King fish had vanished without a trace. After him! After him! Lin Yuan and Shun Yang shouted in unison. But despite their cries, neither moved an inch, even as the seconds ticked by. Clearly, they were just trying to trick each other into giving chase. After all, Zhao Wenbing was already long gone, and chasing him would be pointless. Why don't you go after him? Lin Yuan asked irritably. Seriously? Why don't you? Xin Yang retorted with a proud snort. After that, both of them turned their eyes to Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Cast your lines. Let's keep fishing. Ahem, do you guys think it's possible there aren't any fish left here? Su Huayin cleared his throat twice, his tone tinged with helplessness. It had been almost 5 or 6 hours since Zhao Wenbing escaped with the Qingwang fish. During all that time, Su Huayin had been fishing, but it felt increasingly awkward, like his luck had run dry, or maybe there simply weren't any fish here at all. He hadn't caught a single one yet. Behind him, Shun Yang and Lin Yuan's enthusiasm gradually faded as well, and they looked disappointed. No fish, you say? Then what's that? Lin Yuan shot back with a hint of disdain, pointing at the water's surface. Su Huayin followed his gaze and saw a white-mouthed fish surfacing for air, right near his fishing line. Just as Su Huayin was about to make an excuse, or rather, explain, Ling Qiu's fishing line finally twitched. Huh, that feels strange, Ling Qiu said, trying to reel in the rod, but something fell off. What's wrong? Su Huayin immediately asked, not to change the subject, but genuinely curious. It doesn't feel like a fish, Ling Qiu replied, pulling harder, but whatever was underwater didn't budge at all. Let me help you, Su Huayin said, moving to her side and grabbing the rod. With his impressive strength, he finally managed to haul up a fish weighing about 10 pounds. But oddly, the fish didn't struggle at all, it just hung there, unsettlingly still. What's going on? It's not even that big, so why was it so hard to reel in? Ling Qiu asked, puzzled. Su Huayin examined the fish carefully. It lay motionless on the ground, as if it were already dead, yet the hook was clearly lodged in its mouth. Just as he sensed something was off, Shun Yang and Lin Yuan shouted in unison, this is bad. It's a dead fish, by turn around and leave now. Reacting in perfect sync, the two quickly sprang into action. We need to get out of here now, Lin Yuan said, and disappeared from sight. Hurry, listen to us, let's get out of here first, Xin Yang urged, vanishing right after. Su Huayin was startled by their reactions. He didn't know how powerful they really were, but it was obvious they far outclassed him. For them to panic and flee like that, could a dead fish really be so terrifying? He didn't fully understand, but Su Huayin didn't hesitate. Let's go? Right now? Ling Qiu, let's get out of here, he urged anxiously. With that, he silently made his decision and chose to exit. The system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. You still have 17 hours and 45 minutes left at Qingpu Fishing Grounds. Leave now? You cannot return once you exit. Yes, Su Huayin replied without hesitation. Nearly 18 hours remained, but clearly, his life was worth more than the extra time. With a flash of light, Su Huayin was teleported away from Qingpu Fishing Grounds. Back at the safe house, Su Huayin took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the familiar furnishings as a faint smile tugged at his lips. Home again. But the comfort was fleeting. An uneasy feeling crept into his heart. Where was Ling Qiu? Why hadn't she returned yet? A wave of panic swept over him, his heartbeat quickening. The silence felt oppressive, as if something vital was missing. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed by anxiety, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Ling Qiu was back. Su Huayin let out a sigh of relief, half laughing, half scolding. You scared me. I thought something had happened to you. In those brief seconds, it felt as if he had lost something precious. His heart nearly skipped a beat. Ling Qiu ignored his teasing tone, her expression serious as she handed him a card. Take a look at this. What's going on? Why so serious? Su Huayin took the card and examined it carefully. The moment he saw its color, his brows drew together and his face grew tense. It was a gold card. Dead fish bite quality, gold card type, instance card effect, he read softly. The card's text was clear. Upon use, up to 3 people may enter the Qingpu battlefield instance. The Qingpu Fishing Grounds have come under attack. Please assist the Fishing Association in repelling the invaders. Participants will each receive a designated gold card. Restriction: you must join the battle and win. If the instance is not completed within a month, you will receive the Misfortune Aura. Misfortune Aura, Luck 99, Fortune 1. Bound to Ling Qiu, Mingjing Jishui. Su Huayin's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a moment's silence, he sighed. This looks like both an opportunity and a risk. His gaze grew thoughtful. A three-person, gold-tier instance, this isn't going to be easy. The reward is a gold card, and the final boss could be epic-level Amist as challenging as a red card. He frowned, continuing to read. If we don't finish within a month, we get a negative buff the misfortune aura. Basically, it means terrible luck with everything. Choking on food, coughing on water, tripping over stones, nothing goes right. Su Huayin couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. If we don't clear the instance, do we have to live with this bad luck forever? He looked at Ling Qiu helplessly, finally making up his mind. All right, I'll go with you. Ling Qiu glanced at him, gratitude flickering in her eyes. You were the one who caught that fish. How did I get dragged into this? Su Huayin muttered, though he knew deep down that this fish brought more than trouble. It might also bring opportunity. Ling Qiu lowered her gaze, her voice soft but firm. I don't want to be stuck with the misfortune aura. We've got 1 month. We need to get stronger as quickly as possible. Determination shone in her eyes. Su Huayin nodded, a wry smile on his face. With an epic-level boss as the minimum, we'll need 5 perfect card slots to even have a chance. His words carried a heavy undertone, but also a rare resilience. For now, the only thing they could do was get stronger and prepare for whatever challenges lay ahead. Qingmu City. The Lumberyard instance, one of the 3 fundamental dungeons. The Graveyard, Scarlet Monastery, and Lumberyard are essential challenges every player must face. Among them, the Nightmare mode of the Lumberyard is notorious for its extreme difficulty, only unlocked after clearing the hard mode. A system prompt echoed in Sun Jijun's ear, ding. Friendly reminder, Nightmare mode is extremely dangerous. The difficulty level is significantly higher than hard mode. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Sun Jijun answered without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, his vision went black. When he regained consciousness, he found himself inside a shabby wooden hut. The room was empty except for a rough wooden table, on which lay an axe. Quest reward, Axe of Slaughter. Current progress, 012. He glanced at the axe on the table, frowning slightly as he surveyed his surroundings. The hut was bare, filled only with the damp, earthy scent of wood. Sun Jijun felt a surge of uncertainty. Nightmare mode was clearly no joke. If memory served, the map for this dungeon should be nearly identical to the hard mode Lumberyard. Chop down 12 blood trees, defeat the elite monsters and the bosses that guard them. But something about the current situation unsettled him. Gripping the axe, he walked to the door. Sure enough, the scene outside matched his memories, an ominous, dark forest with several withered blood trees standing silent and still. He remembered where each blood tree was located. Every tree was usually guarded by elite monsters, and the last 2 would transform into powerful bosses, making for fierce battles. Now, standing before the first blood tree, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. The tree stood motionless, looking just like any other, with not a single elite monster in sight. Sun Jijun grew even more cautious. Normally, he would have rushed forward to chop it down, but something about this tree made him uneasy. It felt like a bad omen, as if the tree itself was hiding something sinister. When things are out of the ordinary, there's always a reason, he silently warned himself. Still, the quest was right in front of him. There was no turning back. He raised the axe high and brought it down hard. As the blade struck, a bizarre scene unfolded. The trunk split open, and a deep red liquid oozed out, staining the ground and splattering onto Sun Jijun. What's going on? His expression hardened, anxiety rising in his chest. He took a deep breath, forcing down the fear. It was just a tree. Even if its sap looked like blood, he still had a job to do. He swung the axe again, each strike filling the air with the stench of blood and decay. After several minutes, the first blood tree finally crashed to the ground. The system chimed, ding. Blood tree chopped down X1. Current progress, 112. Keep going. Sun Jijun stared at the fallen tree, feeling more unsettled than ever. This dungeon was proving impossible to predict. He distinctly remembered that, in previous runs, chopping down a blood tree would trigger an elite monster, followed by a boss fight. But nothing of the sort happened this time, and a gnawing sense of dread crept over him. Maybe this is just a feature of Nightmare mode, he tried to reassure himself. With no other choice, he moved on toward the next blood tree, following his memory. Each tree looked eerily similar, but their silence and stillness put him on edge. He soon reached the second blood tree, dread building in his chest. This one behaved exactly like the first. No elite monster, no boss, just a silent tree with blood-like sap trickling down its bark. The air was thick with the metallic scent. What is going on? Sun Jijun frowned, his instincts telling him this was anything but normal. He hefted the axe again, preparing to continue his task. They were all just trees, standing there alone. Sun Jijun gripped his axe tightly and approached the blood-red tree. He took a deep breath and swung the axe down with force. In an instant, the world before his eyes was soaked in crimson. The blood tree twisted and contorted, sprouting limbs like a grotesque monster. Instinctively, Sun Jijun stepped back and rubbed his eyes hard. When he looked again, it was still just an ordinary, unmoving tree. Some kind of hallucination? He muttered, massaging his throbbing temples. Right then, the system notification chimed. You have chopped down blood tree X2. Progress, 212. There was no turning back now. Since he was here, he had to finish the task. Gritting his teeth, Sun Jijun moved toward the third blood tree. As soon as his axe struck, the trunk twisted into a human form, lunging at him with clawed hands. A few swift blows from the axe brought the creature crashing to the ground. The fourth and fifth trees fell in quick succession. By the eighth tree, it still looked like a normal tree from a distance, but as he got closer, it transformed into a living man. Damn illusions! Sun Jijun cursed, swinging his axe without hesitation. With a sickening sound, the blade bit into flesh. The man shrieked, blood gushing out, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Sun Jijun, silently accusing him. Why are you killing me? Sun Jijun's only answer was to strike again and again. The ninth tree became a little girl clutching a lollipop. The 10th one even ran toward him on its own. Finally, the last blood tree appeared. This time, no matter how far or near he looked, all he could see was an innocent-looking young girl. So you really enjoy killing, don't you? She asked, as if she had been waiting for him, looking Sun Jijun straight in the eye. I'm just chopping trees, not killing people, Sun Jijun replied firmly. Oh, but what if I told you I'm a human, not a blood tree? The girl said with a teasing smile. Go ahead, kill me if you must, I won't resist. With that, she closed her eyes, as if calmly accepting her fate. You are the blood tree, Sun Jijun said with conviction. Where's your proof? The girl retorted. Just because you say I'm a blood tree, does that make it true? If you can decide who's a blood tree, does that mean you can kill anyone you choose? Is that your idea of justice? Her words made Sun Jijun pause for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. You can argue all you want, a 12th blood tree is right here. He swung his axe. The girl didn't try to dodge. Blood spattered, and a strange smile appeared on her face. As her body collapsed to the ground, the system remained silent, offering no notification. Her corpse lay beneath a blood-red tree, and Sun Jijun stared at the scene in shock. Beneath a blood-red tree, a girl with an eerie smile suddenly began to change. Song Lan frowned slightly, her gaze fixed on Sun Jijun, who stood not far away, his eyes vacant. She thought to herself, looks like I misjudged him. She strode up to Sun Jijun, her slender fingers reaching out as a card materialized in her palm. This card, called Justice, was normally blank, but now it displayed a figure identical to Sun Jijun. At the same moment, the real Sun Jijun, who had been lying dazed on the ground, vanished without a trace. Justice isn't so easy to handle, Song Lan said, disappointment lacing her voice. I had high hopes for him. It's a shame he couldn't even pass such a simple test. She looked up into the empty sky and asked softly, what is justice, anyway? No one was around. It was as if she was asking herself or perhaps some unseen presence. Maybe even you? Justice, Song Lan murmured, her figure slowly fading away, her voice lingering in the air. Maybe I should try someone with a truly obsessive heart. High above, a mighty fire dragon soared across the sky. Riding on its back were a young man and woman. Ling Qiu had once again hitched a ride with Su Huayin's dragon. It was almost funny. Ever since Su Huayin acquired the fire dragon card, Ling Qiu hadn't used her skeletal warhorse card at all. Compared to a mount that could only run on the ground, the fire dragon's ability to fly was far superior. The warhorse now seemed rather unimpressive to her. After dropping Ling Qiu off at Qingmu City, Su Huayin parted ways with her and headed to his own destination. Before long, he arrived at the door of an alchemy shop. From a distance, he spotted Shi Ling, who was cupping her face in her hands, listlessly playing with a strand of her hair. Boss, 5 basic stamina potion cards. A passerby called out at Shi Ling's counter. We're out, Shi Ling replied flatly, showing little interest in conversation. How about 5 basic healing potion cards then? The customer tried a different approach. Out of those 2, Shi Ling answered just as curtly. So what do you have? The customer asked, clearly confused. Nothing left. Come back in a few days, I'm out of materials, Shi Ling said bluntly, prompting the customer to walk away muttering. Shi Ling, Su Huayin called out. In an instant, Shi Ling's demeanor transformed. The previous listlessness vanished, her eyes lit up with joy, and her whole presence seemed to glow. You're here. Her bright eyes sparkled, unable to hide her delight. Sorry I'm late, Su Huayin said. It's fine. I'm just glad you came, Shi Ling replied quickly, waving her hand. Let's go now, I've used up all the materials I had. All right, let's go, Su Huayin nodded. With a wave of his hand, the majestic fire dragon appeared. He stepped onto its back and reached out to Shi Ling. Come on up. Oh, okay. Shi Ling's cheeks flushed with a soft pink as she placed her delicate hand in Su Huayin's. With a gentle pull, he helped her onto the dragon's back. Hold on tight, we're taking off. Su Huayin wrapped an arm securely around Shi Ling's slender waist. If she fell, all the goodwill had built up would go to waste. So, where are we going this time? Is it the same place as before? He asked her softly by her ear. Huh. Feeling his warm breath, Shi Ling's delicate body gave a slight shiver, her ears tinged with red. Yeah, we're heading to the same place as last time, Shilling whispered. All right. Su Huayin nodded and expertly guided the Charizard toward the herb-gathering site. As they flew, he suddenly noticed Shilling seemed a little uneasy, shifting slightly in her seat. What's wrong? Su Huayin turned to look at her. It's nothing, Shilling replied softly, her voice tinged with nervousness. Could you hold me a bit tighter? I'm a little scared. Sure. Su Huayin chuckled but didn't tease her further. Although he found her timidity amusing, he respected her feelings and gently tightened his hold to make sure she felt secure. The Charizard soared steadily and swiftly through the sky. Su Huayin kept the speed under control, thinking to himself that they'd made this trip before and there was nothing to worry about. About half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Su Huayin loosened his grip, scanned the area to make sure it was safe, then said to Shilling, "We're here." "Thank you." Shilling carefully hopped off the dragon's back, moving with a bit of caution. As they started gathering herbs, the sky gradually began to darken. Although they collected a good variety of herbs, time was running short, and Shilling couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. She said quietly, "Could we fly a bit slower on the way back? I'm still a little scared." Su Huayin gave a soft laugh and nodded. The customer is always right. With that, he slowed the Charizard's pace to make Shilling more comfortable. Even if he found it a little funny, he didn't dismiss her request. During the flight back, Shilling held onto him tightly, staying quiet and well-behaved until they finally landed at their starting point. Once they touched down, she let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you again," she said, her voice full of gratitude. "No problem." Su Huayin replied with a calm smile. With everything done, Su Huayin felt a wave of relief. Just as he was about to leave, a notification from the system chimed in his mind. Ding! Xilinx favorability 5. The notification made Su Huayin smile unconsciously. Finally, some progress, he thought. Even if it was just a small step forward, at least his efforts hadn't been wasted. When's your next herb-gathering trip? Su Huayin suddenly stopped and turned back to ask. Hearing his question, Shilling looked over excitedly, her eyes sparkling. In 3 days you go out to gather herbs, every 3 days. How about this? From now on, it'll take you there every time you need to gather herbs. What do you think? Su Huayin suggested. Xiling's eyes immediately lit up with joy and excitement. Yes, I do love that. Thank you. Ding. Xiling's favorability 5. The system notification chimed again as she answered. Su Huayin was overjoyed, thinking, in 3 days, I can raise her favorability even more. Then, see you in 3 days, Su Huayin said softly, already looking forward to the next opportunity. Shilling was still smiling brightly at him. Wait, I haven't paid you yet, she said suddenly, a little embarrassed. Oh, Su Huayin paused. It's fine, don't worry about it. But I don't have the potion card with me right now. Come and get it tomorrow, I'll have it ready by then. A subtle glint flashed in Xiling's eyes as she tried to hide her nervousness, smiling as she spoke. All right, he'll come by tomorrow. Su Huayin didn't think much of it, nodded, and turned to leave. Well, see you then. Shilling waved as she watched him go. Yeah, see you. Su Huayin replied, then mounted his Charizard and flew off toward his base. As he left, he thought to himself that in 3 days, Xiling's favorability would climb even higher, and that new card would become his secret weapon for the next big duel. Finally, he was home. Su Huayin leaped off the back of the Charizard as he arrived at the base, kicking up a small cloud of dust when he landed. His muscles were stiff from the long flight, and he was about to head straight for the rest area when Maindong's voice stopped him. Hey, I need to talk to you about something. Maindong walked over quickly, his expression serious. What's up? Su Huayin stretched his sore limbs as he walked toward the interior of the base, his steps heavy with exhaustion. I ran into a group calling themselves Xinguang Heavy Industries today in Qingmu City. They were looking for me. The mention of this name immediately caught Su Huayin's attention. Xinguang Heavy Industries? Su Huayin paused, frowning slightly. Wasn't this the same faction he and Ling Qiu had run into during the Guild Beast event, when they were fighting over the 3rd Guild token? The memory of that powerful war machine was still fresh in his mind. They're causing you trouble? Su Huayin's voice grew sharper, his eyes narrowing. Then another thought struck him. Wait, how do they even know who you are? Logically, Xinguang Heavy Industries should know him and Ling Qiu, but Maindong and the others should be complete strangers to them. Don't get worked up. Let me explain, Maindong quickly said, waving his hands. It's not what you think. So what happened? Su Huayin walked over to the fridge, opened the door, and was greeted by a wave of cold air. He grabbed a bottle of orange juice, twisted off the cap, and took several big gulps, enjoying the cool liquid as it slid down his throat. He noticed that at least half the fridge was taken up by apple juice, Ling Qiu's favorite. Hey, race the deal. Xinguang Heavy Industries wants to buy the guild token from us, Maindong said simply, leaning against the wall. Is that so? Su Huayin nodded, understanding dawning on his face as he set the juice on the table. Looks like they've got beta testers in their ranks, he analyzed. Unless someone has insane personal strength and can clear the 10th floor of the Sky Tower solo, unlocking the 5th slot really requires the guild path. It's not just Xinguang Heavy Industries. Pretty much every major faction these days is a mix of capital and beta testers, Maindong added with a shrug. We're basically the only exception. What about the price? What are they offering? Su Huayin took another sip of juice, curious about their offer. They haven't said yet. They just said they'll come by tomorrow to talk in detail, Maindong replied. Today was just to give me a heads up about the meeting. I see. Su Huayin closed the fridge gently and moved to the sofa, sinking into the soft cushions. Does Ling Xiu know about this? No. She still isn't back. If you hadn't come home, I wouldn't even know who to talk to, Maindong said, sounding a bit worried. She's not back yet? Su Huayin frowned, then nodded. All right, got it. He was used to passing things over to her. Everyone in the base called Ling Xiu Qjiesh was the big sister everyone recognized. Ling Dong was the only exception, calling her sister directly. Ling Xiu still hadn't returned. Su Huayin was never worried about her safety, unless she went off alone to challenge an elite-level guild beast. Anything else? How did Xinguang Heavy Industries even find you? Su Huayin pressed, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. That was thanks to the Qingmu Self-Governance Committee, basically the old official group, Maindong explained. So, it was Xiao Nantian and his people who made the connection? Su Huayin's eyes flashed. If he remembered correctly, it was Xiaoying had tipped him off on how to grab Xinguang Heavy Industries guild token in the first place. At that time, although there were several other targets, the only one Xiaoying provided was this one. Clearly, it was a strategy to use others to do the dirty work. She intended to have Su Huayin and Ling Qiu stop the people from Starlight Heavy Industries from getting the guild token. Back then, no matter whose side they took, they would have made enemies, especially since the news had already been leaked. Naturally, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu had no reason to dwell on Xiao Ying's scheming. But today, why were both people from Starlight Heavy Industries and the authorities getting involved together? Go on, Su Huayin said, stroking his chin and signaling Ma Zhendong to continue. Ma Zhendong took a deep breath and continued with the report. People from the Qingmu Self-Governance Association will also send a representative to meet us at 9 a.m. tomorrow. They said there's something they want to discuss. That's about the situation, Ma Zhendong finished, waiting for Su Huayin's response. All right, I understand. Su Huayin nodded slightly, his tone calm. He'll think this over carefully. Go tell Shi Yuro and the others to stay at the base tomorrow morning. Understood. Ma Zhendong turned and left. Su Huayin remained where he was, lost in thought. With so little information, he couldn't make any meaningful judgments. Since they wanted to negotiate for the guild token and were coming to his own turf to do it, they didn't seem like enemies. He decided to wait and see how things played out tomorrow. He rubbed his temples, the fatigue showing clearly on his face. Without enough information, there was no basis for any speculation. After a busy day, he could finally get some rest. Su Huayin returned to his room, lay down on his bed, and soon drifted off to sleep. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was the next day. By now, Jing Tian and Li Kaifeng had become the mainstays of the logistics team. Both of them were content with simple, repetitive tasks, preparing basic meals day after day. Su Huayin didn't comment much on this, since it was their own choice. Hey, Ling Dong, where's your sister? Su Huayin glanced around, noticing that Ling Qiu was nowhere to be seen, and couldn't help but ask. Ling Dong was having breakfast. When she heard Su Huayin's question, she replied obediently, Brother Ming, my sister's in her room. I don't know what time she came back last night. The door was closed, so I think she's still asleep. Although she was Ling Qiu's younger sister, Ling Dong seemed to be a little intimidated by Su He and maybe even a bit afraid of him. Seeing this, Su Huayin felt a little puzzled. After all, he was just a cheerful and upbeat guy. What was there to be afraid of? All right. Su Huayin nodded lightly, then turned and walked toward Ling Qiu's room. After a few steps, he stopped in front of the door and knocked gently. Who is it? Came Ling Qiu's lazy voice from inside. It's me. I need to talk to you, Su Huayin replied. Oh, come in then. The door's not locked, Ling Qiu said with a yawn, her tone casual. Hearing this, Su Huayin pushed the door open and entered. The scene inside came into view. Ling Qiu had just gotten out of bed, still looking a bit drowsy. She was wearing a thin camisole, one strap slipping down her arm, her pale shoulders exposed. Her long hair was loose, cascading down her back, giving her a relaxed and effortlessly attractive look. What's up? Ling Qiu stretched lazily, asking unhurriedly. It's important, Su Huayin said, walking to the bedside, his tone turning serious. Today, people from Starlight Heavy Industries and the Qingmu Self-Governance Association will both be sending envoys to meet us. Ling Qiu perked up at this, immediately sitting up straighter, her eyes much clearer now. She was clearly interested. Oh, tell me more. Su Huayin shared all the information he had gathered from Ma Zhendong with Ling Qiu, hoping she could help him make sense of the situation. After listening, Ling Qiu rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with impatience. With just this little bit of information? It'd be a miracle if I could figure anything out. Just wait, once we meet them, everything will become clear. She sprang off the bed with practiced ease, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, her zero armor materialized, an outfit where metal and fabric merged perfectly, hugging her figure. Without looking back, Ling Qiu strode confidently out the door. The meeting was scheduled for 9 a.m., but at 8:30, a black helicopter had already landed on the open ground in front of the house. The rotor wash sent the surrounding grass and trees into a frenzy, while the thunderous roar of the engine was nearly deafening. Our guests have arrived, Ling Qiu said simply, then walked outside with Su Huayin at her side. The helicopter's door slowly opened, and two figures emerged. Their arrival seemed to make the very air tense. Both women were strikingly attractive, instantly drawing attention. To Su Huayin's surprise, he recognized one of them. Xiaoing. A startled voice called out. Unexpectedly, it wasn't Su Huayin who spoke, but Shi Yuro. It's you, Xiaoing replied, tilting her head slightly as she recognized Shi Yuro. She then turned to Su Huayin, a familiar, warm smile playing on her lips. Su Huayin, it's been a while. Her voice was gentle and friendly, her charming demeanor causing Ling Qiu's gaze to sharpen instantly. It has, Su Huayin replied politely, keeping a respectful distance. Xiaoing made a graceful gesture. Today, I'm here representing the Qingmu Guild Council. As for this young lady, she indicated the poised, elegantly dressed girl beside her. This is Feng Ling, representing Xinguang Heavy Industries. Standing in the back, Maindong muttered under his breath, a classic beauty trap. Huh? Can't say it's not effective. Honestly, if a pretty, sweet-voiced young lady had approached him from the start, he might have joined the Qingmu Guild right away. He continued to analyze. If they really wanted to win over someone with supernatural abilities, sending a charming girl would have been the obvious move, not those heavy-handed tactics. Using force was a bit dumb, or maybe just arrogant. Now that a new order is starting to take shape, they're finally putting away their pride and trying softer tactics? But my buddy here is a hardcore gamer. Beauty traps don't work on him. Now, if it were me, maybe things would be different. I'm not such a purist. Ling Qiu stepped forward, her voice calm and courteous. Welcome. Please, come in. She led the two guests into the base. Despite being a rather makeshift team, Su Huayin and his group had done their best to prepare for the meeting. A long table stood at the center of the conference room. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu sat on the left, while Feng Ling and Xiaoing, representing Xinguang Heavy Industries and the Qingmu Guild Council, sat across from them. Maindong and the others stood nearby, remaining alert. Impressive setup, Xiaoing commented softly, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Ling Qiu wasted no time and got straight to the point. Let's get down to business. What brings you both here today? Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. It was clear why she had once led a top guild in the card domain game, even if it was just a virtual title. When Ling Qiu got serious, she radiated a youthful, yet unmistakable, presence of leadership. Xiaoing narrowed her eyes, a faint smile on her lips. No rush. I'll wait until you've finished your discussion before I bring up my own matters. She gracefully passed the conversation to Feng Ling. Feng Ling picked up the thread, her voice clear and direct. Hey, race the situation. Xinguang Heavy Industries would like to purchase a guild token from you. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu had already guessed the reason for Feng Ling's visit. The two exchanged a knowing glance, choosing not to respond immediately. Instead, they watched Feng Ling in silence, waiting for her to reveal what she had to offer. This is a show of good faith from Starlight Heavy Industries. Feng Ling pulled a document from her pocket and handed it to them with practiced ease. Ling Qiu took it, flipping through the pages with careful attention. The room grew quiet, filled only with the soft rustle of paper. After about 2 minutes, Ling Qiu looked up. Here, take a look. She passed the document to Su Huayin. Despite being only 2 pages thick, the document was densely packed with terms. On the surface, there were many items, but the main attractions were clearly the first 3. First, 10,000 pesos. Second, a purple terror instance card granting access to the Zero Domain dungeon. Third, a promise to help Su Huayin and the others establish a proper base on the mountain, expanding its size to 4 or 5 times what it was now. Su Huayin was momentarily at a loss for words after reading Starlight Heavy Industries' offer. It wasn't that the conditions were lacking, in the contrary, they were surprisingly generous. On the current market, a guild token alone was worth 10,000 pesos, and that was assuming a stable supply. The first batch of tokens would clearly fetch an even higher price. The second item, a dungeon card for entry into the Zero Domain, was just as valuable. Su Huayin remembered that the Zero series cards could only be obtained from within the Zero Domain. For Ling Qiu, a purple tire dungeon card was practically equivalent to a personal purple card. The third condition was even more crucial for them. Their current base was indeed crude and only barely sufficient due to their small numbers. Any long-term development would require expansion. There were other terms listed in the document, but compared to the first 3, they were minor. Taken as a whole, Starlight Heavy Industries' offer was a perfect fit for their needs, almost tailor-made. Su Huayin had to admit, he was tempted. The total value of the deal exceeded that of 3 purple cards, including a Zero series purple card, albeit one Ling Qiu would have to retrieve herself from the dungeon. As for the guild token, it's a significant matter. We'll need some time for internal discussion, Ling Qiu replied steadily. Of course, that's understandable. Feng Ling nodded with a smile. They'll step out for a bit and enjoy the view. The scenery up here is quite nice. With that, she rose gracefully and left, leaving Xiaoying alone with the two of them. Quite the clever negotiation tactic, Xiaoying remarked, a knowing smile on her lips. You're stalling for time, hoping other factions will join the bidding so you can drive up the price, aren't you? Not a bad idea, but this offer is already extremely generous. They've practically given you everything they have. I doubt any other group would go this far. Is that so? Thanks for the advice. Ling Qiu replied non-committally, then straightened up and met Xiaoying's gaze. So, Miss Xiaoying, what brings you here today? Xiaoying gave a soft laugh, her red lips parting as she spoke a single word, the tower. The Babel Tower. Upon hearing the name, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu's eyes widened in shock, a look of seriousness flashing across their faces. The Babel Tower system was a hurdle that every player had to face. Starting from the 5th card slot, every subsequent slot was closely linked to Babel Tower. To unlock the 5th slot, players could either take the guild route or clear the 10th floor of Babel Tower on their own. The 6th slot required a player's guild to control a fortress, or for the player to clear the 20th floor solo. For solo players, Babel Tower was an unavoidable path. Su Huayin knew Babel Tower all too well. He had always played solo, relying entirely on himself to unlock the 7th card slot. With a slight frown, he asked in a low voice, "What about the Babel Tower?" Xiaoying crossed her hands on the table, her gaze shifting between the two. "Do you remember how Babel Tower is unlocked?" The question sent Su Huayin and Ling Qiu searching their memories. As the leader of Zero Guild, Ling Qiu was intimately familiar with the city upgrade process. She answered first, "If I remember correctly, unlocking Babel Tower requires someone to clear all 3 public dungeons on Nightmare mode. That triggers the main city upgrade instance, which is a 100-player raid for players with at least 3 card slots. Once that's completed, the city upgrades to level 2, and Babel Tower becomes accessible." Exactly. As expected of the Zero Guild leader. Xiaoying nodded in approval, a glint in her eyes. Regarding upgrading the city and unlocking Babel Tower, Aoki Self-Governance Council would like to work with you. At last, Xiaoying revealed the true purpose of her visit. Ling Qiu's eyes sparkled, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Oh, you're after the Babel Tower profits?" She pointed out directly. The team that cleared the city upgrade instance would receive 5 of the ticket revenue from Babel Tower. Aside from the first free entry, every challenge cost 100 pesos, meaning each attempt brought in 5 pesos for the upgrade team. That's right, President Ling Qiu. You're sharp as ever. Xiaoying gave a slight nod and went on. As you can see, I think we can work together on this. Right now, there are probably no more than 200 players in Aoki City with 3 card slots, and that number's growing very slowly. Our council can issue a call and gather all the city's forces to work together on upgrading the main city and unlocking Babel Tower. With our influence, we're well suited to organize this. When the time comes, President Ling Qiu can lead the team, and we'll work together to clear the instance. What do you think? As Xiaoying finished speaking, the room fell silent. The air seemed to freeze, broken only by the occasional sound of wind outside the window. This was no small matter, it was a crucial step for the future development of Aoki City. No wonder the Aoki Self-Governance Council had sent an envoy. Ling Qiu remained calm, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. "How will the profits be split?" she asked, getting straight to the point. Upgrading the city was all about the steady income Babel Tower would bring. Xiaoying held up 2 fingers, waving them slightly in front of Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. 20%. Zero Guild gets 20% of the profits. A glimmer appeared in Ling Qiu's eyes, but she pressed on calmly. And the other 80%? As the host, the Aoki Self-Governance Association proposed to claim 33 slot players, taking up 30 of the share, while the remaining 50 would be shared among other factions. As soon as Xiaoying finished outlining this distribution plan, Ling Qiu spoke up, his expression unreadable. "It might sound reasonable at first, but this kind of split is just a joke. If you have any objections, we can discuss it," Xiaoying said, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Ling Qiu held up 5 fingers, his tone calm. "There's nothing to discuss. Our Zero Guild needs at least this much." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Whenever I want something, I don't like to share. But since you went to the trouble of bringing everyone together, they'll let your group have 20. The remaining 30 can go to the others." These words made Xiaoying, who had managed to stay composed until now, lose her cool and cry out, "Impossible. There's no way we can agree to that split." She shot to her feet, her face pale. This was far beyond what she'd expected. She had only planned to offer the Zero Guild up to 25, equal to the Aoki Self-Governance Association's share. "Then forget it," Ling Qiu replied with a shrug. "That's my bottom line. You should have heard about my style from those beta players who joined you." It took several deep breaths for Xiaoying to regain her composure. It was true that only word beta players used to describe Ling Qiu was domineering. Someone who could monopolize an entire card series on his own wasn't someone to be trifled with. "We absolutely can't accept that ratio. 25 is our maximum," Xiaoying said, struggling to keep her voice steady. Ling Qiu's expression didn't change. "No need to force it. Like I said, half is my minimum." You're just the messenger, just take my offer back. Anything else? After adjusting her mindset, Xiaoying brought up the second matter. As for those 3 elite-level bosses, our team can provide continuous buffs, 50 points to strength, 50 to constitution, 20 to agility, plus ongoing minor healing to help you take them down. That sounds good. With those buffs, we might actually stand a chance against the elites. Ling Qiu nodded in approval, then glanced at her expectantly. And, meeting Ling Qiu's cold, indifferent gaze, Xiaoying swallowed the argument she had prepared. There are 3 guild tokens in total, 1 for your guild, 1 for ours, and the last one can be auctioned off. Well, split the proceeds 50-50. Half of it. Ling Qiu didn't answer right away. Instead, she fell into deep thought. Even though she knew this might just be a negotiation tactic, every little move Ling Qiu made kept Xiaoying on edge. In their earlier confrontation, Xiaoying had barely managed to hold her own. She had gotten through it somehow, but there were still 2 minor requests she needed to make. Please, go ahead, Xiaoying asked in a low voice. First, the first of the 3 guild tokens will go to us, the second to your side. As for the third, I don't need it to be in our possession, it can be kept by a neutral party, like the Adventurers Association or the Anglers Guild, Ling Qiu replied calmly. Xiaoying hesitated for a moment, then nodded. That's acceptable. With that, they reached an agreement, and the atmosphere eased slightly. After the deal was settled, Ling Qiu left behind a satellite phone, and Xiao Ying's group departed with Feng Ling. Is there something on my face? After seeing Xiaoying off, Ling Qiu noticed Su Huayin staring at her in a daze and couldn't help but ask. Su Huayin's cheeks flushed instantly, and he waved his hands awkwardly. No, it's nothing, President Ling Qiu. He added an unintentional note of respect to her name. Ling Qiu rolled her eyes lightly. President? We know each other well enough, just call me Ling Qiu. Oh right, I forgot. Ling Qiu tapped her forehead, looking a bit regretful. That was the perfect opportunity to practice handling this kind of situation. I should have let you take the lead. I'm just lacking experience, that's all, Su Huayin muttered under his breath, feeling a little frustrated. She made it sound so easy, but he knew that while his intelligence and adaptability weren't bad, he simply didn't have enough experience. Ling Qiu's quick judgment had caught him off guard, but it also gave him more confidence. Hey Race, what will do? From now on, you'll handle all negotiations with Starlight Heavy Industries. Even if you take a loss, consider it part of your training, Ling Qiu suddenly said. Su Huayin didn't hesitate at all and nodded. Leave it to me. He knew that things had always been simple for him before, but now, facing these new challenges, he realized he'd have to keep pushing himself to tackle the unknown. Once the helicopter took off and Feng Ling was escorted away, Xiaoying made a phone call. Hi Dad. I'm out. The talks are done. A steady voice answered on the other end. How did it go? Xiao asked. As you expected, they're pretty tough. They won't make a move unless they get at least half the profits from the Sky Tower, Xiaoying replied, sounding a bit discouraged. Xiao chuckled softly, clearly not surprised by the outcome. Xiaoying went on to report the details of the cooperation with the elite boss guild beast. Then stick to the plan, Xiao said, his tone leaving no room for debate. It was clear that the next phase would be even more complicated. Good, closing even one deal is enough. Come back for now. It's not convenient to discuss details over the phone. Once you're back, go over every detail of the negotiations. I have a team ready here. Well, do a psychological profile of both Ling Qiu and Su Huayin, focusing on their personalities and tendencies. That's all. Xiao Nanshan's tone was steady and unwavering, as if everything was under his control. About half an hour later, Xiaoying finally returned to their base. Xiao Nanshan's professional team was already assembled, waiting for her arrival. As she walked in, Xiao Nanshan's eyes sharpened slightly, and he asked in a low voice, let's hear me about the details. Xiaoying nodded lightly, took a moment to compose herself, and after a brief pause, began her report. Hey Race, the situation. I've spent this last half hour preparing and recalling everything that happened, especially the negotiation with Ling Kaiwer tone, her expressions, all those details. I've tried to cover everything as clearly as possible. Her words were precise and calm, maintaining a professional clarity. Xiao Nantian nodded with a serious expression. Anything else to add? That's about it, Xiaoying replied, rubbing her forehead slightly. She was visibly tired but still maintained her professional composure and focus. Dr. Li, is the profile ready? Xiao Nantian turned to the man who had been quietly listening by the side, his figure composed and professional beneath his white coat. Dr. Li nodded slightly, adjusted his glasses, and spoke slowly. Almost, but I need to ask Miss Xiaoying a few more questions. Of course, ask anything, Xiaoying replied, her tone steady as ever. Dr. Li seemed to think for a moment before asking. When Ling Qiu demanded a 50% share during the negotiation, was her gesture indicating 5 directed at herself or at you? Xiaoying frowned slightly, focusing as she tried to recall. Let me think. I remember her palm was facing herself when she made the gesture. It felt very forceful, almost like she was staking her claim, asserting dominance. Dr. Li made a note and continued with a few more questions, gathering additional details. After some time, the personality profile was finally complete. Dr. Li handed a printed report to Xiao Nantian, and said in a low voice, "Here it is, Mayorno, Chairman. This is the psychological profile on Ling Qiu." Xiao took the report, reading it carefully. His expression grew increasingly serious as he turned the pages. The report read as follows. Ling Qiu, personality profile. 1. Highly controlling. Ling Qiu treats the dungeon entrance as her own private territory, refusing to let anyone else get involved. She cares little for rules or fairness. Her only priority is to keep everything firmly within her grasp. Any obstacle is swiftly and ruthlessly removed. In her eyes, true satisfaction comes only from total control. She operates like a cold, iron-fisted dictator, enforcing her own order without mercy. 2. Arrogant and overconfident. Her domineering approach in negotiations stems from deep-seated self-confidence, bordering on arrogance. She's convinced that she and her guild are far superior to everyone else, dismissing the abilities and demands of other players as insignificant. When she demanded a 50% share, she did so without hesitation, completely disregarding the reactions and feelings of others. 3. Decisive and ruthless. Ling Qiu acts with remarkable decisiveness, never hesitating or wavering. Her decisions are swift and absolute. Once she sets her sights on a goal, she moves without a second thought, unconcerned by how harsh her methods may be. She's like a drawn blade, cutting straight to her objective with no room for compromise. 4. Ambitious. Seizing control of the dungeon entrance is only one step in her strategy. Her ambition is boundless, driving her to constantly seek more power and resources. She's never satisfied, always looking to expand her influence and consume whatever she can. 5. Cold exterior, warm heart. Although she comes across as distant and tough, there's a hidden softness beneath Ling Qiu's surface. Like an animal with a hard shell, she protects her most vulnerable side. Only those she deeply trusts ever see this side of her. A frightening personality, the kind it takes to achieve great things, Dr. Li murmured, a hint of caution in his eyes. If someone like her gains enough power, she could truly become unstoppable. Xiao Nanshan's expression didn't change. His gaze remained calm as he put the report away, as if he had already made up his mind. This profile revealed Ling Qiu's coldness, decisiveness, and insatiable ambition. She wasn't just a tough negotiator, she was a formidable force in her own right. After seeing Xiaoing off, everyone returned to their respective posts. Left alone, Su Huayin took out a card from his pocket, its surface flickering with a purple glow, and studied the information printed on it. Serpent of the Unseen Instance card, purple rarity, Su Huayin murmured, running his finger over the text. Used to enter the Serpent of the Unseen Instance. The card's description was clear. This was an instance about the invisible serpent. There were two ways to obtain it, either as a drop from snake-type bosses or higher-level creatures, or by purchasing it from a shady merchant. The usage restrictions were also straightforward. You had to be a rogue, or possess a card from the Doomsday Dragon series. This is it, Su Huayin decided, planning to use the card today. Before entering the instance, he carefully checked his card setup. His main body was equipped with the tiger's yin-yang layered with fire dragon scales, the white tiger blade, and the Bone King shield. His clone was set up with an assassin class card, a poison dagger, heaven and earth longevity, and stealth layered with phantom step. Once everything was ready, Su Huayin activated the instance card. A system notification chimed in his ear. Once you enter the instance, card slots cannot be changed. Enter now? Yes, Su Huayin answered silently. A blinding flash filled his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dimly lit room. Only a faint oil lamp cast a weak glow, illuminating a small part of the space. Looking down, he saw he was dressed in a pitch-black outfit, thin, lightweight, and perfect for blending into the shadows. Next to the lamp sat a finely crafted face mask. Through the nearby window, Su Huayin could see a tall castle looming not far away, its silhouette imposing against the night sky. Why do I feel like I'm playing the role of a thief? Su Huayin muttered to himself. No sooner had he spoken than the system chimed in again. Welcome to the Serpent of the Unseen Instance. Your role, member of the Serpent faction. You have the following objectives. Mission 1. Assassinate all guards. Reward, random blue assassin skill card. Mission 2. Assassinate the Lord. Reward, random purple assassin weapon card. Optional mission, steal the Lord's scepter without being detected to complete the instance. Reward, Serpent of the Unseen 2 gold instance card. After hearing the objectives, Su Huayin frowned, mulling over the details. The first two missions were standard, fitting the theme and name of the instance. But the optional mission left him puzzled. What exactly does without being detected mean? Su Huayin wondered aloud, rubbing his chin. Does it mean I have to sneak into the castle and steal the scepter without anyone noticing? That seemed the most logical explanation. But if that were the case, he probably wouldn't be able to claim the rewards from the first two missions. But what if Su Huayin's eyes lit up? What if I take out the guards without being seen? Would that still count as not being detected and let me complete the assassination objectives too? It seemed like a reasonable theory. Based on the mission descriptions, there didn't appear to be any contradictions. Let's do this. Su Huayin grabbed the face mask and put it on his clone. The clone immediately activated its stealth skill, blending seamlessly into the darkness, vanishing from sight. He slipped silently out of the small house, heading toward the distant castle. A sudden thought crossed Su Huayin's mind. Wait, does being detected refer to my main body being discovered, or does it include the clone too? Su Huayin stood in the shadows, contemplating the question of his clone. As an experienced player, he knew all too well that clones were similar in nature to summoned creatures once exposed. Everything could fall apart. This brand new dungeon made him especially cautious, given that he had never encountered anything like it during the beta testing phase. He crept closer to the castle, his sharp eyes scanning his surroundings. At the entrance, two fully armed guards stood at attention, the heavy, tightly shut doors looming behind them. Two more guards were patrolling the castle perimeter along a fixed route. Something's off, Su Huayin narrowed his eyes, drawing on his extensive experience with dungeon maps. A castle of this size usually has one or two hidden sentries. He circled the castle carefully, mentally marking several spots that seemed likely to conceal hidden guards. What made things even trickier was the loose sand covering the castle grounds. Every step would leave a clear footprint, as if the terrain was designed specifically to thwart assassins. They really went out of their way to counter assassins, didn't they? Su Huayin muttered to himself. Still, his careful reconnaissance was not without reward. At the back of the castle, he discovered a unique stretch of terrain. Scattered stones dotted the sand, each about 2 meters apart, some closer, some farther. Clearly, the game designers had left this path for players to use. In the game, leaping across these stones was a simple matter of pressing the screen for the right amount of time. But here, it was a true test of physical strength and balance. Taking a deep breath, Su Huayin made his attempt. The first jump was easy, barely a meter. The following jumps, however, grew increasingly difficult, and it took considerable effort before he finally reached the back of the castle safely. Just then, two patrolling guards happened to pass by. A cold glint flashed in Su Huayin's eyes. As they walked by, unsuspecting, he sprang into action. Silently, he followed the rear guard, covering the man's mouth with one hand while his other hand, gripping a dagger glowing with green light, swiftly cut the guard's throat. The guard collapsed without so much as a cry. Su Huayin quickly laid the body down and, wasting no time, lunged toward the second guard. Su Huayin's movements were flawless, almost textbook perfect. Like a shadow in the night, he slipped behind the unsuspecting guard. A glint of cold steel flashed, and his target collapsed without making a sound. The guard up ahead remained oblivious to his comrade's fate. By the time he sensed something was wrong, Su Huayin's dagger was already pressed against the back of his neck. With a swift, clean slice, blood spurted out as the second body crumpled silently to the ground. Two down, Su Huayin murmured, his gaze quickly locking onto a patch of ground nearby that looked noticeably out of place. The texture was different from its surroundings, clearly a hidden spot for an underground sentry. Drawing on his experience, he knew these sentries didn't stay alert at all times. They only checked the outside world intermittently. Without waiting for the sentry to let his guard down, Su Huayin tore away the camouflage and, catching the sentry's startled gaze, dispatched him with a single strike. A sudden thought crossed Su Huayin's mind. Maybe it doesn't matter if I'm spotted by regular guards. The key to this infiltration might just be avoiding detection by the boss. But he didn't dwell on it, choosing instead to keep moving efficiently. 3 bodies hadn't caused any disturbance yet, but the absence of patrolling soldiers would soon alert the gate guards. Phantom step. With no time to wait for his stealth skill to cool down, Su Huayin activated his advanced concealment ability. He crept up on the 2 guards at the castle entrance, casually tossing a small stone to distract them. As both guards turned toward the noise, Su Huayin struck with lightning speed. His blade pierced the first guard's throat, a louder sound than before, but it was already too late for the man to warn his partner. The second guard's attempt to turn around only sealed his fate, his neck meeting Su Huayin's ready dagger. Infiltration successful. The system notification chimed just in time, and a blue card appeared before his eyes. It was a rare blue skill card with a blinding effect, rendering enemies unable to see or cast spells. The duration depended on the target's physical attributes and the number of card slots. The card could only be equipped if an assassin class card was slotted, making it part of the assassin series. In duel mode, it also functioned as a trap card, disabling and removing the opponent's magic cards. A mage's worst nightmare, Su Huayin thought, pleased as he pocketed the card. Although all his current slots were full, the 4th slot would unlock soon enough. Even if he couldn't equip it right away, this card would be a powerful trump card against mages unless they had cleansing or invulnerability skills. While waiting for his skills to cool down, Su Huayin dragged the 2 NPC guards' bodies aside, pushed open the heavy doors, and stepped into the castle, its halls echoing with the grandeur of the medieval era. Su Huayin crept quietly into the castle. As an assassin, he was a master of silent movement. Every step was soundless, leaving not the slightest trace to alert anyone nearby. A straight red carpet stretched out beneath his feet, leading from the entrance deep into the heart of the castle. The grand foyer was empty, and after a careful scan of the area, Su Huayin continued forward along the crimson path. Soon, he came to a halt before a corridor. Here, the red carpet abruptly stopped, only to resume about 20 meters ahead. The gap in the corridor was roughly 2.5 meters wide, its floor neatly divided into 0.5 meter square tiles 5 across and 8 rows deep, making a total of 40 squares. An upgraded version of the jumping trial, Su Huayin muttered, squinting as he recalled a similar mechanism he and Ling Qiu had encountered during the swordsmith quest. The rules were simple. Once you entered the corridor, tiles would light up at random, and you had to step on the illuminated squares within a set time limit. Miss one, and you failed the challenge. In this snake of the invisible instance, failure could very well mean the end of the infiltration mission. Hopefully, it's not too difficult. Anything below master level should be manageable, Su Huayin thought, steadying his nerves with a deep breath before stepping into the corridor. Instantly, the tiles began to flicker, casting a tense glow across the floor. Su Huayin's eyes sharpened as his mind raced to calculate the optimal path. With explosive speed, he leapt to the first lit square, then quickly moved to the next. But the mechanism proved far more challenging than expected. The pace at which the tiles lit up suddenly quickened, and the pattern became completely unpredictable. Sweat beaded on Su Huayin's brow as every jump became a test of nerve and reflex. Midway through, just as he landed, a square that should have lit up suddenly went dark. Reacting in a split second, he used his left foot to twist his body, pushed off the wall for leverage, and landed safely on a new illuminated tile. Having adapted to the shifting rhythm, Su Huayin pressed on and finally made it through the perilous corridor. Slightly out of breath, his eyes shone with determination had survived the ordeal, if only by a hair's breadth. At the end of the red carpet stood a room. Su Huayin fixed his gaze on it, thinking, that must be where the boss awaits. Su Huayin walked to the end of the red carpet and pushed open the heavy oak door at the deepest part of the castle. What greeted him was a breathtaking sight. A gigantic, obese man, easily 4 or 5 meters tall and weighing several thousand pounds, was seated at a long table overflowing with delicacies, a napkin neatly tied around his neck as he devoured the feast before him. His entire body was adorned with priceless gold and silver jewelry, sparkling blindingly in the candlelight. Su Huayin's sharp gaze swept across every corner of the room, searching for the scepter mentioned in his mission. Soon, he spotted a staff lying casually beside the gluttonous giant, surprisingly within arm's reach, as if it was of little importance. That's way too easy. There's definitely a catch, Su Huayin thought, his instincts on high alert as he cautiously approached the staff. Although the fate of his avatar didn't matter, failing the mission was unacceptable. He crept closer, careful not to make a sound, but hesitated to actually grab the staff. Suddenly, a detail caught his eye. The staff seemed to be fused with the floor. Is this a trap? Su Huayin stepped back, shifting his attention to the fat lord who was still gorging himself. At that moment, the lord picked up a toothpick inlaid with emeralds from the table and began picking his teeth. The small object, only about 10 centimeters long, instantly drew all of Su Huayin's attention. When the lord casually set the toothpick down, Su Huayin seized the opportunity, swiftly sneaking forward and snatching it up. This is the real scepter. Su Huayin was elated, but he knew the mission wasn't over yet. He had to leave with the scepter without alerting anyone. Holding his breath, he darted lightly toward the castle exit, silently praying, please don't let me get caught. Just as he stepped out of the castle, a system notification chimed at the perfect moment. Ding! Congratulations on completing the optional mission. Reward, Serpent's Invisibility 2. A golden card, shining with radiant light, appeared before him. A gold card, and it's a golden instance card. Su Huayin's true self had been waiting outside the castle. He carefully took the golden card, which theoretically could have even produced a red card, and examined its attributes. Serpent's Invisibility 2. Quality, gold card. Type, instance card. Effect, grants access to the Serpent's Invisibility 2 instance. Description, the invisible serpent. Acquisition, complete the Serpent's Invisibility instance. Requirement, must have cleared the Serpent's Invisibility instance. Satisfied, Su Huayin tucked away the precious instance card. Su Huayin stared at the castle, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. This was the final boss. Take it down, and the mission would be complete. His clone slipped silently into the castle, heading straight for the innermost room. Unlike last time, the fat lord wasn't feasting at the table. Instead, he was up on his feet, glancing anxiously around the room. Looking for a toothpick? Su Huayin mused. He probably thinks he left it somewhere and hasn't realized it's been stolen yet. This was the perfect scenario. Wouldn't even need to resort to desperate measures like self-destruction. As the fat lord bent down to check under the table, Su Huayin seized the moment to strike. In a flash of cold steel, his dagger slashed at the lord's neck. Blood spurted from the deep gash. But the fight was far from over. The fat lord's neck was so thick with layers of fat that what should have been a fatal blow only resulted in a minor wound, most of the blade's force absorbed by flesh. Enraged, The boss spun around and slammed a massive palm at Su Huayin, who had become visible after the attack. The blow could have flattened a grown man, so Su Huayin didn't dare take it heeding. Phantom Step. Into the void. He triggered his skill just in time, using the invincibility frame to dodge the deadly attack. He quickly retreated, vanishing from the boss sight once more. Infuriated, the Lord roared and hurled tableware in Su Huayin's direction. Plates crashed against the walls, shattering into pieces. Su Huayin wasn't in a rush. He slipped out of the room and waited patiently for his skills to cool down. Whenever Su Huayin pulled off stunts like this, Maindong would always comment, "No wonder your name is Huayin, you're as sly and cunning as they come." Su Huayin would just flip him off and retort, "It's called tactics. It's called strategy. Ever heard of those?" Once Phantom Step was ready again, Su Huayin slipped back into the room. The boss was still furiously throwing things, hoping to reveal Su Huayin's position. Seeing the floor littered with debris and shattered plates, Su Huayin realized the boss plan. He was setting up the battlefield, trying to use the scattered objects to detect any movement. With fewer and fewer clear spots left to step on, Su Huayin knew this attempt had to succeed. If he failed now, stealth would be useless next time. A piercing, agonized scream shattered the air. The fat lord instinctively clutched his groin, but blood gushed uncontrollably through his fingers. His massive body, nearly 4 or 5 meters tall, twisted in pain before crashing heavily to the ground. If he hadn't bent over to crawl under the table earlier, Su Huayin wouldn't have been able to reach his neck at all. The only possible target was below the waist. It wasn't a dignified move, but it was the most effective option at the time. As the lord collapsed, his thigh accidentally bumped into the conspicuous staff. With a series of mechanical clicks, 3 heavy crossbows sprang from the wall. Twang! The bowstring snapped, launching 3 nearly tundra-long bolts. One of them pierced straight through the lord's body. I knew it was a trap, Su Huayin thought with relief. If he hadn't been cautious, he would have been the one skewered. Even after taking such a severe hit, the giant boss clung stubbornly to life. But he was only one blow away from death. "Goodbye," Su Huayin muttered, finishing the fight with a swift, clean strike. The moment the lord drew his last breath, the system notification chimed. Ding. "Congratulations, you have completed task 2. Reward, rotating sleeve blade." Ding. "All tasks completed. You will be teleported out in 30 seconds. Please prepare to leave." The countdown began. 30, 29. Su Huayin quickly grabbed the card that appeared before him, a purple quality weapon card called Rotating Sleeve Blade. The card's details read, Strength 40, Agility 20. This specially modified sleeve blade could be used as a dagger when extended, but must be equipped with an assassin class card. In dual mode, it functions as a permanent trap card. All assassin or ninja type monsters on the field gain 500 attack, and once per turn, it can negate an opponent's spell or trap activation. When the countdown ended, Su Huayin was transported back to the base. The place felt unusually empty. Only Li Kaifeng and Jing Tian, who weren't particularly motivated, remained. Everyone else was either running instances or completing tasks. Even the most laid-back players were grinding for credits, since time was especially precious in the early days of the game. Su Huayin walked over to the fridge, grabbed a bottle of water, and collapsed onto the sofa. This run had been incredibly rewarding. 1 blue card, 1 purple card, and even a gold card, squeezing nearly all the value out of this dungeon. "Panel," he murmured, summoning his system interface. There was no space for the blinding skill at the moment, but the spinning sleeve blade fit perfectly into the slot. The poison dagger card was replaced almost without hesitation. Choosing between a purple card and a green card was hardly a challenge. "Sorry, buddy, you're out." Su Huayin toyed with the poison dagger card in his hand, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Once again, this card proved that his clone's deck was becoming more and more impressive. With stealth, stacked Phantom Step, heaven and earth as one, plus 2 purple cards, the assassin class card, and the spinning sleeve blade alongside 2 blue cards and a white card, his clone's combat power was nearly on par with his original self. He had even considered replacing heaven and earth as one with the blinding skill. That way, his clone would be fully optimized as an assassin designed to take down mages. The only downside would be losing the self-destruct option. After a brief rest at the base, Su Huayin summoned his fire dragon and flew towards Qingmu City. Shilling had promised that he could collect yesterday's reward from her today. If he didn't show up, would that lower her favorability towards him? After all, a promise should be kept. With that in mind, Su Huayin decided to take advantage of his free time and make a trip to Qingmu City. After all, starting tomorrow, he'd be working in tandem with Lingxiu and the Qingmu Self-Governance Society. Lingxiu had already agreed they would team up to take down the 3 elite boss-level guild monsters. Even with the buffs provided by the Qingmu Self-Governance Society, soloing an elite boss would be a daunting task for Lingxiu. Together, they actually stood a chance. Plus, enjoying the resonance buffs from the White Tiger Blade and Black Tiger Sword was a nice bonus. Most importantly, working with the Qingmu Self-Governance Society had a bit of a dancing with wolves feel to it. Su Huayin's involvement would help make things safer for everyone. In short, starting tomorrow, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu would join forces with the Qingmu Self-Governance Society to tackle the remaining 3 elite guild beasts. The fire dragon landed smoothly outside Qingmu City, and Su Huayin jumped off its back, making his way to Xiling's shop. Her business was as lively as ever. Every time he passed by, there was always a crowd of customers browsing her wares. When the last customer left, Su Huayin gently pushed open the window. "Hey, Xiling." He waved and greeted her with a smile. Hearing his familiar voice, Xiling immediately looked up, her face lighting up with surprise. "You're here." She couldn't help but smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear almost unconsciously. Su Huayin noticed that every time he saw Xiling, she always seemed genuinely happy. Had her favorability gone up? "Yeah, I'm here to pick up the reward you mentioned yesterday," Su Huayin replied casually, with a slight smile. To be honest, the reward itself didn't really matter to him. Since Xiling insisted on giving it, refusing would have felt awkward. Looking a bit shy, Xiling lowered her head, lightly biting her lip as a faint blush appeared at the corner of her eyes. "This is the first dark enchantment potion card I made using the recipe you gave me. It's yours." "Thanks," Su Huayin replied, accepting the card without a second thought. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Xiling's favorability 3. Su Huayin paused, feeling a bit puzzled. Could accepting a reward really increase her favorability? The dark enchantment potion is a consumable item classified as a green card. When applied to a weapon, it grants the weapon dark attribute damage for 30 minutes. Its effect is particularly noticeable against light attribute monsters, even though there's no special light over dark counter mechanism in place. In reality, light and dark attributes counter each other. While light attribute monsters do exist, their numbers are either extremely small or so insignificant that they can almost be ignored. In contrast, dark attribute monsters are far more common. Su Huayin left Xiling's shop, planning to head to the Scarlet Monastery dungeon to continue stacking the remaining dozens of layers on the Bone King shield. As he reached Qingmu Square and prepared to enter the dungeon, a loud shout caught his attention. "Duel! Duel! Pay just 1,000 pesos, and if you beat the duel master, you'll win a dragon starter pack. Come and see, don't miss out." Su Huayin paused, his ears perking up. A dragon starter pack? For players obsessed with dragons, these have sold for as much as 6,000 pesos before. Even for those less interested, a few thousand pesos is still a fair price. Some people even list them for 2,000 pesos at the auction house, and they get snapped up right away. The commotion drew a crowd, and Su Huayin joined in. He saw a young man in gold-rimmed glasses sitting at a table, with 3 dragon starter packs neatly laid out before him. Opposite him sat a frail-looking boy, his face pale, looking like a strong gust of wind could knock him over. Was this unassuming boy really the so-called duel master? "My turn. I summon the 3-star monster Gearbox. Since there are no machine-type monsters on my field, I activate Gearbox's effect, sending it to the graveyard to special summon Wolf Mecha from the graveyard." A mechanical Wolf Mecha appeared, large and imposing, with 2,400 attack power and 1,500 defense. I activate Wolf Mecha's effect. If there's a machine-type monster in the graveyard, I can destroy one spell or trap card on the field. With a roar, Wolf Mecha unleashed a barrage, obliterating the opponent's Blessed Forest field card. With the destruction of Blessed Forest, all monsters on the field were wiped out as well. Entering the battle phase, Wolf Mecha launched a full-force attack at the frail boy. With only 1,800 life points left, the boy's points dropped to 0 in an instant under the mighty blow, knocking him out of the game. So this is the so-called duel master? Su Huayin couldn't help but wonder, watching as the young man in gold-rimmed glasses smugly claimed a dragon starter pack, practically flaunting it in front of the crowd. The young man tore open the pack and drew 3 cards. Whether it was bad luck or perhaps a twist of fate, a pack could contain a maximum of 3 cards, and he drew exactly 3. However, only one was a green card, and the other 2 were ordinary white cards. A trace of displeasure flashed across his face as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, I need another round." "No, each person can only play once." The girl who had been calling out earlier walked over, her tone firm. "Yeah, that's too much. You can't just take everything for yourself. The rules are clear, 1 challenge per person." "Step aside," another player who had just arrived chimed in. "Move over. I was here first, I want to challenge next," another player said angrily. The young man with gold-rimmed glasses was kicked out. A slick-looking middle-aged man took his place, his eyes darting around as his fingers tapped constantly on the table. Su Huayin leaned against the side, watching expressionlessly, already seeing through the ruse. This is a setup. He was all too familiar with this kind of scam first. They plant someone to win a round against themselves to draw in more gamblers. Then, each game is played so close that it seems the challenger almost wins, luring more people to join the betting. A faint smile tugged at Su Huayin's lips. He knew this trick inside and out. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone how he was so aware of these schemes. Still, pulling off this con required real skill. Otherwise, if a true expert showed up, the whole act could fall apart in an instant. As expected, events unfolded just as Su Huayin had predicted. The slick middle-aged man nearly won, only to lose at the last moment. Damn it. The man cursed through gritted teeth, leaving the table in frustration. He'll go? A second challenger immediately stepped forward. Su Huayin stayed where he was, making no move to join in. He needed to observe the organizer's deck a bit longer. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never lose a battle. By figuring out the opponent's deck in advance, he could tailor his own strategy. Sometimes, a single key card could completely shut down the other side's whole setup. Su Huayin watched each match intently. After 3 rounds, the seemingly frail boy had already won 3 times, pocketing 3,000 pesos. Although every win looked like sheer luck, the crowd wasn't stupid. They quickly sensed something was off. The onlookers remained numerous, but no one dared to challenge anymore. Looks like it's my turn, Su Huayin thought, confident he'd seen enough. His opponent was using a classic, trap-heavy deck. This meant the deck was packed with trap cards. Su Huayin guessed there were probably 3 pitfall cards activated when the opponent summons or special summons a monster with over 1,000 attack points, negating the summon and destroying the monster. There were also likely 2 or 3 exploding armor cards triggered when an opponent's monster attacks, destroying the attacking monster. As for monster cards, the deck was mostly made up of spirit-type cards, with the core being the Spirit Archera 4-star monster with 1,800 attack and 400 defense. It had 2 effects. First, it couldn't be destroyed in battle. Second, it couldn't attack unless the Blessed Forest card was on the field, but if it was, the archer could attack directly. Su Huayin took a seat across from the skinny boy, a confident smile on his face. Mind if I join you? The boy's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, please. He reached out a hand and added, the bet is 1,000 pesos. No rush, Su Huayin replied calmly. Let's make it 2,000 pesos. I see you still have 2 packs of Dragon Tribe starter packs left. How about we double the stakes? Huh. The boy's expression changed instantly, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. This challenger was clearly not to be underestimated. All right, let's bet. The frail young man's gaze darted nervously between the girl holding the branding iron and the young man with gold-rimmed glasses. Once the latter gave a slight nod of approval, he resolutely accepted Su Huayin's challenge to a duel. After signing the duel contract, Su Huayin took a seat across from him. Rock, paper, scissors. They called out in unison. Su Huayin played paper, while the frail boy chose scissors. Unlucky. Su Huayin withdrew his hand, frowning slightly. I lost last time against that old man, and now I've lost again. He waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. The duel officially began, with the system automatically shuffling both players' decks. My turn. The frail boy chose to go first, knowing the advantage a trap-heavy deck had when taking the initiative. He quickly scanned the 5 cards in his hand and decisively slapped one onto the table. I summon 4-star monster, Elf Archer. He immediately played another card. I activate the equip spell card, Elf Spow. This card can only be equipped to a monster with elf in its name. The equipped monster gains 1,000 attack points and is unaffected by trap cards. He then set 2 spell or trap cards face down. Turn end. My turn. Su Huayin drew a card, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In his hand were Fire Dragon Scale, Serpent Warrior, Serpent Archer, Serpent Commander, Stealth, and the newly drawn tigers Yin and Yang. After a brief moment of thought, Su Huayin made his move. Since I have no monsters on the field, I activate Fire Dragon Scale's effect to special summon it. His eyes flicked to the opponent's 2-set cards. Trap Hole can only destroy monsters with at least 1,000 attack points, and Exploding Armor only works on attacking monsters. Neither could affect Fire Dragon Scale, which only had 100 attack points. Next, I activate Fire Dragon Scale's effect to add a 5-element Dragon Scale card or a Fire Tribute Dragon monster from my deck to my hand. I choose Flame Dragon. Flame Dragon? The frail boy exclaimed, clearly familiar with the card's effect. Unfazed, Su Huayin summoned Serpent Warrior. Seeing no response from his opponent, he continued, since there's a serpent monster on the field, I can special summon Serpent Mage from my hand. He went on, now I activate Fire Dragon Scale's effect, sending it to the graveyard to special summon Flame Dragon. With a thunderous roar, the level 8 Flame Dragon spread its wings, but the frail boy was ready. I activate the trap card Trap Hole. The ground split open beneath the dragon, and with a cry, Flame Dragon fell into the pit. Even as his ace monster was destroyed, Su Huayin's expression didn't change. Summoning Flame Dragon had been nothing more than bait. Force that trap hole out. Su Huayin narrowed his eyes. Through his earlier probing, he had already figured out what his opponent's other face-down card was. It must be Mirror Force, he thought to himself. If he had 2 trap holes, he would have used one to take out my Serpent Warrior, which used up my normal summon. I activate Serpent Overlord's effect. Su Huayin drew a card with confidence in his voice. By destroying 1 serpent card on my field, I can special summon this card from my hand. A flash of green light swept across the field as Serpent Overlord appeared, a 6-star monster with 2,200 attack and 800 defense, noticeably bulkier than Serpent Warrior, its scales glinting coldly under the lights. Next, I activate Serpent Overlord's effect, Su Huayin said, pointing to his deck. I add one serpent monster from my deck to my hand. I choose Serpent Mage. The deck ejected the chosen card, and Su Huayin quickly grabbed it. Since I control a serpent monster, I can special summon Serpent Mage. A cloud of smoke cleared to reveal Serpent Mage, staff in hand, joining the field. Now, Su Huayin had 3 monsters lined up, Serpent Mage, Serpent Overlord, and Serpent Archer, forming an intimidating defense. With 3 serpent monsters on the field, Su Huayin declared, pointing to his opponent's monster, I activate Serpent Mage's effect to destroy your elf archer. Serpent Mage raised his staff, conjuring a blazing fireball at its tip, then hurled it at the elf archer. Not so fast. The frail boy quickly flipped his face-down card. I activate the trap card, Elven Power. Any spell, trap, or monster effect that targets my elf monster is negated and destroyed. A radiant magical mirror shield appeared in front of the elf archer, absorbing the fireball and reflecting it back with even greater force. With a thunderous explosion, Serpent Mage was shattered and vanished from the field. Su Huayin raised an eyebrow. So it wasn't mirror force after all, but it looks like you're out of tricks now. He drew another card and slapped it onto the field. I activate the spell card, Tiger's Yin Yang. With a mighty roar, the spectral image of a fierce tiger enveloped Serpent Overlord. Its body swelled in size, attack power soaring from 2200 straight to 5200, radiating overwhelming force. Battle phase. Su Huayin commanded. Serpent Overlord, attack elf archer. Serpent Overlord brandished a massive blade, flashing forward to stand before the elf archer. The giant sword came crashing down, and though the elf archer tried to block with his bow, he was sent flying by the sheer impact. My elf archer can't be destroyed by battle, the frail boy said, pale and unwilling to give in. I know, Su Huayin replied coolly, but you still take the damage 3,300 points. In this quick duel, both players started with only 4,000 life points. After this attack, the frail boy's life dropped to just 700. Su Huayin glanced at his own serpent archer, which only had 1,600 attack, not enough to finish things off. End of battle phase. Not so fast, Su Huayin said with a slight smile. Main phase 2, I activate Serpent Archer's effect. I tribute it to deal 800 damage directly to you. Serpent Archer began to glow, transforming into a bolt of energy. A spectral longbow appeared, fully drawn, with the energy arrow aimed at the frail boy. At Su Huayin's command, the arrow shot forth, streaking across the field straight at his opponent. You lost. Su Huayin let out a cold sneer, quickly snatching up the 2 Dragon Clan starter packs, feeling a surge of satisfaction to actually manage to get 2 at once. What unbelievable luck. He felt unstoppable. The girl with the bronze gong frowned, clearly annoyed. A flash of irritation crossed her eyes. She hadn't expected things to turn out like this. They'd only meant to use bait to lure someone in. But somehow, the bait had ended up in the fish's mouth instead. What's wrong? Planning to back out? Su Huayin smirked, his tone mocking. Give the packs back, and we'll pay you 2,000 pesos. The girl snapped, her voice laced with threat. Forget it, Liujia. We ran into a pro. If you play the game, you have to accept the consequences, the skinny boy said with a sigh. Though his tone was calm, the alertness in his eyes gave away his true feelings. But, mind if I ask who exactly are you? The boy stared directly at Su Huayin, his gaze unblinking. Su Huayin yawned, unconcerned. Why? Planning to get revenge. You're welcome to try anytime. My name's Su Huayin. Su Huayin. Chumu. Well, meet again. Chumu nodded, his words carrying a subtle hint of menace. He'll look forward to it. Su Huayin replied with a grin, waving them off before turning toward the entrance of the public dungeon. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Today's little windfall felt especially sweet. Just as Su Huayin was about to leave, Chumu suddenly called out to him. Wait. Chumu's voice was urgent. What else? Su Huayin turned back, sounding a bit impatient. I know how to get a Dragon Clan advance pack. Interested? Chumu asked in a low voice, a hint of mystery in his eyes. An advance pack? Su Huayin's curiosity was instantly piqued. The Dragon Clan advance pack was a tier above the starter pack, with a chance to draw blue or even purple cards. Each pack could contain up to 2 cards. If you were lucky, you'd get both. If not, maybe none at all. Hearing this, Su Huayin's interest was fully hooked. How does that work? Su Huayin raised an eyebrow. If you're interested, just leave a contact number. We'll reach out to you later, Chumu replied with a sly smile. Su Huayin thought for a moment, but he wasn't worried about any tricks. After all, he wasn't exactly a pushover in this game. Without hesitation, he nodded. All right. He left a phone number. That settles it, then. Su Huayin turned and strolled toward the dungeon entrance, feeling content. Today's haul had been both easy and satisfying. Inside the Scarlet Monastery dungeon, Su Huayin continued with his mission until had fully maxed out the Soul Devour passive on his Bone King shield. Only then did he decide to open the packs and see if these spoils of war might bring any surprises. Riding on his fire dragon, Su Huayin pulled out the 2 Dragon Clan starter packs, anticipation building. He felt great holding 2 packs in his hands only made him more excited. He rubbed his hands together, eager to see what he'd get. He tore open the first pack, and 3 cards slid out. Nice. 3 cards luck's on my side. Su Huayin smiled, but his excitement quickly faded. All 3 cards turned out to be plain, white commons. His mood plummeted, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it. How could my luck be this bad? That's the risk of opening packs. Sometimes you get nothing but ordinary cards. He glanced over the 3 cards. The first one was Treasure-Seeking Dragon, but its effect was rather weak. It could only help find low-value items at best. What lousy luck, Su Huayin sighed to himself, already thinking about his next move. Su Huayin carefully tore open the first Dragon Tribe starter pack. The first card he saw was a white-bordered Treasure-Seeking Dragon. The artwork vividly depicted a dragon creature with a natural fondness for shiny objects. This was a 2-star creature card, boasting 500 attack points and 300 defense points in duel mode. It could be used to search for minerals, but if the treasure-seeking dragon died during use, the card would be lost. Next came 2 duel mode exclusive cards. One was an equip spell card called Dragon Pearl, which granted any dragon-type monster an extra 300 attack points. The other was a continuous spell card, Dragon's Reverse Scale, which gave allied dragon monsters piercing damage. Su Huayin pursed his lips. These were both considered pretty much useless cards that no one really wanted. Guaniri, please bless me. Let there be something good in this pack. Su Huayin prayed sincerely, though he quickly realized that Guaniri probably had nothing to do with card pack luck. He knew all too well that opening packs could burn through his money in no time. With a touch of anticipation, he opened the second Dragon Tribe starter pack. His heart sank when he saw there was only 1 card inside. But as he lifted the edge of the card, the blue border immediately caught his attention. It was a blue creature card called Qinglong, a member of the Water Dragon clan. In duel mode, it was an 8-star water attribute dragon card with 3,000 attack points and 2,500 defense points. Each turn, it could destroy a spell or trap card on the field. Although its battle power was on par with elite monsters at this stage and somewhat limited in use, in duel mode, it could be quite valuable when paired with the 5 elements dragon scale. Staring at the Qinglong card in his hand, Su Huayin began to consider whether he should swap out the serpent-themed cards in his deck for a pure Dragon Tribe build. As night fell, he returned to the base to find Ling Qiu deeply engrossed in a book titled Thick Black Theory. When Ling Qiu handed him a glass of water, Su Huayin glanced warily at her slippered feet and hesitated. You didn't mess with the water again, did you? Forget it if you don't want it. I only gave it to you because you looked really thirsty when you got back. Ling Qiu rolled her eyes, her tone tinged with annoyance. She reached out and decisively took the glass of water back. Seeing this, Su Huayin quickly stepped forward. Thanks. He took the glass, tipped his head back, and drank it all in one go, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. After finishing, he wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and set the empty glass gently back on the coffee table. So, we're just heading over tomorrow, just like that? Su Huayin moved a little closer, frowning slightly. Do you have a plan? We can't afford to let our guard down around the Aoki Discipline Committee. Ling Qiu shifted her posture, crossing her right leg over her left, her pale legs standing out under the light. Leave the boss to me. Your job is to stay close to President Xiao Nantian. That's all you need to worry about. Her voice was full of confidence. Huh, just you on your own? Su Huayin looked genuinely surprised, his voice rising unconsciously. He knew she could boost her stats by over 100 points and had ongoing minor healing. But taking on an elite boss solo still sounded like a tall order. Ling Qiu's lips curled into a slight, self-satisfied smile. Let's just say I had a bit of unexpected luck. She kept him guessing, her tone deliberately mysterious. What kind of luck? Su Huayin's curiosity was piqued. The way Ling Qiu could barely hide her grin made him suspect this so-called small stroke of luck was anything but ordinary. Ling Qiu rolled her neck, a faint crack audible. Give me a shoulder rub, and he'll tell you. No way. Forget it, then. Su Huayin turned and headed for his room, his steps firm. Hey, don't go. He'll tell you, okay? Ling Qiu jumped up from the couch, dropping her crossed legs and standing in a hurry, her voice urgent. Su Huayin's lips quirked into a smile, but he just walked faster. I'm not listening. Wait. He'll give you a massage, all right? Ling Qiu gave in, sounding completely resigned. Now that's more like it. Su Huayin finally stopped, turned around, and sat back down on the sofa, pointing at his shoulder. You can talk now. You little show-off. Trying to act cool in front of me? Fine. I won't say a word. Let's see how you like that. Ling Qiu muttered. You really live up to your name, sneaky and sly. While complaining, she placed her hands on Su Huayin's shoulders and gave him a firm squeeze, making him grimace in pain, though he stubbornly refused to complain. After this little act of revenge, Ling Qiu started massaging him in earnest. When I went to pick up a quest at the Adventurers Guild today, I ran into a special mechanical dog boss. After I beat it, I got an animator engine card. As she spoke, Ling Qiu pulled a card from her pocket and held it up for Su Huayin to see. The card clearly showed. Animator engine. Rarity, purple. Card type, tech card. Stat bonus, Strength 30, Constitution 30. Description, power born from the annihilation of matter and antimatter. Acquisition, dropped by Antimatter Drive Boss, Blackheart Merchant Series, Antimatter Series. Dual mode effect, continuous spell card. All machine type and warrior type monsters on your field cannot be targeted. During your turn, all machine type monsters on your field have their attack doubled. During your opponent's turn, their attack is halved. Su Huayin recognized the card in Ling Qiu's hand at a glance. This card was a familiar sight in dual mode, and its effects were straightforward. With it in play, all zero-type monsters on the field couldn't be targeted, and once per turn, they couldn't be destroyed in battle. The effective ability is truly impressive. Once per turn, you can add a monster from the Zero series to your hand. This antimatter engine is definitely a decent alternative, even if it's not the best option. As soon as those words were spoken, Ling Qiu suddenly slapped Su Huayin hard on the shoulder, the crisp sound echoing through the room. Fine, you go take them on Onion. They'll go have a chat with Mayor Xiao. Su Huayin nodded in agreement. Back in his room, he took off his shirt, revealing a bright red handprint on his shoulder in the mirror. Damn, that woman really doesn't hold back, he grumbled, rubbing his shoulder. Still, a hint of smugness crept onto his face. This was just the impotent rage of a sore loser, and he was the real winner here. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Justice League, formerly the Public Security Bureau, a helicopter slowly descended in front of the building. Xiaoying stepped out of the cabin, her striking figure immediately catching the eye, while two members of the Justice League waited at the entrance. Welcome, Miss Xiao, one of the older security officers greeted her warmly. You're too kind, Uncle Li, Xiaoying replied with a friendly smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she followed them inside. Uncle Li, Xiaoying said respectfully, adopting the tone of a younger family member, I'm here to invite you to join the Aoki Self-Governance Association. However, Uncle Li's expression didn't change, which made Xiaoying uneasy. Xiaoying, Li Zheng said slowly, I understand why you're here. But I'm sorry, we can't accept. In the old days, under the rule of law, the Justice League was too restricted, bound by procedural justice and bureaucracy. Besides, your Aoki Association is pursuing order, not justice. In the past, we had no choice, but now, we want to choose our own path. He paused. Order isn't the same as justice. While they often seem similar, their core purposes are different. If your actions align with justice, we'll support you. But if you ever sacrifice justice for the sake of order. He didn't finish, but everyone present understood what he meant. All right, Uncle Li, they'll pass on your message, Xiaoying said, a little disappointed but still within her expectations. The next morning, Song Qi is a jerk, Su Huayin suddenly shouted, as if trying to vent all the frustration had bottled up from the night before. Then he cleared his throat and seemed instantly refreshed. Just then, the system notification chimed softly in his ear. After a good night's rest, he felt completely rejuvenated and in top form. He pushed open the door, letting the morning sunlight spill into the room, casting dappled patterns under the eaves. In the living room, Ling Qiu was sitting at the dining table, calmly eating breakfast while reading the newspaper. She looked peaceful and focused, as if she were absorbing some important news. Huh, where did you get the newspaper? Su Huayin asked in surprise, walking over and sitting down across from her. It fell from the sky, Ling Qiu replied without looking up, pointing casually at the window. What? Su Huayin blinked, not quite following. Fell from the sky? Yeah, a plane flew by this morning and dropped newspapers everywhere, Ling Qiu explained, handing him the paper. Bold black headlines stood out on the front page. Ayamoku Self-Governance Association to establish 5 security zones around Ayamoku City. Su Huayin scanned the headline and immediately got the gist, but he still took the newspaper and read it carefully. The paper felt a bit rough, but the print was clear and packed with information. A few minutes later, he set the paper down, tapping the table thoughtfully, his brow slightly furrowed. They've got big plans, he muttered, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. The Ayamoku Self-Governance Association had announced the creation of several safe zones on the outskirts of Ayamoku City, inviting all factions to settle in. On the surface, it looked like they were offering protection, but there was clearly more to it. People are the scarcest resource, Su Huayin mused, rubbing his chin, his gaze growing serious. The Ayamoku Association isn't doing this out of charity. This is business head taxes, trade taxes, they're going to profit from all of it. He paused, then continued analyzing. Other groups might want to copy this, but they don't have the credentials. Honestly, besides the Ayamoku Association, no one else could pull this off. In this post-apocalyptic world, reputation was usually worth very little. But in times when you needed organization and protection, it became the only currency that mattered. The Ayamoku Association had earned that kind of trust, which was why they could pull off these seemingly utopian, but actually highly effective, resource-gathering safe zones. Looks like we should start recruiting, too, Su Huayin murmured, half to himself, a note of unresolved determination in his voice. Yeah, Ling Qiu replied with a shrug, still unhurried. You need at least 100 people, a guild token, a base in the main city, and you have to clear the guild creation instance. Right now, we've only got the token. She spoke at an easy pace, clearly in no rush. The fourth card slot isn't even open yet, so there's no hurry to set up a guild. The main goal is unlocking the fifth slot, making money come second. We're still a long way off, no need to rush. A few minutes later, after finishing breakfast, Su Huayin and Ling Xiu walked outside together. Come on out, Big Flame. Su Huayin called out. A burst of fiery light flashed, and a massive fire-breathing dragon landed with a thunderous crash, its wings spread wide, heat rolling off its body. Hop on, he beckoned to Ling Xiu. With a light step, Ling Xiu leapt onto the dragon's back behind him. Let's go, Su Huayin commanded. The dragon's wings unfurled, flapping powerfully twice, kicking up a fierce wind as it carried them skyward, slicing through the air. They headed toward the meeting point with the Ayamoku Association, the Zilin Residential District, the place where they'd last encountered the elite guild beast, Black Fork Raksha. When we get there, let's talk to the Ayamoku people first, Su Huayin reminded her, glancing back. Send your clone to scout the area. It should be fine, it's a win-win this time, but it never hurts to be careful. Sitting behind Su Huayin, Ling Xiu wrapped her arms around his waist, leaning forward slightly to whisper in his ear, no problem. Honestly, I don't think this is a reliable plan either, it feels like we're bargaining with a tiger. Su Huayin frowned, a trace of hesitation flickering in his eyes. Even though Xiao Nantian, Xiao Ying, and the others had always acted friendly, he didn't trust them at all. Politicians, he thought to himself. They're the least honorable group out there. I know we're taking a big risk, Ling Xiu said, tightening her grip around his waist, but this is a rare opportunity to grow. At this stage, I wouldn't be surprised if a guild token sold for 100,000 pesos. That's a crucial amount of seed money. As she spoke, a flicker of worry crossed her eyes as well. I get it, Su Huayin replied, gripping her hand firmly, his tone resolute. If they try anything, I won't hesitate to fight back. His voice was decisive. Meanwhile, near Zilin community, more than 30 people had already assembled. They all wore matching uniforms with the Qingmu Discipline Association emblem embroidered on their chests. Studies have shown that dressing alike can help foster a sense of unity within a group. Xiao Nantian stood at the front of the group, checking his watch from time to time. The meeting was set for 10 in the morning, but he had arrived with his team by 9:30. Xiaoying was also present in the lineup. Xiao Nantian had suggested that Xiaoying take a break today, considering how had been running back and forth among various factions recently, but Xiaoying insisted on coming along. Let's hope nothing goes wrong with this partnership, Xiao Nantian said, glancing into the distance, worry etched on his brow. It wasn't just Su Huayin and Ling Xiu who distrusted Xiao Nantian, and the Qingmu Discipline Association Xiao Nantian felt the same way about the duo. Although all of them were three-slot players, Su Huayin and Ling Xiu's combat abilities were far beyond the norm. Their strength simply couldn't be measured by the number of slots they had. I don't think it'll be a problem, Xiaoying replied after a moment's thought. It's a win-win situation after all. But the power is in their hands, Xiao Nantian replied, more uneasy than Su Huayin and Ling Xiu. This partnership was a huge risk. Su Huayin and Ling Xiu had enough strength to wipe out his entire team including himself. Even for someone as experienced as Xiao Nantian, working with such formidable allies made him uneasy. Still, he doubted that Su Huayin and Ling Xiu would do anything reckless. The profiler had already analyzed their personalities. Ling Xiu was chaotic neutral, driven by her own desires and self-interest. Su Huayin leaned toward chaotic good while he could also be considered chaotic neutral. He had a bit more of a conscience. More importantly, both of them were smart. Surely, they'd make the choice that benefited them most, right? At 9:30 in the morning, a fire-breathing dragon soared across the sky, cutting through the view of Xiao Nantian and his companions. Although the agreed meeting time was 10 o'clock, both parties arrived around 9:30. Despite the limited trust between them, Xiao Nantian's demeanor was surprisingly warm and approachable at their first meeting. He looked like a kindly elder, his face beaming with a friendly smile, and his words radiated warmth. It's a pleasure to meet both of you. I'm truly honored by your presence today, he said gently, his tone respectful and polite, making it feel almost humbling. After all, just half a month ago, Xiao Nantian was the kind of powerful figure who wouldn't even spare others a glance. Yet today, he behaved like a benevolent senior. Even though he tried to restrain himself, a trace of self-satisfaction still surfaced in his demeanor. Hello, President Xiao, Su Huayin replied politely. Hello, President Xiao, Ling Xiu echoed, her tone unchanged. But knowing her well, Su Huayin sensed that she probably felt much the same as he did. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three of them grew a bit more comfortable with one another. Ling Xiu didn't rush to the main topic, but instead brought up the Aoki Self-Discipline Association's plan to establish 5 major safe zones. She expressed her hope to set up bases in 2 of those areas. No problem. I can provide that base free of charge, Xiao Nantian agreed without hesitation. The conversation continued, both sides discussing more matters in a calm and unhurried manner. Eventually, Su Huayin broke the relaxed atmosphere. The weather's nice, perfect for a fight today, he remarked casually. Ling Xiu immediately caught his meaning, and the conversation shifted to business. We're here today to take down that elite-level guild beast boss, Ling Qiu said directly. President Xiao, if there are no objections, let's get started, she continued calmly, her words brimming with confidence. My strength has improved a lot recently. He'll take on this boss alone. Everyone, including Xiao Nantian, was stunned. Even with a 120-point stat boost and constant healing support, the idea of soloing an elite-level boss seemed almost unbelievable. Is that so? Xiao Nantian's expression shifted slightly, clearly taken aback. As expected of the president of Zero, Guild Zero Emperor. You truly live up to your name. Xiao Nantian exclaimed in admiration. Ling Qiu just smiled lightly. You flatter me. It's nothing, really just a bit of personal strength. She didn't care for such praise, long since used to others' awed her abilities, and had become almost immune to it. She added, by the way, our guild is now called Eternal Life, not Zero Guild. Eternal Life? Xiao Nantian paused for a moment, a thoughtful look in his eyes, as if pondering the meaning behind the name. Could it be? His pupils contracted unconsciously. Despite his speculation, Ling Qiu knew well that there was no hidden meaning. She and Su Huayin had simply named it after their shared base, Eternal Life Church. You can start buffing now, Ling Qiu said casually. All right, let's begin, Xiao Nantian signaled with a wave, saying nothing more. In the next moment, several beams of light shot toward Ling Qiu, and the system notifications sounded one after another in her ear. Ding. You have received the blessing of the war god. Strength 20. Ding. You have received the wind of agility. Agility 20. Ding. You have received the shield of protection. You gain a layer of protective shield. Radiant lights of different colors enveloped Ling Qiu, making her look like a Valkyrie descended from the heavens, dazzling and imposing. She clenched her fists, confidence shining in her eyes. Not bad. This feels great. Wait for my good news. With that, she strode toward the ox-head demon wielding a steel trident. Su Huayin stayed behind to protect Xiao Nantian and the others. It was a wise decision if the boss suddenly went berserk and charged at them. Someone had to defend the less capable Xiao Nantian and Xiaoying. Hey, Su Huayin. After watching Ling Qiu leave, Xiaoying greeted him proactively. Hey, long time no see, Xiaoying, Su Huayin replied. So, how are your negotiations with Xinguang Heavy Industries going? Xiaoying brought up a new topic. We haven't started yet, Su Huayin explained. Right now, we're just spreading the word that we have extra guild order cards for sale. It's also an extra task for Maindong and the others to circulate the news about guild orders for sale in Qingmu City. Thanks to Ling Qiu's previous analysis, Su Huayin was no longer satisfied with Xinguang Heavy Industries' offer. Even though a guild order would only be worth about 10,000 pesos in the later stages of the card domain, it was still the early stage, and these were the very first guild orders. He figured selling at 5 times the price wasn't unreasonable, but Xinguang Heavy Industries didn't seem interested enough. I see Xiaoying pondered for a moment, her eyes flashing with an idea. How about I give you a suggestion? What's your idea? Let's hear it. As the lead negotiator, Su Huayin wanted to handle this well and maximize the value of the guild orders. It's just a small tip: you could spread the word that Immortal Guild is interested in reaching an agreement with our Qingmu Self-Governance Council, Xiaoying suggested. Su Huayin frowned thoughtfully. He quickly understood the strategy to create a sense of urgency. With the strength of the Qingmu Self-Governance Council, they could easily take 4 or 5 guild orders. Once the news got out, Xinguang Heavy Industries would surely become anxious. Even if they suspected it was just a rumor, it wouldn't matter, since guild orders were in high demand right now. However, Su Huayin couldn't shake the feeling that Xiaoying had her own motives. Wait a minute, suddenly he understood. Ling Qiu gripped the hilt of her sword tightly and walked slowly toward the monstrous creature from the Black Fork Rakshasa Guild, now only a few steps away. She let out a cold laugh, her sharp gaze fixed on her opponent. Come on, you dumb ox. Her words dripped with provocation. The battle was set on a wide, open field, leaving Ling Qiu free from the risk of ambush, an ideal stage to showcase her strength. She hesitated for neither a second, eager to see just how far she had come. The Black Fork Rakshasa's massive bull head swung suddenly, snorting a thick white mist from its nostrils before charging forward like a rampaging war machine. Linkia's eyes narrowed. She knew immediately this was not an attack she could block Hedon. As she braced herself to dodge, a sudden sensation of being locked on surged through her. In that instant, she realized the monster had activated a targeting skill. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Linkia's heart pounded, but she made her decision in a flash. The battle erupted in an instant. Ling Qiu activated her overload effect without hesitation, a deep hum sounding in her mind. In a blink, her zero-type armor shifted from silver white to blood red, blazing like a sword set aflame and radiating a fierce, oppressive aura. Her laser sword moved nimbly in her hand, sending a brilliant arc of light slashing toward the Black Fork Rakshasa. The moment the blade struck, Ling Qiu felt a violent force push back against her, threatening to knock her off balance. Even so, she held her ground through sheer strength and delivered a powerful blow. Though the impact forced her to retreat 2.5 steps, The Black Fork Rakshasa only staggered half a step, barely shaken. The monster's charging power was immense, but Linkia's counterattack was just as ferocious. Her blade struck one of its horns with a deafening crash, causing the beast to hesitate, clearly unprepared for an opponent who, despite her slight frame, possessed such terrifying power. With little time left before the battle's end, Lingxiu pressed the attack. The overload effect would only last 10 minutes, every second counted. Suddenly, a flash of green light swept past her and entered her body, followed by a crisp chime. The healing spell washed away her fatigue. Refreshed, Lingxiu steadied herself and pushed off with tense muscles, launching herself at the Black Fork Rakshasa. The boss was still reeling, intimidated by the relentless force of her sword. Its steel fork swung up to defend, but Linkia's blade was already crashing down. The laser sword struck the fork with a sharp, metallic clang, but her assault didn't stop. With lightning speed, she continued her barrage, slipping seamlessly into a full combat rhythm. Her every move was precise and swift, each strike carrying overwhelming force, as if countless blades were raining down on the monster. She had never formally studied swordsmanship. Her technique was self-taught, forged through countless battles. Fast, accurate, ruthless. That was the essence of her style. The clash of sword and steel fork rang out like war drums, the intensity of the duel making the very air feel tense. Despite the Black Fork Rakshasa's overwhelming strength, Linkia's relentless assault gradually drove it back. Each of her strikes sparked with electricity, landing on the beast with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the fight became a fierce, contested collision of strength and skill, courage and determination. And in that moment, Lingxiu found her own rhythm. However, for a boss of the Black Fork Rakshasa's caliber, the damage and control effects of these arcs were almost negligible, like the sting of a mosquito, barely worth mentioning. Yet, as the saying goes, many a little makes a mickle. Though each arc dealt only minor damage, over time, these small injuries continued to accumulate. Lingxiu silently calculated the build-up, as if waiting for the perfect moment. Their battle was like a clash between two titans, wreaking havoc on their surroundings. The fight took place within a residential complex. A tree was knocked over by the retreating Black Fork Rakshasa, its trunk snapping with a sharp crack. On the pillars of a nearby pavilion, fresh sword marks stood out, scars left by Lingxiu's blade. Are they trying to leverage the situation? Su Huayin pondered Xiao Ying's intentions. If he guessed correctly, Xiao Ying also wanted to gain some advantage from their actions. This joint operation, aimed at taking down 3 elite boss-level guild beasts, was already enough to spark speculation. If word got out now, people would likely assume the two sides had formed an alliance, or at least were leaning toward one. That way, Xiao Ying and her group could benefit as well. But what exactly did they hope to achieve? That was something Su Huayin needed to consider further. He didn't give a direct answer and decided to discuss it with Lingxiu. Ahem, it looks like Lingxiu's fighting style won't hold out much longer. He's bound to tire soon. Xiao Nantian brought the conversation back to the battle. It'll be over soon, Su Huayin replied. Though it seemed had been talking with Xiao Ying the whole time, he had never taken his eyes off Lingxiu. Just as Su Huayin finished speaking, the situation on the battlefield changed. With a heavy swing of his sword, Lingxiu forced the Black Fork Rakshasa back, lightning crackling fiercely along his laser blade. The residual electricity on the boss body also began to flicker, as if drawn by the weapon in Lingxiu's hand. The surge of arcs slowed the elite boss movements significantly. Flash! With a sudden downward strike, the laser sword aimed for the boss neck. The creature desperately raised its left arm to block, but the blade sliced through, severing the limb in an instant. Because of the block, Lingxiu's sword missed the neck and instead cut into the armpit, embedding deep into the bone. With a furious roar, the Black Fork Rakshasa raised its steel trident in its right hand and lunged at Lingxiu, its anger and pain overwhelming any sense of reason. Die! Lingxiu released his weapon and leapt back, kicking the boss in the chest to propel himself away. At that moment, a hidden blade pierced the boss nape, the tip emerging clean through its throat. Boom! The massive corpse crashed to the ground, and a golden card floated up from the body of the Black Fork Rakshasa. Wait, a golden card? What's going on? A gold card? Su Huayin reached out and grabbed the shimmering gold card, his brows furrowing in confusion. This can't be right. Why would it be a gold card? His confusion was quickly answered by the information on the card. The text was clear. First Summit War Invitation. Quality, gold. Card type, single use. Effect, allows up to 3 people to enter the Windless Sea and participate in the First Summit War, where you can compete for a windless ship, which can sail through the Windless Sea. Description, the gates to the new world have opened, hiding countless treasures. Welcome. Countdown, 57 days. Su Huayin stared at the card, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This is something I've never seen before. What is it? Panting for breath, Lingxiu came over to Su Huayin's side, craning her neck to get a look at the card in his hand. The recent fight had clearly drained her, and she was still catching her breath. Summit War? Compete for a windless ship? What does that even mean? Ling Xiao was just as surprised. She shook her head. None of this existed during the closed beta. Looks like it's something new they added after the official launch. Excitement flashed in Su Huayin's eyes. If even the ticket is gold tier, then whatever's inside the instance must be at least gold as well. While the two of them were talking, Xiao Nantian and the others hurried over. Xiao Ying, still breathing heavily, asked, "Could you tell us what the gold card says?" "See for yourselves, we're not entirely sure what it all means either," Su Huayin replied, holding out the card for everyone to read. After reading the description, Xiao Nantian looked a little disappointed. Summit War? Windless Sea? What is all this? Isn't it supposed to be a guild order? He paused to think, then analyzed. From the description, it sounds like a really tough instance. Summit probably refers to the strength of the participants. And war is on a whole different level compared to a regular fight. So, does that mean the elite guild beasts all drop these Summit War invitations? Xiao Nantian guessed. Su Huayin nodded in agreement. Based on what we know, that's a reasonable assumption. The Summit War is probably where all the top players face off. That's my guess, at least. All right. See you tomorrow morning at the same time, Su Huayin said, summoning his Charizard and bidding farewell to Xiao Nantian and the others. They had barely taken to the sky when Su Huayin felt Ling Qiu collapse limply against his back. She used to just hold on to his waist, but now she was clinging to him completely. The side effects are kicking in, Su Huayin noticed, immediately slowing Charizard down. Yeah, the backlash is here, Ling Qiu replied weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. The side effects are pretty harsh, but the burst of power is definitely worth it. Get some rest when we get back, Su Huayin said, then changed the subject. I'm actually looking forward to this Summit War in about 2 months. I might run into some old friends. His tone carried a hint of nostalgia. He found himself missing the days of the closed beta, when had played alongside friends like Yuan, Songming, and the Bugmaster. Back in the closed beta, there were 3 universally recognized super guilds. Ling Qiu's Zero Guild had a monopoly on the Zero Series decks, with over 8,000 members at its peak. Considering there were only about 1 million players in the beta, with around 100,000 in the Chinese server, that was huge. The other 2 super guilds were the Dragon Guild and the Rose Guild. The Dragon Guild was also known by some as the Dragon Cancer Guild. The members of this guild are all passionate about dragon-related professions, such as dragon knights and dragon tamers, and their decks are primarily built around dragon cards. Speaking of last time, someone spent 6,000 pesos on a basic dragon packet, was actually a member of this dragon guild. This player is also a regular in the arena's top 3, using a dragon deck centered around abyssal dragons. In contrast, the Rose Guild is a relatively loose alliance with a massive membership, peaking at over 30,000 people. The entry requirements are low, and the guild's motto is quite unique. As long as you play girl cards, you're welcome to join. In a sense, the Rose Guild could be considered the most influential force in the game's Chinese server, despite its lack of cohesion. One of its players specializes in various insect-themed girl cards, and is also a regular in the arena's top 3. The top 3 spots in the arena are usually held by Ling Qiu, Yuan, and the insect master, especially Yuan. He is known to possess 2 red cards, but now, after the official release, he can only bring one of them into battle. In just a month and a half, the Dual City tournament will begin, and you'll probably see a lot of familiar faces there, Ling Qiu remarked. That's right. Su Huayin slapped his forehead as he realized that the first Dual City tournament was just around the corner, and all those old friends would likely get their tickets to participate. An hour later, the fire dragon landed in front of their base. Su Huayin turned his head slightly and heard Ling Qiu, who was lying on his back, say, "Let's get down. Give me a hand, I'm out of strength." Her voice was weak, tinged with helplessness. "You really don't look so good. The side effects are pretty intense," Su Huayin said as he reached out to help Ling Qiu down from the dragon and led her back inside, settling her half reclined on the sofa. At this moment, Ling Qiu looked pale, with a faint flush that made her seem fragile, completely different from her usual decisive self. "Want something to eat?" Su Huayin asked with concern. "Yeah, something high in calories. Chocolate would be good." The fight only lasted a few minutes, but the strain on my body was huge. Ling Qiu struggled to sit up, looking exhausted. It wasn't just the side effects of overloading. Half of her current state was due to the sheer strain on her body. When your strength stat surpasses your constitution stat, stamina drains much faster. If your strength is too high, you might even hurt yourself with a single punch. Just now, Ling Qiu had entered an overloaded state, her strength stat instantly soaring by 50 points, far surpassing her constitution. It was fine for a short while, but after such intense combat, she was now suffering from double the backlash. Looking at Ling Qiu's delicate appearance, Su Huayin couldn't help but tease her with a mischievous grin. "You're not even a third as strong as usual right now. If I wanted to do something to you, you wouldn't be able to fight back, would you? Well then, should I just take it off myself?" Ling Qiu responded without a hint of fear. Instead, she snapped her fingers, and in an instant, the silvery armor covering her vanished, replaced by a light nightgown. Her pale shoulders and slender arms were exposed, making her look especially alluring. Su Huayin quickly turned away, cursing under his breath. Damn. She's really not playing by the rules. Isn't this a bit too bold? Where's the shyness? Where's the modesty? But clearly, Ling Qiu was far from an ordinary woman. In fact, she was often tougher than most men. Here, the chocolate you wanted. Su Huayin grabbed a few boxes of chocolates and set them on the coffee table in front of Ling Qiu, his tone casual. Take your time. I'm not going to run any dungeons today. I'll just stay at the base and work on my deck. Now that Ling Qiu had lost most of her combat strength, Su Huayin felt uneasy about leaving her alone. Besides, he also needed to fine-tune his deck. Researching alone was always dull. Ling Qiu's eyes lit up, and her spirits were instantly lifted. Let's go. Time to duel. She quickly pulled out her deck, eager to challenge Su Huayin. Having someone to spar with was so much better than studying alone, and she was curious to see the skills of the top duelist in action. Come on, let's battle, she said excitedly. With a snap, Su Huayin was swept up by her enthusiasm and sat down across from Ling Qiu. Meanwhile, far outside Mistgrass City, in the middle of a desolate wilderness, silence and barrenness stretched in every direction. There were no roads, no buildings, only endless grass and scattered trees. In the center of this wasteland, a man was running for his life, stumbling and barely keeping his balance, but moving with a strange determination. His clothes were in tatters, ripped by thorns and branches, exposing skin marked with bloody scratches. Hot on his heels was a massive golden gorilla. Its body was covered in thick golden fur, muscles rippling with every step that shook the ground. This was the golden-furred savage ape, an elite-level boss, clearly the beast boss of a guild. Its eyes burned with ferocity and rage, its mouth opened to reveal sharp fangs, and it let out a deep, menacing roar. If one looked closely, a large patch of sickly green was spreading across its chest, slowly creeping over its body. Hang on, just hang on. Victory comes to those who endure. Come on, green venom goo, don't let me down. The man prayed silently, determined to avoid a direct confrontation with the golden gorilla. He didn't believe anyone could solo an elite boss right now. As he fled, a sudden bump appeared ahead. The man reacted quickly, changing direction at the cost of losing speed. With a roar, the golden-furred boss leaped high into the air, crashing down like a meteor toward the man. He glanced back, panic flashing across his face. In that instant, he was as fragile as an insect, and the golden gorilla boss stomped down from above, crushing him instantly. The man instantly appeared 5 meters away, frowning as he stared at the vanished substitute goo. There goes another one, he murmured regretfully, but quickly snapped out of his frustration. Now wasn't the time to dwell on it. If he didn't retreat soon, he'd lose far more than just a single substitute goo. His eyes quickly swept over the conspicuous green patch on the golden-furred gorilla boss chest, and he picked up his pace, fleeing even faster. Let's see if this poison can finally take you down, he thought to himself. An hour later, the fierce battle left a chilling impression. When the man finally withdrew his blood-stained fist, the mighty golden-furred gorilla boss crashed to the ground. Flexing his knuckles, he watched as the blood on his fist was strangely absorbed back into his skin. You were tough at your peak, but poison changes everything, he muttered. Too bad the strength goo is still too weak for now. Just then, a golden card slowly floated up from the boss corpse. Huh, a gold card? Shouldn't it be a guild token? The man stared at the glowing card in surprise. Bold characters across it read, Summit War. Meanwhile, in a mountain basin near Qiyang City, another even fiercer battle was underway. The battlefield here was even more devastated than the site of the duel between Ling Qiu and Haicha Loshak raiders, and chaos everywhere. A blue wolf wreathed in swirling Winsa Gale Wolf, an elite-level boss, was locked in combat with a man clad in golden armor. The man fought alone, and every punch he threw was trailed by the shadow of a dragon, displaying a level of power that allowed him to go toe-to-toe with the elite boss single-handedly. Suddenly, the Gale Wolf let out a furious roar, and the air around it condensed into countless razor-sharp wind blades. The man in golden armor met the onslaught calmly, his fists moving like lightning as he shattered the incoming blades. Seizing the opening, the Gale Wolf lunged, sinking its fangs deep into his shoulder. Despite the pain, the man remained composed. He grabbed the wolf's neck and twisted sharply with a crisp snap. The formidable elite boss fell lifeless. Another card, marked Summit War, floated up from the corpse. Ling Qiu, the Goo Master, and that guy who stole my second anniversary duel championship. The man in golden armor's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I wonder how you'll handle things this time, now that I have 2 red cards in my hand. Ling Qiu usually summons the Skeleton King. Since there are 3 skeleton soldiers, 2 skeleton knights that count as skeleton soldiers, and 2 other monsters designated as skeleton soldiers in the graveyard. The Skeleton King has an attack power of 7,000. The Skeleton King attacked Su Huayin's Serpent Commander, dealing 4,800 points of damage. After losing 3 rounds in a row, Ling Qiu finally caught a break when Su Huayin had a bad hand and summoned the Skeleton King, shattering Su Huayin in a single blow. The skeleton deck is just too slow to get going. Losing 3 times in a row left Ling Qiu looking pretty grim. only cheering up a bit after finally winning a round. The Skeleton King deck is just a beginner's deck. Anyone can get it. So how strong could it really be? Su Huayin shrugged, a hint of resignation in his voice. I just had bad luck this round. He sighed, holding two 8-star monsters Charizard and Lapras but without any water dragon scales or fire dragon scales. Not even a wood dragon scale. By the way, there's something I want to discuss with you. Su Huayin put away his deck, looking serious. Lingqiu stretched, looking a little better than before. What is it? While you were fighting, Xiaoying made a suggestion to me. Su Huayin briefly explained his conversation with Xiaoying, hoping to hear Lingqiu's thoughts. After listening, Lingqiu fell into deep thought. It's hard to figure out what their real goal is. We just don't have enough information, need an intelligence network. She shook her head slightly, pondering. My suggestion is to reduce our contact with the Aoki Self-Discipline Society. Of course, you're already in charge of the negotiations with Starlight Heavy Industries, so you can handle that completely on your own. As an outsider, Lingqiu offered her opinion. The whole point of negotiating with Starlight Heavy Industries was to give you a chance to grow. It's fine to take some losses or get tricked a bit. She added. After hearing this, Su Huayin felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. After thinking it over, Su Huayin offered his own solution. I don't plan to follow Xiao Ying's suggestion. My idea is to spread the word that the 3 elite boss-level guild beasts won't drop guild tokens, which will reduce the number of tokens in circulation. Among the factions that have guild tokens, only the Aoki Self-Discipline Society has 2. Given their size, 2 tokens are definitely not enough for them, so they won't sell any. That means we're the only faction that can put guild tokens up for sale. We can even limit the supply further. Even though we have 3 tokens, we can claim we're only selling 1 and keeping the other 2. That way, as the only available guild token on the market, its value will go up even more. As for the second token, we can choose to sell it later or just keep it for ourselves. Su Huayin laid out his plan step by step. Not bad. That's a solid plan. Lingqiu gave him a thumbs up in approval. Come on, no need to flatter me, we're on the same team here. Su Huayin waved him off with a smile. But this time, Lingqiu didn't react. I'm not just flattering you. I really do think it's a great plan. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lingqiu's eyes. Oh, really? Of course it's true, Lingqiu confirmed with a nod. There's still room for improvement, but it's already quite impressive. Like I said, the sale of the guild token is entirely in your hands. Feel free to take charge. With Lingqiu's approval, Su Huayin felt much more confident. Still, he didn't plan to act right away. As an experienced manager, he understood the importance of delegation. With capable team members like Maindong, he could trust them to handle the details. Late at night, Su Huayin was still considering what else could be improved. The next day, Su Huayin and Lingqiu headed to the Qingmu Self-Governance Council as planned. Before leaving, Su Huayin had already assigned key tasks to Maindong and 4 others to spread 3 crucial pieces of information separately. First, Yongshan Guild would sell 1 guild token, keeping the other 2 for themselves. Second, elite boss-level guild beasts would not drop guild tokens there were only 10 tokens available across the entire server. Third, Yongshan Guild was in talks with several organizations without guild tokens, such as Xinguang Heavy Industries. The third point was a last-minute idea Su Huayin had the night before. Rather than explicitly stating their partnership with the Qingmu Council, it would be better to hint at competition and drive up their value. Maindong and his team drove a pickup truck along the rough mountain road. The mood inside relaxed and cheerful. Shi Yuro, Li Ming, and Lu Xiaozhu in particular were all focused on the purple card in their hands. Shi Yuro couldn't put down the black tiger sword, fascinated by the card's attributes. Attack 40, attack speed 10, with basic intimidation and intermediate shadow damage, plus a special dual blade effect. When within 50 meters of the white tiger blade holder, it not only grants 20 strength, but also provides basic stamina drain. With this, soloing the graveyard dungeon shouldn't be a problem, Lu Xiaozhu said with anticipation. This was a card Lingqiu had lent them. After spending some time together, Lingqiu's trust in them had grown significantly. Not only did he assign them the task of spreading information, but he also lent them the Black Tiger Sword to help unlock their 3rd card slot. Before they left, Lingqiu had said meaningfully, "Make good use of this card." Shi Yuro clenched her fist, making plans in her heart. Simply unlocking the 3rd card slot wasn't enough. With this card, plus Su Huayin's guide for bypassing tough challenges and the strategy for obtaining the Bone King Shield, her ambitions had grown. She wanted a purple card of her own. She had been eyeing that Bone King Shield for a long time. Ding! You have entered the Qingmu City area. Your remaining activity time is 2 hours and 23 minutes, less than 3 hours. Please visit the city office to recharge your stay time. As the pickup truck drove into the main city, the system notification sounded in Shi Yuro's ear. After multiple visits in and out of Qingmu City, her safe zone stay time was running low. However, recharging wasn't expensive. Just 100 pesos could buy her another 24 hours. The group of 5 quickly entered the city and headed straight for Qingmu Square, the largest gathering place for players in Qingmu City. Maindong, the team leader, turned to Shi Yuro and said, You go unlock your third card slot. Leave spreading the news to us. Sure Euro nodded and entered the cemetery dungeon, while the others split up, with Maindong taking charge of the western area. His attention was soon caught by a crowd, and he couldn't help but approach. In the middle of the group, a man stood in front of a blackboard, holding a smooth, straight stick, making him stand out. Several familiar names were written on the board: Qingmu Self-Discipline Association, Zero Guild, Lin Mining, Qinglong Society, Justice Alliance, Sunshine Appliances, and Five Star Fruits. There were 7 names in total, and Ma Zhendong instantly recognized the Qingmu Self-Discipline Association and Zero Guild. Ahem, these 7 organizations are the most powerful in Qingmu City. The man with the stick cleared his throat and began. The Qingmu Self-Discipline Association needs no introduction. It's the old official faction, and currently the strongest among the 7. Next is Zero Guild, founded by 2 top-tier beta players. In terms of individual combat strength, Zero Guild is undoubtedly the best, but they've been keeping a low profile lately. Among these 7, our Lin Mining is the strongest. We've already acquired a guild token and offer plenty of benefits. At this point, Ma Zhendong realized what was going on. Lin Mining was recruiting new members. Suddenly, Ma Zhendong's eyes lit up and he shouted, "I heard Zero Guild is planning to sell a guild token and might be negotiating with Lin Mining. Is that true?" One of Lin Mining's representatives was taken aback, but quickly replied, "Is that so? Well, maybe it's possible." He acted mysteriously, neither confirming nor denying it, leaving everyone guessing. Thanks to Ma Zhendong and his team's efforts, the rumors that Su Huayin had asked them to spread quickly circulated throughout Qingmu City. As they spread, the details began to shift and change. It turned out that Zero Guild was planning to hold an open-air auction right here at Qingmu Square, 3 days from now at 8 p.m. They would be auctioning off a guild token, along with several high-quality items. As soon as the news spread, Ma Zhendong and the others were stunned. The rumor sounded so convincing, with every detail, time, and place laid out clearly. It felt like an undeniable fact. The group gathered again, exchanging uncertain glances. Their expressions were complicated. What's going on here? Ma Zhendong frowned. Why do I feel like this might actually work? He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Maybe we should just go along with the rumor and make it a big event. What if we directly inform the major factions and actually hold the auction? Didn't Minggu just want us to spread the word? Lu Xiaozhu asked, her brow furrowed with doubt. If we really go through with the auction, things could get a lot more complicated. Ling Dong also frowned. If we actually auction it off, it'll be a real headache. We'll just have to report everything that happened today and let Xiao Jie and the others decide. Ma Zhendong sighed, as if he had already made up his mind. Just as they were discussing, a figure stumbled out of the dungeon, battered and barely able to stand. The sight was so pitiful, like a candle flickering in the wind. Ling Dong gasped in shock. Euro. Panic-stricken, she hurriedly pulled a bright green staff from behind her. The staff glowed with a gentle light. Ling Dong began chanting, and the staff shuddered slightly before shooting a flash of green light straight into Sure Yura's body. Euro trembled, letting out a low sigh of relief as her wounds began to heal miraculously, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Thank you." Sure Yura's voice was weak, but there was a hint of satisfaction. With Lu Xiaozu's help, she struggled to her feet. Though still frail, her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if all the pain had been worth it. "It looks like you managed to unlock your third slot. Congratulations," Ma Zhendong said, a note of envy in his voice. "That's not all," Sure Euro replied, her voice tinged with excitement despite her lingering pain. "Look." She gestured, and something began to materialize in her hand, a black shield, emanating a strange, ominous aura. "The Bone King shield," Ling Dong exclaimed, disbelief in her voice. "You actually got it?" Ma Zhendong stared at her in shock. "You really took such a risk to get this? I guess you're not as fragile as you seem, Sure Euro. You've got real determination." Although he had already unlocked his third slot, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy over the Bone King's shield, something he could no longer obtain. Still, he hesitated, his tone turning serious. "That was risky. What if you get penalized?" "I'm not afraid. He'll take responsibility," Sure Euro replied, gently running her fingers along the edge of the Bone King's shield, her expression soft and unwavering. Then, with barely concealed excitement in her eyes, she handed a black tiger's sword to Ma Zhendong. At the foot of a mountain, a man and a woman, both surrounded by various buff effects, launched a fierce assault on a monster crackling with electricity. This elite-level boss, the Xiling Juanma, was covered in a protective layer resembling scales, and every move it made was accompanied by a harsh, electric buzzing sound. As for where Su Huayin's clone was hiding, well, that was hardly important. Despite the boss' formidable power, under the combined pressure from Ling Qiu and Su Huayin, it could do little more than defend itself. Ling Qiu deftly sidestepped a strike from its hoof, her weapon flashing with a cold gleam. The only regret was that she had already lent out her Black Tiger sword. In this kind of team fight, the Black Tiger sword was a better fit, even though it was no longer her primary weapon since the Zero Series cards took precedence. With a loud crash, Su Huayin's massive blade struck the ground, sending shards of rock flying as the Xiling Juanma leaped nimbly away. Ling Qiu's attack followed from the side, forcing the boss to change direction. The battle raged on for over half an hour, the sounds of their clash echoing around the mountain base. Finally, Su Huayin spotted an opening. As the Xiling Juanma exposed a weakness, he brought his huge blade down like a door, cleaving off half its head. Blood sprayed everywhere. Elite boss, huh? Not so tough after all, Su Huayin said, catching his breath, a hint of pride in his voice. After all, he had landed the finishing blow himself. As the boss collapsed, a golden card floated up from its corpse. Ling Qiu quickly stepped forward and picked it up, glancing at it to confirm it was the exact same First Summit War invitation card they'd gotten the previous day. Seeing that Su Huayin and Ling Qiu had successfully defeated the boss, Xiao Nantian hurried over with his team, though he kept a cautious distance. President Ling Qiu, President Su Huayin, as agreed. Can we have the golden card? Xiao Nantian's voice was tense. As the ones on the front line, it was only fair for Su Huayin and Ling Qiu to claim the loot first. Here you go, Ling Qiu said casually, tossing the card to Xiao Nantian. After carefully checking the card and confirming it was genuine, Xiao Nantian broke into a smile. Pleasure doing business with you. The atmosphere immediately relaxed. As for the third card, we'll hand it over to the Adventurers Guild or the Anglers Association, some neutral NPC group. As agreed, Ling Qiu said offhandedly. They'll get in touch with the Anglers Association NPC, if that's okay? Sure, no problem, Xiao Nantian replied with a hearty laugh. With the golden card in hand, he no longer doubted their sincerity. With that, the two parties parted ways. Su Huayin summoned his fire dragon, and together with Ling Qiu, soared toward Qingmu City. Ling Qiu rested her chin on Su Huayin's shoulder, her warm breath tickling his ear. So, did they try anything shady? Ling Qiu asked. That tickles. I can hear you just fine, Su Huayin replied, shrugging her chin off his shoulder. Ow, I hit my teeth, Ling Qiu muttered, exasperated. She thought to herself, why is this guy so impossible to tease? They didn't try anything. I think they knew my clone was nearby and didn't dare risk it, Su Huayin said. By now, his use of clones was hardly a secret. The reason they hadn't shown up all this time was to serve as a deterrent, a warning to Xiao Nantian and his group not to try anything sneaky. Ling Qiu let out a sigh, looking somewhat helpless. That's good. I don't want to get into any conflict with them for now. Before long, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu finally arrived at Qingmu City. They stopped in front of the Fishing Association, which was right next to the Adventurers Guild. Today, the area outside the Fishing Association was completely deserted, and the atmosphere felt unusually quiet. Where is everyone? I remember the Fishing Association used to be bustling with people, Ling Qiu said, frowning at the empty scene before them. It probably has something to do with those dead fish we saw last time, Su Huayin guessed quietly. The two of them walked side by side into the Fishing Association. As members, they were registered as fishing apprentices under the name Xinyang. Hello, could you tell us what happened? Su Huayin asked the receptionist. You haven't heard? The staff member frowned, sounding a bit impatient. One of our association's 7 sacred fishing grounds, Qingpu Fishing Spot, has been invaded by a group of troublesome heretic anchor fishers. Our legendary fishing emperor had decided to handle it personally. He's the one who crossed the Shu Dao Mountains by himself. Many members went to Qingpu to join the fight. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit resigned. That does sound like trouble, but we're not planning to just give up, Su Huayin said calmly. So what about Xinyang and the others? Did Lin Yuan and President Zhao Wenbing all go too? He asked. The staff member nodded. Yes, all 3 of them went. It's a rare chance to witness Emperor He's true strength up close. Who wouldn't want to learn from him? I see, Ling Qiu replied with a slight smile. So what do we do now? The staff member gave a wry smile. I'm the only one left here. Everyone else went to join the fight. All 3 of them are gone. That makes things a bit tricky, Su Huayin said, scratching his head and glancing at Ling Qiu. Looks like we'll have to find Catherine. Just then, the staff members seemed to remember something, their eyes lighting up. Are you Ming Jingji Shui? Yes, that's me. Why? Su Huayin asked, puzzled. The staff member nodded, smiling. I remember Xinyang left something for you. As soon as they finished speaking, a package was pushed in front of Su Huayin. Something Xinyang left for me, Su Huayin said in surprise. What is it? Su Huayin eagerly tore open the package, anticipating some kind of treasure inside. However, all he found was an ordinary-looking map. A map? That's it. Su Huayin couldn't hide his disappointment, had expected something far more valuable. Let's see what it is, Ling Qiu said, curiosity getting the better of her as she craned her neck to get a better look. Su Huayin nodded and unfolded the map completely. At first, he was confused by what he saw, but as he studied it, his eyes lit up and his breathing quickened with excitement. Could this really be what I think it is? Su Huayin tried to keep his excitement in check. The map was marked with all the fishing spots around Qingmu City. What stood out even more were 3 colored ink dots, a black one for the Daxingtang fishing spot, a red one for the sulfur pool, and a yellow one for the Tai Tai Heavenly Pond. Is this the spot where you can catch the fish that can be traded for the Earth Dragon scale? Su Huayin guessed, feeling almost certain. Want to go fishing together? Su Huayin turned to Ling Qiu, hope in his eyes. Nope, Ling Qiu replied without hesitation. I have something else I need to do. All right, see you tonight then. Su Huayin didn't press her, understood, she had her own plans. As they walked out of the fishing association and Su Huayin was about to leave, Ling Qiu suddenly called out to him. Wait, how about a little bet? Oh, what kind of bet? Su Huayin's interest was instantly piqued, was always up for a friendly wager. Let's see who unlocks the fourth card slot first, Ling Qiu said, a sly smile playing on her lips. The fourth card slot. Su Huayin was caught off guard. He only needed 2 more dragon scales to complete the entire 5-element dragon scale card set. Now that he had a lead on the Earth dragon scale, it should be an easy win for him. Ling Qiu was still a ways from finishing any set, as far as he knew. How does she have the confidence to bet on this? Su Huayin wondered, but decided to accept the challenge. All right, you're on. What are the stakes? If you lose, you have to wash my socks for a week. By hand, no washing machines allowed. Deal? Ling Qiu's eyes sparkled with mischief. Fine. But if you lose, you have to wash my socks for a week too. Su Huayin agreed without hesitation. Deal. See you later, Ling Qiu said, winking like a fox that had just stolen a piece of tofu. As Su Huayin watched her walk away, a sudden sense of unease crept over him. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? By all calculations, I should be the one to unlock the fourth card slot first, he tried to reassure himself. Then another thought struck him. Wait, which card set is Ling Qiu aiming to complete for her fourth slot? It dawned on him that he had no idea which set Ling Qiu was working toward. If I remember correctly, there are 3 sets that are relatively easy to collect. One is the Graveyard series. All the cards can be found in the Graveyard dungeon. But there's one purple card that's notoriously rare. I think it's called Skeleton Tombstone, Su Huayin recalled. That card only drops from skeleton soldier mobs in the dungeon, and honestly, the drop rate for a purple card from those is probably ridiculously low. The Slime and Goblin card series were both officially recognized by the game as essential for unlocking the fourth card slot at that time. The Slime series consists of 12 cards, 7 white, 3 green, 1 blue, and 1 purple. The Goblin series, on the other hand, includes 9 cards, 4 white, 2 green, 2 blue, and 1 purple. While these aren't the only series with purple cards, they are the most commonly chosen when it comes to unlocking the fourth slot. These cards are common drops in the Graveyard Dungeon, which is a public dungeon where, with enough time, players can collect all the relevant cards. However, to access the Slime and Goblin series dungeons, Slime Nest and the Goblin Tribe, players need to use special dungeon entry cards. Even though these 2 dungeons are quite easy, players only need to bring 2 green cards to defeat the enemies. The entry requirement is relatively high, making these card series less popular among players. If Su Huayin didn't have cards from the 5 Elements Dragon Scale series, she would probably have chosen one of these series to unlock her fourth slot. Although she felt uneasy, she knew that as long as she was faster than her opponent, victory was within reach. Pressing her lips together in determination, she decided to set aside any schemes and act quickly. She summoned her fire dragon, climbed onto its back, and flew toward the fishing spot southeast of Qingmu City, specifically the Earth platform Heavenly Pool, where her next target awaited. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Su Huayin, Ling Qiu arrived at an NPC tavern. In a corner, she noticed a teenage boy looking quite embarrassed, sitting alone. He had ordered only a beer, which sat in the middle of the table with no snacks beside it. Are you the one offering a skeleton tombstone card in exchange for killing someone? Ling Qiu sat down across from him without hesitation. Despite being only about 1.65 meters tall, she exuded an intimidating presence. Yes, that's me, the boy replied quietly, nodding. Can I see the card first? Ling Qiu asked. No problem. The boy quickly pulled a card from his bag and handed it to her. It was a purple skeleton tombstone card, a powerful card, especially in duel mode. It could summon skeleton soldiers instantly and even nullify the effects of an opponent's monster. A satisfied glint appeared in Ling Qiu's eyes. What's the job? She continued. The boy took a photo from his pocket and passed it to her. The picture showed a young man in a sharp suit, looking very polished. His name was Zhang Wenfeng, a prominent member of the Qingmu Disciplinary Committee. My sister killed herself because of him, the boy added briefly. Ling Qiu cut him off without a trace of interest. Spare me the details, I'm not interested. He'll take the job, let's sign the contract. With a soft whoosh, the Charizard gently flapped its wings and carried Su Huayin down to the top of a small hill. To his surprise, there was a tranquil little lake at the summit, its surface shimmering under the sunlight. This had to be the fishing spot where he could catch the rare fish that could be exchanged for the Earth Dragon scale. Su Huayin looked around and noticed a slender figure already sitting by the lakeshore. The person was perched on a small folding stool, holding a fishing rod and staring intently at the water. Huh, there's someone from the fishing association here too? As Su Huayin put away his Charizard, Zhaoing suddenly sprang into action. She yanked her fishing rod, sending up a splash, but what emerged from the water wasn't a fist hit, was a gleaming sword. What surprised Su Huayin even more was how calm Zhaoing remained. She treated the unexpected catch as if it were completely ordinary, casually tossing the rusty, algae-covered ancient sword aside. Can I have that sword? Su Huayin asked, not bothering to hide his interest. Take it if you want, Zhao Ying replied without even looking up, still adjusting her float. The moment Su Huayin's fingers touched the blade, the sword transformed into a green card, Sword in the Lake. The card detailed the weapon's attributes, strength 30, possibly a key to something. In dual mode, it was a water attribute, warrior type, level 4 tuner card with 1500 attack and 1000 defense, and it could special summon the sword in stone or sword in the clouds from the deck or graveyard. A key to something? Sword in stone? Sword in the clouds? Su Huayin tucked the card away, suspecting there was more to these 3 swords than met the eye. He then pulled out a fishing rod, an action that immediately caught Zhao Ying's attention. Her previously indifferent demeanor changed instantly. Her eyes lit up, and her attitude did a complete 180. You're a fellow angler? Zhao Ying eagerly leaned in, her tone even a bit flattering. Su Huayin wondered to himself why an NPC would be so enthusiastic toward him. Yeah, I just started fishing, he answered honestly. Just started? Zhao Ying grew even more excited. Moving so close, she was almost pressed against his side. So you're a beginner? I guess so, Su Huayin replied, shifting uncomfortably away from her. Then hurry up and fish. You can trade any fish you catch with me for items. Zhao Ying encouraged him enthusiastically. Su Huayin's enthusiasm was definitely a bit over the top. He clumsily baited the hook and tossed his fishing line into the water, making it obvious to Zhao Ying that he was a rookie. So, how many times have you gone fishing? Ever caught anything? Zhao Ying asked with genuine curiosity. Su Huayin thought for a moment. Maybe 5 or 6 times in total, and I've caught 5 fish. He started listing them off one by one. 100-pound black kingfish, 100-pound red kingfish, 100-pound green kingfish, a 3-star red card dragonfish, and a 10-gram tiny white minnow. He made sure to add, don't underestimate the minnow. Even a 10-gram minnow counts as a real fish. You've actually caught that many? For a beginner, that's pretty impressive. Zhao Ying's praise made Su Huayin feel something was off. Wait a second. I didn't even mention the exact weights yet, and you're already impressed? An idea flashed through his mind. Miss Zhao, how many times have you gone fishing, and how many have you caught? The question made Zhao Ying blush instantly and stumble over her words. That hat's not important. Her eyes darted away as she tried to dodge the topic. Don't tell me. You've never actually caught a fish? Su Huayin guessed, surprised. Was it possible that a member of the fishing association had never landed a fish? Nonsense. I always fill my bucket. Zhao Ying snapped back like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, but her tone betrayed her guilt. Just then, Su Huayin's fishing rod jolted violently. The float was yanked underwater, and the rod bent into a perfect arc. Fish on. And it's a big one. Zhao Ying shouted excitedly. Thanks to his newfound strength, Su Huayin wrestled with the massive fish. After wearing it down, he planted his feet, channeled his power from his legs through his core, and, with a final pull of his arms and wrists, brought the giant up. A monstrous fish covered in yellow scales broke the surface. The yellow kingfish. You actually landed it that easily? Zhao Ying stared in disbelief, then her eyes lit up. This fish can be exchanged for an Earth Dragon scale card. Would you like to make the trade? She looked at Su Huayin, full of anticipation. Su Huayin knew he had the upper hand. Anyone from the fishing association could make the exchange for him. If you answer 2 questions, he'll trade with you. What questions? Zhao Ying blurted out, her eagerness making it clear just how badly she wanted the fish, which only made Su Huayin more confident. Tell me honestly, have you ever actually caught a fish? Su Huayin looked at Zhao Ying, his tone a little provocative. Zhao Ying was about to answer when Su Huayin added, be honest, or I'm not making the trade. That made Zhao Ying hesitate, swallowing all her excuses before they could leave her lips. She lowered her head and said quietly, barely above a whisper, no, not even once. Every time I pull something up, it's always something strange, but never a fish. Su Huayin couldn't help but let out a low chuckle, trying hard to suppress a grin. His facial muscles twitched as he fought to keep a straight face, but inside, he was thoroughly amused. Really? Not even once? He asked, still smiling, a teasing note in his voice. Second question, why didn't you go to the Qingpu fishing grounds? He continued. Didn't they say the legendary deity was there? Aren't you curious to learn from him? A glimmer of admiration flashed in Zhao Ying's eyes at the mention of deity. For a moment, her expression was filled with longing and curiosity. But when she spoke about her own situation, her face fell, and she lowered her head again, her voice soft. Deity, the one who fishes alone through the ages? Of course I want to learn from him. But the Qingpu fishing grounds only allow people in if they've caught a fish weighing over 10 jing. I'm not qualified yet. Her voice grew even quieter, tinged with frustration and a hint of embarrassment. Seeing her so downcast, Su Huayin felt a pang of guilt. Was he being too harsh? But he didn't dwell on it. With a smile, he handed her the yellow kingfish. All right, here you go. Zhao Ying quickly took the fish, barely glancing at it before pulling a purple card from her bag and handing it to Su Huayin. This is the Earth Dragon scale. Just as Su Huayin was about to take the card, he paused, remembering something. He turned and asked, by the way, do you know where the fish with the gold dragon scale is? Zhaoying hesitated for a moment, thinking it over before answering. You mean the White King fish? Its spot is in Qitong City, but the gray mist hasn't cleared yet. You can't get there right now. Su Huayin frowned, suddenly uneasy. It's not even in Qingmu City? I'd have to cross the gray mist into another system city? If that's the case, he'll probably lose Ling Qiu's bet. He sighed inwardly, but continued to examine the purple card in his hand. The card's details eased his worries a bit. It read, Earth Dragon Scale. Rarity, purple. Type, relic card. Stats, Constitution 50, Magic Resistance 30. Effect, Intermediate Earth Control. When in Earth environments, gain an additional 10 Strength and 10 Agility. Series, 5 Elements Dragon Scales. Description, a fragment left behind after a powerful force was split. Collect all 5 Elements Dragon Scale cards to synthesize the Dragon's Blazing Fury card. Equip restriction, must be stacked with a dragon card of higher rarity. Acquisition, Fishing Association Dual Mode. Effect, 1 star, Dragon-type monster, tuner, ATK 100, Def 100. This card cannot be normal summoned. Effect, if you control no monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. Su Huayin studied the card closely, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Its attributes were better than had expected, especially the bonuses in Earth environments, which gave him new confidence for the challenges ahead. All right, he'll get going then. Zhao Ying's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Hope you catch a big one. With that, she hurried off, clutching the yellow king fish tightly. Su Huayin watched her leave, sighing softly before turning his attention back to the purple card in his hand. Su Huayin carefully examined the Earth Dragon Scale card in his hand. This card possessed 2 powerful effects. During his main phase, he could add a 5-star Dragon Scale series card or an Earth Attribute Dragon-type monster to his hand. It could also be used to tribute itself, allowing him to special summon an Earth Attribute Dragon-type monster from his hand. He made his decision almost instantly. Swiftly, he replaced the Fire Dragon Scale previously stacked on the Tiger's Inyan card in his card slot with this newly acquired Earth Dragon Scale. It was a wise choice. The Fire Dragon Scale required a specific fire environment to activate, but the Earth Dragon Scale was different. As long as he wasn't underwater or in the air, the ever-present ground would allow the Earth Dragon Scale to shine. Su Huayin couldn't help but think to himself that perhaps the Earth Dragon Scale was truly the strongest among the 5 elemental dragon scales. Feeling a surge of excitement, he cast his fishing rod again. While waiting for a bite, his thoughts turned to the final White King fish he needed to catch. This was a real headache. The fish wasn't anywhere near Qingmu City. In this world, every NPC main city was separated by a mysterious region known as the Gray Mist Belt. There were only 2 ways to reach other system cities. The first was the official route city upgrades. When a city reached level 3, the surrounding Gray Mist Belt would dissipate, connecting it to other cities. This would also trigger the start of the city war phase, requiring players to conquer and annex all neighboring system cities before advancing to a level 4 city. At that point, all cities in the area would form a city cluster, and the gray mist surrounding adjacent main cities would disappear as well. Further conquests could lead to a level 5 city. However, during the beta period, the highest anyone had ever achieved was a level 4 city. Right now, though, that path was out of reach, was nowhere near even a level 2 city, let alone level 3. Fortunately, there was a second way: smuggling. Normally, entering the Gray Mist Belt would result in instant teleportation back, but with a golden card called Fog Lantern, he could become immune to the mist's teleportation effect and successfully sneak into the territory of other system cities. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Su Huayin's mouth. Other than from the shady merchant, Fog Lantern can only be found on the 10th floor of the Tower of Ascension and that other place. Luckily, I know how to get one easily, otherwise I might really lose this round. It seemed there were no fish left in this spot. 3 hours after Zhaoying left, Su Huayin finally put away his fishing rod, feeling deeply disappointed there really weren't any fish here. With a sigh, he decided not to dwell on it any longer and summoned his Charizard. The fiery dragon appeared in the sky, flames blazing and full of energy. The only problem was, he still needed to replace the dragon scales before he could smoothly slot it into the card holder. As Su Huayin returned to the base, he immediately sensed something was off. The air was thick with tension. Ling Qiu sat in a chair, brow furrowed, deep in thought. Across from her, Shi Yuro sat with her head lowered, looking like a student awaiting punishment, unusually quiet. The heaviness in the room was impossible to ignore. The moment Su Huayin entered, everyone's attention shifted to him, and the atmosphere became awkward. What's going on here? Su Huayin frowned, sensing that things were more complicated than they seemed. His arrival was like a husky barging into a pack of wolves, instantly changing the dynamics in the room. Ling Dong, noticing his return, quickly got up and pulled him aside. Brother Ming, please talk to my sister, help Yuro out. She really just made a mistake in the heat of the moment. Huh? Su Huayin was still confused, unsure what had happened. He decided not to offer any opinions until he understood the situation. Ling Dong hurried to explain. Hey Race, what happened? Euro just made a careless mistake. She quickly filled Su Huayin in on the details. After listening, Su Huayin fell silent for a moment, considering the situation. Well, this is serious, but it's not beyond repair. He glanced at Ling Qiu and suddenly noticed her wink at him, a hint of something in her eyes. In that instant, he could almost sense her resolve. She was ready to make a decision. What is it? Su Huayin wondered silently, beginning to understand Ling Qiu's intentions. This matter really did need to be addressed properly. Ling Qiu was just about to announce her decision when Su Huayin cleared his throat, interrupting her. I think, while she did make a mistake, we should carefully consider the punishment. I don't recall us ever setting any rules for this kind of situation, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Maindong glanced at Ling Qiu and Su Huayin, his expression unreadable, but he didn't intervene. He simply watched quietly. That's true. Ling Qiu nodded, her tone softening a bit. We haven't established any clear rules before. It's time we do. Since this is your first offense, you confessed on your own, and there was no actual loss. Your punishment will be a fine of 10,000 pesos to the guild's public fund, as a warning to others. 10,000 pesos? Sure, Yura's expression changed as she mentally calculated the weight of that sum. It was a hefty amount, especially considering how little pesos could buy these days. You don't have that much on you now, Ling Qiu continued, so you'll have a year to pay. She looked coldly at Yuro and asked, do you accept this decision? While the amount seemed significant, for some people, it was nothing more than the price of a purple card. This punishment is actually quite severe. Sure, Yuro frowned, deep in thought, a calculating glint flashing in her eyes. But requiring the payment within a year? That hardly matters at all. 10,000 pesos might seem like a lot now, but in a year, it won't even be enough to buy a high-level card pack. Her expression gradually relaxed as she realized this so-called punishment was merely for show. It looked harsh on the surface, but in reality, it was practically nothing, a classic case of making a big fuss and then letting things slide. Anyone who gave it a moment's thought would see right through it. Turning to Ling Qiu, Sure Yura's face softened with genuine gratitude and a touch of respect in her eyes. All right, I accept, she replied, her voice firm and clear. With Sure Yura's matter settled, Ma Xindong straightened up and gave a detailed account of what had happened in Qingmacheng. There was a hint of concern in his tone. Somehow, the rumors have changed completely. Ling Qiu listened, a knowing smile tugging at her lips. Someone's figured out what we were up to, she said with a trace of admiration. There are plenty of clever people in this world. If you treat everyone else like fools, you're the real fool. Ma Xindong leaned forward anxiously. So what should we do? Ling Qiu didn't answer right away. Instead, she tilted her head slightly and nodded towards Su Huayin. It was a subtle gesture, but everyone in the room immediately turned their attention to Su Huayin. He'll handle this, Ling Qiu said quietly, her tone brooking no argument. Everyone's focus shifted to Su Huayin, and in that moment, Ling Qiu's leadership was unmistakable. She didn't need to raise her voice or make any grand gestures. With just a few words and a simple motion, she had the entire room centered around her. That was true charisma, genuine leadership that came naturally. Su Huayin, sharp and intelligent as he was, still had the mindset of a lone wolf at heart. It wasn't a flaw, just a difference in temperament from that of a team leader. He frowned slightly and picked up the thread of the conversation. Let me think. Ling Qiu rested her chin elegantly on her hand, her gaze fixed intently on Su Huayin, eyes bright with expectation. The room fell silent, the only sound the soft rhythm of breathing. After a few minutes, Su Huayin looked up, resolve flickering in his eyes. We don't need to do anything. Just wait. There may have been a few twists, but our goal has still been achieved. As he finished, he glanced at Ling Qiu, seeking her approval almost unconsciously. Ling Qiu's expression remained unchanged, neither approving nor disapproving. Why are you looking at me? She said, meeting his gaze. You need confidence, even a little arrogance. That's what a leader needs. Even if you're wrong, show absolute confidence. That's the only way others will trust you and follow your lead. Su Huayin was momentarily taken aback, then a confident smile slowly spread across his face. All right, I understand. He realized that even he had been a little intimidated by Ling Qiu's presence, allowing doubt to creep in. All right, you're all dismissed, Su Huayin said with a wave of his hand. His demeanor now completely changed. When Xiaoying left earlier, she left behind a phone. The people at Xinguang Heavy Industries know the number to that phone. Ma Xindong and the others nodded in response and filed out, their footsteps fading away until only Ling Qiu and Su Huayin remained. Su Huayin straightened up, his voice ringing with newfound confidence. By tomorrow at the latest, someone from Xinguang Heavy Industries will come to negotiate, and the terms will be better than last time, much better, in fact. His tone was certain, his gaze resolute. Not bad, Ling Qiu finally said, a small smile playing at her lips. You're starting to look like a real leader. Sometimes, being the boss means taking on the world if you have to, rather than letting the world walk all over you. Ling Qiu's face glowed with satisfaction. like a farmer finally seeing the sturdy cabbage they'd nurtured push through the soil, a look of pure accomplishment. Sunlight slanted through the window, casting a warm glow across the room. Lingering lazily in her chair, Ling Qiu deftly peeled a fresh mandarin orange. "You're pretty sharp," she remarked with a soft chuckle. "You actually guessed what I was thinking." Su Huayin looked confident. "You're the impressive one. The moment you lent out the black tiger's sword, you were already setting things in motion, weren't you? You wanted someone among Shi Yuro and the others to complete the King's Bone task." "Go on," Ling Qiu said, taking a bite of the orange, her eyes glinting with approval. "You wanted to use this chance to establish rules," Su Huayin analyzed. "Now that the organization's grown, you need structure. If someone crosses the line, it's not about you being unforgiving, it's about the rules being unbreakable. That way, there's less resentment within the group. I'm guessing you've had these rules in mind for a while." "That's a clever move," Su Huayin continued. "At worst, you lose a purple card. But if it works, you accomplish several goals at once. With your current strength, losing a single non-zero purple card is nothing." Ling Qiu clapped lightly, her eyes bright with interest. "Good analysis, but you've only listed 2 goals. What about the third?" "The first is gaining Shi Yuro as a brave ally. The second is establishing the rules. As for the third," Su Huayin paused. "That would be me. You waited for me to come back and play the good cop while you played the bad cop. That way, Shi Yuro would be grateful to me. A golden fish isn't meant for a small pond, it turns into a dragon when it meets the right storm," Ling Qiu said with an approving nod, then smiled mysteriously. "But there's a fourth goal." She offered Su Huayin a segment of orange. Maindong, Li Ming, Donger, and Lu Zai, as all of them spoke up for Shi Yuro earlier. "In that situation, I was the antagonist. What do you think that'll do to their relationships?" "The orange is sweet, wanna try?" Su Huayin clasped his hands respectfully. A student wouldn't dare challenge their teacher. "Thank you for the lesson." He paused thoughtfully. "With all this experience, were you a teacher before?" This exchange highlights Ling Qiu's cunning and Su Huayin's insight. The combination of subtle actions and concise dialogue brings the scene to life. Su Huayin guessed, a curious glint in his eyes. "I used to work at a tutoring center during summer breaks in college," Ling Qiu admitted easily, peeling an orange with nimble fingers. "No wonder you're so good at understanding kids' psychology, you actually worked as a teacher." Su Huayin raised his eyebrows. "What about you? What did you do before?" Ling Qiu expertly broke off a juicy segment of orange, the translucent flesh glowing under the light, and offered it to Su Huayin. "Really not going to try? If you guess right, I'll eat it myself." Su Huayin narrowed his eyes. He wasn't about to let Ling Qiu keep the upper hand, wanted to win. "If I had to guess, you probably freelanced, right? Maybe made game guides, streamed, or wrote novels." Su Huayin's expression froze in shock. How did she know? Was Ling Qiu a mind reader? "Come on, open up." Ling Qiu grinned smugly, holding the orange segment right up to his mouth. With no choice, Su Huayin opened up and let her feed it to him. The orange was sweet, juice bursting in his mouth, but to Su Huayin, it tasted like defeat. "How did you know?" He pressed, frowning slightly. A sly look flashed in Ling Qiu's eyes. "Don't you remember? You posted a series of video guides called 100 decks to beat the zero deck. Seems like our 2-time anniversary duel champion doesn't have the best memory." Ling Qiu's words sent Su Huayin straight back to the past. The Zero Series deck was one of the most popular and controversial decks out there. Tons of people played it, and just as many tried to counter it. But players using it were always outnumbered, mainly because the core card, Zero Armament, was monopolized. In the higher ranks, about 1 in 10 players used the Zero deck. To get more views and make a bit of money, Head made a guide on how different decks could counter the Zero deck. For the same reason, he also wrote a fanfiction series about the Zero deck. Let's just say it was the kind with mature content, where the protagonist would thoroughly discipline Zero E, the main character from the Zero deck, and her younger sister, Lu Shi. It made him a decent profit. Su Huayin cleared his throat awkwardly. "So that's how you knew." A hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. After all, Head definitely cashed in on the Zero Guild's infamy. "The thing is, you left the story unfinished. I'm kind of curious how it ends," Ling Qiu said, licking her lips and meeting his gaze. "Ah, well, that was all in the past," Su Huayin replied, thick-skinned, though inside he was screaming. "My dark past." Who would have thought He'd actually meet Ling Qiu in real life, and that they'd end up as teammates and partners? Fate really had a twisted sense of humor. The sudden ring of a phone cut the conversation short. It was the phone Xiaoying had left behind earlier. "Oh, a call? Must be Starlight Heavy Industries," Su Huayin said, seizing the chance to change the subject and hurrying over to pick up the phone. He was beyond relieved. This was getting way too awkward. Even for someone as thick-skinned as Su Huayin, he wanted to crawl into a hole. Why did he have to bring all that up? He glanced at the screen and let out a sigh of relief. Saved. It was a call from Starlight Heavy Industries, probably about negotiating for the guild command token. Taking a deep breath, Su Huayin answered the call. "Hello, this is Feng Ling." A sweet voice came from the other end of the line, clear and melodious like a silver bell, carrying a gentle warmth that made one think of a spring breeze. It was the kind of voice that made you imagine a gentle and beautiful face behind it. After all, these days, most PR representatives tended to be charming young women with pleasant voices. Hello, Miss Fengling. It's been a while, Su Huayin replied, his tone polite but unreadable. The steady hum of helicopter blades could be heard in the background, as if an aircraft was approaching. Sorry to drop in unexpectedly. Fengling's voice remained as sweet as ever. It's about the guild token issue from last time. Our new proposal will arrive in about 20 minutes. Sorry to keep you waiting. 20 minutes? That's fine, Su Huayin answered calmly. After hanging up, Su Huayin turned to Ling Xiao. Since you've left this matter entirely to me, would you mind stepping out for a bit? He asked. Oh, then I'll go take a shower and get some sleep. Ling Xiao stretched lazily, then got up and left without hesitation. Call me if you need anything. Su Huayin nodded, walked out of the stronghold, and grabbed a simple snack from the fridge while he waited. The stars were bright in the night sky, and a gentle breeze drifted by, leaving him momentarily lost in thought. About 10 minutes later, a helicopter landed smoothly nearby. Soon after, a young woman in a beige dress stepped out of the cabin. She was Fengling from Starlight Heavy Industries. Hello. Fengling walked up to Su Huayin and extended her hand. Hello. Su Huayin shook her hand politely. No need to go inside. Let's walk up the mountain and talk along the way, Su Huayin said calmly. Fengling paused for a moment, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Oh, just the two of us? That's fine. There was no hesitation in her gaze instead. There was a trace of anticipation. She remembered her last negotiation with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's commanding presence had made her uneasy. In contrast, Su Huayin didn't seem difficult to handle, especially since he was alone and he didn't seem like a tough opponent. The two of them walked up the mountain path together, their pace relaxed. At first, they exchanged casual compliments about each other's companies and work. After a bit of small talk, the conversation finally turned to business. You mentioned a new proposal on the phone. What is it? Su Huayin asked directly. A confident smile appeared on Fengling's face. Well, since this guild token is from the very first batch and holds significant value, Starlight Heavy Industries is willing to add another 10,000 pesos to our previous offer, she said calmly. Su Huayin was a little surprised. Just like that, she was willing to add 10,000 pesos? Did that mean there was even more room for negotiation? Oh, is that all? Su Huayin raised an eyebrow, his tone noncommittal. Fengling felt a twinge of anxiety. Was there another buyer offering more? She bit her lip and decided to up the ante. We'll also include a Dragonkin advancement card pack. That's the best offer Starlight Heavy Industries can make. A Dragonkin advancement card pack? Su Huayin's eyes lit up slightly. That item had a system price of about 6,000 pesos, but it could easily fetch at least 20,000 on the open market, even more among hardcore collectors. The offer was definitely tempting. Still, he didn't respond right away. Is that it? He glanced at Fengling, still appearing somewhat undecided. Seeing this, Fengling grew a bit anxious. After a brief hesitation, she bit her lip and said softly, That's really all I can offer. There's nothing else left. There was a subtle hint of helplessness and a barely perceptible flirtation in her tone, almost as if she was implying something more. She slowly tugged at the zipper of her dress, her movements alluring, her gaze never leaving Su Huayin. Su Huayin was silent for a moment before finally nodding. All right, it's a deal. Bring everything you mentioned tomorrow, and we'll make the trade. Fengling smiled with relief, a light blush coloring her cheeks as she gave a satisfied nod. Deal. All right then, let's do this. It's my first time, Fengling said shyly, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Just then, Su Huayin snapped his fingers, and a fire-breathing dragon appeared before him in an instant, flames swirling through the air with impressive force. Hop on, Su Huayin said, reaching out his hand to Fengling, his eyes filled with anticipation. Huh, are we really doing this up there? Fengling took a step back, surprised. She hadn't expected Su Huayin to have such unusual preferences. Still, a small part of her felt a strange thrill. He'll take you down the mountain. See you tomorrow, Su Huayin said with a smile. Fengling froze, a mix of emotions welling up inside her. She was the heiress of a major corporation. How could something as simple as being given a ride make her this nervous? Was there something wrong with him? Or was it something else? And why did she feel this ridiculous sense of disappointment? Hold on tight. If you're scared, just close your eyes. Su Huayin's voice interrupted her thoughts. He took Fengling back to the base halfway up the mountain and escorted her to a waiting helicopter. Take care, Su Huayin waved goodbye to Fengling. Just before the helicopter door closed, Fengling blurted out, Are you really? But stopped herself before finishing the question. Goodbye. After seeing Fengling off, Su Huayin let out a sigh of relief and made his way to Ling Xiao's room, knocking gently on the door. A moment later, the door opened. Ling Xiao had a facial mask on and wore only a bathrobe, her pale shoulders exposed and exuding a relaxed, just-showered aura. Come in and close the door, Ling Xiao said, sitting down on the edge of the bed and looking at Su Huayin with curiosity. So how did it go? I managed to get 10,000 pesos and a Dragon Clan advancement pack, Su Huayin replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Oh, A Dragon Clan advancement pack? I didn't expect them to have such good stuff, Ling Qiu said, her eyes lighting up with excitement. That's really valuable. Anything else? That's it. That's all we got. Su Huayin shook his head. Sounds like we've squeezed about as much as we can out of them. The advancement pack is just what you needed. I was going to give you the 10,000 pesos anyway, so let's split it like this. Ling Qiu began dividing the spoils. 20,000 pesos half for each of us, so 10,000 apiece. The Ling Yu cards go to me, and the Dragon Clan advancement pack is yours. All right, sounds good to me. Su Huayin agreed with a nod. It was getting late, and Su Huayin was about to leave and rest, but Ling Qiu called out to him. Don't forget our little bet, Ling Qiu reminded him. Huh, what bet? Su Huayin paused, then remembered what she was referring to. Whoever unlocks the 4th card slot first, right? I won't let you beat me, Su Huayin replied confidently. He only needed one more card. Is that so? They'll hold you to it. By the way, I forgot to mention these socks I'm wearing. I've had them on for 2 days already, Ling Qiu said with a playful smile, the mood light and easy between them. This must be the last guild beast boss, right? Su Huayin, Ling Qiu, and the rest of the Qingmu guild members stood at a distance, their eyes locked on the monstrous creature ahead, which looked like an excavator come to life. The Excavator Man TVP 2.0 Elite Boss stood firm, as if daring them to come closer. Today also marked the last day of their collaboration. After a series of intense battles, both Su Huayin and Ling Qiu had gained significant buffs and were now thoroughly familiar with the Elite Boss combat patterns. Let's go, Ling Qiu said, her voice calm and decisive. She glanced over the Qingmu guild members before her gaze landed on a particular person. Then she shot Su Huayin a meaningful look. Su Huayin gave a slight nod, the two sharing a subtle but unmistakable understanding. The battle that followed was like a violent storm. Even though this was just an elite-level boss, its strength far surpassed the previous two. Even when facing Su Huayin and Ling Qiu together, it still managed to overwhelm them. To be able to suppress both of them in a Oniantuo fight, this boss was truly formidable. So strong. Xiaoying murmured as she watched the fight unfold, her gaze drifting toward Xiao Nantian beside her. Dad, should we create a little accident? Xiaoying asked quietly, her eyes flickering. Not yet. Let's see how it goes, Xiao Nantian replied, his voice low and steady. He frowned, sensing that something was off. People aren't machines. Even if they're well coordinated, it's possible to miss a buff because of a simple mistake. He fell silent, continuing to watch the battle with a nagging suspicion. Was this excavator boss simply too powerful, or were Su Huayin and Ling Qiu holding something back? While Xiao Nantian was lost in thought, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. After a fierce close-quarters fight, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu decided to pull back for a moment, but what greeted them was a hail of bullets. Ling Qiu, quick on her feet, managed to dodge most of the attacks, but suddenly, a member of the Qingmu guild jumped in front of her, just as a massive blade hurtled toward them. Ling Qiu reacted swiftly, twisting her body to avoid the strike, but couldn't completely evade the blade. It sliced brutally through the neck of the guild member behind her, sending a spray of blood into the air, their head nearly severed in an instant. Their eyes were wide open in shock, clearly never expecting to become a casualty in this battle. Damn it, Ling Qiu growled, anger flashing across her face. Fury exploded within her, almost as if red flames burst from her body, amplifying her strength as she entered a berserk state. You won't get away with this. Ling Qiu changed her approach, becoming much more aggressive. Without hesitation, she lunged at the excavator boss, her laser sword slashing fiercely at its core. Su Huayin, seemingly fueled by Ling Qiu's rage, also shifted gears. He matched her pace, unleashing his full power. Working together in perfect sync, it took them only a short time to reduce the mighty excavator boss to scrap. As the boss fell, a card floated up from its remains, slowly rising into the air. At the same time, a system notification echoed throughout the entire Qingmu City area. Ding! All guild beast bosses in the Qingmu City area have been defeated. All 3 public dungeons have been cleared on nightmare mode. The city upgrade raid is now open. Upon completion, Qingmu City will be promoted to a level 2 main city. In the Justice Alliance conference hall, the discussion had reached an impasse. Suddenly, the entire room fell silent as the system prompt rang out like a thunderbolt. Everyone was stunned. All right, let me say a few words, Li Zheng's voice broke the silence. Although we don't yet know the true purpose behind this sudden change, one thing is clear. Upgrading the main city is the responsibility of everyone in Qingmu City. Standing in the center of the conference hall, Li Zheng looked firmly at each person present. I agree to work with the Qingmu Self-Governance Council so we can tackle the main city upgrade raid together. With those words, the tone of the meeting was set. At this point, Xinguang Heavy Industries was mobilizing every available resource. For the sake of what might be the only guild token available for external purchase, the company was willing to stake almost everything it had. Feng Ling pushed open her father's office door and saw him buried in paperwork, looking exhausted. Unexpectedly, her younger brother Feng Xiao was also there. Little brother, you're here too? Feng Ling was surprised. Who would have thought that her brother, usually invisible at home and only interested in playing games, would suddenly become such an important figure in the family because of his status as a beta tester? Dad, shouldn't I be handling the upcoming transaction? Feng Ling asked. President Feng shook his head without hesitation. It's too risky. The chances may be low, but we can't rule out the possibility of betrayal. Unless everyone in Zero Guild is short-sighted and careless with their reputation, we can't take that chance. He turned to Feng Xiao, frowning. Are you sure it's worth trading so much for a guild token we can't even use right away? Feng Xiao's expression was resolute. Yes, it's absolutely worth it. Before anyone else can start farming epic bosses in large numbers, we should be willing to risk everything to buy it. He explained in detail. Even epic bosses only have a chance of dropping a guild token. During the beta, aside from the first wave of Guild Beast events, only a small batch appeared about half a year later. Zero Guild needs resources to grow now and wants to snowball their advantage. Otherwise, in about 3 months after launch, the value of this guild token will peak. It could be worth 10 purple cards by then. President Feng considered for a moment, then finally made up his mind. All right, he'll trust you. We'll buy it. The transaction's at 3 this afternoon, right? He'll go in person. Meanwhile, after the excavator boss was defeated, Xiao Nantian led his team over to Zero Chio. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect anyone from your guild to get hurt. Zero Chio apologized sincerely. Xiao Nantian gave Zero Chio a long, searching look. Is that so? As a seasoned politician, he sensed something unusual beneath the surface of what seemed like an ordinary incident. I'm truly sorry. I can offer some compensation, Zero Chio said earnestly. That won't be necessary, Xiao Nantian replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. Accidents happen in battle. Losses are part of the game. He quickly changed the subject. He'll handle things on my end. Let's talk about how to deal with this card. We'll stick to the original plan, Zero Chio said. We'll hand it over to the Adventurers Guild, the neutral party, for safekeeping and auction. The proceeds will be split evenly between our 2 guilds. After dividing up the spoils, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu headed toward their base. The night wind swept past them, and the roar of the motorcycle engine echoed across the wilderness. So, why did you want that person dead? Su Huayin turned his head slightly, asking Ling Qiu, who was holding onto his waist from behind. Although had already helped Ling Qiu get the job done, he still didn't know the real reason behind it. Because that scumbag was up to no good. Hold on, cut the nonsense. Just get to the point, Su Huayin interrupted, frowning. I know you. You don't care about good and evil unless there's something deeper going on. Ling Qiu lightly punched Su Huayin's shoulder, a small smile tugging at her lips. You really don't hold back, do you? Just trying to make things more efficient. Su Huayin rolled his eyes and pressed again. So, what's the real story? Ling Qiu's voice was clear in the wind. Nothing special. It was just a mission. I needed to take him out. But Su Huayin caught the smile she couldn't quite hide and grew suspicious. Looks like you got something good out of it. You can't even keep the grin off your face. Yeah, Ling Qiu admitted, a hint of pride in her tone. Now I just need one last card skeleton discasito, complete my graveyard set. Huh. Su Huayin was momentarily taken aback. Something about that card sounding familiar. Ling Qiu went on, a little regretful, but the drop rate for that card is pretty low. It'll probably take me a while to get it. Suddenly, Su Huayin's eyes lit up as he remembered. Skeleton disguise? Isn't that the card I got the first time I ran the graveyard dungeon? Because of its special use in Land of the Dead, it's worth as much as a purple card. They'll be out for the next few days, Su Huayin said abruptly, a note of satisfaction in his voice, as if had already made up his mind. You take care of things at the base while I'm gone. Ling Qiu immediately picked up on something. Wait, you figured out how to unlock your 4th card slot too? Su Huayin replied confidently, exactly. And about that skeleton disguise card you need, I can get it for you while I'm out. Just focus on building up the guild for now. Oh, thanks, but I'm not used to relying on others. They'll keep searching myself. Ling Qiu stopped mid-sentence, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Wait a minute. You're not just trying to stall me so you can unlock your 4th slot first, are you? Are you that desperate to win? She sounded half amused, half exasperated. Su Huayin felt a twinge of guilt, but then remembered Ling Qiu's earlier advice, confident, even cocky. Hey, I'm just kidding. Why would I do that? Ling Qiu shrugged it off. If you can actually hand me that card right now, I'll admit defeat. Really? Su Huayin perked up instantly. Without waiting for her reaction, he quickly pulled something from his jacket. The moment she saw his movement, Ling Qiu had a bad feeling. No way, seriously. It wasn't until he held the card out in front of her that Ling Qiu realized what had just happened in those few short seconds. The card was clearly labeled. Skeleton disguise. Quality, green card. Type, spell card. Effect, disguise as a skeleton, emit undead aura, deceive undead creatures. Description, a rogue's trick. Set, graveyard series. Dual mode effect, magic card. Treat one monster card on the field or in the graveyard as a skeleton soldier. Here you go. You said it yourself. If I can give you the card right now, I win. Su Huayin said triumphantly, a surge of victory rising in him as he watched the stunned look on Ling Qiu's face. I can't believe it's actually this card. Ling Qiu's voice was tinged with complex emotions, his eyes shining with delight. He gently ran his fingers over the card in his hand, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. This is great. Now I finally have everything I need to unlock the 4th card slot. As long as I can go and claim that quest reward card, they'll be set. He could barely contain his excitement, his hands trembling slightly. The smile lingered on his face for a while before he finally managed to compose himself. He looked up at Su Huayin, his expression growing serious. Where are you headed? Is it dangerous? Su Huayin waved dismissively, a confident glint in his eyes. It's not really dangerous, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. So, when are you leaving? How long will you be gone? Ling Qiu's voice carried a hint of concern, almost imperceptible. He'll head out this afternoon after I get the Dragonkin upgrade pack. If all goes well, he'll be back in 2 or 3 days. If it takes longer, maybe a week at most, but he'll definitely come back, Su Huayin replied, noticing a trace of reluctance in Ling Qiu's eyes. For some reason, Su Huayin felt that Ling Qiu had grown a bit sentimental lately. Strangely enough, what should have been a routine mission was now making him feel a sense of attachment and reluctance as well. With these mixed feelings, the two of them returned to the base. Not long after lunch, a middle-aged man in a business suit arrived at the entrance, carrying a metal case. The transaction went smoothly. Su Huayin carefully checked the contents of the case, then handed over a shimmering guild token once everything was confirmed. Pleasure doing business. I look forward to working with you again, Su Huayin said with a smile, reaching out to shake hands. Likewise, President Feng of Xinguang Heavy Industries visibly relaxed after receiving the guild token. After all, cooperating with Zero Guild was always a bit of a gamble. If Su Huayin and his team decided not to play by the rules, there was always a risk of betrayal. President Feng then produced a stack of blueprints from his briefcase and spread them out on the table. The construction crew is ready. We can start expanding tomorrow. Coincidentally, that villa halfway up the mountain was originally built by one of our subsidiaries. From there, Ling Qiu took over the negotiations with President Feng. Su Huayin, having received the Dragonkin upgrade pack from the deal, packed up his things and set out. He mounted his massive Charizard, its scales gleaming gold and red in the sunlight, and took off toward Qingmu City. The wind roared in his ears as he muttered to himself, I think I'm finally strong enough now. Had completed this hidden quest before, but wasn't sure if anyone else had done the Mist Lantern quest. At the time, Head never posted a guide, nor had he seen any discussion of it on the forums. The fact that he became the champion of the 2nd anniversary duel had a lot to do with this quest. Although all the main system cities shared the same 3 public dungeons, the environments around each one were different. That meant each area had unique resources items that were rare or even non-existent elsewhere. Until the gray fog between cities cleared, these local specialties couldn't be freely traded. In this situation, anyone who managed to sneak between cities could smuggle goods and the system actually permitted it. Su Huayin had profited from this smuggling, which allowed him to buy and build his powerful deck. After all, you can't cook a meal without ingredients, right? No matter how skilled you are, it only matters if your deck is competitive. You can't expect an Axe King deck to go up against the mighty Pearl tier, can you? Sitting atop the fire-breathing dragon, Su Huayin pulled out a card pack. The cover featured a roaring dragon. This was a Dragonkin advancement pack. The lowest rarity you could get from these packs was blue, with a slim chance of pulling a purple card about 1 in 10 packs. Usually, you'd only find 1 or 2 blue cards inside. Let me get a purple one, please. Su Huayin pressed his palms together and bowed toward the empty air. Bless me, Lord Guan. He wasn't sure if it would help, but the ritual felt important. After a few flamboyant gestures, he carefully tore open the pack. 2 cards appeared before him, and a smile quickly spread across his face. 2 cards. That meant at the very least, had gotten 2 blue cards. Statistically speaking, opening card packs was far less efficient than buying cards directly. But just like people who love opening blind boxes, the thrill of the unknown was irresistible. Su Huayin picked up the first card, checking the color of the outer border blue. A blue card. He studied it closely, feeling a twinge of disappointment, but still curious about what it was. Wait, it's a Star Dragon series card? Su Huayin perked up and checked the card details. Starlight Hatchling. Rarity, blue. Card type, creature. Effect, summons a young dragon infused with beginner-level star power under starlight. Description, a dragon bathed in starlight. How to obtain, drawn from Dragonkin Advancement Pack. Series, Star Dragon. Dual mode stats, 1 star, dragon type, light attribute, ATK 300, Def 200. Effect, when synchro summoning a star dragon, if this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon it. While face up on the field, it cannot be destroyed by battle once per turn. Too bad. It's somewhat useful for now, but not great. Su Huayin was a bit disappointed. He used to play a Star Dragon deck, but this Starlight Hatchling was rarely part of his lineup. Not a bad start, he thought, putting the card away and turning to the second one. Purple, purple, purple. Su Huayin whispered like a gambler, slowly peeling back his fingers. A flash of purple appeared. No way, it's actually purple. His face lit up with joy. A 1 in 10 chance, and I actually got it. This is huge. He rushed to check the card's details. Dragon's Might. Rarity, purple. Card type, Blessing. Effect, 60 Strength, 40 Constitution. Effect description, the pure blessing of a dragon, boosting stats. How to obtain, Dragon's Lair, Dragonkin Advancement Pack, Dragonkin Elite Pack. Series, Dragon's Lair. Dual Mode Effect, continuous trap card. As long as this card is on the field, your Dragon-type monsters are unaffected by your opponent's spell cards. During either main phase, you can destroy one of your own Dragon-type monsters to destroy one of your opponent's monsters. Holy crap, this is amazing. Su Huayin could barely contain his excitement. I actually pulled this card. Whether in arena or dual mode, this card was priceless. Anyone with this card has a place at the table, Su Huayin murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the card in his hand. Dragon's Might, a purple card with no additional effects, just pure stats. 60 points of strength, 40 points of constitution, totaling 100 points. That's the upper limit for a purple card, no more than 100 points in total. There was no doubt this card deserved to be equipped, but the question was, which card in his current setup should he swap out for it? Su Huayin's fingers slid gently across the card interface, carefully reviewing each slot. Slot 1 was already taken by Tiger's Yin Yang stacked with Fire Dragon Scale. This slot was untouchable. The Fire Dragon Scale stacked on Tiger's Yin Yang could be swapped for other Dragon Scales, water, wood, or earth depending on the need. The key to card swapping was all about the environment and actual requirements. If he was in the Fire Dragon's territory, Fire Dragon Scale was essential. In water or forest environments, he had to switch accordingly. Slot 2, Fire Dragon. At the moment, the Fire Dragon served as his mount, so this slot couldn't be changed. Usually, the second slot held the White Tiger Blade, a sharp weapon with formidable attack power. Slot 3, Bone King Shield. This was the one he was considering swapping out for the new purple card. Bone King Shield provided a substantial boost to strength and constitution, but it came with unique limitations. On the other hand, the White Tiger Blade offered magic breaking and blocking effects, significantly increasing his survivability in battle. After some thought, Su Huayin finally decided to replace the Bone King Shield. He reasoned that the shield's full passive bonus gave 50 strength and 20 constitution, while Dragon's Might offered a more direct increase, 10 more strength and 20 more constitution, with no drawbacks. Replacing the White Tiger Blade would give a bigger stat boost, but he would lose its unique effects. Overall, Dragon's Might was the better fit for his current needs, especially because its pure stat increase filled the gap in his setup. There's no strongest card, only the most suitable one, he whispered, making his decision. He removed the Bone King Shield and slotted Dragon's Might into the third slot. Staring at the Bone King Shield still warm in his hands, Su Huayin let out a quiet sigh. Despite its powerful attributes, the shield had a special restriction. It could only be equipped by someone who had completed the King's Bones quest. In other words, once unequipped, the card lost all its value. If he wanted to sell it, there was almost no chance. Only one card with the same name can be active at a time. He recalled the quest's rule. In fact, this was an unspoken limitation for purple cards in public dungeons. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully as the Fire Dragon's speed rapidly decreased, and the city of Qingmicheng slowly came into view. Su Huayin knew that his Real challenge was just beginning. Mist Lantern, White King Fish, Golden Dragon Scale, fourth slot, here I come. The Charizard slowly descended in front of Xiling's shop. Su Huayin frowned slightly. This task would probably take several days, so he had to let Schilling know. They had agreed to meet every 3 days, and missing it might affect her feelings toward him. Thinking about the goodwill had worked so hard to build, Su Huayin felt a pang of reluctance. Schilling. Su Huayin nimbly leapt off the Charizard's back and strode toward the small shop. Something was off today. Usually, whenever he visited, there were at least a few customers waiting outside Xiling's shop, but now it was completely empty. Su Huayin glanced around and spotted Schilling, resting her chin in her hands and staring blankly into the distance, lost in thought. Schilling. Su Huayin walked up quickly and waved a hand in front of her. Oh, it's you. A spark lit up in Xiling's eyes, quickly spreading until her whole expression brightened, like a dim star suddenly coming to life. She stood up at once, unable to hide her delight. What brings you here? I'm here to say goodbye, Su Huayin said straightforwardly. Oh, where are you going? Xiling's voice trembled a little, clearly nervous. I have to travel for a mission. He'll be back in at most a week, Su Huayin explained simply. I see. Schilling visibly relaxed, but then grew anxious again. Wait, a mission? Will it be dangerous? It's nothing, just a small matter. Su Huayin patted his chest confidently. All right, just be careful. Schilling hesitated, but in the end, only managed to express her concern. Why don't you have any business today? Su Huayin asked, glancing around. It's not that I don't have business. I just didn't make many potions last night, and they're already sold out, Schilling explained. I see. Well, they'll get going then. Su Huayin waved at her, thinking that as long as he said goodbye before leaving, her goodwill shouldn't drop. Wait, hold on. Schilling suddenly called out, as Su Huayin turned to leave. Su Huayin paused and looked back at her in confusion. Here, this is for you. Xiling pulled a small sachet out of her pocket, her cheeks tinged pink. I made it yesterday. If you don't mind, please take it. She held the sachet out to him. Su Huayin looked down at Ida roughly sewn cloth pouch, the stitches crooked, with what seemed to be a red design on it. A faint, refreshing scent drifted from the sachet, soothing and pleasant. Thank you. Su Huayin accepted the sachet and examined it seriously. Nice egg embroidery, he said sincerely. Xiling's expression froze instantly. Egg. Dinga system notification sounded in Su Huayin's ear. Xiling's favorability 1. A moment later, another chime. Xiling's favorability 1. What's going on? Why did it drop by 1? Su Huayin wondered. Just then, as the sachet landed in his hand, it immediately transformed into a card. The sachet Xiling made for the first time is a Waitire accessory card that grants 2 luck. Simply carrying it activates its effect. The method through which she obtained the finished sachet was actually the reward from her gift, dual mode effect. This is a monster card with a water attribute and aqua type, featuring 500 attack points and 0 defense points. Its effect reads, when your opponent performs a special summon, you may send this card to the graveyard to activate its ability. For the rest of the turn, each time your opponent special summons a monster, you can draw 1 card from your deck, up to a maximum of 5 cards. When Su Huayin saw this effect, he immediately forgot about Xiling's declining favorability toward him. A 2 luck boost might not seem like much, but the dual mode effect is truly astonishing. In theory, this card can trade 1 for up to 5, making it incredibly valuable. As the 2-time anniversary dual champion, Su Huayin was at a loss for words in front of this card. In disbelief, he asked, is this really for me? Overwhelmed with excitement, he lifted Xiling up with both hands. Caught off guard, Xiling's cheeks flushed as she tried to pull away, but Su Huayin's grip was too strong. All she could do was whisper, if you want, just give me one of your favorite cards in return. Oh sure. Su Huayin fumbled through his belongings and soon produced a card. It was a Starlight Hatchling, a blue-tier creature card. Its effect allows you to summon a small dragon with basic Starlight power under the stars, obtained from the Dragonkin Advancement Pack, and part of the Starlight Dragon series. In dual mode, it's a level 1 light attribute dragon with 300 attack and 200 defense. Its effect allows it to be special summoned from the graveyard when you synchro summon a Starlight Dragon, and while it's face up on the field, it can't be destroyed by battle once per turn. This card was part of my deck, now it's yours. Su Huayin handed the Starlight Hatchling to Xiling. She pressed the card to her chest, her eyes shining as brightly as the stars in the night sky. After leaving Xiling's shop, Su Huayin was still buzzing with excitement. The power of this card could even surpass Xiling's handkerchief at times. In card games, resource advantage is everything. Cards that trade 1 for 2 are already considered strong, but this one can potentially trade 1 for 5. It's practically a legendary card. Of course, this refers to the fast-paced dual environment of the future. In the current meta, which isn't much more advanced than the Axe King matchups, the card is strong but not overpowered. It took Su Huayin a while to calm down from his excitement over the card. He weaved through a few alleys in Qingmu City and arrived at a small, somewhat shabby shop with only a few customers. Looking up, he saw the sign read Old Times General Store, and he stepped inside. This grocery store was in terrible shape. The wooden door hung half open, its peeling paint revealing the old grain beneath. Su Huayin pushed the creaking door aside and stepped inside. Instantly, a musty smell, thick with dust and moldy paper, hit him. Hello, welcome to Old Times General Store. An energetic old man greeted him warmly. Hello. Su Huayin replied curtly, his eyes already scanning the shelves. It didn't take long before he spotted what he was looking for, a rusty iron box tucked away on a shelf in the corner. Nearby, an old pinwheel and a few sheets of children's stickers lay scattered, all seemingly insignificant items. Is there something you're looking for? Asked the shopkeeper, Lao Huang. I want this one, Su Huayin said directly, walking over and picking up the rusty iron box. A small sign on the shelf read, Rusty iron box, perhaps it holds a forgotten story. Price, 3,000 pesos. The reason this shop was always empty was its outrageous prices. Not a single item sold for less than 3,000 pesos, and each came with a mysterious description. There were 3 theories about this place. Some believed the store was full of treasures, but no one knew how to use them. Others thought most of it was junk, with only a few real treasures hidden among the rest, if you knew how to use them. But the most popular opinion was that it was a scam NPC shop, luring people in with the promise of hidden quests. Su Huayin leaned toward the second theory. A place was a mixed bag, mostly ordinary things dressed up with mystery. This one, Lao Huang's eye twitched as he hurriedly grabbed a cane from beside him. There's nothing special about that. How about this cane? Legend says it once belonged to the sea god. No, just this, thank you. Su Huayin replied firmly, pulling 3,1,000 peso cards from his pocket and sliding them across the counter. All right, sir, Lao Huang said through gritted teeth. His tone was calm, but he was clearly suppressing some emotion. After leaving the old-times general store with the iron box, Su Huayin headed to the other side of Qingmu City, to a blind massage parlor. This was another NPC shop, run by an elderly blind woman. Rumor had it that if you completed this quest in a special way, you could get the Mist Lamp item card, though no one had ever revealed how to obtain it, even after the beta test ended. Grandma, I found this nearby. Is it yours? Su Huayin asked bluntly. What is it? The blind old woman reached out to feel the iron box he handed over. The moment her fingers touched it, her body gave a sudden, violent shudder. Tears streamed unconsciously from eyes that could no longer see. I found it. I finally found it. The blind old woman sobbed, her voice trembling with barely contained excitement. At that moment, a clear system notification sounded in Su Huayin's ear. Ding. You have triggered the lighthouse in the Mist Quest instance. Would you like to enter? Please note, the difficulty level is high. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Su Huayin took a deep breath and answered without hesitation. He had cleared this instance before. As long as nothing had changed since the beta, he was confident he could handle it. The real challenge wasn't combat, but racing against the clock. The system chimed again, and the scene before Su Huayin shifted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing on a coastline. The strong scent of the sea filled the air, and the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore echoed in his ears. Out on the water, a thick mist was slowly rising, shrouding the distance like a veil. Not far away, a tall lighthouse stood alone on the rocky shore, steadfast yet solitary. Despite the late hour, its beacon remained dark, clearly out of order. Ding. Welcome to the lighthouse in the Mist instance. Please find the replacement fog lamp parts and prevent the tragedy from happening. Reminder, you have 30 minutes to complete your task. Looks like nothing's changed. Su Huayin let out a sigh of relief. No changes meant he could rely on his memory. After confirming there were no surprises, Su Huayin set off from the shoreline, heading toward the fishing village as he remembered. The village was a humble place by the sea, with low, dilapidated houses that spoke of poverty. At night, there wasn't a single lamp or candle burning. The entire village was blanketed in silence. Su Huayin made his way directly to a small house at the edge of the village. He raised his hand and knocked on the wooden door. Knock, knock. With a creak, the door slowly opened. An elderly woman stepped out and stood in the doorway. Even in the dim moonlight, Su Huayin could see she looked almost exactly like the blind old woman from the massage shop, only younger, with clear, bright eyes that could still see. Ma'am, I'm a friend of your son. Su Huayin got straight to the point. The fog lamp on the lighthouse is broken. He told me some of the tools were hidden here, and asked me to come pick them up. Is that so? Sorry to trouble you. Having to make the trip, the old woman replied without hesitation. She turned back inside and quickly returned with a metal box, handing it to Su Huayin. It was the same rusty box Su Huayin had once bought for 3,000 pesos. Only this one looked much newer, its surface untouched by rust. They'll be going then, ma'am. With the box in hand, Su Huayin immediately headed toward the lighthouse. Normally, players were supposed to visit the lighthouse first and meet the NPC in charge, Shiwa. Shiwa was the lighthouse keeper on duty that night, and the old woman was his mother. The lighthouse rules required that the toolbox be kept with the keeper at all times, never left at the lighthouse. But the box was heavy, so Zaiwa's mother had secretly removed what she thought were unnecessary tools and kept them at home to lighten her son's load. That night, the lighthouse lamp suddenly broke down, and a thick fog rolled in from the sea. When Shiwa opened the toolbox to make repairs, he was shocked to find a crucial part missing. Several fishing boats lost their way in the fog, including the one carrying Zaiwa's father. Racked with guilt, Shiwa ended his life by jumping from the lighthouse. His mother, losing both husband and son overnight, wept until she went blind, then disappeared from the village. Some said she too jumped from the lighthouse. Others claimed she made a deal with a demon, agreeing to serve in exchange for a chance to bring her family back. Carrying the iron box, Su Huayin made his way toward the lighthouse. As he neared it, the mist rolling over the sea suddenly shifted and churned. After an unusual surge of energy, dozens of monsters formed from condensed water vapor emerged from the fog, blocking his path. Su Huayin showed no surprise had been expecting a fight. He swiftly drew his massive white tiger blade, a sword as wide as a door and best wielded with both hands, one gripping the handle, the other bracing where the blade met the hilt. Before the mist creatures could strike, Su Huayin charged forward. With his current strength, every swing was lethal. Each slash felled more than one creature, sometimes cutting down two at once. The blade swept through the air like a tiger unleashed, each strike carrying overwhelming force. In less than a minute, all 20 or 30 water mist monsters were slain, their bodies dissolving into fog and vanishing. Suddenly, a green card materialized from one of the fallen monsters and floated gently into Su Huayin's hand. Healing Water's green quality, effect, consumes 3 spirit points to apply a layer of water healing to a target, 10-second cooldown. Su Huayin glanced at it and thought, not bad, a healing card. He tucked it away, knowing that healing cards always held their value. After all, support roles are always in demand, no matter how the main attackers change. Soon, the dungeon's boss appeared. The system had warned Su Huayin upon entry that this dungeon was especially challenging. To successfully deliver the part, he would have to defeat the boss. As expected, it didn't take long for the boss to show itself. A gust of wind scattered the remains of the water mist monsters. The sea fog churned again, and a massive cloud of water vapor surged toward him from the distance. Water mist clouda reinforced level boss. Even without the power of the dragon, Su Huayin could have handled a reinforced boss, but now, with the dragon's strength, his confidence was unshakable. It's here, Su Huayin murmured, his gaze sharpening as he fixed his eyes on the oncoming boss. The first wave of attacks arrived. The cloud trembled violently, then unleashed dozens of water blades, raining down on Su Huayin in a relentless storm. The blades sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, dense as falling petals in a spring rain. Su Huayin had anticipated this. Calm and collected, he stomped the ground and struck it with his palm. Rise. Instantly, a thick earth wall sprang up, blocking the barrage of water blades. The blades struck the wall with muffled thuds, but couldn't penetrate the sturdy earth. Earth Dragon Scales. Before entering the dungeon, Su Huayin had swapped out his Tiger's Inyan card for Earth Dragon Scales. Earth counters water, and with this new defense, his resistance was greatly enhanced. The water blades couldn't break through, and Su Huayin successfully fended off the boss' initial probing attack. Its assault was far from over. The water mist cloud boss launched another attack, this time forming a massive sphere of water like a giant cannonball which hurtled towards Su Huayin at lightning speed. Su reacted instantly, dodging to the side as he swiftly cast an intermediate earth control spell. Manipulating the ground beneath him, he summoned a gigantic hand of earth that seized the water sphere and hurled it into the distance. The sphere exploded upon hitting the sea, sending up a deafening roar and a spray of water, waves churning violently. After unleashing 2 consecutive skills, the water mist cloud boss needed a brief respite. Seizing this opportunity, Su Huayin dashed forward without hesitation, closing in on the boss. Under the moonlight, his white tiger blade gleamed with a cold, deadly light. Su leapt into the air, slashing down hard at the boss core. However, the boss was incredibly agile, dissolving like a wisp of smoke and skillfully avoiding the attack. Su wasn't surprised by the miss. She hadn't intended to kill it outright. His true goal was to force the boss to disperse. Only when its form was scattered could the power of his exploding duplicate be fully unleashed. Just as the boss split apart, a figure identical to Su Huayin charged into the heart of the scattered mist, fearless and determined. In that instant, a powerful energy ripple surged through the world. Heaven and earth as one. With a thunderous boom like the sun exploding, a wave of destructive energy erupted from the duplicate, its blinding light draining all color from the surroundings. Su had to shut his eyes, unable to withstand the dazzling brilliance. Suddenly, a card flashed in his hand. He quickly activated it, and a layer of gray stone enveloped his body, making him as solid as a statue. This card was called Petrification Jade. Its effect triggered instantly. For 3 seconds, Su entered a petrified state, reducing incoming damage by 90. Though the powerful shockwave hurled him away, almost all the damage was mitigated, leaving him with only minor injuries. As the light faded, Su Huayin struggled to his feet and surveyed the devastated battlefield. Though the water mist cloud boss had taken a fatal blow, it still hadn't completely vanished. The remnants of the mist stubbornly gathered in the air, clinging to life. Su was startled by the boss' tenacity. After all had thrown at it, it was still hanging on. Determined, he snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, several earth bullets shot out, striking the remaining mist with perfect precision. At last, the water mist cloud boss was completely destroyed. With a final explosion, a purple card drifted down from above, coming to rest right in front of Su Huayin. Su Huayin reached out for the purple card, his fingertips barely brushing it before he gripped it securely in his hand. The card emitted a faint glow, and upon closer inspection, its attributes were clearly marked. It was a water attribute equipment card. The card's description read, Water Attribute Skills 30, enables underwater breathing. This was a rare treasure from a water-based environment. Dropped by a water attribute boss, Blackheart Merchant Dual Mode Effect, Field Spell Card, he recited softly. As he spoke, the card's effects became clear in his mind. Water attribute monsters gain 500 attack points, and the spell card can only be activated when a water attribute monster is on the field. Not bad, Su Huayin muttered to himself, a glint flashing in his eyes. Very useful for water mages, and ITLL come in handy for diving too. Suddenly, he remembered the mysterious item head received during the War Invitation quest. This card seemed like it could be crucial in certain situations. He put the card away and quickly set off toward the lighthouse. Navigating the rugged path, he arrived at the lighthouse entrance after a few minutes and knocked on the weathered door. Footsteps echoed from inside, and then the door opened. A teenage boy stood before him, around 16 or 17, his skin dark and rough from years spent under the sun and wind. This was Shiwa. and he looked anxious, sweat beading on his forehead. Who are you? Shihua asked warily. Shihua, your mother asked me to bring this to you, Su Huayin replied, taking an iron box from his coat and handing it over. Shihua stared in surprise, but as soon as he opened the box, his face lit up with excitement. This is exactly what I needed. Thank you so much, he exclaimed, practically running inside the lighthouse with the box, disappearing behind the door. Su Huayin stood on the lighthouse's lookout, gazing into the distance. Just a little longer, and the task would be complete. He looked down at the thick fog that blanketed the sky, reducing visibility to less than a meter. No wonder there are so many accidents in weather like this, he muttered. It was his first time seeing the ocean, though he couldn't actually see much of it. A few minutes later, a faint mechanical hum sounded, and the lighthouse lamp finally flickered to life. At the same time, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Quest complete. You will exit the instance in 30 seconds. Countdown. 29, 28. Just then, a golden card suddenly appeared in front of Su Huayin, radiating a gentle warmth. He reached out and took the card, feeling its comforting energy. The card's name was Fog Lantern, a gold-quality relic card. Its effect: dispel fog within a 3-meter radius. A brief introduction was printed on the card, a guide through the mist. Obtained from Lighthouse in the Fog Instance, Blackheart Merchant, Sky Tower Dual Mode Effect, Spell Card. After reducing your HP to 1, search your deck for a designated card. At last, I finally have it. Now I can cross the border, Su Huayin whispered, anticipation flickering in his eyes. As the countdown ended, his vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in front of the blind granny's shop. He put away the fog lantern card without hesitation and set out from Qingmu City, riding his Charizard southward. After flying for about 40 kilometers, he saw a vast band of gray fog ahead, about 10 kilometers wide, dividing two distinct system zones. Night had fallen completely, the darkness and fog blending together to block out almost all visibility. Su Huayin thought to himself, it's hard enough to see here during the day. Crossing at night would be reckless. He decided not to continue tonight and prepared to rest, planning to set out again in the morning. Perhaps it was fate smiling upon him, but suddenly Su Huayin spotted the outlines of a few tents in the distance. He instinctively touched the ugly little sachet at his waist, the trinket that supposedly increased his luck by 2 points. Maybe it really was working. However, as he got closer, his brow furrowed. Although the tents looked freshly set up, the ground around them was stained with large patches of wet blood. The dark red liquid was chilling as it spread across the earth. At that moment, his sharp ears caught the faint sound of whimpering from inside one of the tents. Su Huayin cautiously lifted the flap, and a blast of heat rushed out at him. Prepared, he instantly summoned a blade, blocking a fireball that shot straight at his face. He lunged into the tent, only to find a green-skinned goblin with a staff and a necklace of fiery red beads around its neck. With a flash, his white tiger blade sliced cleanly through the elite fire goblin, cutting it in two. Is that it? Su Huayin muttered with a hint of disdain. At his current level, elite monsters weren't much different from regular ones. He could take care of them without a second thought. Inside the tent, a mangled corpse lay sprawled on the ground, clearly the source of the blood outside. As Su Huayin approached, he realized the person was still barely alive, their heartbeat faint but present. He took out a bottle of basic healing potion and pressed it against the wounded man, managing to stop the bleeding, but that was all he could do. Whether you make it or not is up to your own luck. Consider this your payment for letting me stay the night, Su Huayin murmured to himself. He spent the night resting in the tent, but the wounded man never woke up. When Su Huayin left the next morning, he didn't bother checking again. After all, a night's shelter wasn't worth much more. He quickly put the incident behind him. Now, his attention was fixed entirely on the thick, gray mist ahead. Crossing the border wasn't something to be taken lightly. Even with the fog lamp offering a chance, there were still countless unknown dangers waiting for him. The gray mist zone was far from safe. In fact, besides acting as a buffer between different parts of the system, it also hid all kinds of dangers. Swap out the white tiger blade, Su Huayin decided after a moment's thought. He quickly removed the white tiger blade from his second equipment slot and replaced it with a mist lantern. Holding the watermelon-sized lantern in his hand, he stepped into the gray mist zone without hesitation. The moment he set foot inside, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding. The area ahead is not yet accessible. Please return to explore later. As soon as the message ended, the surrounding gray mist seemed to come alive, pressing in as if trying to force him out of the area. But as the swirling mist met the gentle light from the lantern, it halted about 3 meters away from Su Huayin, creating a safe bubble around him. If I didn't have the mist lantern or something similar, I'd be thrown out immediately, Su Huayin thought. The lantern illuminated a 3-meter radius, allowing him to at least see where he was stepping. He pulled a compass from his pocket, only to find the needle spinning wildly, completely useless for navigation. Just as I thought, without a guiding compass, it's almost impossible to get through the gray mist zone quickly, Su Huayin sighed. I'll have to rely on luck now and hope I don't get stuck here too long. The guiding compass was also a gold-tier item. As long as you entered a destination, it would always point the way, unaffected by magnetic fields or other forces. Still, it wasn't essential could cross the gray mist zone on his own, though it would take longer. Go. Su Huayin pointed at the ground and left a clear mark. He decided to make a mark every so often as he moved forward. It was a bit clumsy, but without the guiding compass, it was the best strategy he could think of to avoid getting lost in the mist. Inside a noisy bar, a long-haired girl in silver-white armor slid a photo across the table to the boy sitting opposite her. It's done. Can I have the card now? Ling Qiu asked calmly. The boy's eyes lit up when he heard her. He snatched the photo, and the moment he saw the body in the picture, tears welled up uncontrollably. Sis, I've avenged you, he choked out. So, can I have my payment? Ling Qiu's tone remained steady. Yais, here. The boy quickly handed her a purple card. This was the agreed-upon reward the last Graveyard series purple card Ling Qiu needed. Skull Tombstone. The card's details were clear. A purple quality, dual mode exclusive, field spell card. Once per turn, you can special summon or send a skeleton soldier from your deck to the graveyard. 2 as long as this card is on the field, and there's a skeleton king or skeleton soldier present. You can negate the effect of one opposing monster per turn. It belonged to the Graveyard series. Finally, Ling Qiu murmured, running her fingers over the card. Deal's done. Goodbye, kid. She was about to leave when the boy called out to her. Excuse me, miss, can I join you and become a bounty hunter who helps people fulfill their wishes? The young man asked. Ling Qiu was about to unlock her 4th card slot, and her mood was surprisingly good. On any other day, she probably wouldn't have bothered to respond to such a question. But now, she felt calm and her tone had lost its usual coldness. There are a few things wrong with what you just said. Her gaze grew a little sharper. First, bounty hunters don't help people fulfill their wishes, they work for the reward. Bounty hunters aren't good people, you understand? She paused, frowning slightly. Second, I don't trust you. That's all. Goodbye. With that, Ling Qiu waved the young man off and turned to leave. Just as she was about to go, she suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. Oh, one more thing. She looked back, her voice a bit firmer. Don't let your values be swayed by appearances. She didn't give him a chance to reply, and walked straight out of the bar. Behind her, the noise in the bar gradually returned. Ling Qiu stepped outside, feeling clear-headed. But she soon realized Su Huayin was gone, and without her flying mount, she had no choice but to summon her skeletal warhorse again. Riding the skeletal horse was far less comfortable than flying, but it was still better than walking. As she settled into the saddle, Ling Qiu glanced ahead and nudged her mount toward the stronghold. As soon as she arrived, the air was filled with the clamor of machinery, a little chaotic. She squinted toward the distant construction site, where Starlight Heavy Industries was busy expanding the base. The area was swarming with worksite robots and heavy equipment. She shook her head and muttered, Is Starlight Heavy Industries planning to become a construction crew now? Ling Qiu didn't enter the stronghold. Instead, she skirted the construction site and headed up the mountain alone. She finally stopped beside a massive boulder and quietly pulled out a stack of cards, pressing each Graveyard Series card against the rock. As she did, a faint glow seeped from each card, gradually merging into a single, gentle radiance. The air seemed to still, charged with a quiet solemnity. Ding! You've met the requirements to unlock your 4th card slot. Would you like to proceed? Reminder: cards used to unlock the 4th slot cannot be sold or traded, and are for your own use only. Ling Qiu didn't hesitate. Yes, she replied softly. Light flared before her, and on her system panel, the 4th card slot began to glow, becoming available. Immediately, another system prompt chimed. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked your 4th card slot. Then, a new notification echoed across the entire Qingmu City region. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Qiu for being the first in Qingmu City to unlock a 4th card slot. This achievement has been recorded in the Qingmu City Chronicle. You have gained 100 city reputation. There's no hiding it now. Ling Qiu smiled wryly, though she felt a bit helpless. The Chronicle recorded every milestone in the city's history. Once a player's achievement was entered, there was no concealing it. She hadn't wanted everyone in Qingmu City to know she had unlocked her 4th slot, even if it meant gaining 100 reputation points. Still, she knew how crucial that reputation would be for her next steps. With these 100 reputation points, I finally meet the 2nd requirement for founding a guild, she murmured, drawing a card from her deck. It was time to enter the Sky Domain. She hoped to bring back a couple of family cards, and maybe a few low-level 0-type weapons. Once her card slots were adjusted, Ling Qiu activated the Sky Domain dungeon card without hesitation and vanished from sight. The tank charged forward, with archers close behind, shattering the bear's armor as a rain of arrows flew out with pinpoint accuracy. In a clearing, a 5-person team worked in perfect sync, locked in an intense battle with a black bear boss. With each arrow that struck, more wounds appeared on the bear, its rage and agitation growing ever more obvious. The team leader, an archer wielding a crimson bow, gave a steady command. Stay sharp, this boss might unleash a powerful attack when it's low on health. Don't make me send condolences to your families. Suddenly, the archer drew his bow and fired, the arrow slicing through the air and speeding toward the black bear boss. With a loud explosion, the arrow landed right at the bear's feet, shaking the ground beneath them. The bear's thick hide absorbed much of the damage from regular arrows, but the explosive arrow made it roar in pain. The damage multiplied several times over. Seeing the boss heavily wounded, the enraged black bear suddenly went berserk. It swung its massive paw, sending the tank, who was barely protected by a tower shield, flying several meters back. Without hesitation, the team rushed to help the tank back up and quickly gave chase. The leader called out urgently, "Don't let up. The boss is almost down. If it escapes now, we'll lose out. Especially since these bosses have a high chance of dropping purple cards." But what happened next was completely unexpected. As they pursued, Lin Yuan suddenly caught a terrifying flash of a blade out of the corner of his eye. A cold light streaked past as a massive blade slashed mercilessly at the black bear boss. With a single blow, the blade not only finished off the black bear, it cleaved the creature clean in two. Staring at the scene, Lin Yuan wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. All the boss dropped was a single green card, making him frown. This is just bad luck. A boss-level creature only dropped a green card. He complained inwardly, though he was a little relieved. If it had been a purple card, things could have gotten much more complicated. Just then, Su Huayin stepped forward and picked up the green card. The description was simple: bearskin coat, green card type, equipment card, Constitution 10, basic warmth effect. Lin Yuan glanced at it and immediately understood, relaxing a bit. This bearskin coat isn't worth mentioning, Su Huayin said coolly, then pulled a piece of equipment, a fog lamp, from his second card slot and swapped it for the white tiger blade. How can you prove this belongs to your team? Su Huayin's tone was slightly mocking, clearly unconcerned by Lin Yuan's words. Lin Yuan nodded, pointing to the arrow wounds on the black bear's corpse. Take a look, those are the arrows I shot earlier. Su Huayin glanced down and saw several arrows still stuck in the ground next to the boss, clear evidence that the team had indeed fought the black bear. When Su Huayin first encountered the boss, it was already badly injured. Although Su Huayin was strong enough to take down boss-level creatures on his own, it would have been much more difficult to defeat it so easily, if not for its weakened state. This boss was injured by you, but I was the one who finished it off. Don't you think I deserve at least half the credit? Su Huayin raised the card in his hand, a glint of cunning in his eyes. How about this? You answer one question for me, and I'll give you this card. One question? What do you want to know? Lin Yuan immediately straightened up, his gaze fixed on the card. Su Huayin looked at the group in matching uniforms and asked tentatively, "Do you know about Xinguang Heavy Industries?" He needed to confirm his current location without revealing he was an outsider. Xinguang Heavy Industries wasn't a top power in Qingmu City, but was well known enough to serve as a good test. Xinguang Heavy Industries? Never heard of it. We're from the Qitong Self-Governance Association, Lin Yuan replied confidently. Qitong Self-Governance Association? Su Huayin's heart skipped a beat, and a flash of joy appeared in his eyes. This meant he had successfully crossed the gray mist zone and arrived in Qitong City. He tossed the card to them and turned to leave. "Hey, friend," Lin Yuan called out, quickly stepping forward. "You're clearly skilled. To be honest, I've never even heard of small factions like Xinguang Heavy Industries. In Qitong City, our Qitong Self-Governance Association dominates the scene. We've claimed half of the guild tokens ourselves. If we weren't worried about causing an uproar, we'd take the rest too. Interested in joining us?" Su Huayin's eyes sharpened at those words. The Qitong Self-Governance Association was powerful enough to control half the guild tokens? He didn't buy their claim about not wanting to cause an uproar. Such talk was as unreliable as those always victorious battle reports. Still, the distribution of the tokens did show the strength of their organization. It wasn't surprising, really. Qitong City was once a provincial capital, with military forces stationed there early on. Those modern weapons posed a real threat to players. "No, I have my own plans," Su Huayin refused without hesitation. If it was just a matter of sneaking in to gather information, he might have considered it, but joining would mean a background check-in as an outsider. That was too risky. "Your own plans?" Lin Yuan scoffed. "Don't tell me you're thinking about joining the Zero Guild?" Su Huayin froze in his tracks. Zero Guild. Upon hearing that familiar name, Su Huayin's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. "Zero Guild?" he asked, unable to hold back. "Is it the same Zero Guild I'm thinking of? What happened?" A strange light flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes, and a fanatical smile curled on his lips. "Huh, so you've heard of the Zero Guild? Soon, the entire Qitong City will belong to our Qitong Self-Governance Council." Su Huayin watched him quietly, increasingly convinced that something was off about Lin Yuan's behavior, almost as if had been brainwashed, rambling on about things that made no sense. "Well then, goodbye." With a simple farewell, Su Huayin swung himself onto the back of his Charizard and flew toward the main city of Qitong. Although Qitong City's layout differed slightly from Qingmu City, the overall structure was similar. He had a clear goal in mind and headed straight for the Fishing Association. The entrance to the Qitong City Fishing Association was unusually quiet, the wide doors looking as though they hadn't seen visitors for a long time. Could everyone have gone to Qingpu fishing grounds to see the legendary fishing master, Emperor He? Su Huayin wondered as he pushed open the door. Inside, the association was just as deserted, with only a handful of people present. How can I find the fishing spot for the white kingfish? Su Huayin mused, stroking his chin. Aside from the first spot head discovered by chance, the others had all been revealed, directly or indirectly, by Xinyang. For this last location, he only knew it was somewhere in the Qitong City region. But Su Huayin had learned a thing or two about dealing with fishing enthusiasts. He casually asked, "Hey, I've got a white kingfish weighing over 100 pounds. Any idea what I could trade it for? 100 pounds? A white kingfish?" A fellow named Zhou Hai's eyes lit up instantly as he looked Su Huayin up and down. "Where? Tell me where you caught it. Take me to the spot, and he'll show you how to catch one," Su Huayin replied confidently. Zhou Hai, however, remained skeptical, giving Su Huayin a once-over. "You don't have any marks from fishing line, there's no fishy smell on you, and your skin's way too fair. I bet you've never even caught a common dace, let alone a 100-pound white kingfish." Su Huayin felt a bit uneasy, but remembering Ling Qiu's words, he straightened up. "Just take me there. I promise I can reel in a white kingfish." As he spoke, he pulled out a wooden dragon scale card, proof of the time Head caught a green kingfish. The moment Zhou Hai saw the wooden dragon scale, his attitude changed. "That's a fishing association exclusive card, you only get one if you've caught a green kingfish. All right, he'll take you there." Su Huayin followed Zhou Hai out of the city. As they passed through Qitong Square, he overheard some people whispering nearby. These rumors had already spread widely across Qitong Square. It was practically common knowledge by now. The Qitong Self-Governance Association inviting the Zero Guild to discuss an alliance? As Su Huayin listened to the chatter around him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This so-called alliance was just a pleasant-sounding term. In reality, the Qitong Association wanted to swallow up the Zero Guild. Everyone in the Zero Guild is tough enough to take down a guild beast. They won't give in so easily, a stubbled man muttered quietly. "I heard the Zero Guild has already reached out to several other groups for help." A tall, thin man chimed in. "Everyone knows what happens if your neighbor falls. No one wants to be next. This is going to get interesting." Su Huayin listened for a while, piecing together what he already knew. He now had a pretty clear picture of the situation in Qidong City. Here, the Self-Governance Association held an overwhelming advantage and was working toward unifying the entire city. This can't happen. The Qitong Association must not be allowed to unify the city, Su Huayin thought to himself. Qitong City bordered Qingmu City. Once Qingmu was upgraded to a level 3 city, the gray fog zone separating them would disappear. For Qingmu to advance to level 4, it would have to conquer all the surrounding cities and make them its vassals. At that point, a unified Qitong City would be bad news. "I need to stop the Qitong Association from unifying the city. The more chaos in Qitong, the better." Su Huayin narrowed his eyes, considering his next move. "I also need to find out more about the Zero Guild here. After fishing, I should make contact with them." He had spent so much time coming to Qitong City that just catching a fish would hardly be worth it. Since he was here, he needed to set things up for the future. Maybe he could plant a seed for later, but any decision would have to wait until he had met the Zero Guild and understood the situation. For now, though, his priority was to catch that white kingfish. About an hour later, Zhou Hai led Su Huayin to a massive reservoir. Standing on the shore, all Su Huayin could see was a vast expanse of water stretching to the horizon. "Here we are," Zhou Hai said, pointing at the water with a hint of challenge in his tone. "I want to see how you're going to catch that white kingfish." Even after seeing the wooden dragon scale Su Huayin had shown before, Zhou Hai was still skeptical of his abilities. He was willing to bring Su Huayin here mostly out of curiosity and to scratch his own fishing itch. "Watch closely." Su Huayin remained calm, pulling a fishing rod from his backpack. He took out a chunk of meat bait and skillfully attached it to the hook. "That's not right," Zhou Hai immediately interjected. "White kingfish are picky eaters. You should use corn bait." As he spoke, he took out his own rod and attached a corn bait as a demonstration. "Is that so? Thanks for the tip," Su Huayin replied politely, but he stuck to his own method, casting his line confidently into the water. Seeing Su Huayin's technique, which, to his eyes, looked amateurish, Zhou Hai didn't say anything, but he felt even more dismissive. In his view, fishing was about skill, and he had no patience for people who bragged without ever landing a big catch. Whatever tiny hope Zhou Hai had for Su Huayin was now flickering like a candle in the wind, teetering between existence and extinction. Sunlight danced across the rippling surface of the lake, scattering flecks of gold. Suddenly, Zhou Hai's fishing rod jerked violently in his hands. He tensed instantly, gripping the rod tightly as he began to reel in the line with care. Beneath the water, a massive dark shape darted about, stirring up a cloud of muddy waves. As the line grew taut, an impressively large fish burst through the surface. Its blue-black scales flashed coldly in the sunlight, and its powerful tail sent up a spray of water. The fish's round eyes were wide with fear. Zhou Hai's cheeks flushed with excitement as he skillfully managed the rod. The big fish thrashed wildly, whipping its head in a desperate bid to escape, but in the end, Zhou Hai managed to drag it onto the shore. It's a bit small, probably just over 20 pounds, Zhou Hai said loudly, weighing the fish by its gills. His words made Su Huayin, standing nearby, feel his face heat up, not from envy at Zhou Hai's catch, but because he remembered his own earlier boasting. Nearly an hour had passed, and his own float hadn't so much as twitched. Only 20 pounds. That's not even big, Su Huayin muttered, his eyes reddening. What's going on with the white kingfish today? Usually, as soon as the bait goes in, they bite. But today, before he could finish, his rod suddenly dipped. A bite. It's a big one. I know this feeling, the white kingfish is here, he shouted, gripping the rod with both hands. He was all too familiar with the strength of these giant fish. Come on. Su Huayin heaved, expecting to see the fish break through the surface. Instead, a tremendous force nearly yanked him into the lake. No, this isn't a 100-pounder. This has to be at least 200 or 300 pounds. He dug his feet into the ground, veins bulging in his arms as he struggled to hold on. Seeing this, Zhou Hai dropped his own rod and rushed over. That big. Let me help. The two of them pulled together, but the force didn't lessen at all. The water erupted as an enormous dark shape, several times larger than the previous catch, appeared beneath the surface. It really is the white kingfish. Zhou Hai gritted his teeth. Their rod was bent like a bow, looking as if it would snap at any moment. Judging by the resistance, Su Huayin estimated Zhou Hai's strength to be around 150 points, about 15 times that of an average person. Let's bring it in. Su Huayin's clone joined in, and a third pair of hands gripped the rod. At last, with all three working together, snap, a gigantic white figure was hauled out of the water. The white kingfish was over twice the height of an average man, its scales pure and lustrous, gleaming softly like fine jade. Its fins were sharp as blades, and with each violent struggle, its powerful tail whipped up gusts of wind, scattering droplets across the water's surface like shattered pearls. Even after it crashed heavily onto the ground, it continued to flop and thrash about, fighting desperately for its life. This creature must weigh at least 300 pounds. Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement and awe, and he couldn't help but mutter in amazement. Su Huayin was gasping for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow with a triumphant grin. See, didn't I say I could catch a white kingfish? Just as the words left his mouth, the massive fish suddenly opened its jaws wide and spat out a glowing, mysterious pearl. Huh, what's that? Su Huayin's eyes widened as he reached for the strange pearl. But before he could touch it, the pearl instantly transformed into a card. Fish Dragon Pearl Purple Card, Dungeon Card, the text on the card read. Su Huayin studied the card, his expression growing serious. Used to enter the Fish Dragon dungeon. To become a true dragon, both dragon scales and dragon horns are essential. What does that mean? He murmured, frowning slightly as if the words carried a hidden meaning. At that moment, Zhou Hai burst out laughing, his gaze fixed on the enormous white kingfish, clearly captivated by its size and weight. Su Huayin shook his head, realizing Zhou Hai was acting like an excited child, completely at a loss for what to do next. As Su Huayin took a step closer to get a better look at the fish, Zhou Hai quickly blocked his way. Stay back. Take your card and leave my fish alone, Zhou Hai said defensively, stepping in front of the fish. He pulled out a card and tossed it to Su Huayin. Here, have another one. Su Huayin couldn't help but laugh. What use did he have for the fish anyway? He was only interested in the card. Since Zhou Hai was so generous with his cards, Su Huayin decided not to press further, even though he had no idea what the card might do. He smiled and waved his hand. All right, until next time. Zhou Hai breathed a sigh of relief, clearly worried that Su Huayin might covet the white kingfish. Dragging the heavy catch behind him, Zhou Hai bounded away in a series of awkward leaps. Watching his childish antics, Su Huayin couldn't help but smile, thinking that bouncing away wasn't quite the right description, but he couldn't come up with anything better. Once Zhou Hai had left, Su Huayin lowered his gaze to the two cards Zhou Hai had just handed him. The first card was purple and red. Golden Dragon Scale Quality. Purple card, card type, relic card. He looked closer, noting the detailed attributes and effects. Stats: Constitution 50, Magic Resistance 30. Effect: Intermediate Metal Manipulation. While in a metallic environment, gain an additional 10 Strength and 10 Agility. Series: 5 Elements Dragon Scale Series. Description: A fragment of a power divided into 5. Collect all 5 Elements Dragon Scale cards to synthesize the Dragon's Blaze card. Equipment restriction: Must be stacked onto a dragon-related card of higher quality. Acquisition: Fishing Association Dual Mode. He then read the combat attributes. Effect: 1 star, Dragon-type monster, tuner, ATK 100, Def 100. Cannot be normal summoned. Effect: If you control no monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. Effect: During your main phase, you can add 1 5-star Dragon Scale card, or a metal or Dragon-type monster, to your hand. Effect: Tribute this card to special summon a metal attribute Dragon-type monster from your hand. After reading, Su Huayin let out a quiet sigh, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. The Five Elements Dragon Scale series, could these be the legendary cards connected to the Dragon Clan? And this Golden Dragon Scale card was clearly a key part of the set. He put the cards away, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if pondering an even greater mystery. I finally collected the complete Five Elements Dragon Scale card set. Su Huayin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This meant he had successfully gathered a full set of cards, including at least one purple card, fulfilling the second requirement to unlock his fourth card slot. As for the first requirement, attribute point, she had already met that long ago. Now, he could finally open the fourth card slot. Alright, let's do this fourth card slot. Su Huayin carefully laid out the 5 dragon scale cards in front of him. As the cards drew closer together, beams of light shot out from each one, swirling and weaving in the air before merging into a dazzling ball of radiance. Ding! You have met all requirements to unlock the fourth card slot. Would you like to activate it now? The system's prompt rang clearly in Su Huayin's ear. Without hesitation, he selected yes. He had been preparing for this moment all along, and he was eager to unlock this new slot. Su Huayin opened the system notification panel and watched as the fourth slot on his interface, bathed in a blinding light, finally became available. The system chimed again, ding. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the fourth card slot. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, had become a 4-slot player. Just then, another notification echoed throughout the entire Chitong City region. Ding. Congratulations to player Mingjing Zhishui for unlocking the fourth card slot, becoming the first player in Chitong City to do so. This event has been recorded in the Chitong City Chronicle. Reputation in Chitong City 100. Looking at the newly unlocked fourth slot, Su Huayin felt even more excited. But he knew this was just the beginning. He rearranged the 5 dragon scale cards, preparing for the next step. Ding. You have collected the complete 5 Elements Dragon Scale card series. Would you like to synthesize them? The system prompted him again. Yes. Su Huayin confirmed without hesitation. At his command, the 5 cards erupted with a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire room like a burning sun. Each purple card shot out a beam of radiant energy, the 5 streams converging into a single, shimmering path. In the center of this brilliance, a brand new golden card slowly took shape. As the golden light faded, Su Huayin focused on the card that had fully revealed itself before him. Dragon's Explosive Flame, Quality, Gold Card, Type, Relic Card, Effects, Strength 20, Constitution 80, Magic Resistance 50. The card's detailed attributes appeared before his eyes. Advanced Fire Control. The power of dragon scales combined with the power of dragon horns equals dragon explosion. Restriction. This card must be stacked on top of a dragon-related card of higher quality. Acquisition. Synthesized from the 5 elements dragon scales. The card's effect description unfolded line by line. Beneath that, it read, Dual Mode Effect, Quick Play Spell Card. When a dragon-type monster is on the field, destroy all opponent's monsters. As expected of a gold card, Su Huayin couldn't help but marvel. He quickly stacked this card onto Tiger's Yinyang. Only then did he realize that to use this golden card, he needed at least one red-level dragon-related card to stack it on. In other words, even if he gave this gold card to someone else, they wouldn't be able to equip it. Only he, with the right qualifications, could unlock the full power of this formidable card. Su Huayin carefully considered how to arrange his fourth card slot. The Bone King shield, his old reliable card, be retired just yet, and still needed to stay in play. Now that he had 4 card slots, his clone also gained the same number of slots. Choosing the 4th card for his clone became much simpler, just slotted in the blinding skill card. This way, the dilemma between heaven and earth coexistence and blinding was easily resolved, allowing him to use both skills. How powerful will heaven and earth coexistence be with 4 card slots? Su Huayin's eyes sparkled as he examined his clone, itching to test the new damage ceiling against a boss as soon as possible. Next, he turned his attention to the 5 Dragon Scale series cards. After being fused, these cards transformed into pure dual mode cards. Although they lost their arena effects, they were still highly valuable for a dragon deck. Before leaving, Zhouhai had also given him another card. Su Huayin finally remembered to check it. It was a water attribute weapon called Azure Staff, of blue rarity. Its effect was fairly straightforward, 20 spirit, with a 5 chance to trigger double casting when using water spells. The card description had a playful tone. If one spell can't solve the problem, just cast another one. In dual mode, this equipment card could only be used on water monsters, allowing the equipped monster to attack twice in a single turn. A freebie, no complaints here. Su Huayin accepted the equipment with a smile. Finally, he took out the purple Fish Dragon Pearl Dungeon card. The card prompt stated that either 5-element dragon scales or dragon's explosive flame was required to enter. The description read, to become a true dragon, both dragon scales and a dragon horn are essential. The dragon's explosive flame card hinted, the power of dragon scales combined with the dragon horn equals dragon burst. Su Huayin's eyes lit up, and his heartbeat quickened. This meant the dungeon likely contained a gold-quality dragon horn card, which could be fused with his dragon's explosive flame to create an even higher-level dragon burst card. What kind of quality would a fusion of 2 gold cards yield? But there's no rush right now. Su Huayin calmed himself. This dungeon probably won't be easy. It's time to check out the Zero Guild in Qitong City and see what's happening over there. Qitong City. The Qitong Self-Governance Council. An emergency meeting had been called at lightning speed, and the atmosphere was heavy with the stillness that comes before a storm. What had happened? Who exactly was this Ming Jing Jishui? No one had ever heard of this name before. It was as if a complete stranger had suddenly emerged from nowhere. One thing was certain: this person was definitely not from the council. The meeting room was full of chaos as people hurried in. News that Su Huayin had unlocked the 4th card slot struck every faction like a bolt from the blue. For the Qitong Self-Governance Council in particular, it was a massive shock. This unexpected variable could potentially upend the entire situation. Meanwhile, inside the Zero Guild of Qitong City, a short-haired girl in standard Zero combat gear stood by the balcony railing. She gazed into the distance, hands resting on the rail, lost in thought. Mingjing? Jishui? She murmured, frowning slightly as if trying to recall something. After a moment, she suddenly slapped her forehead, as if a memory had surfaced. Right. He's that dueling champion. The creator of the Veil Zero deck with over 100 different builds. Why would he show up in Qitong City? While she was still processing this information, a voice sounded behind her. Boss, the envoy from the Qitong Self-Governance Council is here. They want to discuss an alliance. Are all the other department heads present? Yeah, the leaders of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd action teams, logistics, secretariat, and intelligence are all here. We're just waiting on you. The girl straightened up and made her way to the meeting room. Every movement she made exuded a sense of competence, reminiscent of the legendary figure, Ling Qiu. As she pushed open the door, all the senior members stood up in unison and greeted her. President Yun Fei. Yun Fei nodded, her expression serious as she walked to the head of the table. She sat down and pressed her hand down gently, signaling everyone to take their seats. Everyone, the situation is urgent, so let's skip the pleasantries. What are your thoughts on the alliance proposed by the Qitong Self-Governance Council? Her gaze was sharp as a blade as she swept her eyes across the room. Her tone left no room for doubt. I need your honest opinions. They'd held meetings like this many times before, but this one felt different. This could very well be the last. A middle-aged man stood up, speaking hesitantly. Xiao Yao, the Qitong Council is powerful. It's the dominant force in the region. Resisting them will only lead to unnecessary casualties. And if we agree to the alliance, we can still maintain some independence and avoid war for now. His words sparked murmurs of agreement. The Qitong Council represented authority, backed by overwhelming strength, almost impossible to resist. Many believed that accepting the alliance was the more rational choice. But just then, a sharp voice cut through the silence. You're just trying to protect your own positions, aren't you? A young man seated to Yun Fei's left retorted loudly. This so-called alliance is just a smokescreen. If we agree, we'll be swallowed up sooner or later. We should fight. We're not going down without a fight. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone turned to look at the young man, their expressions a mix of emotions. Yun Fei frowned slightly, and, after a moment of silence, spoke coldly. Whatever your views, this decision affects us all. We have to make a choice. Under Yun Fei's leadership, the discussion delved deeper into analysis and strategy. Everyone understood that the decision they made today might well determine their fate. Fei Yunqing's views, though charged with intense emotion, won considerable support. Some argued that fighting now was tantamount to seeking death. They simply didn't have the strength yet. Enduring and biding their time was the only option. But others strongly disagreed, retorting with indignation. That's just an excuse for inaction. Sooner or later, those of you who surrender will regret it. The meeting was almost evenly split between these two opposing sides. Yun Fei didn't immediately take a stand. Instead, she quietly observed the arguments unfold. To be honest, she was wavering inside. The current strength of Zero Guild was nowhere near that of the Qitong Self-Governance Association, but Zero Guild was everything to her. If she defected to Qitong, Zero Guild would no longer belong to her. Meanwhile, more and more members within the guild were leaning toward surrender. If they really joined this so-called alliance, those in favor of surrender would only grow in number, and the situation would soon slip completely out of her control. A familiar figure flashed through her mind: long, jet black hair, slender yet resolute. Suddenly, Yun Fei found herself lost in thought. Everything before her seemed like an unsolvable puzzle. Has anyone thought about what this means for Sister Yun Fei? A girl at the end of the table suddenly stood up, her voice sharp and urgent. Her eyes were filled with determination, as if calling out for something. She declared loudly, you can all choose to surrender and maybe keep your positions. But what about Sister Yun Fei? How is she supposed to surrender? She'd have to leave. If you truly care about dignity, leaving is the only real choice. Her outburst instantly cleared Yun Fei's confusion. That's right. As the leader of Zero Guild, surrendering would mean losing everything she had built. She wasn't born to yield to reality. She was one of the 8 apostles. If she was going to fight, she would fight to the end. Even if she no longer followed the guild's path, she was confident she could forge her own way and reach even greater heights. She wasn't afraid of hardship. If she lost her dignity, what would victory even mean? A cold glint flashed in Yun Fei's eyes as she turned to the assembled members. If anyone mentions surrender again, you'll be treated as a traitor. Her resolve was set, and a heavy silence settled over the room. Uncle Li, Yun Fei said calmly, you're no longer suited to serve as head of logistics. Ying Tao, you'll take over for now. Ying Tao, the girl who had spoken up, looked surprised for a moment, then nodded with determination. Uncle Li had once been a trusted aide, but now Yun Fei had to make a choice. Uncle Li was silent for a moment, his eyes flashing with discontent before he stood up. If you insist on this, you'll regret it. With that, he led a small group toward the exit. Yun Fei's expression turned icy. Uncle Li and his team may leave and take a break, she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. You've been planning to defect all along, haven't you? Fei Yunxing stood up in anger, drawing his blade as if unable to accept the betrayal. His fury was on the verge of erupting. Enough. Yun Fei stopped him, her voice calm but resolute. Let them go. There was no warmth in her tone, but not a trace of hesitation. Li Jianming and his small group left in silence, never looking back. A cold smile tugged at Yun Fei's lips. Good riddance. Without combat power to protect them, the resources they carry are nothing but easy pickings for others. Do they really think the Qitong Self-Governance Association is a dumping ground? She touched her forehead lightly, as if lost in thought. At that moment, about a third of Zero Guild's members set out from their base, leaving in a large group. Watching their retreating backs, Yun Fei felt a complex mix of emotions. When the Qitong Self-Governance Association's envoys saw the group of over 200 people, their expressions changed instantly. What's this? You want to leave Zero Guild and join us? The envoys' voices were laced with impatience, and their brows were tightly furrowed. Our goal is to form an alliance with Zero Guild, not to take in a bunch of dead weight. One envoy sneered. What we want is Yun Fei and her core fighters. As for you, aside from some resources and cards, you've got no courage, no drive, and not even basic combat ability. You're useless to us. Li Jianming's face went pale at these words, his body swaying slightly as fear and confusion flickered in his eyes. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'm actually here to negotiate between the Qitong Self-Governance Association and Zero Guild. He spoke cautiously. Since you've left Zero Guild, please move along. But you're still welcome to settle in the Qitong settlement. His voice was faint, as if desperately hoping to escape the awkwardness of the moment. Look at this bunch. Su Huayin sat atop his Charizard, gazing down at the scene below, eyes locked on the base of the Zero Guild. On the ground, a group of about 50 people marched forward. Though they all wore matching uniforms, their lack of discipline was obvious. They were nothing more than a ragtag mob. Keep running. If you don't want to get shot, then move it. Someone shouted, firing a warning shot into the air. Ahead of the group, 4 or 5 terrified men and women were desperately fleeing for their lives. Boss, isn't this a bit much? One of the lackeys hesitated, concern on his face. The man with the dragon tattoo sneered, what's wrong with it? We're with the Qitong Self-Governance now. If anything goes wrong, they'll clean up our mess. Otherwise, why bother wearing this uniform? I found you, Su Huayin thought to himself. He knew he had to stop and delay the Qitong Self-Governance from taking over Qitong City, and these people deserved what was coming. About 10 meters above the ground, he quickly swapped out his Charizard card and slotted in the white tiger blade. With a heavy thud, he landed right in the center of the crowd. Lee, look, there's a dragon in the sky. A punk with bleached yellow hair shouted. Scatter. Move now. Someone yelled in panic. The crowd broke apart in chaos, but one unlucky soul was too slow. Su Huayin's foot came down hard, ending him instantly. Spells began to rain down on Su Huayin, and a warrior charged forward, launching a Fulin assault. Bang! The charging warrior slammed into the white tiger blade and collapsed, blood streaming from every orifice. Didn't even need a finishing blow. The spells that hit Su Huayin barely made a dent. With a dragon's explosive flame card granting 50 magic resistance and 120 points of constitution, his defense was like a fortress. Suddenly, screams echoed all around. A hidden blade flashed, swiftly taking lives, while Su Huayin strode forward, sweeping his white tiger blade in broad arcs. With a single stroke, he cut down 3 people at the waist. Blood splattered across him as the white tiger blade, even more fearsome than a reaper's scythe, sliced enemies into halves, quarters, even sixths with each swing. He's a demon. That guy's a demon. Run. The survivors screamed in despair. After more than half of the combatants had been killed or wounded, the signs of a rout finally appeared on the battlefield. A blood-soaked enemy was the first to turn and run, triggering a chain reaction among the others. Su Huayin watched the scene unfold. His brow furrowed. This was precisely what he had feared. With only 2 people on his side, including his clone, there was no way he could intercept all 50 or 60 enemies at once. As he was weighing his options, A sharp clang of metal rang out. A strange sensation traveled up his arms as his white tiger broadsword struck a shield. Unlike the others, the person he hit didn't collapse on the spot. Instead, he was blasted backward like a cannonball, but managed to survive a blow powered by Su Huayin's 190 strength attribute. Su narrowed his eyes, realizing this opponent was skilled at dissipating force. Letting the fleeing enemies go, Su Huayin focused his attention on this unusual adversary. Not far away, in the tall grass, a man with a dragon tattoo on his face coughed up blood and struggled to his feet. What the hell is that monster? The tattooed man thought, still trembling from the force of the strike. He barely managed to steady himself when he noticed the young man with the blood-stained broadsword watching him with interest. Who are you? Su Huayin asked bluntly. You're wearing a Qitong Self-Disciplined Society uniform, but you don't have the right demeanor. During the fight, he had already noticed that these people acted more like street thugs than members of a disciplined organization. If you're going to kill me, just do it. Don't expect to get any information from me, the tattooed man replied, trying to sound tough. Come on, is that really necessary? Su Huayin sighed. I'm a reasonable guy. Don't make me resort to violence. As Su Huayin advanced, the man's bravado vanished. The memory of this demon slaughtering more than 20 people was still fresh in his mind. He immediately confessed, we're from the Qitong Self-Disciplined Society's Concord Squad. Once Su Huayin understood the truth, he couldn't help but smile wryly. These people were actually members of an underground force absorbed by the Qitong Self-Disciplined Society and assigned to a subordinate group called the Concord Squad. 8 such squads had been sent out, their purpose to force Zero Guild into joining the alliance. No matter the outcome, the Qitong Self-Disciplined Society would come out on top. These men were simply pawns sent to die. So I've just helped them clean up their trash? Su Huayin muttered, feeling a mix of emotions. It was clear these people had been sent here as expendable cannon fodder. Sister Yunfei, are we really just letting them go like that? Ying Tao paced over to Yunfei, confusion filling her eyes. Yunfei slowly shook her head, her gaze deep and thoughtful. We can't kill them. Would lose people's trust. Trust? They've already left. What trust is there to keep? I'm not talking about them. I mean the ones who stayed behind. Yunfei was about to explain further when her expression suddenly sharpened. She sensed something was off. Turning to Ying Tao, her tone steady, she said, you go on ahead. I have a guest to attend to. Although Ying Tao didn't quite understand, she nodded obediently and left. Yunfei's eyes locked onto a stone pillar not far away, her voice edged with a hint of warning. Who's there? Why don't you come out and show yourself? A figure stepped out from behind the pillar. It was Su Huayin. Scratching his head, he looked curious. How did you spot me? Shouldn't you answer my question first? Yunfei asked coldly. Who are you? Me? Su Huayin shrugged, putting on a carefree act. Would you believe me if I said I was just passing by? Looking for death, are you? With a flick of her hand, a red-tasseled spear appeared out of thin air. Its tip gleamed coldly, pointed right at Su Huayin's throat. Easy, I'm not your enemy. Su Huayin quickly backed away. Even though his avatar had reached 4 slots, he specialized as a pure assassin. His base stats were low. Aside from a spinning sleeve blade that gave him some numbers, his other slots were all skill cards. Against a fighter of Yunfei's caliber, even a sneak attack would be risky, especially without using his life-linked skill. A golden zero gear? Su Huayin's gaze briefly flicked to the golden engine on Yunfei's chest. Which of the 8 color envoys are you? Yunfei eased up slightly. So you're a beta player too? The two sized each other up. Su Huayin's signature sleeve blade marked him as an assassin, and at the same level, an assassin without the element of surprise was no match for a fighter. I'm here to help you, Su Huayin said after a brief pause. Had considered introducing himself as Ling Qiu's partner, but decided to keep Wu Deng's existence secret for now and approached Yunfei as a mysterious ally instead. Red Envoy, Yunfei, she introduced herself. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Su Huayin's eyes. Among the 8 color envoys of the Zero Guild, Yunfei ranked somewhere in the middle, and she was around 50th to 60th in the arena, definitely a top-tier player. He got straight to the point. On my way here, I noticed a squad of 50 from the Bronze Guild heading this way. I took care of all of them. One of them had a dragon tattoo and used a shield that was tough. As far as I know, there are still 7 other squads of 50, all from the Concord teams, closing in from different directions. Oh, make that 6 squads now, Su Huayin added. My people just took out another one. You're welcome to send someone down to check. Yunfei narrowed her eyes. What's your goal? Information this easy to verify was rarely a lie, but she couldn't figure out this man's motives. My goal? Su Huayin blinked, putting on an innocent look. Just look at these honest eyes. Do I look like someone with bad intentions? Please, Yunfei nearly spat in his face. He was obviously a sly old fox, yet he acted like a harmless lamb. Suddenly, she caught a key word. Wait, did you say Concord teams? What's that? The Concord teams are temporary squads formed by smaller groups that join the Bronze Guild. Only those who perform well get officially accepted, Su Huayin explained, feigning expertise to add to his mysterious image. So they're using these new recruits to deal with us, Yunfei mused. Thoughtful. All right, Now that I've delivered the intel, Su Huayin said, getting to the point, see, I mean no harm. The information was just a greeting gift. I'd like to do some business with the Zero Guild. He pulled out 30,000 pesos. I'm looking to buy two kinds of cards. Rain of Blessings, a blue card, 1,500 pesos each, and Nature's Power, 500 each. Hey Race, 30,000 pesos please, help me get 15 of each. It was time to head back. Su Huayin stood before the thick mist, a heavy backpack slung over his shoulders. He glanced back in the direction of Chitong City, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. His backpack was packed with precious cards head collected from the natural forest map in Chitong City. Blessing Rain and Power of Nature. There were 15 of each card. Blessing Rain, a blue card, was a high-value healing card, while Power of Nature was a green card that enhanced natural elements. Su Huayin had spent nearly all his pesos to acquire these cards. Healing cards were always scarce in Qingmu City. Every time Su Huayin passed through Qingmu Square, he would hear people recruiting priests or searching for healers for their teams. He was keenly aware of the demand for these cards and was confident they would fetch a good price in the Qingmu City region. To make the acquisition process more efficient, he partnered with Yun Fei. It would have been a waste of time to collect the cards on his own, so he entrusted Yun Fei with the task. Although Yun Fei still had doubts about his identity, they both agreed on one thing: when it came to business, profit mattered most. Yun Fei stood to gain a fair share from the partnership, which also provided her with a steady stream of resources. More importantly, this wasn't a one-off deal. There would be more opportunities in the future. Su Huayin took out a fog lantern and gave it a gentle shake. The light flared up, scattering the mist around him. Without hesitation, he stepped into the dense fog. Meanwhile, something major was happening in the Qingmu City region while Su Huayin was away. The Luoxia mountain map was suddenly shrouded in thick mist, blocking all players with 3 or more card slots from entering. A system notification sounded. Currently, only players with 2 or fewer card slots may enter the Luoxia ruins. This unexpected development sent all the local factions into motion, dispatching their elite members who hadn't yet unlocked the 3rd card slot to investigate. The Immortal Guild wasn't about to miss out on this opportunity. Maindong led a team of more than 20 players toward the entrance to the Luoxia mountain map. At the front of the group, a young man wearing the guild's uniform asked, Dongjia, what's going on at Luoxia Mountain? Weren't you a beta tester? Maindong was at the head of the group, and beside him was a girl in a zero armor suit. Unlike Ling Qiu's suit, hers was a distinctive purple. Her name was Ling Dong. She resembled Ling Qiu somewhat, but her gear set her apart. Maindong frowned. I'm not sure. We need to get over there and see for ourselves. If something like this is happening on the Luoxia mountain map, it must be important. He had already asked Ling Qiu about it, but she didn't know either. She just told him to lead a team to investigate. They soon arrived at the entrance to Luoxia Mountain, where several familiar faces were already gathered. Members of the Qingmu Self-Governance Association, 5-Star Fruit, and the Justice League were all present. Maindong turned to someone in his team. Li Ming, I'm putting you in charge of the main task. Li Ming looked at Maindong, his expression unreadable. Although he was still a 2-slot player, his decision not to unlock the 3rd slot made him the ideal candidate for this mission. Given how unusual the situation at Luoxia Mountain was, choosing the right person was crucial. Li Ming nodded slightly. Don't worry, he'll handle it. Finally back near his own base, Su Huayin stood atop his Charizard, surveying the scene before him. But as he took in his surroundings, he couldn't help but frown slightly, a trace of confusion flickering in his mind. Had only been gone for a week, how had things changed so much? The once familiar environment now seemed utterly transformed. Buildings and open spaces that used to be ordinary had expanded several times over, and the entire area was now much larger than before. Thankfully, the courtyard where he used to stay remained untouched. Su Huayin guided Charizard to land steadily in the open area in front of the courtyard. The moment he touched down, he spotted 2 figures standing by the gate, both wearing the uniforms of the Eternal Life Guild. As soon as they caught sight of Su Huayin, their faces tensed up, and one of them quickly blew a whistle, the shrill sound piercing the air. Within moments, more than a dozen people appeared outside the gate, surrounding Su Huayin and ratcheting up the tension. Hey Ming, you're back. A familiar voice called out just then. Su Huayin turned slightly and saw Shi Yuro walking over. A smile on her face shed clearly recognized him right away. This is our other boss from the Eternal Life Guild. Shi Yuro introduced him to the people around her. Su Huayin nodded slightly and asked, who are all these people? These are the new recruits. Our guild has grown more than tenfold. I'm the captain of the defense squad now, Shi Yuro replied with a proud smile. I see, Su Huayin answered quietly, already piecing things together. During his absence, Ling Qiu must have used the original core team as a foundation to expand the guild to its current scale. She was good at this sort of thing. She had once built a small team into a super guild all on her own, so doing it again was probably second nature for her. Qiujia is actually here today. She hasn't gone out, Shi Yuro added, blinking as if she wanted to say more but hesitated. All right, I got it, Su Huayin replied calmly, then pushed open the courtyard gate. As soon as he stepped inside, a familiar atmosphere washed over him. Despite the expansion, the place still felt the same, bringing him a long-missed sense of peace. Entering the house, Su Huayin immediately spotted Ling Qiu sitting by the sofa. She was dressed in silk pajamas, her hair still damp from a recent shower. She looked momentarily surprised, then broke into a delighted smile. "You're finally back?" "Yeah, I'm back." Su Huayin flopped down beside the sofa, sprawling out and sinking into its softness. "This past week has been exhausting. I haven't had a good night's sleep." As she listened to him complain, Ling Qiu sat down next to him and picked up an apple from the fruit platter on the table, expertly peeling it. "It's hard to sleep deeply at night without you around," Su Huayin added with a wry smile. A faint scent of shampoo drifted in the air from Ling Qiu's hair. Her hands paused for a moment at his words, the knife she was using to peel the apple snapping off a small piece. Her eyes flickered, as if she wanted to say something. But just then, Su Huayin suddenly sat up straight, interrupting her train of thought. "Let's get down to business." He pulled a bag from his backpack and handed it to Ling Qiu. "Here, this is one of the things I brought back." Ling Qiu opened the bag, and her eyes immediately lit up. Inside were 30 neatly arranged cards. She picked one up and read the clear lettering, her expression turning excited. "Force of nature? Blessing rain?" she exclaimed, barely able to hide her excitement. "These are all healing skill cards. Where did you get so many?" Su Huayin smiled. "Picked them up from some unusual places. It was a pretty good haul this time. 1 or 2 cards could be chalked up to luck, but 30 healing cards? That could only mean one thing. Su Huayin had found a way to acquire these cards in bulk. And these weren't just any cards. Healing skills were extremely scarce throughout the entire Qingmu city area. If handled properly, this could be a gold mine. Su Huayin picked up the apple that Ling Qiu had half peeled and took a big bite. Sweet juice burst in his mouth as he swallowed contentedly, then began to briefly recount the past few days to Ling Qiu. He mentioned the treasure called the Mist Lamp, but made it clear he didn't have time to manage it himself. "If I let the guild handle it, asking for half the profits isn't unreasonable, right?" Su Huayin asked, testing the waters as he chewed his apple. "Mist lamp?" Ling Qiu's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect you to have something this good." After listening, she suddenly understood where Su Huayin had gotten so many healing cards. A shrewd glint appeared in her eyes as she tapped her finger on the table. "This is a real treasure. We'll need to find someone to manage it discreetly. Done right, this thing could be a real cash cow." Her mind was already racing, planning out the details. "I haven't agreed to let the guild run it yet," Su Huayin said, pretending to hesitate. Ling Qiu smirked knowingly. "If you weren't willing, you wouldn't have told me about the mist lamp at all." Her tone showed she saw right through Su Huayin's intentions. She knew him too well. He was cunning and calculating. The very fact that he mentioned the mist lamp meant he was ready to negotiate. "Says who?" "I was just making conversation," Su Huayin retorted, though his gaze drifted away. Ling Qiu ignored his token resistance, sketching lines in the air as if calculating. "You get half the profits. He'll take 10%, another 10% goes to whoever manages the operation, and the remaining 30% goes to the guild as your contribution. Also, he'll give up the purple card that was supposed to be mine next. Deal?" Su Huayin thought for a moment, tapping his knee. "I guess that's fair." In truth, had already noticed how quickly the Immortal Guild was growing under Ling Qiu's leadership. That's why he brought out the mist lamp in the first place. He wanted to help the guild grow, especially since he intended to claim one of the 2 slots for unlocking the 5th card slot. "But at least one of the people managing it needs to be mine," Su Huayin added, his eyes sharpening. "I've already thought about that," Ling Qiu replied without missing a beat. "Let's have Donger and Maindong handle it." Ling Dong was her younger sister, and Maindong was Su Huayin's close friend. Both were trusted members of their inner circle. Su Huayin shook his head, frowning. "That won't work. Just 2 people. It's too easy for them to collude. We need at least one more." It wasn't that he didn't trust Ling Dong or Maindong, but he knew that no one was immune to temptation when the stakes were this high. "One more person?" Ling Qiu immediately understood his concern. "How about Shi Yuro?" Su Huayin suggested. Although Shi Yuro wasn't a beta player, Su Huayin saw great potential in her. She had shown all the qualities worth nurturing, and since she had potential, he was willing to give her a hand. "All right, let's go with her," Ling Qiu agreed, sealing the decision. In the very heart of the mist, for smooth, mirror-like boulders stood tall and imposing. Their glossy surfaces shimmered with shifting light, each reflecting a different corner of Luoxia Mountain. On the first boulder lay a dull yellow bead, resting quietly. Overhead, a bird soared through the sky. As it passed above the bead, it was as if an invisible weight pressed down on its back. No matter how desperately it flapped its wings, it couldn't break free. Within seconds, the bird crashed to the ground, instantly reduced to a mangled heap. At that moment, intricate patterns glowed across the seemingly ordinary earth, and the remains of the bird vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The second boulder revealed the image of a tranquil pool. Once, a brilliant blue sword should have hovered above its surface, yet now it was gone, taken by someone and nowhere to be found. On the third boulder, a white flame flickered, ghostly and ethereal. A leaf drifting on the wind was incinerated the instant it drew near, consumed before it could even touch the fire. The last boulder displayed a feather, gently swaying in the breeze, its lightness almost poetic. Yet, at the same time, the boulder showed the feather slicing cleanly through a massive tree trunk with ease, shattering the sense of peace. At the center of the 4 boulders, a card hovered in midair, half blue and half green. Whenever death occurred in any of the 4 scenes, the green portion of the card would decrease by 1 point, while the blue side increased accordingly. The Elemental Envoy class card. Together, the 4 boulders formed a powerful protective barrier, keeping a young man outside. Damn it! Why did it have to make such a commotion? The young man cursed, slamming his fist against the shield, only for it to remain unscathed, not even rippling. Now everyone in Qingmu City will be drawn here. After all that work, it looks like I've just done the hard part for someone else. His name was Yufei. He had discovered by chance that, aside from the usual minor monsters around Luoxia Mountain, there were also special elemental creatures that would occasionally appear. These elemental monsters looked almost identical to the regular ones, but Yufei had uncovered their secret. If you didn't attack or alert them and quietly followed them at sunset, they would lead you to a hidden cave. The first time he succeeded, Yufei had tailed a fire element Luoxia sprite into a concealed cave. Inside, he found only a seemingly useless token the fire card. From that moment, he knew had stumbled onto something big. He spent half a month tracking down and collecting the earth, water, and wind cards. Finally, with all 4 in hand, the long-awaited system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! You have obtained eligibility for the Elemental Envoy class trial. Would you like to begin the class advancement trial? This was exactly what he had been waiting for, so of course he agreed immediately. As soon as he gave his consent, a thick, dense fog enveloped the entire Luoxia Mountain, like a heavy curtain cutting it off from the outside world. The scale and intensity of this phenomenon instantly caught the attention of all the factions in Qingmu City, and soon, people from every group were dispatched to investigate. At first, only dual-slot players could penetrate the mist and enter Luoxia Mountain, as if some mysterious force was preventing stronger players from getting in. However, at some unknown moment, something inside the mountain seemed to shift, and the restrictions suddenly loosened now. Triple-slot players could enter as well. Damn it! Yufei roared, slamming his fist hard against the transparent barrier in front of him, but it didn't budge at all. After a long period of observation, he had more or less figured out how this place worked. Whenever something died near one of the 4 cores, whether it was a monster or a player, the Quaternary Envoy class card would absorb power from it. He had tried to speed up the process, but his strength alone was far too insignificant to make a difference. Yufei clenched his teeth in frustration. If the commotion hadn't been so big, he could have slowly completed the sacrificial process, even if it took longer. But now, things were spiraling out of control. The phenomenon was so dramatic that even those terrifying 4-slot players would surely be drawn in. All the preparations and effort he had put into starting this trial now seemed like they were just paving the way for someone else. Damn it, if only I had my own backing or a faction, Yufei muttered bitterly. If he had his own team, he could have sent people to hunt monsters en masse and completed the ritual quickly. By the time the other factions cautiously investigated, he might have already finished the whole process and claimed the final reward. But this wasn't the time to complain. Yufei knew all too well what the lifting of the triple slot restriction meant. Powerful players would soon be racing to the top of Luoxia Mountain. As the center of the entire map, it was the most likely place to hide rare treasures. And he was right. The Quaternary Envoy class card, which had a high chance of upgrading to a gold card at the very least, a purple card was sitting right inside that barrier. For now, though, it was only halfway to being a blue card, and the barrier held it tightly. Even if he wanted to take it now, there was no way. Yufei knew that if he didn't leave soon, he might not even get the chance to escape. A sword radiating a brilliant blue light appeared in his hand, its blade rippling with energy like flowing water. Water Element Sword. Rarity, purple card. Type, weapon card. Effect, Constitution 40, Strength 20, Basic Water Attribute Damage Enchantment. Quaternary Arts. Locked activates when Water Element Sword, Fire Element Flame, Earth Element Pearl, and Wind Element Feather are all equipped. Upon death, 100 drop rate. Description, one of the fundamental elemental components. Acquisition, Quaternary Envoy class change. System reward, Shady Merchant. Series, Quaternary Envoy series. Dual mode effect, equip spell card. When the equipped monster attacks, you recover 500 health. When this card is sent to the graveyard, add a Fire Element Flame, Earth Element Pearl, or Wind Element Feather from your deck to your hand. But after all this effort, all I got was this one card. I just can't accept it. Yufei clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug into his palm. Reason told him that running now was the smartest thing to do. He wrestled with himself for a long time before finally making up his mind. If the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Yufei took a deep breath and slotted the water element sword into his deck. Getting a purple card is already worth it. If I let greed get me killed, that would be the real loss. So then, What happened next in Chitong City? How are things over there? Ling Qiu pressed on, curiosity shining in her eyes. She had always had doubts about the neighboring city. Su Huayin didn't hold back plan to share everything with her anyway. After all, in such a complicated situation, the more information they had, the better their decisions would be. Yunfei? Yunfei is there? Ling Qiu was momentarily stunned, not expecting her to be in Chitong City. After a brief moment of thought, a flash of confidence appeared in her eyes. If it really is her, I'm 90% sure I can persuade her to join us. Oh, why do you say that? Su Huayin asked with interest, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. I never got too close to Yunfei because I couldn't quite figure her out, Ling Qiu replied with a soft laugh, as if recalling a hidden memory. But now, with the world in chaos, Yunfei has carved out her own territory. She used to be my red envoy, but now her attitude might be very different from before. She paused and continued in a gentle voice. You know, when I first founded the Zero Guild, I only had a handful of people with me. How many? Su Huayin couldn't help but ask. 3, Ling Qiu said, holding up 3 slender fingers. Back then, there were just 3 of us, and Yunfei was one of them. As the guild grew, the other 2 left, but she stayed. Her tone was light, but there was a trace of nostalgia and emotion in her eyes. Realizing she might have sounded too certain, she added, of course, that's just my guess. Su Huayin nodded. If that's the case, maybe next time we send Maindong and the others to Chitong City, they can try to gauge her stance. If we can bring her over, it would be a good thing. Also, we need to connect with some of the mid-sized factions in Chitong City. If they unite, it could become a real problem. I definitely don't want to see a unified Chitong City, Su Huayin added, his tone growing more serious. That's all strategic planning, Ling Qiu nodded slightly, showing her understanding. She then continued to talk about the current state of the guild, describing all the developments that had taken place during Su Huayin's absence. As they spoke, the atmosphere grew lighter, the tension between them easing. If you're tired, you should get some rest. It's safe here, Ling Qiu said, her tone gentle and caring. Su Huayin's eyelids drooped, and the exhaustion had been holding back suddenly surged over him like a wave. Before he could respond, he drifted off to sleep within seconds of Ling Qiu's words. Welcome home, Ling Qiu whispered softly, gazing at the sleeping Su Huayin, her cheeks tinged with red. She couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, shattering the calm. Ling Qiu's expression changed instantly, her eyes turning sharp. In a flash, she summoned her zero armor, the suit swiftly snapping into place over her body with practiced efficiency. Unlike her previous, lighter gear, Ling Qiu now looked completely transformed. Her old, battered mechanical backpack was gone, replaced by a massive, battery-like pack emblazoned with a lightning bolt, radiating high-tech energy. Her armor had been upgraded too, with 2 retractable claws mounted on her forearms, making her look far more formidable. She moved quickly to block the door, stopping Yuro from coming in. What happened? Ling Qiu asked in a low voice, her gaze piercing. He's exhausted. He just fell asleep, so keep your voice down, Yuro replied. But a flicker of hesitation crossed her face as she took in Ling Qiu's expression. Exhausted? Sleeping? What kind of excuse is that? Ling Qiu's eyes narrowed, her expression turning a bit complicated. Her cheeks were still flushed, with a sheen of sweat on her brow clearly. The recent tension had rattled her more than she had realized. The sudden change in atmosphere made the room even more tense. Well, sure, absence makes the heart grow fonder, but isn't this a bit much? Falling asleep together in broad daylight right after meeting up? She couldn't help but wonder. Her suspicions weren't unfounded, either. The base had just been expanded, and Ling Qiu had moved everyone out of the old location. Now, this 2-story house with a courtyard was basically just for Ling Qiu and Su Huayin. Yuro shook her head, trying to banish the blush-inducing thoughts from her mind. She was probably just overthinking it. Honestly, she wasn't surprised that Su Huayin and Ling Qiu were together. Among their old crew, everyone knew Qiujia and Minga had always had that kind of unspoken understanding. Still, if she didn't know Ming's personality so well, she'd almost suspect Su Huayin was doing it on purpose. Some of his actions seemed so precise, almost mechanical, like man and machine in perfect sync. She recalled what Maindong had said. Su Huayin is the purest card shark I've ever met. Just then, Ling Dong and Maindong sent a message. Someone had managed to bring a purple-level card out from Luoxia Mountain, but all contact with the inside had been lost. At the same time, the fog seemed to be thinning, and 3-slot players were now authorized to enter. Captain Ma and Captain Ling were requesting instructions. Yuro quickly reported the situation to Ling Qiu. I see. Ling Qiu thought for a moment, then looked up suddenly. He'll go check it out. Su Huayin's voice came from behind her. When she turned, she saw him rubbing his eyes, clearly just waking up. If it's a fog environment, I should be able to force my way in, he said, massaging his temples and patting his cheeks. The fog lamp isn't just for sneaking through the gray mist belt. As long as the misty barrier isn't beyond its limits, the fog lamp can get through. Crossing the gray mist belt is just the most common use. Su Huayin yawned and added, business comes first. Even if I'm dead tired, I can't afford to miss this opportunity. Right. Let's go, Ling Qiu replied, a determined glint in her eyes. The fog lamp can clear mist within a 3-meter radius. In theory, it should be safe for you to bring me in. All right, let's do it. Su Huayin agreed without hesitation. If I can take you with me, then let's check it out together. Euro, you stay at the base, Su Huayin said suddenly, cutting off what Sure Euro was about to say. Okay, Sure Euro muttered, pouting a bit. She was disappointed she wanted to go, too. Let's move. Su Huayin summoned his Charizard, and as always, Ling Qiu climbed onto the back behind him. With a powerful beat of its wings, the Charizard lifted them both into the sky. Which direction is Luoxia Mountain? Su Huayin asked. Ling Qiu pointed ahead. That way. Hold on tight, Su Huayin called out, steering the Charizard quickly in the indicated direction. The rush of frigid air against his face jolted him fully awake. Why are you holding on so tightly, just like shilling? You're not afraid of falling, Su Huayin remarked with a helpless smile. Suddenly, he noticed the temperature dropping sharply, as if it had become several degrees colder in an instant. What's going on? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.